Bai Lan found herself transformed into a mere supporting character in a fantasy novel, destined to deliver a golden opportunity to the heroine before exiting the narrative altogether. Just as she lamented her impending fate as a transient character, she fortuitously bound herself to the life simulation device. No longer needing to deliver a golden opportunity, she now possessed not one, but two golden opportunities. Her fate as a supporting character had changed, and she officially embarked on the arduous path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges, yet with the life simulator at her disposal, no obstacle could deter her. Lackluster aptitude and sluggish progress in her training? Fear not, for she could directly select her cultivation realm within the simulation, swiftly becoming a prodigy in her few techniques at her disposal? No worries, she could. Chapter 1. The first life simulation. Tianwu Mountain, Baijia Village. 10-year-old Bai Lan was collecting firewood by the edge of the woods, a basket strapped to her back. Lan girl, why are you still here? Tomorrow, the celestial master from Bai Yun sect will come to our village to assess spiritual roots and select disciples. Aren't you participating? Bai Lan was momentarily stunned. Bai Yun sect, assessing spiritual roots? This familiar narrative felt like a key, unlocking the entirety of her circumstances. It turned out she was not merely traversing realms, she had traversed into a book. Originally an 18-year-old university student, she had been transported to Baijia village 2 years prior, assuming the identity of an 80-year-old girl named Bai Lan. What she had believed to be an ordinary ancient world turned out to be a fantastical realm of cultivation. This was a tale of a powerful female protagonist, Bai Lan, chronicling the ascent of an ordinary woman, Bai Lan, in her journey of cultivation. Now, her identity as Bai Lan was that of a supporting character. No, she is not even a supporting character, merely a pawn serving to bestow the protagonist with her golden opportunity. It is no surprise that she failed to recognize her predicament sooner, for the original inhabitant of this body exuded an exceedingly faint presence. The arrival of the Bai Yun sect to Baijia village to assess spiritual roots marks the commencement of this narrative. According to the progression outlined in the text, this evening, Bai Lan will acquire the Moir Joa, and tomorrow, she will undergo the evaluation of her spiritual roots, leading to her demise the day after. She harbors no desire for death. She yearns to survive. Her complexion turned pale, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed into the distance, pondering how to extricate her soul from this dismal fate of a mere cannon fodder. Observing her distress, the neighbor, an elderly gentleman, mistakenly interpreted her demeanor and offered comfort, saying, "Lan girl, fret not. You are still of the appropriate age, and your ancestors have produced immortal masters. You shall surely be chosen." At that moment, Bai Lan was consumed by her existential crisis, too preoccupied to engage in pleasantries with a neighbor, who eventually wandered off. What, indeed, could liberate her from the shackles of this cannon fodder's destiny? Life simulator activation in progress. Life simulator successfully bound. One opportunity for life simulation detected. Would you like to proceed with the life simulation? Is this a golden finger? Bai Lan's emotions surged dramatically. She surveyed her surroundings and found a secure corner to conceal herself before delving into the intricacies of this golden opportunity. Information regarding the life simulator flooded her mind, and she swiftly discerned its 3 primary utilities. First, through the simulation of life, one can glimpse forthcoming events, thereby enabling the preemptive avoidance of impending crises. Secondly, one can validate certain hypotheses and engage in various endeavors through life simulation to unravel the current predicaments or challenges. Thirdly, one may acquire levels of cultivation, experiential knowledge, and random items within the simulated existence. The more White Orchid comprehends, the greater her joy becomes. With the advent of the life simulator, she harbors hope of escaping her fate as a mere pawn in the narrative. Having read less than a third of this novel and with the passage of time, her understanding of the plot remains rudimentary. However, this does not hinder her resolve to distance herself from the protagonist. The female characters surrounding the protagonist either embody the role of malicious antagonists destined for a tragic end, serve as minor companions to accentuate the protagonist's glory and meet unfortunate fates, or act as nurturing figures of noble lineage who provide comprehensive assistance to the protagonist, only to encounter dire misfortune later on, necessitating the protagonist's aid. Upon reflection, the original character White Orchid's positioning alongside the protagonist does not bode well for her future. Thus, it is prudent to maintain a distance from the protagonist. However, she is soon to encounter the protagonist, White Lotus, which brings into play White Lotus's first extraordinary asset, the ink jade bracelet. In the original narrative, prior to her passing, White Orchid's grandmother bequeaths the ink jade bracelet to her, yet the onlookers perceive it merely as an ordinary black stone bracelet, and even White Orchid herself pays little heed to its significance. White Lotus, being a cousin of White Orchid, discerns the bracelet's extraordinary nature and proposes a trade. White Orchid consents. Consequently, the ink jade bracelet becomes the possession of White Lotus. Upon pricking her finger to acknowledge ownership, White Lotus discovers that it is a storage bracelet possessing ample space and further adorned with protective enchantments. After the White Lotus establishes her foundation, she opens a layer of restrictions, revealing a vast spiritual field suitable for cultivating spiritual plants. There are further restrictions beyond this, but she did not witness their opening and abandoned the book. In any case, this ink jade bracelet is a valuable item belonging to the original owner. Yet, why should it be gifted to the White Lotus? She harbors no desire to bestow the ink jade bracelet upon her, nor does she wish to accompany the White Lotus to the Bai Lan sect. Pondering whether such actions could alter her fate as a mere pawn, life simulation opportunity detected. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Yes. Consuming one life simulation opportunity, initiating a new life simulation. That evening, you retrieve the ink jade bracelet, drop blood to acknowledge ownership, and discover within it a space larger than your own home, albeit devoid of any contents. The following day, you and the village children visit a practitioner at the Bai Lan sect to test your spiritual roots. Both you and the White Lotus are assessed to possess 5 spiritual roots, classified as inferior quality, barely passing the selection. You decline, as your qualifications are lacking and neither the Bai Lan sect practitioners nor your kin voice any objections. A month later, you express your resolute desire to pursue immortality rather than remain a mere pawn. Witnessing your determination, your parents take you to the village chief's residence. The chief, upon realizing you indeed possess spiritual roots, grants you wealth and tokens, instructing you to accompany a hunter from the village to seek out a rogue cultivator named Bai Lan in the depths of Tianwu Mountain. 2 months later, you locate Bai Lan and successfully navigate through the challenges he set, ultimately becoming his disciple and commencing your journey of hunting and cultivation. Under his guidance, 1 year later, you successfully harnessed your inner energy, entering the first layer of Qi cultivation, and your hunting skills have reached a modest level of proficiency. 2 years later, you ascended to the second layer of Qi cultivation, and Bai Lan began to guide you into the depths of the mountains for hunting expeditions. 3 years later, while hunting in the mountains with Bai Lan, a calamity struck. You lost your right arm, and Bai Lan sustained severe injuries. Bai Lan entered seclusion to recover, while you remained in the mountains to continue your cultivation. 10 years later, you broke through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. You chose not to marry but instead became a hunter in your village, safeguarding it from the encroachmento of wild beasts. 15 years later, you sensed that your cultivation had become exceedingly challenging. You recognized that this was a result of the interplay between your techniques, innate talent, and physical limitations, yet you felt powerless to alter even a fraction of it. Thus, you resolved to cultivate with even greater diligence. 20 years later, a beast tide erupted at Tianwu Mountain. You perished while protecting the villagers of Bai family village during their evacuation, leading to the village's Deva station. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choice 1. Cultivation level at 30 years of age. Choice 2. Cultivation experience at 30 years of age. Choice 3. Random item at 30 years of age. Chapter 2. Blood Oath of the Ink Jade Bracelet. Bai Lan reflected upon the information gleaned from this first life simulation. Firstly, the ink jade bracelet can be retained without leaving a trace for Bai Lan, which is quite favorable. Secondly, pursuing a solitary path of cultivation without joining a sect is exceedingly difficult. Bai Yun's sect presents her with an invaluable opportunity. Though she is reluctant to have too much interaction with Bai Lan, she cannot afford to relinquish the chance to join Bai Yun's sect. However, joining the Bai Yun sect entails confronting the peril of sudden ambushes and surviving the ordeal, which is no small challenge. Yet, With a life simulation device at her disposal, she does not harbor excessive concern regarding this matter. Much like the incident with the ink jade bracelet, this situation is likely subject to alteration. Option 1. Cultivation level at 30. Option 2. Cultivation experience at 30. Option 3. Random item at 30. Choosing option 1 would grant her immediate access to a cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi refinement, which appears to be the most advantageous among the 3 options. However, she cannot select this option, as an increase in her cultivation would complicate her explanation and hinder her admission into the Bai Lan sect. Elevating her cultivation must occur only after she has joined the sect. Option 3. The host acquires the 30-year-old random item, Black Iron Bow. Suddenly, a black bow and a matching quiver materialized in Bai Lan's hands, the bow gleaming with a cold, hard sheen. She scrutinized it closely. This bow appeared to be significantly superior to those wielded by the hunters in her village. This artifact, the Black Iron Bow, was bestowed upon her by her loose cultivator master, Bai Lu, and serves as a commendable weapon for practitioners in the early to mid-stages of Qi refinement. Her choice of this random option was purely a gamble, and to her surprise, fortune smiled upon her. However, just because luck favored her this time does not guarantee future successes. This random aspect is indeed quite unpredictable, urging her to exercise caution in subsequent selections. She concealed the Black Iron Bow among the firewood, ensuring it was well hidden. Who would take the time to scrutinize a pile of firewood? Thus, it is fundamentally safe. Concealing her bow, she inquired, "When shall I have my next opportunity for simulation?" Before the host embarks on formal cultivation, a daily life simulation can be performed once, resetting the count the following day. After the host commences formal cultivation, the daily count is abolished and life simulations will require the expenditure of spirit stones. She carefully placed the firewood on her back deep within the household's woodpile, ensuring it would remain untouched for several days, rendering it invisible from the outside. As she polished the obsidian bracelet, she realized that the onlookers were not entirely blind at first glance. The bracelet did not seem to possess any value. The design of the obsidian bracelet was unremarkable, its material akin to dark marble, opaque and devoid of luster, leading anyone to dismiss it as a mere trinket. Yet, she understood that once it accepted her blood as its master, this seemingly ordinary bracelet would transform into a precious treasure. With the bracelet in hand, she exited her modest dwelling, intending to retrieve a knife from the kitchen to acknowledge her bond with the artifact. Coincidentally, as she opened the door, she spotted Bai Lan standing in the courtyard. Bai Lan, 2 years her junior and just 8 years of age, was charmingly beautiful, possessing a sweet demeanor that endeared her to the villagers of Bai family village. At that moment, Bai Lan was engaged in conversation with Bai Lan's mother, her words eliciting a radiant smile from Lan's mother. Bai Lan's gaze fell upon Bai Lan, or rather, the obsidian bracelet in her possession, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister Lan, I have come to see you. You mentioned that you admired my jade pendant, so I have brought it for you." Lan's mother promptly interjected, "Oh, that is too generous. Such a splendid gift. We cannot possibly accept. It's quite all right, Aunt. My bond with Sister Lan is strong. Giving her this bracelet would mean nothing. If Sister Lan feels uncomfortable, she may simply return it to me, for I hold a deep affection for this bracelet, and we could exchange instead." Lan's mother gently nudged Bai Lan and said, "This bracelet, though not of great value, was bequeathed to her by her grandmother. It holds sentimental significance and is not meant for barter. If." At that moment, Bai Lan interjected, interrupting her mother's forthcoming words. "Yes. This is a keepsake from my grandmother. I shall not trade it with anyone." Bai Lan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a resolute refusal. She had anticipated an easy victory in this matter. But Sister Lan, are we not good friends?" Bai Lan simply replied, "I wish to keep this bracelet." With a firm demeanor, Bai Lan left Bai Lan feeling disheartened. "Very well then. I acknowledge my impudence. I shall no longer seek Sister Lan's bracelet, but you must accept my jade pendant." Bai Lan, of course, would not accept Bai Lan's offering, and ultimately Bai Lan departed in disappointment. Lan, are you planning to participate in tomorrow's Bai Lan sect selection?" Bai Lan nodded, her gaze unwavering. "Yes, I intend to go." Lan's mother pulled her aside and sighed, gently articulating her thoughts. Lan, I lack worldly wisdom. All I desire is for our family to live together in tranquility. I do not wish for you to pursue that dubious path of cultivation within the Bai Lan sect. While the Bai family may have produced a few renowned cultivators in the past, the number of individuals who embarked upon the path of cultivation is far greater, numbering in the hundreds. Most of these souls have met untimely and unclear ends in the outside world. The path ahead is fraught with difficulties, and you are still so young. I cannot bear to see you suffer. Lan's mother wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued speaking. Bai Lan felt a surge of emotion at her mother's words, and she stepped forward to embrace her. This woman was the biological mother of the original soul, and the 2 years they had spent together had forged a deep bond between them. Regardless of her own thoughts, Lan's mother genuinely loved Bai Lan and truly cared for her well-being. When Bai Lan emerged, Lan's father simply stated, "Having chosen this path, you must walk it to the end." Bai Lan nodded solemnly in agreement. That night, when no one was around, Bai Lan took a knife and made a small incision on her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto the ink jade bracelet. In an instant, the bracelet emitted a brilliant radiance. The brilliance was fleeting, and the ink jade bracelet, which she had held in her hand, now adorned her right wrist. The opening of the bracelet seemed to shrink, perfectly fitting her wrist. She raised her wrist to the oil lamp for a closer inspection, noticing that the bracelet appeared much more translucent, beginning to show the essence of ink jade, though one would need to look closely to discern this change. This was indeed advantageous, as it would not attract unnecessary attention. With a flicker of thought, she found herself in a space larger than her own home. This was the internal space of the ink jade bracelet. She explored the interior and found it completely empty. She also noticed the restrictions present, yet at the moment, she had no means to address them. Upon waking the next morning, she discovered that she had been granted a second opportunity for life simulation. Detection indicates that the host possesses one opportunity for life simulation. Would you like to proceed with the life simulation? Yes. Chapter 3. Testing the spiritual roots to consume one opportunity for life simulation to conduct a new life simulation. On the first day, you visit a cultivator from the Bai Lan sect to test your spiritual roots. You are revealed to possess 5 spiritual roots, indicating inferior aptitude, barely passing the selection. On the second day, you bid farewell to your parents alongside 7 other children from the village and follow the cultivator to the Bai Lan sect. During your journey, you are ambushed. You closely observe Bai Lan, mimicking her actions to protect yourself. You sustain only minor injuries, but endure the initial wave of attacks, ultimately being rescued by Zhao Zhong, a cultivator from the Bai Lan sect, and successfully arriving at your destination. On the third day, you and Bai Lan, as 2 of the 3 survivors, are placed together, seemingly forgotten as no one comes to seek you. On the 5th day, you develop a slight fever, and your wounds begin to throb. You overhear a cultivator outside comforting Bai Lan, explaining that their senior brother responsible for her care is preoccupied with reporting and investigating the ambush, having overlooked their presence, and instructing them to wait a little longer. On the 7th day, you and Bai Lan are finally remembered. You are assigned accommodations for the disciples responsible for menial tasks, receiving the sect's jade tablet and pills for nourishing the body. Through the jade tablet, you learn about the Bai Lan sect's basic information and the secret to channeling energy into your body. You commence diligent practice. On the 10th day, you have yet to channel energy into your body, while Bai Lan has already succeeded, causing you to feel agitated. 3 months later, you succumb to illness. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1. 10 years of cultivation realm. Option 2. 10 years of cultivation experience. Option 3. A random item from 10 years. Bai Lan felt a tumult of emotions. She was grateful to have narrowly escaped an ambush and survived, yet she lamented that a minor injury, neglected in time, had cost her dearly. Nevertheless, having learned this lesson, she vowed never to fall prey to such a misfortune again. As for the 3 choices presented to her this time, none seemed particularly appealing. After some contemplation, she opted for the second option, cultivating experience. The host acquires 10 years of cultivation experience, gaining insight into the secret of infusing energy into the body. Suddenly, her mind was flooded with the teachings inscribed in the sect's jade slips regarding the technique of energy infusion, along with her attempts during the 3-month simulation. While not immensely beneficial, this knowledge could certainly expedite her mastery of energy infusion. Throughout the simulation, her inability to execute this technique stemmed not only from her poisoning, but also from her inferior aptitude, which was a significant hindrance. Poor talent, low comprehension, and subpar performance were not conducive to survival in the Bai Lan sect. Having exhausted her opportunity for this life simulation, she rose to have breakfast, dutifully tidied up the household chores, and then made her way to the village ancestral hall. To test her spiritual roots, a throng of villagers surrounded the Bai family ancestral hall, and upon her arrival, they graciously made way for her to enter. "Lawn girl, hurry along, it hasn't begun yet." Although the proceedings had not commenced, the Bai family children inside were already lined up, numbering approximately 30 at first glance. Before long, the clan leader struck the bronze gong, signaling the commencement of the spiritual root assessment. Bai Rui, age 6, possesses dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, with above-average aptitude. Bai Lan, age 8, possesses 5 spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with below-average aptitude. Bai Wu, age 9, has no spiritual root. White Qi, age 7, devoid of spiritual roots. White Lan, age 10, possesses 5 spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, yet of lowly quality. White Lan stood at the rear of the line, and as her assessment concluded, the spiritual root testing for this batch of children came to an end. Among the 30 children, including herself, only 10 were endowed with spiritual roots, while the remainder were devoid of any, unable to cultivate at all. Among those 10, she and White Lian possessed the least potential, sharing the position of the lowest, while White Rui exhibited the highest aptitude. White Rui, being the grandson of the clan leader, is also one of the numerous male supporting characters in this narrative. In the original tale, he ascended to become an inner disciple of the Bai Lan sect, and out of nostalgia, he tended to the needs of White Lian, who was relegated to the status of a fervent disciple, showcasing a deep sibling bond. However, this sibling affection eventually transformed. He developed feelings for White Lian, who clearly did not reciprocate, leading him down a dark path. Ultimately, his cultivation was rendered void, and he fell into the hands of former adversaries, where he was tormented to death. To witness a once promising talent descend to such a fate is truly lamentable. Upon the conclusion of the spiritual root assessments, 2 cultivators from the Bai Lan sect departed. The clan leader requested that the children who passed the test, along with their parents, remain for a meeting to discuss the importance of unity, mutual assistance, and support. After this assembly, it was finalized that 8 children would be proceeding to the Bai Lan sect, while 2 others chose not to attend. Lan's father urged her to bid a heartfelt farewell to her family. Lan's mother, younger sister, and little brother were all in tears, reluctant to see her go. White Lan, too, felt a tug at her heartstrings, nearly succumbing to tears, yet her resolve remained unwavering. She was determined to pursue the path of immortality. I promise, the 6-year-old sister, bowed her head in silence for a while before suddenly looking up and saying, "Is it still possible for me to test my spiritual aura?" "Oh, Tess, I wish to accompany my sister." Mother Lan scolded, "Do not speak recklessly, such matters cannot be treated lightly." Bai Lan, along with Bai Ing and Bai Yu, made a pact to play together, momentarily distracting them from the sorrow of impending separation. The last to bid her farewell was her father, Bai Shi. Father Bai Shi was a taciturn man. Aside from displaying a modicum of patience towards his wife, he was almost mute with everyone else. Thus, throughout the 2 years since their arrival, Bai Lan had scarcely exchanged words with him. The father and daughter sat in the courtyard conversing. "In my youth, I too contemplated following in the footsteps of my ancestors to pursue immortality. I had even found a master, but upon meeting your mother before my departure, I abandoned that path." Bai Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Was her father intending to feed her one last morsel of love before she left? Do not laugh. Your father possesses considerable talent, with both wood and fire spiritual roots, above average aptitude, comparable to Bai Rui of today. At this, Bai Lan could no longer muster a smile. Her father's character left her no room to doubt his honesty, which meant this could only be true. Wood and fire spiritual roots, above average aptitude. Why did he not pursue immortality? For a woman, for a so-called love, she could not comprehend. Yet it was evident that Father Lan had no intention of allowing her to understand. I wish to tell you that if one day you achieve success, please visit a senior named Bai Shou on my behalf in the Central Continent. In the Central Plains, there exists Bai Shou. I have committed this to memory. Father, who is he? He is our ancestor, the rightful owner of the bracelet that adorns your wrist. This bracelet is a token of their love, passed down through generations to this day. Bai Lan mused. So, it turns out the Bai family's penchant for romance is hereditary. This individual is both her ancestor and the master of the ink jade bracelet. Father, rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit to the esteemed Bai Shou. Chapter 4. Simulated rescue. The following day marked the day of parting. Bai Lan had initially intended to rise early and conduct a life simulation. However, upon awakening, she found her family gazing at her with reluctance, and she could not find a moment of solitude until they departed. Thus, they gathered in the plaza outside the Bai family ancestral hall. There, for children were already present, weeping in the embrace of their parents and relatives. Each child had their own family. Each was a source of concern for someone else. This poignant scene stirred emotions in Bai's mother and her younger siblings, prompting them to shed tears as well. Observing their sorrow, Bai Lan felt a deep resonance within her. An unprecedented thought emerged in her mind. Could it be possible to attempt saving these children as well? Yet, this notion faded significantly upon encountering the haughty and disdainful expressions of two cultivators from the Bai Yun sect. She had noted their unpleasant demeanor the previous day. These two, named Zhao Zhua and Zhao Yu, exhibited blatant contempt for the villagers of Bai family, their superiority palpable to all. They reserved a modicum of respect for Bai Rue and the clan leader, yet even the original protagonist Bai Lian failed to capture their interest. Of course, the fates of these two cultivators were grim, one perishing in an ambush, the other later humiliated by Bai Lian. But if she refrained from taking action, what alternative existed to save the others? While she did not consider rescuing others as her duty, the clan leader's words lingered in her mind, as did the support he had extended to her during her first simulation. Even if she were to fail, she could rely on her previous experiences to survive an ambush, incurring no significant loss. Commence the simulation. Consuming one opportunity for life simulation, initiating a new life simulation. On the first day, you bid farewell to your parents alongside 7 children from the village, following the disciples of the Bai Yun sect to their sanctuary. Shortly thereafter, you were ambushed. You observed Bai Lian closely, mimicking her actions to safeguard yourself. Zhao Yu met with a tragic demise, while you remained unscathed, enduring the initial assault, only to be rescued by Zhao Zhong, successfully arriving at Bai Yun sect. On the second day, you, Bai Lian, and Bai Ji, as 3 of the 4 survivors, were arranged to stay together, seemingly forgotten, as no one came to seek you out. On the third day, you heard someone approaching. It was Zhao Zhong and Zhao Zhua. Zhao Zhong bore a grave expression, while Zhao Zhua's eyes were filled with animosity. They escorted you to the outer elder, demanding that you reveal details about the ambush. You fervently explained that it had merely been conjecture at the time, yet Zhao Zhua was adamant that you must have known beforehand, leading to your unfortunate imprisonment by the elder. 2 months later, you successfully broke through to the first level of Qi refinement. 3 months later, you began undertaking sect missions. You were exceedingly cautious, never accepting tasks that could leave you isolated, fearing an encounter with Zhao Zhua. 5 months later, you ascended to the second level of Qi refinement, yet received a task to set up a stall at the market down the mountain. Unfamiliar with the fellow disciples assigned to assist you, they abandoned you midway, leaving you to confront Zhao Zhua alone. You were no match for Zhao Zhua and met your demise at his hands. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select your rewards from the simulation. Option 1. 10 years of cultivation realm. Option 2. 10 years of cultivation experience. Option 3. 10 years of random items. Bai Lan opened her eyes, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it is often said that one cannot be virtuous in the realm of cultivation. How perplexing it is that the madman Zhao Zhua has developed an inexplicable grudge against her. Could it be that he genuinely suspects her to be linked to the assailant? No, Zhao Zhua is likely blaming her for Zhao Yu's demise. After all, if not her, Who else could he hold accountable? Shall they blame their own foolishness? A glint of determination flashed in Bai Lan's eyes. She would remember this grudge against her life. Concealing her animosity deep within, she began to make choices. Choice 2. 10 years of cultivation experience. The host acquires 10 years of cultivation experience, gaining insights into the process of channeling qi into the body and the Bai Yun technique. In an instant, Bai Lan felt a surge of knowledge flooding her mind, filled with numerous insights from the process of channeling qi, as well as the foundational layers of the Bai Yun technique. So, this is the most effective method to channel qi into the body. It turns out there is a pitfall in the Bai Yun technique that must be avoided. After absorbing this cultivation experience, her mood improved significantly. With this newfound knowledge, she felt as though she could almost immediately channel qi into her body, and her progress in practicing the Bai Yun technique would undoubtedly surpass her previous simulations. Before long, everyone had gathered. Zhao Zue arrogantly announced their departure. Zhao Zue and Zhao Yu led the procession, with Zhao Zhong positioned between them, walking alongside Bai Rui. Bai Lan and Bai Lian followed closely behind Zhao Zhong, just ahead of Zhao Yu. Along the way, Bai Lan pondered her approach for this occasion. It was clear that confronting Zhao Zue and Zhao Yu directly about the ambush was no longer an option. Even if Zhao Zue were not a deranged individual prone to shifting blame, this course of action was inadvisable. She had already faced an investigation from the Bai Yun sect regarding this matter, resulting in a month of confinement, an unnecessary loss indeed. However, there is indeed something that can be done to subtly remind him. Among these 3 cultivators of the Bai Yun sect, Zhao Zhong is the strongest. And unlike Zhao Zue and Zhao Yu, he does not exhibit such arrogance. If he remains vigilant, the chances of survival for others may increase. How can she discreetly alert Zhao Zhong? Her gaze fell upon Bai Rui, whom Zhao Zhong was holding. No, her relationship with Bai Rui is not sufficiently close. Then her eyes shifted to Bai Lian, who stood behind Bai Rui. An idea quickly formed in her mind, one that could draw Zhao Zhong's attention without linking her to any ambush. But, should she truly proceed with this course of action? After a brief moment of hesitation, she made her decision. Yes. She approached Bai Lian and began to trace the outline of the peaks with her fingers. Bai Lian, unable to contain her curiosity, whispered, "Sister Lan, what are you doing?" "I am sketching the mountains here. Do they not resemble the traps set by Uncle Hunter?" "Traps? They do seem somewhat similar. If we are to speak of traps, none are better than those crafted by our esteemed elder. It is said he was once the most skilled hunter in the village, adept at crafting various traps based on the terrain to ambush his prey." Noticing Zhao Zhong glance in her direction, she immediately lowered her head as if caught in wrongdoing, yet within her heart, she felt a sense of relief. Zhao Zhong had heard her. It should prove effective, she thought. In the next moment, she realized Bai Rui was turning to look at her, his expression exceedingly serious. "Who told you my grandfather was a hunter?" Chapter 5. Encountering an ambush, Bai Lan was taken aback. Was it truly so astonishing that the clan leader had once been a hunter? In the heart of Tianwishan, Baijia village is home to men who are predominantly hunters. In the initial simulation, the clan leader entrusted her with a token, urging her to seek out the formidable hunter, Bai Lu, as her mentor in the depths of the mountains. Their bond appeared to be exceptionally strong. However, she pondered, could it be that the clan leader was not a hunter after all? Tentatively, she inquired, "Am I mistaken? Is it not the clan elder but rather another elder?" Bai Rui regarded her for a moment, then turned away, choosing not to engage. Zhao Zhong mirrored this indifference. She turned to Bai Lian, questioning, "Have I erred in my statement? The clan elder is truly not a hunter?" Bai Lian contemplated briefly, admitting that she had not heard of the clan elder participating in any hunting endeavors. Realization dawned upon her. Perhaps she had indeed made an assumption. She swiftly rectified her statement. "It must be that I confused him with another hunter elder. I must have mixed them up." This clarification was directed towards Bai Rui and Zhao Zhong. Bai Lan, after some reflection, felt reassured. After all, it was merely a case of confusion, one not significant enough to warrant further concern. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay with Bai Rui, who she believed would not hold it against her. And Zhao Zhong had no grounds for grievance either. Such trivial matters surely would not result in her being confined for another month. With renewed vigor, She focused intently on the movements of Bai Lan and Zhao Zhong. Before long, as anticipated, an ambush ensued. She remained on high alert, every nerve in her body tense, as she cautiously evaded potential attacks surrounding Bai Lan. Yet, Bai Lan stood obliviously in place, deftly avoiding the strikes aimed at her. Bai Lan felt a pang of envy. Indeed, the protagonist's aura was remarkable. However, upon further contemplation, she realized that possessing a golden finger was already quite fortunate, and one should not be overly greedy. The initial wave of assault resulted in Zhao Yu and several children collapsing. Yet, Zhao Zhong swiftly responded by conjuring a protective artifact resembling a golden shield, safeguarding them. He subsequently shattered a sound transmission talisman to call for aid from the Baiyun sect. Situated atop the majestic Tianwu Mountain, the sect was in close proximity. Yet, who could have anticipated an ambush at their very doorstep? Consequently, in previous simulations, Zhao Zhong and his companions had been caught unawares, losing the initiative and hastily retreating. However, this instance was different. Regardless of Zhao Yu and Zhao Right's circumstances, Zhao Zhong's reaction was undeniably prompt. Bai Lan distinctly sensed the atmosphere around them abruptly calm. The cacophony of attacks halted by the protective artifact. Zhao Zhong cast a few talismans outward and summoned a long sword to hover before him, then bellowed at the assailants, "Dogs of the Xingqian sect. If you possess any courage, step forth and face me in an honorable duel. Spare us these cowardly sneak attacks." The adversary's onslaught paused momentarily, and a figure clad in a dark robe with blue trim emerged. "Do not be arrogant, foolish swine of the Baiyun sect. Here I come. Do you dare to confront me?" Bai Lan watched as Zhao Zhong's long sword soared toward this individual, simultaneously observing another small sword hurled from behind Zhao Zhong. As the opponent grappled with the long sword, the smaller blade pierced through his body. The assailant fell, his expression one of disbelief, eyes wide as he stared at Zhao Zhong. "You deceived me." Zhao Zhong chuckled softly. "You engage in ambushes, and yet you accuse me of deceit? What of it?" Suddenly, 7 or 8 cultivators burst forth, vehemently berating the disciples of Baiyun sect, and then they collectively began to assault the protective artifacts that shielded the members of Baiyun sect. Zhao Zhong hastily consumed several medicinal pills and began to meditate, bracing himself against the onslaught alongside his companions, and Zhao Zui did likewise. Bai Lan, Bai Lian, Bai Zui, and the others could only anxiously await, hoping that Zhao Zhong and Zhao Zui would emerge victorious. Otherwise, they feared they would meet a grim fate. The luminous barrier of the protective artifact fluctuated, at times deepening and at others lightening, clearly indicating that the tide of battle was shifting back and forth, causing the hearts of all present to race with trepidation. Fortunately, before long, several figures soaring on swords appeared in the distance, their presence heralded by their voices. "Who dares to harm the disciples of Baiyun sect?" The ambushing cultivators fled in disarray, only to be swiftly cut down, their bodies scattering like leaves in the wind. The brutal reality of the strong crushing the weak unfolded effortlessly. Zhao Zhong, unable to withstand the strain, coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing his protective artifact to dissipate. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to rise in salute to the newcomers. "Greetings, Master Tian." The leading Baiyun sect cultivator, exuding an air of ethereal grace, nodded slightly and cast a brief glance over the battlefield, saying, "You performed admirably."
"Thank you, Master."
Zhao Zhong, having received approval, immediately turned to Bai Rui, Bai Lan, and the others, urging, "Gather the surviving disciples. We shall continue our journey." Only then did Bai Lan earnestly survey the battlefield. The ambushers lay slain, with 2 of the 8 new disciples dead, 2 severely injured, and 1 lightly wounded but dazed. She and Bai Lian each carried a severely injured disciple, while the lightly wounded one stumbled along behind them in a daze. Although 2 had perished, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction in having saved these 3. This, she believed, was a way to honor the clan leader Bai and the village of Bai. Particularly, as she passed by Zhao Zui, who was cradling the unconscious Zhao Yu, this satisfaction reached its zenith. Yes, she reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. They deserved it. However, the repercussions of her glee soon manifested. She had overestimated her 10-year-old body, Traversing the mountain paths while bearing the weight of a boy nearly her size proved to be an arduous task. How exhausting! Even as a cultivator. Was flight not an option? Just as she gritted her teeth to persevere, Bai Lan could no longer endure the strain. Exhaustion enveloped her. At that very moment, a passing cultivator flying on a sword noticed their plight, paused, inquired about their situation, and promptly transported them to the Bai Lan sect. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination, and remarkably, they felt no fatigue whatsoever. Bai Lan couldn't help but reflect that, even for this convenience, she must diligently cultivate. Soon, cultivators arrived to escort the injured, and Bai Rui naturally followed Zhao Zhong. Bai Lan and Bai Lian, however, were taken to the quarters of the miscellaneous disciples. Having successfully evaded ambush and reached the Bai Lan sect, Bai Lan's significant worry was alleviated. Now, she could focus on her cultivation and continue her simulations. Lost in thought, she suddenly turned over and found herself face to face with Bai Lian, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Sister Lan. Bai Lan promptly rolled over, pretending she had heard nothing. How careless! She had forgotten that she had provoked Bai Lian. With a sigh, she resolved to devise a way to maintain some distance from her. Chapter 6. The Fourth Life Simulation. In the early morning, as dawn approached, Bai Lan opened his eyes and glanced at the others in the same room who were still asleep, embarking on the fourth simulation of life. Consumed one opportunity for life simulation, commencing a new life simulation. On the first day, you received the sect's jade slip and 3 pills for cultivating vitality. And you began to diligently practice. That very day, you successfully drew energy into your body, yet you chose to keep this achievement to yourself. On the third day, after Bai Lian announced her success in drawing energy into her body, you too declared your accomplishment, and together you went to the cultivation hall to receive the Bai Yun technique. The senior sister, Chao Yu, at the cultivation hall treated you both with kindness, encouraging you to strive for progress and to aim for a breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi training within 6 months to apply for the status of outer sect disciple. Bai Lian was greatly inspired, while you pondered thoughtfully. On the 10th day, you broke through to the 1st level of Qi training. Yet you refrained from sharing this news with anyone. On the 12th day, Bai Lian achieved a breakthrough to the 1st level of Qi training and applied for an independent small house. On the 13th day, you informed the responsible senior sister of your breakthrough to the 1st level of Qi training and also applied for an independent small house, selecting the most secluded one. A month later, you advanced to the 2nd level of Qi training and heard the news of Bai Lian's breakthrough to the 2nd level as well. 3 months later, after tirelessly honing your skills day and night, you finally broke through to the 3rd level of Qi training within the 3-month novice protection period. You and Bai Lian became the prodigies among the outer disciples, attracting countless attention. Many fellow disciples sought to befriend you, but you politely declined, citing your commitment to cultivation as an excuse. 6 months later, the menial disciples were burdened with numerous tasks, leaving you with little time and energy for cultivation. Coupled with the lack of subsequent cultivation experience, you failed to transcend to the 4th level of Qi refinement and become an outer disciple. Meanwhile, Bai Lian had achieved that status. A year passed, and you finally broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Bai Lian frequently sought you out, yet you consistently declined her company, citing your overwhelming tasks and need to cultivate. Over time, she discerned your intentions and ceased her visits. You met your demise, marking the conclusion of this simulation. Please select your simulation reward. 1. 12-year-old cultivation realm 2. 12-year-old cultivation experience 3. 12-year-old random item. Bai Lan furrowed her brow. The Xingqian sect was indeed quite vexatious. In the original narrative, this was an early antagonist sect, a sworn enemy of the Bai Yun sect, notorious for causing trouble for Bai Yun sect and the female protagonist, serving as a source of trials and tribulations for her. Of course, in the story, the protagonist Bai Lian never suffered any significant harm, even in defeat. She could rely on her senior brothers or righteous bystanders to come to her aid. As for her kind, mere cannon fodder, they could only fall victim to sneak attacks. If the narrative held true, upon learning of such an event, the protagonist would surely strive to avenge her fallen companions. Bai Lan wiped her face, reaffirming her conviction. When one's strength is lacking, one must never leave the sect. As for her choices, Option 1 was not feasible at this moment. Option 2 would render Option 1 insignificant later on. Thus, she settled on Option 3. The rejuvenation elixir was a first-tier healing potion, remarkably effective for various injuries, internal wounds, and poison, making it an invaluable remedy for low-tier cultivators and mortals alike. This was something she had purchased with the intention of gifting to her family. At that moment, the other girls in the room had already begun their meditation. The room housed a total of 5 girls, all aged between 7 and 11, who had been brought here in recent days. This place served as a transitional hub. Those capable of channeling energy into their bodies would be assigned to new residences, while those who could not would be sent down the mountain to cultivate spirit rice, becoming mortal dependents serving the sect. Although the position of a miscellaneous disciple was not particularly esteemed, it still allowed for the pursuit of immortality, which was a slight improvement over being a mere mortal. Thus, the girls here were diligent in their practice, eager to successfully channel energy into their bodies at the earliest opportunity. Bai Lan cherished this atmosphere of hard work and determination. When Bai Lian approached her to strike up a conversation, Bai Lan feigned contemplation, choosing to ignore her, prompting Bai Lian to engage Bai Ji instead. Bai Ji was the girl who had sustained minor injuries the previous day, aged 8, possessing the 4 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, and fire, with moderate potential. The 2 boys who had suffered severe injuries were not brought to this location, leaving Bai Lan unaware of their fates. Observing Bai Lian and Bai Ji for a while, Bai Lan noted that Bai Ji also had a rather somber disposition, leading Bai Lian to converse with the other girls in their shared quarters. Before long, a senior sister delivered sect jade slips and 3 spirit rice pills to the 3 of them. By this time, Bai Lan had gone without a meal for 3 consecutive times and, feeling quite famished, consumed one of the spirit rice pills. After a brief wait, a sensation of fullness gradually enveloped her, completely alleviating her hunger. She was somewhat astonished by the miraculous effects. The girl who had arrived a few days earlier reminded her that consuming a single pill of abstinence could sustain one for approximately 10 days, and 3 could last around a month. However, it was essential not to consume them all at once, as regardless of the quantity ingested, it would only suffice for 10 days. Bai Lan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude for the reminder. "You're welcome, I am Du Cece," the girl introduced herself. Bai Lan paused for a moment, reflecting. It seemed that this Du Cece was not mentioned in the original narrative. She was neither a malicious antagonist nor closely tied to the protagonist, suggesting that a friendship could blossom between them. "I am Bai Lan," she replied, and after exchanging introductions, they became more familiar with one another. Du Cece shared that she possessed a low-grade 4 spirit root and had been here for 5 days without successfully guiding energy into her body. Bai Lan also discussed her own qualifications and offered encouragement to Du Cece. Subsequently, the 2 began to meditate and cultivate, a process that consumed an entire day. The room was enveloped in silence until the sounds of laughter from Bai Lian and another girl broke the tranquility. "This fruit is truly delicious. Let us return to pick more tomorrow." Just then, Bai Lan opened her eyes, halting her meditation, not for any particular reason, but because she had successfully guided energy into her body. She took a deep breath, savoring the profound sensation as it gradually dissipated. The choice to cultivate experience proved beneficial. Otherwise, she would not have achieved such a feat on her first day. In her previous simulation, it had taken her a full half-month to succeed in guiding energy into her body. This was indeed the standard for someone of her qualifications, which she could not help but acknowledge were rather lacking. Bai Lian managed to guide energy into her body by the 3rd day, a feat that garnered admiration and astonishment from numerous junior disciples in the original story. She harbored no desire for the envy or astonishment of others. Yet she also wished not to linger long in anticipation. Not even a single day would suffice, as she yearned to commence her cultivation immediately. What could be a suitable solution? Chapter 7. The century mark. Bai Lan pondered throughout the night, her mind swirling with thoughts, eagerly awaiting the dawn to finalize her simulations. Utilizing one opportunity for a life simulation, she embarked on a new journey. On the first day, she promptly visited the martial arts hall and received the Baiyun cultivation technique. The senior disciple, Chao Yu, was astonished that she succeeded in channeling qi into her body in merely 1 day. Feigning ignorance, she attributed her success to good fortune. while senior sister Chao eagerly assisted her in acquiring an independent cottage and a badge for servant disciples. She settled into her new abode. On the third day, Bai Lan was visited by Bai Lan and Du Cece, who had also successfully channeled qi and moved into nearby independent cottages. She advised her companions to prioritize their cultivation and refrain from expending excessive time and energy on mundane affairs. Bai Lan appeared disheartened, while Du Cece nodded in earnest agreement. On the sixth day, she achieved a breakthrough to the first level of qi cultivation. By the 23rd day, she ascended to the second level of qi cultivation. 1 month later, she visited the task hall to collect her monthly stipend, receiving a spirit stone and 3 pills of absorption. She learned of Bai Lan's achievement in reaching the second level of qi cultivation. 2 months later, she broke through to the third level of qi cultivation and returned to the task hall for her stipend. It was then that she heard the legend of the White family prodigy. Bai Rui had been taken as a disciple by Elder Tian of the inner sect, achieving a breakthrough to the fourth level of qi cultivation within 2 months, thus becoming the most talented disciple of the Bai Yun sect in this generation. Bai Rui's rising prominence cast a spotlight on those who had accompanied him, including herself. 3 months later, after relentless practice day and night, you finally transcended to the fourth level of qi refinement during the newcomer protection period. You successfully applied to become an outer disciple, freeing yourself from the burdens of menial tasks that plagued the inner disciples, thus affording you greater time and energy for cultivation. You emerged as a prodigy in the eyes of the servant disciples, attracting a multitude of attention. Many fellow disciples sought to befriend you, but you graciously declined their advances, citing your need for focus training. 4 months later, your senior sister, Chao Yu, reminded you to collect a technique from the martial arts hall. You opted for an offensive technique, the Crimson Fire art, and commenced your training in it. 6 months later, you advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement, while simultaneously mastering the fundamentals of the Crimson Fire art. Bai Lan also became an outer disciple. A year later, you reached the 6th level of qi refinement, achieving a minor success in the Crimson Fire art. 2 years later, you ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, yet you perceived a stagnation in your progress. Acknowledging your inferior aptitude, you realized that solely immersing yourself in arduous training would not suffice. You must enhance your qualifications. However, such an endeavor would require substantial resources, a feat unattainable for an ordinary outer disciple of the Bai Yun sect, unless a fortuitous opportunity presented itself. 4 years later, you attained the 8th level of qi refinement. Bai Lan also broke through to the 8th level, having significantly improved her aptitude due to a fortuitous encounter. You deemed that particular mission too perilous, and thus chose not to participate. 8 years later, you reached the 9th level of qi refinement, while Bai Lan achieved full mastery in her cultivation and departed from the sect to explore the world in search of opportunities for foundation establishment. 10 years later, you ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement, yet this accomplishment drained all the spirit stones and elixirs you had painstakingly accumulated over the years. You know, without extraordinary encounters, it would be futile to hope for a solid foundation in this lifetime. 92 years later, you find eternal rest in the Bai family cemetery. You have passed away, marking the end of the simulation. Please select a simulation reward. Choose 1. The cultivation realm of 102 years. Choose 2. The cultivation experience of 102 years. Choose 3. A random item from 102 years. Bai Lan was astonished. It was indeed a natural death at 102 years. Quite fortunate. On the path of cultivation, how many have fallen at the very beginning? And how many have succumbed along the way? To live until the end and pass away peacefully is truly a rare achievement. She rejoiced for a moment, then was overtaken by reflection. For someone of her mediocre talent, even if she were to stubbornly pursue cultivation, she would only manage to extend her life by a few decades at most. In fact, had it not been for the simulator allowing her to cheat and acquire the experience of channeling energy into her body and the early stages of cultivation, she would have remained shackled as a menial disciple, devoid of any accomplishments. Now that she possessed this golden opportunity, it was imperative to utilize it wisely. She was determined to carve out a path to greatness. She carefully weighed her options between choice 2 and choice 3. Choice 1 was equally appealing. Yet selecting it would mean forfeiting her standing within the Bai Yun sect, or even in the world at large. Even the protagonist, Bai Lan, had not been so audacious in her early days. Though it was a viable option, it was not the right moment. Choice 2 was primarily appealing due to the Chihua technique. Based on her prior experiences, acquiring cultivation experience would have her training time. Moreover, having lived to 102 years, her knowledge of the Chihua technique would be nearly complete. This signified that she could later select other cultivation methods while concealing the Chihua technique. As for the third option, it remains the same dilemma. Too unstable. I shall choose the second. The host acquires 102 years of cultivation experience, gaining insights into the Bai Yun technique and the Chihua method. Bai Lan sensed a wealth of knowledge flooding her mind, encompassing both the practices and realizations of the Bai Yun technique, as well as those of the Chihua method. The latter particularly exhilarated her. The Chihua method comprises 9 volumes. While it is merely a medium-level yellow-grade technique, its potency is remarkable, exhibiting extraordinary effects during both the Qi refinement and foundation building stages. After assimilating the cultivation experience, her spirits lifted considerably, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Observing her demeanor, the others were compelled to speculate. Bai Lan was undoubtedly the most eager among them. Sister Lan, your joy is palpable. Have you successfully drawn Qi into your body? However, after the simulation, she understood that such actions bore little consequence, and thus dismissed the concern. With a smile, she rose and nodded, departing the small chamber under the astonished gazes of the 4 girls, making her way to the Hall of Techniques. Once the 4 girls regained their composure, they remained incredulous. How is this possible? Success in drawing Qi into the body in just 1 day? Our senior sister mentioned that even the fastest among us takes 5 days. Bai Lan, in a daze, remarked, perhaps Sister Lan is merely fortunate. After Du Cixi and Bai Ji came to their senses, they resumed their meditation and cultivation. Bai Lan and another girl, initially intent on foraging for fruits, were so inspired by the scene that they too decided to stay and meditate. Consequently, Bai Lan missed the plot in the original story where she would have met the intersect senior brother due to picking his fruits. However, aside from the intersect senior brother who had lost his fruits, no one else gave it much thought. Chapter 8. Breaking through to the first level of Qi refinement, Bai Lan arrived at the Hall of Martial Arts, where numerous disciples were queuing to receive their techniques, creating a lively atmosphere. Recently, Bai Yun sect had selected a new batch of disciples, and those who arrived early had been there for several days, marking the peak period for successfully drawing Qi into their bodies and obtaining techniques. She glanced around and chose to join the line for senior sister Qiaoyu. From her previous simulations, she had discerned that this outer sect sister was gentle and kind, having offered her assistance before, making her eager for further interaction. She truly dreaded encountering another unreasonable individual like Zhao Zhua. After waiting for a while, it was finally her turn. What technique would you like to receive, junior sister? The Bai Yun technique. I have just successfully drawn Qi into my body. Very well. What is your name?
Bai Lan.
Here is your technique. You are a new servant disciple who arrived just yesterday? Qiaoyu's brow suddenly furrowed, as if she had encountered something perplexing.
Bai Lan not dead. Abfim. Zets.
Qiaoyu handed her the Bai Yun technique and gazed at her for a moment. If you are not in a hurry, may I ask you to wait for a moment? I can accompany you to collect your identity badge and apply for accommodations. Bai Lan nodded and indicated a large tree outside the Hall of Martial Arts. I will wait for you there, senior sister. Qiaoyu's expression eased, returning to her original gentle and smiling demeanor. Then please wait a moment. Qiaoyu hastened her work, temporarily concluding her current tasks and requesting a familiar senior brother to cover for her. Without pause, she made her way to the large tree. After Qiaoyu's departure, several outer sect disciples who had been working began to sneer. Indeed, there are many with ulterior motives, yet none as contemptible as Qiaoyu, who does not even spare the lowly disciples. Is Qiaoyu truly foolish? Among 100 menial disciples, perhaps only 1 or 2 might ascend to the ranks of outer disciples. It would be wiser to seek out new outer disciples directly. New disciples are hardly naive. They are not easily deceived. As someone who hails from a background of menial labor, what esteem can Qiaoyu truly command from the new disciples? It is only the menial disciples who might remember her kindness. Ah, so that is the case. Under the great tree. Sister Bai Lan, have you been waiting long? Bai Lan, observing the surroundings, understood that Chao Yu would come over as soon as matters concluded. She felt a twinge of doubt. Was this senior sister being overly enthusiastic? However, since this senior sister had not made many appearances during the simulations, it suggested their interactions were limited and unlikely to pose significant issues. Sister, you have achieved the remarkable feat of channeling energy into your body within a single day. That is truly impressive. Such speed would be considered exceptional among the outer disciples. What is your aptitude, if I may ask? Could it be that you were misallocated? Bai Lan quickly presented the excuse she had prepared. I possess a low-grade aptitude with 5 spiritual roots, and I am unsure why I managed to channel energy so swiftly. Perhaps it is merely good fortune. Ah, I see. Then you must be exceedingly diligent. With poor aptitude, one must work hard to compensate. This is indeed the correct path. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek my guidance. Really? Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Sister Chao Yu. How did you come to know my name? The girl sharing my room informed me that everyone speaks highly of Senior Sister Chao Yu, praising her kindness and willingness to assist us, the servant disciples. Chao Yu smiled but chose to remain silent. Bai Lan also refrained from further conversation. The two of them made their way to the designated location, where Chao Yu helped Bai Lan obtain her servant disciple's badge and secure an independent residence. I had assumed that only those who had broken through the first layer of qi refinement could acquire such a badge and apply for an independent dwelling. While theoretically accurate, in practice, anyone who successfully cultivated their qi to a 95% completion could achieve this breakthrough. Thus, those who accomplished this could also submit an application, though few were aware of this fact. Additionally, if the responsible disciple happened to be in a foul mood, one might encounter obstacles in the process. A detail Chao Yu neglected to mention. Bai Lan nodded in understanding, realizing the implications. Bai Lan selected a residence in a secluded location, which they soon reached. Chao Yu glanced at the dwelling, sighed, and reiterated her invitation for Bai Lan to reach out if she needed anything before excusing herself to attend to other matters. After bidding farewell to Chao Yu, Bai Lan entered her new abode. The residence was modest, consisting of a front courtyard and a back room, featuring a single bedroom and living area. The space was quite small and furnished only with a simple bed, table, and mat. There wasn't even a cupboard. The advantage, however, was that the residence was protected by a formation that prevented anyone without the corresponding badge from entering, thus ensuring a degree of safety. Of course, this applied only to disciples in the qi refinement stage. Those of greater strength relied solely on their own discretion. Bai Lan surveyed her new home and felt a sense of satisfaction. The mere fact of living alone overshadowed any shortcomings. She longed for the freedom of solitary living. With a broom found in the yard, she tidied up the house with simplicity, then shut the door and rolled onto her bed twice. The wooden plank bed was unyielding, jolting her from her momentary joy. She fetched a mat and placed it beneath the bed, commencing her meditation and cultivation. Having previously chosen the experience of practicing the white cloud technique twice, she was exceedingly familiar with the earlier content, allowing her cultivation to flow as effortlessly as a gentle stream. This sensation was particularly enchanting, drawing her deeper into its embrace. In this state of immersion, she inadvertently surpassed her limits. Now, she had attained the first level of qi training. While this was indeed a positive development, she felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. Once formal cultivation commenced, the daily opportunity for simulation would vanish, requiring spirit stones for such practice. She had intended to cultivate for a while and seize another free simulation opportunity at midnight, but alas, she had been careless and lost control. What could she do now? She could only continue her cultivation. Fortunately, at the end of the month, she would receive a spirit stone as her monthly stipend from the sect. She resumed her meditation, diligently practicing, the allure of cultivation still captivating her. It was only when a knock sounded at the door that she ceased her meditation. She recognized it was Bai Lan and Du Cece come to visit. As in the simulation, she advised them to prioritize their cultivation and not to squander too much time and energy on worldly matters. Their reactions mirrored those in the simulation. Bai Lan appeared disheartened, while Du Cece nodded earnestly. She paid them no mind and resumed her meditation after they departed. Thus, a month passed in the pursuit of her cultivation. A month later, Bai Lan opened her eyes, rose, and stretched her body. She then picked up the waste token of a servant disciple and proceeded to the task hall to collect her monthly stipend. Just as in the simulation, she received a low-grade spirit stone and 3 fasting pills. Without sparing a glance at the spirit stone she had just obtained, she silently recited, "Life simulation." In the next instant, the spirit stone in her hand vanished into thin air. Consumed 1 low-grade spirit stone to conduct a new life simulation. Chapter 9. Becoming an outer sect disciple. On the first day, you cultivate day and night. 2 months later, you achieve minor success in the red fire technique. On the last day of your novice protection period, you apply to become an outer sect disciple. You are regarded as a genius in the eyes of the servant disciples, attracting numerous attention. Many fellow disciples wish to befriend you, but you decline with the excuse of needing to focus on your cultivation. 3 months later, you make significant progress in the red fire technique, rapidly enhancing your strength. Senior Sister Chao Yu advises you to collect a technique from the technique hall. You select a defensive technique, the golden light technique, and begin your training in it. 5 months later, you gain a foundational understanding of the golden light technique and simultaneously break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Senior Sister Chao Yu suggests that you participate in the 5-year sect competition specifically tailored for new disciples. The victor will earn the opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm, where numerous treasures await, with minimal risk involved. After careful consideration, you register for the sect competition. 6 months later, by a stroke of luck, you secure a 1-month opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm for trials. Upon entering, you avoid the crowd, gathering an abundance of spiritual plants. And utilizing the red fire technique and the black iron bow, you defeat several low-tier magical beasts. Upon discovering that the spiritual energy within the secret realm was twice as abundant as that of the outside world, you sought a secure location to commence your cultivation. You successfully transcended to the 6th level of Qi training. However, you met your demise. Thus, this simulation has concluded, and you must select a reward. Options 1. A cultivation level of 10 years 2. 10 years of cultivation experience 3. A random item from 10 years. Bai Lan felt a twinge of headache. It seemed the Baiyun sect harbored quite a few lunatics. After all, she was merely passing through. Was it truly necessary for them to pursue her with lethal intent? Yet, after a brief lamentation, she regained her composure and began to analyze the situation. The assailants were undoubtedly not inclined to kill without reason. They likely believed she had uncovered some clandestine secret, prompting their urgency to silence her. This secret realm belonged to the Baiyun sect, and those partaking in the trials were new inner and outer disciples who had triumphed in the grand sect competition. The opponent's cultivation was on par with hers, and they possessed magical artifacts. Clearly, they were an inner disciple, and perhaps a formidable one at that. Regrettably, she had failed to discern their actions or even glimpse their features, as they had employed the fog moon cloak to obscure their form. With the fog moon cloak and a sword-shaped artifact at their disposal, identifying this individual would prove to be a considerable challenge, especially given her current circumstances, which hindered any form of investigation. Nonetheless, she made a mental note of this person. As for the rewards, Option 1 was still beyond her reach, while Option 2 and 3 presented enticing prospects. One promised the golden light technique, and the other, the spiritual herbs and magical beasts acquired within the secret realm. After a moment of contemplation, she chose Option 3. The host has obtained a random item, netherworld grass. Bai Lan's anxious heart finally eased. She harbored a deep-seated fear of missing out on valuable opportunities, but now she felt a sense of relief. Not only had she seized the moment, but she had also gained immensely. The nethergrass was a second-tier spiritual herb. After carefully storing the nethergrass in her jade bracelet space, she revisited the content of her simulated life and set her aspirations. She aimed to participate in the sect grand competition, to engage in the secret realm trials, and to acquire a plethora of treasures. To ensure her victory, and to avert the threat of death once more, she recognized the necessity of diligent cultivation. For the next 2 months, she immersed herself in her residence, diligently practicing as she had in the simulation. She resolved to advance only to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. refraining from further honing the white cloud technique and instead focusing on perfecting the scarlet fire technique until she reached a proficient level. At this juncture, she had been a member of the White Cloud sect for a full 3 months. The novice protection period for a disciple was 3 months, after which they were required to undertake various tasks for the sect, relinquishing the luxury of uninterrupted cultivation. She had no intention of engaging in menial tasks that consumed time and effort. Thus, she planned to apply for the status of an outer disciple on this day. If a novice disciple achieved the 4th level of Qi cultivation within 6 months of joining, they were eligible to apply for outer disciple status. Yet, only 3 months had elapsed since her initiation. She first visited the task hall to collect her monthly stipend. Now, she possessed 2 spirit stones, sufficient for 2 simulations. Though there was no urgency at present, she sought out Qiaoyu, requesting that he accompany her to submit their applications for outer disciple status. For a fleeting moment, a complex expression of hesitation flickered across Qiaoyu's face, until the completion of the application process, when she handed over the identity badge, clothing, and a low-level storage bag to the outer sect disciple. Qiaoyu sighed and remarked, "Sister Bai Lan, your fortune is truly remarkable. Despite possessing only average aptitude, your progress in cultivation has been astonishing. It is worth noting that among the newly admitted outer sect disciples, few have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement at this stage." Bai Lan feigned ignorance, responding, "Is that so? I also believe I am fortunate. I haven't done anything particularly special, yet I have managed to break through. I merely practice day and night." This was indeed the truth. However, without a fortuitous advantage, it would have been impossible to advance so swiftly, even with diligent effort. After a moment of silence, Qiaoyu resumed her gentle demeanor, speaking with a tone of reflection. "Indeed, everyone understands the necessity of diligent practice, yet how many can truly achieve it? Sister Bai Lan, you possess innate talent. If you require any assistance,
Do not hesitate to ask.
Bai Lan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Sister, when may I go to the technique hall to receive a cultivation technique?" She recalled that during the 2 simulations, Qiaoyu had reminded her a month later that she could acquire a technique from the task hall. However, during the last simulation, she had not made any breakthroughs in that month, indicating that the requirement for obtaining a technique was not based on cultivation level. What then was it? Time? "If you wish, I can assist you in obtaining it right now," Qiaoyu offered. Bai Lan exclaimed in delight, "Really? Thank you so much, sister." Qiaoyu smiled without further comment. "If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to seek my help, as long as it is within my capability." Although Bai Lan's physical form is merely 10 years old, she possesses 19 years of experience prior to her transmigration, allowing her to comprehend various matters. It is not common for someone to extend kindness to a stranger without reason. Any investment naturally seeks a return, and as long as it is not excessive, this is entirely justifiable. Currently, Qiaoyu offers her unilateral assistance, yet in the future, she may reciprocate this kindness. Qiaoyu smiles, her eyes crescent-shaped and exuding unparalleled gentleness. Such words need not be overthought. Diligent cultivation is the true path to pursue. Bai Lan has acquired the defensive technique, the Golden Light method, from the cultivation hall and promptly commenced her practice. Chapter 10. Registering for the sect competition. Bai Lan has relocated to her new abode. The accommodations for outer disciples are considerably superior to those of the miscellaneous disciples, offering more spacious and updated living quarters, complete with a small courtyard suitable for planting. The enhanced restrictions ensure a significantly greater level of safety. She devoted 3 months to cultivation in her new residence, during which she advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement, mastering the Scarlet Fire technique and achieving a minor success in the Golden Light method. Logically, she should have surpassed the visible realm of the Golden Light method. However, her experience lies solely with the Scarlet Fire technique, which she found to yield quicker progress, prompting her choice. Simultaneously, she has amassed a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Currently, she possesses 12 spirit stones, 6 blood qi pills, and 14 food abstinence pills, with the prospect of further increases, as she is about to receive her monthly stipend. The monthly allowance for outer disciples far surpasses that of miscellaneous disciples, amounting to 5 spirit stones, 10 food abstinence pills, and 3 blood qi pills each month. The The Qi blood pill, akin to the Biga pill, is a first-tier elixir designed for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, serving to enhance their cultivation. Its effects are comparable to the results achieved through several days of arduous training. While it can facilitate rapid advancement during the early stages of cultivation, its efficacy diminishes significantly in the later stages. Bai Lan, however, has no intention of consuming the Qi blood pill for her training, with her unique advantages. She fears that a sudden surge in her cultivation might draw undue attention, thus she is unconcerned about the gradual nature of her progress. She plans to discreetly exchange the few Qi blood pills she possesses for spirit stones, which would be far more beneficial to her. Upon visiting the task hall to collect her monthly stipend, she unexpectedly encounters Bai Lan. Sister Lan, I am now an outer sect disciple too. Congratulations, Bai Lan. Bai Lan responds with a smile, subtly stepping back. She is aware of the unfolding narrative, but did not anticipate encountering Bai Lan at this juncture. In the original story, the protagonist, Bai Lan, through relentless effort and a stroke of luck, manages to break through to the fourth layer of Qi refinement on the final day of her 6-month probation, thus becoming an outer sect disciple. Coincidentally, she hears about the sect's grand competition and successfully registers just before the deadline. Ultimately, the relatively weak Bai Lan, through her resilience, determination, and fortune, secures the last opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm for trials. What follows is a series of exhilarating events where Bai Lan, equipped with a black jade bracelet, embarks on adventures within the secret realm, seizing opportunities, engaging in conflicts, rescuing others, and forming friendships. I must learn from Sister Lan, Bai Lan exclaims. Both our Rue and Sister Lan are so formidable, I cannot lag behind. Bai Lan silently retreats another step. In the original text, becoming a friend of the female protagonist may lead to misfortune, but becoming her target of ambition will undoubtedly result in calamity. This must be a pivotal moment in the plot, transforming into the motivation for the protagonist's pursuit of vengeance. As she contemplated this, she observed Zhao Zhuo passing by with a sinister demeanor, his gaze filled with animosity. Nevertheless, she remained calm and unafraid, bolstered by her strength and advantages. In comparison to Zhao Zhuo, she found the presence of Bai Lan to be more troublesome. Well, if I cannot provoke her, I can certainly avoid her. You keep at it. I shall take my leave. Bai Lan sighed, for she needed to register for the sect's grand competition, as today marked the final day. Bai Lan inquired curiously, the sect's grand competition?
What is that?
I have not heard of it. Can I participate? Recently initiated outer and inner disciples within the last 6 months are eligible to compete. I see. Bai Lan replied with a hint of regret. That means junior sister Bai Ji and senior sister CC cannot participate. Yet, her spirit quickly returned to its usual exuberance, but I might encounter Rue. Bai Lan calmly corrected her. He should now be referred to as senior brother Bai Rue. News about Bai Rue was abundant, and one could easily gather information without much effort. Bai Rue is currently a disciple under Elder Tian of the inner sect and has already attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. In the sect, disciples are not distinguished by age or time of entry, but by their cultivation level. A higher cultivation level designates one as a senior brother or sister, or even an uncle. Certainly, among those disciples who have been formally accepted as apprentices by the sect leaders and inner elders, there may be a consideration of seniority. However, for the free-range outer disciples, servant disciples, and wandering cultivators, cultivation level reigns supreme. Thus, the two arrived at the registration area for the sect's grand competition. They presented their outer disciple tokens and proceeded to assess their cultivation levels. Bai Lan was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, while Bai Lan was at the 4th level. The cultivation level can be measured using a magical artifact, akin to the method used to assess spiritual roots. Simply placing one's hand upon it reveals the results. In addition to using magical artifacts for measurement generally, a higher-tier cultivator can discern the cultivation level of a lower-tier cultivator if there is a difference of 3 minor realms or more. Some cultivators can perceive this difference with less disparity, while others may fail to see through even a 4-realm gap. Each case requires its own analysis. All right. Each individual must then submit 3 spirit stones to complete the registration. Bai Lan began to rummage through her storage bag, while Bai Lan stood in a state of shock. 3 spirit stones? The registering cultivator remarked, "This is only natural. The sect's grand competition itself presents a splendid opportunity for honing one's skills. Victors may gain access to the sect's secret realm for trials, where simply gathering a few spiritual herbs could yield several spirit stones." Bai Lan handed over her spirit stones, yet Bai Lian hesitated, stalling before finally producing 3 spirit stones, her expression one of distress. Yes, it was sufficient, but these were all she had, originally intended for her own cultivation. Spirit stones contain spiritual energy, which, when absorbed, significantly accelerates the cultivation process. Both individuals successfully completed their registration. When 2 individuals part ways, it is customary to bid farewell. It was at this moment that Bai Lan noticed a fleeting figure in the distance, Zhao Zua. A frown involuntarily creased her brow. It was imperative to resolve this predicament swiftly. Be cautious in the coming days. Sister Lan, are you concerned for me? I knew it. Rest assured, I have a great rapport with others and never harbor grudges. Nothing will happen. I understand. Sister Lan is referring to the sect's grand competition tomorrow. Fear not, if I cannot prevail. I shall concede, and not act recklessly.
Bai Lan.
In any case, exercise utmost caution. After a moment's contemplation, she reasoned that with Bai Lian's protagonist aura, Zhao Zua should pose no significant threat. Rather, she ought to be more worried about her own situation. Upon returning to her residence, she retrieved all 14 spirit stones and commenced a simulation of life. Zhao Zua, the sect competition, the secret realm of the sect. She yearned for a more advantageous resolution. Chapter 11. The truth within the simulation. Consume 1 low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You registered for the sect's grand competition. Day 2. The grand competition consists of 5 matches. You achieved 3 victories, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, earning the opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm for trials. Bai Lian did not secure this opportunity. Day 3. You, along with other victorious disciples, entered the sect's secret realm, where you glimpsed Bai Rui and seemingly caught sight of Bai Lian as well. You collected numerous spiritual plants. Day 10. You captured a plethora of prey. Day 11. You found a secure location to begin your cultivation. Day 27. You broke through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select your reward. Option 1. 10 years of cultivation realm. Option 2. 10 years of cultivation experience. Option 3. Random item at age 10. Bai Lan was taken aback to discover it was Bai Rui. Based on the circumstances of this simulation, her demise would stem from inadvertently uncovering the plot against Bai Rui. She was astonished. Firstly, because she thought it was an undeserved calamity, and secondly, she had not anticipated that it would somehow be connected to her. Moreover, according to the original narrative, Bai Rui should have been engrossed in gathering resources with the female protagonist at this juncture. Had the storyline already begun to unravel?
Well,
it was true that she had significantly influenced many events. For instance, Bai Lian had failed to acquire the mystical jade bracelet. Bai Lian and Bai Rui had not deepened their bond due to the ambush incident. Bai Lian had not emerged as a prodigy among the disciples. And she had even missed the opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm. Never mind, she had to clarify this matter, not primarily for Bai Rui, but rather due to the inexplicable hostility from these 2 individuals who had unjustly taken her life. Oh, now it was twice. She held a grudge. She would remember these 2. Regaining her composure, she examined the 3 options presented and chose the 3rd. The host acquires a random item at age 10, the fur of a snow rabbit. She recalled the snow rabbit's fur. It was known for its exquisite appearance and delectable meat, making it highly sought after by gourmands and beauty aficionados alike. However, snow rabbits were rather timid and adept at evasion, making them challenging to capture despite being a low-tier magical beast, thus commanding a slightly higher price than other creatures of the same rank. There exists a narrative wherein a male cultivator bestows upon the female cultivator he admires a splendid coat fashioned from the exquisite fur of a snow rabbit, thereby expressing his regard and concern for her. The reason she remembers this detail so vividly is that it was emphasized in the original text. The protagonist, Bai Lian, received this magnificent snow rabbit fur coat from Zhao Xiao Yuan, her inner sect senior brother, who had been wronged by her prior theft of his fruits. Bai Lan scrutinized the snow rabbit's fur, acknowledging its beauty, yet finding it not particularly extraordinary. She set the fur aside and continued her life simulation, consuming a piece of low-grade spirit stone to commence a new life simulation. Day 1. You enrolled in the sect's grand competition. Day 2. You secured an opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm for trials. Bai Lan did not receive this chance. Day 3. Upon entering the sect's secret realm, you encountered Bai Rue and gathered an abundance of spiritual plants. Day 10. You captured numerous prey. Day 11. You found a secure location near the teleportation array to commence your cultivation. Day 27. You achieved a breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Day 31. As the trial period concluded, you emerged from your cultivation spot and directly entered the teleportation array, which transported you away. You submitted the spiritual plants and demonic beasts you had collected to the sect, earning a considerable amount of spirit stones. Day 35. You learned of Bai Rue's demise within the sect's secret realm. Bai Rue's master, Elder Tian from the inner sect, was exceedingly angered and declared a thorough investigation. All disciples who participated in the secret realm trials were summoned for inquiries, and you attended. You remained vigilant regarding the developments of this matter. 2 months later, the matter became a topic of fervent speculation, yet no conclusive resolution was reached. However, you learned that Elder Tian and Elder Zhao of the inner sect engaged in a life-and-death battle. Elder Tian emerged victorious, rendering Elder Zhao's cultivation null. But the sect master intervened, sparing Zhao's life. In a fit of rage, Elder Tian left the sect for a period of trial. 3 months later, you discreetly discovered that the disgraced elder had an 8-year-old grandson, Zhao Xiushan, who participated in the upcoming sect trials. Rumors circulated that he was responsible for Bai Rue's death. Nevertheless, another inner disciple, Shui Yaoyao, testified on behalf of Zhao Xiushan, asserting that he was not the culprit. You committed these 2 names to memory. 5 months later, you achieved a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Outer sect elder Lu Ping sought to take you as his disciple, and unable to refuse, you acquiesced. You commenced your studies in the Baiyun sword technique under Elder Lu Ping's guidance. A year later, you advanced to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation and attained a rudimentary understanding of the Baiyun sword technique. Elder Lu Ping took a keen interest in your progress, promising to present you with a 2nd-tier magical artifact upon your mastery of the technique. 2 years later, you reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation and achieved a basic proficiency in the Baiyun sword technique. Tragically, Elder Lu Ping perished while on a mission, unable to fulfill his promise of the magical artifact. You exchanged resources within the sect for a long sword, a 1st-tier magical artifact. 3 years later, you broke through to the 10th layer of Qi cultivation. Throughout this time, you kept a watchful eye on Zhao Xiushan and Shui Yaoyao, one at the 12th layer and the other at the 11th layer of Qi cultivation. Opportunities to confront them eluded you, compelling you to remain in hiding. 8 years later, you ascended to the 11th layer of Qi cultivation, while Bai Lan reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. She sought you out, expressing her desire to join forces against Zhao Xiansong and Shui Yaoyao, to which you readily agreed. 12 years later, you have transcended the 12th layer of Qi training, while Bai Lan has achieved the 1st layer of foundation establishment and befriended the wandering cultivator, Sui Yuan. The 3 of you seized an opportunity to ambush 4 disciples of the Baiyun sect, including Zhao Xiushan and Shui Yaoyao, who were on a mission. During the battle, you sustained minor injuries, and while healing, you noticed someone passing by, prompting you to eliminate the witness. To your surprise, the passerby was Zhao Zua, whom you subsequently killed. Your vengeance was successfully exacted. On that very day, you were beset by a group of unidentified cultivators. You fought valiantly, slaying 3 of them before ultimately succumbing to the opposition. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1. Age 29 Cultivation Realm. Option 2. Age 29 Cultivation Experience. Option 3. Age 29 Random Item. Chapter 12. The first contest. Bai Lan furrowed her brow. This outcome was not what she had desired. Although she had avenged herself, she had also incurred significant personal loss and implicated the villagers of Bai Family Village. This was far from her intention. In the realm of cultivation, insufficient strength necessitates cautious and meticulous planning. Taking a deep breath, she chose option 2. acquiring additional experience in the Bai Lan sword technique as she aspired to become a sword woman. The host received age 29 cultivation experience, gaining insights into the Bai Lan techniques, Jihuju, Jingguangju, and Bai Lan sword technique. A familiar sensation enveloped her as various memories and experiences flooded her mind, including the training experience of the Bai Lan sword technique. Accompanying this influx of swordsmanship knowledge were fragments of memories from her newfound mentor, Lu Ping. She quietly noted the name Lu Ping in her mind. The outcome of this event did not align with her expectations. Zhao Xiushan and Shui Yaoyao must have long been plotting against Bai Rui. His moment of solitude afforded them an opportunity. What if Bai Rui had not been alone? Furthermore, did she truly misidentify Bai Lan amidst the crowd of participants? Let us begin anew. Expend 1 low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you registered to participate in the Sect's grand competition. On the second day, you secured the chance to enter the Sect's secret realm for trials, while Bai Lan did not receive this opportunity. On the third day, upon entering the Sect's secret realm, you took the initiative to greet Bai Rui, and together you awaited Bai Lan. It turned out that Bai Lan's performance had captured Zhao Shuyuan's attention, leading to commendations from his master, who exceptionally permitted Bai Lan to join this trial in the secret realm. The three of you journeyed together. By the 10th day, you had gathered numerous spirit plants and captured a wealth of prey. On the 11th day, while you wished to cultivate, they sought to continue their search for spirit plants and prey, leading to your parting. You found a secure location near the teleportation array to commence your cultivation. By the 27th day, you achieved a breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. On the 31st day, the trial period concluded, and you were transported back to the Sect's secret realm, where you awaited Bai Rui and Bai Lan. 3 months later, you advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. 5 months later, Elder Lu Ping from the outer sect expressed a desire to take you as a disciple, to which you acquiesced, commencing your studies of the Bai Lan sword technique under his guidance. Elder Lu was astonished by your comprehension and bestowed upon you exceptional care. 8 months later, you encountered Zhao Zuo within the sect. His gaze towards you harbored not only animosity, but also a newfound wariness, prompting him to depart in a dejected manner. 2 years later, you attained the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Lu Ping was set to embark on a mission, and you implored him not to go, though he found your concern perplexing. Prior to his departure, you received a 2nd-tier magical sword from Lu Ping, who proceeded with his task as usual. Not long after, news reached the Bai Lan sect that Lu Ping had perished during his mission. A decade later, you achieved the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Bai Lan frequently extended invitations for you to join her on missions, but you consistently declined, leading her to cease her requests. 20 years hence, you ascended to the 11th level of Qi cultivation. 30 years later, having exhausted all resources, you finally broke through to the 12th level of Qi cultivation, compelling you to undertake missions to gather resources. On one such mission, alongside Zhao Zuo and others, you seized the opportunity to eliminate him, framing a 3rd-tier demon beast for the act. 50 years later, you barely reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. 56 years later, in Tianwu City, you procured a foundation establishment pill to attempt the breakthrough, but failed. 60 years later, you again sought a foundation establishment pill in Tianwu City, only to face another failure. 63 years later, while hunting in the Tianwu forest, you were besieged by 3 3rd-tier demon beasts. You managed to slay one and injure another, yet suffered grave wounds yourself, ultimately perishing in a mutual destruction with the beasts. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choose 1. 73 years of cultivation realm. Choose 2. 73 years of cultivation experience. Choose 3. A random item at 73 years. Bai Lan wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. It is feasible. If Bai Rui does not falter, it can indeed be accomplished. This is also acceptable, with the conflict resolved henceforth. As long as one acts with prudence, there shall be no grounds for others to cast doubt. The first choice remains unavailable, and the second choice has already been exercised in the previous simulation, leaving only the third option. I hope this time I may acquire something of value, at the very least more than a mere spirit stone. Selecting the third option, the host obtained a random item, the demon core of a frost wolf, aged 73. Bai Lan felt a sense of relief. Typically, demon beasts only possess demon cores upon reaching the 4th rank. The simulation indicated this was a 3rd-rank beast, more accurately placed between the 3rd and 4th ranks. A 1st-rank demon beast's strength generally ranges from the 1st to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, while a 2nd-rank beast's power lies between the 5th and 8th layers. 3rd-rank beasts possess strength roughly equivalent to the 9th layer up to the completion of Qi refinement, and 4th-rank beasts are comparable to foundation-building cultivators. Without further ado, the value of this demon core is undoubtedly substantial, likely exchangeable for 10 or 8 spirit stones. Perhaps even more. She stored the Frost Wolf's demon core along with the remaining 11 spirit stones in her spatial compartment, and then began to meditate, thoroughly absorbing and digesting the content of these 3 life simulations. On the following day, the sect competition commenced. Bai Lan promptly arrived at the Baiyun Sect's arena, the designated venue for the contest. The arena was expansive, featuring dozens of platforms for simultaneous matches. Within the arena, the sect leader and several elders of Baiyun Sect occupied the elevated seats, exuding an aura of celestial grace that commanded admiration. Now, I declare the sect competition officially open. Bai Lan felt as though the surrounding disciples had suddenly transformed into a kettle of boiling water, erupting into fervent cheers. All disciples participating in the sect's grand competition had previously received their tokens. At this moment, a resonant hum echoed, and several disciples noticed a number appearing on their tokens. Now, all disciples are to proceed to their designated arenas and prepare accordingly. Those who fail to arrive within a quarter of an hour shall be deemed to have forfeited voluntarily. Bai Lan glanced at her token, which bore the auspicious number 36. She approached her assigned arena, only to discover an imposing female cultivator already present. As the two ascended the arena, they exchanged introductions per the customary protocol.
Li Jianyun.
6th layer of Qi refinement. Bai Lan, 5th layer of Qi refinement. After their introductions, the senior referee signaled for the match to commence. Bai Lan felt no anxiety, only a thrill of excitement. After so long in cultivation, she finally had the opportunity to put her abilities to the test. The disparity between the 5th and 6th layers of Qi refinement was not excessively vast. In a non-lethal contest, determining victory could be quite elusive, often hinging on the hidden strengths each possessed. Of course, disciples from the outer sect, lacking familial support, typically had few hidden cards to play. Both participants exhibited cautious dispositions, leading to a stalemate. It was not until the adjacent arena had declared its victor that the two finally engaged, entangling in a fierce struggle. Chapter 13. The opponent is an intersect disciple. As they clashed, both exchanged blows, with Bai Lan initially appearing to falter. Yet, a sense of confidence blossomed within her. The 6th layer of Qi refinement indeed held an advantage over the 5th. However, that advantage was insufficient to overwhelm her. Moreover, with her mastery of the Golden Light technique at a minor completion and the Crimson Fire technique at a major completion, these skills contributed to her overall prowess. The Golden Light technique enabled her to withstand and diminish a portion of her opponent's assaults while simultaneously sapping their spiritual energy. Though the Crimson Fire technique could not be wielded openly, it nonetheless augmented her fire-based attacks. For a moment, the two combatants seemed evenly matched. However, in reality, Li Jianyun was at a disadvantage. How could one with higher cultivation be locked in a stalemate with one of lesser skill? In the realm of competition, a failure to win equates to a loss. At this juncture, half of the arenas had concluded their matches, and the 36th platform garnered heightened attention. While other arenas showcased some lower-ranking cultivators managing to exchange a few blows with their more skilled counterparts, the disparity in prowess became increasingly evident, with most conceding defeat after just a few exchanges. Yet, this junior sister displayed remarkable resilience. Had it not been nearly 10 exchanges already? 11 exchanges, to be precise. If her opponent failed to demonstrate their true capabilities soon, this 5th-layer Qi practitioner might emerge victorious. How peculiar. I recall that Li Jianyun is a disciple of Elder Lu Ping. Shouldn't she perform better? Could it be that Bai Lan is also a disciple of some esteemed elder?
No.
Bai Lan was a servant disciple and had no formal master. Unbelievable, then, that she cannot secure a win? On the platform, Li Jianyun wiped the sweat from her brow, her chest rising and falling gently. What the spectators discerned, she too was acutely aware of. The pressure she faced was immense. Should she lose? It would not trouble her personally, but tarnishing her master's reputation was an entirely different matter. She had to give her all. Junior sister, I must apologize. With that, she drew the long sword from her back. Bai Lan's expression turned even more solemn as she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The competition permits the use of magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs. Thus, Li Jianyun wielding a sword is entirely compliant. Initially, he refrained from doing so, likely deeming it unnecessary. While a sword cultivator indeed possesses enhanced strength with a blade, Bai Lan remains unconcerned. Firstly, the 11 or 12 exchanges have sufficiently revealed Li Jianyun's capabilities to her. Secondly, having previously practiced the Baiyun sword technique, she is aware that the swordplay of cultivators at the 5th or 6th stage of qi refinement is inherently limited. Although Li Jianyun's power would undoubtedly increase with the sword, victory is not guaranteed. Should they fail to determine a victor within the allotted 3 incense sticks time, it will be regarded as a tie, and already half of the time has elapsed. Bai Lan is uncertain of surpassing Li Jianyun, yet she is confident in enduring the remaining duration. As they engage once more, Li Jianyun's strikes have grown considerably more ferocious and rapid. Bai Lan evades skillfully but ultimately suffers a blow, which is mitigated by the golden light technique, sparing her from injury. She keenly senses the formidable force behind this strike, which is more than twice as powerful as before. The golden light technique can withstand only 2 more such potent assaults. Taking a deep breath, she adjusts her strategy and continues to dodge. This onslaught is indeed fierce. Li Jianyun possesses considerable prowess. I believe that Bai Lan's resilience is truly impressive, having withstood such a fierce attack. However, it seems Bai Lan may not endure many more strikes. Yet, can we be certain that Li Jianyun will land another hit on Bai Lan? How might one elaborate on that? The prowess and speed of these 2 junior sisters are quite comparable. It is exceedingly challenging to break the stalemate when one attacks while the other evades. For Jianyun, in her attempt to strike at Bai Lan, a significant expenditure of spiritual energy to enhance her speed would be requisite. However, she is already depleted of much of her spiritual power. So, does this mean Bai Lan will emerge victorious? No, it results in a draw. Indeed, as they had predicted, after the incense had burned for 3 sticks, the referee brother announced the outcome of a draw. There are few matches that last until this point, hence the crowd gathered beneath the arena was particularly numerous, erupting in cheers upon hearing the news. Bai Lan and Li Jianyun exchanged courteous bows. Bai Lan, you are formidable. I am humbled and aspire for further opportunities to engage in sparring, said Jianyun. Bai Lan also gained substantial insights from this contest. I share the same sentiment. I look forward to your guidance in the future, senior sister Jianyun. As Bai Lan descended from the platform, a multitude of outer disciples swiftly approached her, eager to forge connections. She furrowed her brow, reluctant to squander time on such matters. This match had drained her of considerable spiritual energy, and she needed to meditate and recover promptly, hoping to regain her vitality before the next bout. Fortunately, at that moment, the referee brother stepped forward to speak. All right, the next match will commence shortly. If you do not prepare, Bai Lan still needs to ready herself. Everyone disperse. His words dampened the enthusiasm of a portion of the crowd, and the ensuing second wave of murmurs extinguished the fervor of another group. Many glanced down at their tokens before promptly seeking their respective arenas, while others scattered accordingly. Bai Lan expressed her gratitude to the referee brother with a respectful gesture and then proceeded to the resting area to meditate and restore her energy. Though observing others' competitions can yield some insights, the paramount importance lies in swiftly regaining one's composure. She engaged in tranquil meditation, disregarding the clamor of the arena. By the time her identifier displayed a number once more, she had recuperated half of her vitality. Should she avoid further delays in combat, the situation appeared manageable. She approached the 22nd arena, where her opponent was a boy of approximately 7 or 8 years. Bai Lan, at the 5th level of qi refinement, faced Wang Wu, who also stood at the 5th level of qi refinement. Wang Wu, an ordinary outer disciple, practiced not only the Baiyun technique, but also a water-based cultivation method. However, the offensive capabilities of this water technique were lacking, as were its defensive qualities. likely due to its early-stage cultivation or perhaps a misalignment in its intended purpose. Bai Lan secured a rather effortless victory, concluding the match within the span of an incense stick. She remained humble, as before, and immediately returned to meditation for restoration. With the subsequent 2 matches not involving her, she was afforded the opportunity to restore her energy significantly. Observing that further meditation yielded diminishing returns, she decided to rise and spectate the matches of others. She sought to witness the duels of inner disciples to gauge her current standing in comparison. Fortuitously, she arrived just in time to watch Bai Rui's match. Bai Rui as opponent was Shui Yao Yao. Initially intending to watch casually from the periphery, she promptly pushed her way into the inner circle. Bai Rui, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, faced Shui Yao Yao, who was at the 6th level. Given that Shui Yao Yao and Zhao Xiushan had previously targeted Bai Rui with considerable aggression during their sex secret trials, could this match reveal some underlying truths? Bai Lan observed the bout intently, gradually discerning Shui Yao Yao's motivations. Shui Yao Yao embodies the archetype of a malicious supporting character, one who possesses the traits of a leading lady yet lacks the fortune to match. At the outset, she attempts to charm Bai Rui, hoping for his leniency. However, the outcome unfolds in stark contrast to her expectations. Bai Rui, merely 6 years of age, remains impervious to Shui Yao Yao's manipulations, offering her no solace or concession, resulting in her defeat in the contest. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? Naturally, she harbors resentment and seeks an opportunity for revenge. As soon as the competition concludes, Zhao Xiushan swiftly approaches to console Shui Yao Yao and reproach Bai Rui. Yet, Bai Rui shows no regard for his sentiments and promptly takes his leave. Zhao Xiushan, having been publicly slighted in front of the girl he admires and his fellow disciples, is left speechless. Bai Lan quietly sighs, contemplating her own departure. At that moment, another buzz resonates, and a new number appears on her badge, corresponding to the arena where Bai Rui and Shui Yao Yao had just clashed. She furrows her brow, casting her gaze towards Arena 8. Although not explicitly stated, it is understood that the higher-ranking arenas are reserved for inner sect disciples. Could it be that her opponent this time is an inner sect member? Chapter 14. I challenge you. Bai Lan ascends the arena, preparing herself, when shortly thereafter, a disciple adorned in the inner sect garb of white with purple cloud patterns steps before her, bearing a look of weariness. The disciples of Bai Yun sect don distinct attire. Inner sect members wear white with purple cloud designs, outer sect members sport white with blue cloud patterns, while the servant disciples are clad in gray with blue cloud patterns. It is evident that this individual is indeed an inner sect disciple. Bai Lan scrutinizes him closely, noting that his aura is notably weak, lacking the formidable presence that Li Jianyun had exuded at their initial encounter. Yet, how could this be? The disparity in aptitude between inner and outer sect disciples is immense, with inner sect members typically cultivating at a significantly swifter pace than their outer sect counterparts. Moreover, the inner disciples are guided and supervised by their masters, with the least of them receiving assistance from senior brothers and sisters, thus enjoying a wealth of resources far superior to those available to outer disciples. Those fortunate enough may even receive magical artifacts bestowed by their masters.
Consequently,
the inner disciples who entered at the same time generally possess cultivation levels that are a tier or 2 above their outer counterparts, showcasing significantly stronger abilities. However, after scrutinizing this individual repeatedly, she discerned a certain weakness in his aura. His eyes lacked luster, and his countenance bore an expression of despondency, clearly indicating a spirit of defeat. Zhao Yi was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while Bai Lan had reached the 5th. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's cultivation level, Bai Lan realized she had not misjudged him. He was indeed lacking in strength. Yet, this was unexpected. 6 months had passed, and even among the miscellaneous disciples, those at the 4th level could transition to become outer disciples. It was commonplace for outer disciples to fluctuate around the 4th level, but for inner disciples, reaching the 6th level and above was deemed standard. Thus, being at the 4th level was rather low. Nevertheless, she did not underestimate Zhao Yi solely based on this. After all, he was an inner disciple and might possess other hidden strengths. The two engaged in a spar on the platform, with her cautiously probing his defenses.
Zhao Yi,
In a state of panic, attempted to counter her strikes. After 2 tentative exchanges, she seized an opportunity to launch a vigorous assault. Zhao Yi was unable to withstand the force and fell to the ground. She was taken aback. Fearing that Zhao Yi might have some secret technique, she had not unleashed her full power. This was merely a feigned attack, yet he collapsed nonetheless, which was somewhat astonishing. The referee announced her victory, declaring Zhao Yi the loser, prompting a chorus of jeers from the audience. Is Zhao Yi truly that inept, unable to even best an outer disciple? It is one thing to be defeated by an inner disciple, but to fall short against an outer one? Was there an error in the initial assessment of his spiritual roots? Indeed, it was not the case. I had tested it multiple times, and it was confirmed that I possess a dual spirit root of gold and fire, with a commendable level of aptitude. The crux of the matter lies in his performance. Bai Rui shares the same level of talent, yet is 4 years younger, having already reached the 7th layer of qi cultivation. Moreover, I, with my medium-level triple spirit root, initially feared I would languish at the bottom of the intersect, only to discover that there are others in even more dire circumstances than myself. On the stage, Bai Lan and Zhao Yi were customary in their post-competition remarks. Typically, the victor or the one of higher status would speak first. Had Zhao Yi emerged victorious, it would have been most fitting for him to take the lead. However, as he did not win, the situation became somewhat awkward. My junior sister is remarkable. I find myself lacking in comparison. Truly admirable, Zhao Yi stammered with an expression of embarrassment before hastily leaping off the stage and disappearing into the crowd. Bai Lan then descended from the platform and sought a secluded corner to reflect upon the 3 competitions. The first match yielded the most insights, granting me a concrete understanding of my own abilities and a wealth of practical experience. The second match provided some additional hands-on knowledge. The third match also contributed further experience. Wait a moment. The name Zhao Yi, this characterization, it seems somewhat familiar. Is he not a male supporting character by Bai Lian's side? Subsequently, due to his inadequate performance in the inner sect, he was transferred to the outer sect, where he became the target of mockery from others. It was then that Bai Lian came to console and encourage him, and the two found solace in each other's company. Despite his prodigious talent, he remained distant towards everyone, displaying only tenderness and consideration towards Bai Lian. He contemplated sharing elixirs, cultivation techniques, and magical artifacts with her, and they embarked on quests and treasure hunts together. Yet, these matters were of little concern to her. She worried whether he would harbor resentment for having been defeated by her today. Alas, she wished to remain uninvolved with Bai Lian and the unfolding narrative, but fate seemed intent on intertwining their paths. Surely, it couldn't be the case? In the Grand Sect competition, each participating disciple was required to engage in 5 contests. The first 3 were determined by random pairings, while the last 2 allowed for voluntary challenges. One could initiate a challenge or accept one from another, with the option to accept or decline. To maintain fairness, the disparity in cultivation levels between challenger and challenged could not exceed 1 minor realm. After reflecting on her performance, Bai Lan stepped out from the resting area, only to be approached by an outer sect disciple who issued a challenge. I challenge you. I, Lu Run, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, hereby challenge Bai Lan. I accept your challenge. The two quickly found an available arena where they registered their insignias with the referee before commencing the duel. Lu Ren drew his sword and charged at Bai Lan. She was prepared and evaded his assault with ease. The manner of his attack, the grip on his sword, the defiance in his gaze, it was all too familiar. However, it was unfortunate for him. If she could contend with Li Jianyun, there was little reason to fear Lu Ren, whose cultivation and swordsmanship paled in comparison. The sword cultivator's attacks, while undeniably formidable, lacked the requisite speed, rendering him incapable of landing a blow. Any attempts at striking were merely futile expenditures of spiritual energy, as his sword qi was effortlessly countered by the golden light technique. Though often derided as a timid turtle, this strategy proved remarkably effective. Lu Ren, defeated and his face flushed with embarrassment, was not further troubled by Bai Lan, who simply descended from the arena. Behind him, Lu Ren muttered a resigned admission of his loss before hastily departing. Bai Lan noticed a familiar face among the crowd, Shui Yao Yao. I have heard you are a prodigy of the outer sect, am I correct? Bai Rui is the genius of the inner sect, and you are his counterpart in the outer sect. Hee hee, I wish to challenge you. This should have been a scene reserved for the protagonist later in the narrative. Yet it had unexpectedly emerged prematurely, and upon the wrong individual. Bai Lan lowered her gaze, contemplating whether to accept the challenge. A refusal would certainly alleviate considerable hassle. Perhaps Shui Yao Yao would remember her, or perhaps not. In her simulation, she had accepted the challenge only to lose, marking her sole defeat in the sex grand competition. However, this presented an opportunity, a chance to gain insight into Shui Yao Yao, who she would ultimately have to contend with. Thus, having the opportunity to understand her adversary was indeed advantageous. I accept your challenge. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the sect. Shui Yao Yao was already a celebrated figure within the inner sect of Bai Yun sect, and her bold challenge immediately attracted considerable attention. Soon, a throng gathered around the arena, comprising both inner and outer sect members. Bai Lan recognized numerous familiar faces in the crowd: Bai Rui, Bai Lian, Chao Yu, along with the recently acquainted Li Jianyun, Lu Run, Zhao Yi, and Zhao Xiushan, among others. Her gaze swept over them, mentally mapping out the process and outcome of the contest. Even if defeat loomed, she was determined to be the one in control of the situation. Shui Yao Yao, at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, emanated a strength that felt slightly superior to Li Jianyun, though the disparity was not substantial. Should she cast aside all reservations and reveal her true abilities, she believed she had a 60% chance of victory, provided Shui Yao Yao lacked formidable magical artifacts. As they introduced themselves, the competition commenced. Shui Yao Yao launched the first assault, and Bai Lan was not one to shy away, evading while counterattacking. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, it appeared that Shui Yao Yao was gradually gaining the upper hand, yet Bai Lan remained far from being at a disadvantage. As time slipped away, Shui Yao Yao grew increasingly anxious, her eagerness palpable. Unexpectedly, Bai Lan proved to be quite the elusive opponent, slippery as an eel. Her ordinary strikes were thwarted by a protective barrier, and her more powerful attacks were deftly dodged just before impact. Conversely, Bai Lan maintained a steady demeanor. She had nearly gauged Shui Yao Yao's capabilities, aligning with her initial assumptions. Shui Yao Yao's attacks were indeed stronger than those of Li Jianyun, yet her patience and experience fell short in comparison. Overall, their levels were roughly equivalent, making her not overly challenging to handle, though one must remain vigilant against Shui Yao Yao's potential hidden moves. As Bai Lan pondered this, she observed Shui Yao Yao retrieving something from her storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a long whip shimmering with a violet glow. Unmistakably, a high-quality magical artifact. The gasps of the onlookers echoed, promptly answering Bai Lan's unvoiced questions. It was long known that Elder Li harbored affections for Shui Yao Yao, and this was indeed Elder Li's renowned magical artifact, which he unexpectedly bestowed upon her. Earlier, I had suggested that Bai Lan still possessed a chance of victory. Now, however, that possibility has vanished entirely. The power of this artifact is formidable. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would be injured by a mere strike, and Bai Lan, being merely in the Qi refinement stage, would likely suffer grievously from a single blow. As Bai Lan listened to the whispers from the audience, she steeled herself, fully prepared to face the challenge ahead. Shui Yao Yao wielded her whip with abandon, launching a relentless assault. Unlike swords and blades, the whip's range was expansive and its angles treacherous. It was nearly impossible to evade. While Bai Lan managed to dodge most of the attacks, she ultimately fell victim to the whip's tail. Realizing she could not escape the impending blow, she anticipated the impact would be severe and immediately channeled all her spiritual energy into the golden light technique to defend against it. At this point in the competition, she had gleaned all she needed to know and felt she had performed adequately. It was time to concede and bring the ordeal to a close. Yet, she was unprepared for the ferocity of the incoming strike, which exceeded her expectations. The defensive barrier formed by her golden light technique shuddered violently upon contact and shattered under the immense force, allowing the whip to continue its onslaught. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp. She rolled in the direction of the whip to mitigate the damage. As she tumbled to the ground, a tingling sensation spread across her back, swiftly followed by a wave of pain. "I concede," she cried out, but just then, a fierce gust of wind surged towards her, prompting another hasty roll.
Stop.
The simultaneous voices of a young man and an authoritative figure rang out, followed by Shui Yaoyao's piercing scream. At this moment, the numbness in Bai Lan's body had dissipated, giving way to a sharp pain, yet she paid it no mind and immediately lifted her gaze to observe the situation on the stage. Turning her attention to the other side, she noticed Elder Tian, who had previously come to her aid, examining the injuries of the referee. It quickly dawned on her that it was after her fall and concession that Shui Yaoyao had attempted to strike her, prompting the referee to intervene. Meanwhile, after confirming that the injuries were not severe, Tianju turned his cold gaze towards Shui Yaoyao, who was sobbing in the corner. Sister Li had truly erred in judgment, accepting such a morally corrupt disciple. To dare harm a fellow sect member in broad daylight warranted expulsion from the sect according to their rules. Shui Yaoyao was taken aback by these harsh words, forgetting her act of feigned sorrow, and immediately began to explain, It wasn't intentional. I simply lost control. I truly didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. I just couldn't hold back. Did you clearly observe what transpired? Was it truly a loss of control on Shui Yaoyao's part? It certainly didn't appear to be a mere lapse. For when Bai Lan fell and called for surrender, Shui Yaoyao struck again. It's difficult to ascertain which occurred first. Let's assume they happened simultaneously. Would you strike again at a fellow disciple who is weaker than you, armed with inferior tools, and has already collapsed? This is not an encounter with a wandering cultivator. This is a genuine sister of the sect. It seems that this situation has indeed become rather severe.
Indeed.
While the sect competition does not prohibit the use of magical artifacts, over the years, an unspoken understanding has prevailed, and no one has ever resorted to utilizing artifacts of such an extraordinary caliber. Alas, though her appearance is quite striking, I did not expect such a dark heart within. Shui Yaoyao intended to feign weakness before Elder Tian, yet Elder Tian, being the master of Bai Rui, is steadfast and resolute, showing no inclination to be swayed by such tactics. She glanced around at her friends, seeking help in her eyes, but they all awkwardly averted their gazes. Unwilling to speak in this moment, only Zhao Xiaoshan stepped forward to defend her, while the other inner sect disciples retreated. Yao Yao did not act with malice. She had merely stated that she lost control, urging them not to misinterpret her. However, his solitary voice could not quell the murmurs of the 100 or so people present, nor could it alter the opinion of an inner sect elder. The commotion soon attracted the attention of other elders, including elderly Shui Yaoyao's master. Master, I truly lost control. It was not intentional. One elder summoned the recorded footage of the competition, revealing the circumstances clearly before everyone. Upon slowing the playback, it was evident that Shui Yaoyao had unleashed her final strike only after conceding defeat. There were no attempts at redemption, no signs of panic or regret, only a fleeting glimpse of a petty triumph. The expressions of all the elders were intricate, with elderly casting a disappointed glance at Shui Yaoyao. Let us proceed with the punishment according to the sect's regulations. Master, I have erred, I truly have. The grand competition of the sect has concluded, and before the results were announced, the news of Shui Yaoyao's expulsion from the sect was revealed. Upon hearing this, the training grounds erupted into chaos, with many unaware of the circumstances, eagerly inquiring amongst each other. However, this tumult was soon subdued by the proclamation of the competition results. Chapter 16. A Visit with Medicine Little Rui. What occupies your thoughts? Master, I ponder the matter of Shui Yaoyao, and I find myself somewhat perplexed. Tianju has always been indifferent towards others. Even with his strikingly handsome visage, few dare to approach him. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he exhibits a warmth when in the presence of his chosen disciple, particularly towards his young apprentice, Bai Rui. Oh, what is it that confounds you? I am aware that Shui Yaoyao is proud and often bullies others, maintaining a distance from her, while the other senior brothers and sisters also yield to her, suggesting she possesses a considerable background. Why, then, has she been so easily cast out from the sect? Tianju smiled, his demeanor as gentle as spring. Yet his eyes bore the chill of frost. Indeed, Shui Yaoyao has some influence, but you are my disciple, there is no need for fear. As long as you have not transgressed, you need not fear any disciple within the sect. Bai Rui nodded in agreement, acknowledging his master's words. He understood. Shui Yaoyao hails from the Shui family, a clan of cultivators near Tianwu Mountain, boasting a golden core practitioner, a few foundation establishment cultivators, and a multitude of qi refinement practitioners. The Shui family has only risen to prominence in recent decades, previously akin to a small village like Bai village. Had Brother Bai not ventured out for training, your family might have flourished even more than the Shui family. The ability to deal with Shui Yaoyao this time hinges on two pivotal points. First, in a public setting, under the watchful eyes of many, she has undeniably committed a grave mistake, leaving her with no avenue for denial. Regardless of the final outcome, her tarnished reputation is irrevocably established. Second, as an elder of the inner sect, my insistence mandates that this matter must be addressed appropriately. If junior sister Li wishes to protect her, she must first provide me with a satisfactory explanation. The sect prioritizes strength and benefit. My position holds slightly more weight than that of junior sister Li, naturally granting my words greater significance. What he did not articulate was that should junior sister Li remain adamant about shielding Shui Yaoyao, he would refrain from a public confrontation, instead demanding that Shui Yaoyao spend 3 years in solitary reflection on the back mountain. 3 years would afford his young disciple ample time to mature. He had long discerned Shui Yaoyao's ulterior motives, yet his young disciple had consistently kept her at arm's length, which he found satisfactory, thus refraining from elaborating further. However, today's event served as a wake-up call, solidifying his resolve to eliminate this potential threat for his disciple. Although his apprentice possessed commendable skills compared to peers, her cultivation still remained insufficient. An assault from a practitioner wielding a magical artifact could spell disaster. He had finally acquired a disciple whom he cherished. Bai Rui listened thoughtfully as Tianju turned to gaze at his crown, her eyes soft, like a gentle spring breeze. Nevertheless, your Bai family is faring quite well. Your cousin Bai Lan is astute and possesses solid cultivation. Given time, she is bound to achieve great things. Additionally, Bai Lian and Bai Mu, though not extraordinary, are nonetheless promising talents. Why would the master concern himself with such matters? Indeed, I express my gratitude to the master. As Bai Rui prepared to depart, Tianju suddenly called out to him, halting his steps. Wait, this is a third-grade protective jade pendant. Keep it with you at all times.
Master.
Please find a way to help Yao Yao. She truly understands her mistakes. Zhao Xiushan pleaded, tugging at the sleeve of the inner sect elder, Zhao Qing, who impatiently shook him off. How could I possibly assist her when she has acted so foolishly? Master, Yao Yao did not mean it. She is not as malicious as others claim. She.
Fool.
Who said this is a matter of her being malicious?
What is the issue then?
Zhao Qing flicked her sleeve and gazed skyward. It is her foolishness. The outcome of today has been determined. Even if she dislikes that outer sect disciple, she should at least maintain a cordial demeanor. Revenge must be subtle, executed in such a way that no one can find fault, even if suspicions arise. No tangible evidence should be available. In this manner, no one can condemn you. But now that things have come to this, how can we still save Yao Yao? How to save her? There is no need to save her. She has become a useless pawn. But master, did you not say that I was to become a Dao partner with Yao Yao in the future? I said that you would become a Dao partner with the disciple of Sister Li, who holds the most importance. The identity of Sister Li's disciple is what truly matters, not Shui Yao Yao as an individual. But I like Yao Yao. Zhao Qing picked up a cup of celestial tea, leisurely skimming the foam.
Ah.
You like her, but I see she favors Bai Rui. Zhao Xiushan lowered his head in silence, and Zhao Qing disdainfully snorted. At that moment, Bai Lan was deep in contemplation regarding Shui Yao Yao's predicament. While it was indeed gratifying to learn of Shui Yao Yao's expulsion from the sect, her predominant emotion upon receiving this news was astonishment. This development diverged significantly from the trajectory previously simulated in her mind. One of the two individuals who were supposed to confront Bai Rui in the sect's secret realm had suddenly vanished. Why was that? She seemed to have done nothing to provoke such a change. No, wait, upon reflection, she had indeed taken action. In her last simulation, she had chosen to acquire cultivation experience, thereby gaining insights into the red fire technique, the golden light technique, and the white cloud swordsmanship, which had, to some extent, enhanced her capabilities. This might have exerted additional pressure on Shui Yao Yao during their competition, resulting in an imbalance in Shui Yao Yao's mental state, provoking her to strike with lethal intent, and ultimately leading to her being exposed and expelled from the sect in front of a crowd. Did this signify that the events within the sect's secret realm would no longer unfold? This was a most welcome notion. She retrieved a spirit stone and placed it upon the table, preparing to initiate a simulation to glimpse the future, when suddenly, the wards of her residence were triggered. Someone was approaching. Upon inspection, she discovered it was Bai Rui, Bai Lian, and Bai Mu, so she admitted them into her abode. Bai Lian, wearing a concerned expression, asked, "Sister Lan, is your injury severe? We have brought you healing medicine." Bai Rui nodded in agreement. "It is a gesture of our goodwill. Please accept it." Bai Lan sighed softly. "Very well, then." The trio did not linger long, exchanging only a few pleasantries before taking their leave. Bai Lian wished to stay a while longer, but with Bai Rui and Bai Mu being rather taciturn. After their brief exchange of greetings, they were intent on departing, compelling her to follow suit. The acceptance of this gift by Bai Mu is not particularly significant. After all, she had previously saved Bai Mu's life, so receiving something in return is hardly an issue. The real concern lies with Bai Rui. Bai Rui does not owe her any favors. Well, strictly speaking, he does owe her a slight debt. In the earlier simulation, had she not intervened, Bai Rui would have met his demise at the hands of Shui Yao Yao and Zhao Xiushan. To ensure her actions are more justified, she intends to conduct several more simulations immediately, confirming that Bai Rui can successfully navigate this challenge. Commencing Life Simulation. Chapter 17. Alchemical Experience, consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You sustain an injury, yet gain the opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm for trials. Bai Lian also secures this opportunity, albeit as the last participant. Day 2. You enter the sect's secret realm, where Bai Rui, Bai Lian, and Bai Mu actively greet you, inviting you to join them. You accept, and the four of you embark together. Day 10. You gather numerous spiritual plants and capture a variety of prey. Day 11. You wish to cultivate, while they prefer to continue searching for spiritual plants and prey, leading to your separation. You find a secure location near the teleportation array to commence your cultivation. Day 27. You achieve a breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Day 30. The trial period concludes, and you are teleported out of the sect's secret realm. You wait for Bai Rui, Bai Lian, and Bai Mu, and together you sell the spiritual herbs and magical beasts acquired from the secret realm. 3 months later, you achieve a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. 5 months later, Elder Lu Ping from the outer sect expressed his desire to take you as a disciple. On the same day, Elder Cheng Zhen from the inner sect also sought to accept you as her apprentice, albeit contingent upon your successful completion of her assessment. Cheng Zhen, a skilled alchemist, compelled you to deliberate, and after some hesitation, you opted for the latter. 6 months later, you narrowly passed Elder Cheng Zhen's evaluation, thereby becoming her inner disciple. In this capacity, you received the wooden element cultivation technique known as the Qingmu Ju. 8 months later, during an encounter at the sect, you met Zhao Zhua, who, upon seeing you, hastily retreated. A year later, you achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement. However, your progress with the Qingmu Ju was sluggish, barely reaching a rudimentary understanding, which left Cheng Zhen somewhat dissatisfied. 2 years later, despite your relentless dedication to mastering the Qingmu Ju, your advancement remained slow. It was during this time that you heard of the troubling news regarding Elder Lu Ping from the outer sect. 3 years later, you broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, achieving a minor success with the Qingmu Ju, and commenced your studies in alchemy under the guidance of your master, Cheng Zhen. 8 years later, you attained the 10th level of Qi refinement, gaining the ability to craft basic first-grade elixirs. Yet your master Cheng Zhen expressed some disappointment at your progress. 15 years later, you ascended to the 11th level of Qi refinement, refining a majority of first-grade elixirs with proficiency. 25 years later, you reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. 30 years later, having exhausted all resources, you achieved a perfect state in Qi refinement and began undertaking missions to accumulate resources. During one such mission, alongside Zhao Zhua and others, you seized the opportunity to eliminate him, framing a third-grade demon beast for the act. 40 years later, Feeling that your foundational skills were sufficiently solid, you requested the sect for 3 foundation establishment pills to challenge the foundation establishment stage. 42 years later, after 2 unsuccessful attempts, you finally succeeded in establishing your foundation, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. You have received a gift from your senior brothers, among which the 3-tiered red copper furnace bestowed by Master Qingzhen is the most precious. 51 years have passed, and you have been continuously seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the vigilance of your guards is exceedingly stringent, and you find yourself vastly outmatched in strength. After a year of waiting, a fleeting chance finally presents itself. Seizing the moment to flee, you soon realize you are lost, having chosen a random direction in your haste. Unfortunately, they catch up to you and eliminate you on the spot. You have perished, the simulation concludes, prompting you to select a reward. Option 1. Cultivation level at 61 years of age. Option 2. Cultivation experience at 61 years of age. Option 3. A random item at 61 years of age.
Bai Lan visoleti decolet, option 2.
The host acquires the cultivation experience of a 61-year-old, gaining insights into the Qingmu Ju and alchemical practices. A torrent of knowledge regarding the Qingmu Ju and alchemy floods her mind, and upon fully assimilating it, her eyes brighten with joy. Now, if provided with an alchemy furnace and some herbs, she could concoct elixirs. She has long harbored 2 aspirations in her cultivation journey: to become a sword cultivator and enhance her prowess, or to become an alchemist and amass spirit stones. Serendipitously, both paths now seem attainable. She begins to contemplate exchanging for herbs and renting an alchemy chamber upon her return to the sect. The matter of alchemy is not urgent. She decides to wait until she emerges from the sect's secret realm. The current task of this simulation is to observe whether Bai Rui encounters any mishap. Thus far, it appears he remains unscathed, enjoying the company of 3 others in what seems to be a pleasant camaraderie. Yet, she finds herself yearning for solitude. In a crowd, she feels constrained, unable to fully unleash her capabilities or take advantage of opportunities that may arise. Let us simulate once more. Consuming a low-grade spirit stone. A new life simulation commences. On the first day, you sustained an injury but earned an opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm for trials. Bai Lan, too, secured this chance, albeit as the last to do so. On the second day, upon entering the secret realm, Bai Rui, Bai Lan, and Bai Mu greeted you warmly, inviting you to accompany them. You politely declined and embarked on your exploration alone. By the 10th day, you had amassed a wealth of spiritual plants and captured numerous prey. On the 11th day, you ventured deep into the forest of the secret realm, where rarer spiritual herbs grew alongside formidable beasts. Utilizing the techniques of the scarlet fire and golden light, along with your black iron bow, you encountered minimal peril. As the 30th day arrived, the trial period concluded, and you were teleported out of the sect's secret realm. You awaited the arrival of Bai Rui, Bai Lan, and Bai Mu, subsequently selling a portion of the spiritual herbs and beasts you had acquired. On the 31st day, you visited the scripture hall to peruse the foundational texts on alchemy, exchanging for the herbs necessary to concoct 3 portions of the fasting elixir. You then rented an alchemy chamber and commenced your potion making, yet all 3 attempts ended in failure. A month later, you achieved a breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Once more, you exchanged for 3 portions of fasting elixir herbs, rented another alchemy chamber. And this time, you succeeded in crafting a potion. 5 months later, you broke through to the 7th layer of qi cultivation. Both outer sect elder Lu Ping and inner sect elder Qingzhen expressed a desire to take you as their disciple. After much contemplation, you ultimately chose the latter. 6 months later, you became an inner disciple under elder Qingzhen, receiving from her the wood-type technique, Qingmu Ju. 8 months later, you encounter Zhao Zhua at the sect, and upon seeing you, he scurries away in embarrassment. A year later, you break through to the 8th level of qi refinement, gaining entry into the Qingmu Sutra. You begin to study alchemy under your master, Qingzhen, who praises you, noting that despite your lack of innate talent, you possess a certain gift for the art of alchemy. You die, marking the end of the simulation, and are presented with the choice of rewards. Choice 1. 12 years of cultivation realm. Choice 2. 12 years of cultivation experience. Choice 3. 12 years of random items. You select choice 3. Chapter 18. The Sect's Secret Realm. The host receives a random item, a mysterious iron furnace. Bai Lan is taken aback, then internally exclaims that she has struck gold. The mysterious iron furnace is an alchemical furnace, a first-tier magical tool. Most of the furnaces available in the alchemy chambers open to outer disciples of the Bai Lan sect are these mysterious iron furnaces, while higher-tier furnaces do exist. Their rental fees are considerably steeper. The estimated value of the mysterious iron furnace is around several dozen spirit stones, making it a significant gain. Most importantly, she currently requires a furnace for alchemy. With this furnace, there would be no need to borrow from the sect's alchemy chambers, greatly reducing the risk of being discovered. This is indeed splendid. In the 2 simulations thus far, whether she departs with Bai Rui and the others or not, the difference is negligible, allowing her to feel at ease. She exhales in relief, but the movement aggravates the wound on her back, causing her to involuntarily gasp in pain. This was the result of an unguarded moment during her duel with Shui Yaoyao. The injury itself is not severe, merely a flesh wound, yet it is quite painful. After all, being whipped is never a pleasant experience. Before Bai Rui and the others came to see her, she had already requested her senior sister to examine her wounds and apply medicine. She glanced at her swollen and bruised back. It had not been as swollen as before, yet it remained somewhat alarming. She calmed her mind and began to meditate and regulate her breathing. As the night passed, when morning arrived, Bai Lan checked her back again. The swelling had subsided, and the abrasions had formed scabs, no longer causing her pain. She donned her disciples' robes and hurried towards the training grounds of Bai Lan sect. Many disciples had already gathered there, most of whom were those who had triumphed in the sect's grand competition and earned the opportunity to enter the secret realm, with a few others merely there to observe. Sister Lan over here. Following the direction of the voice, she saw Bai Lian waving at her, with Bai Rui and Bai Mu standing beside her. She approached the 3 and exchanged brief greetings. Sister Lan, let us form a group of 4.
No.
I prefer to explore alone.
Why?
We would be safer and have an easier time hunting if we were together. There is no reason. I simply wish to do it this way. Bai Lan nodded to the other 2, wishing them a pleasant experience in the secret realm before stepping into the teleportation array first. Bai Lian felt disheartened, wondering if Sister Lan was reluctant to team up with her due to her lower cultivation level. After all, she was only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Bai Mu, who was also at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, initially thought nothing of it, but felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this. Bai Rui turned around, his tone indifferent. Let us enter the secret realm swiftly. Having entered the secret realm a step ahead, Bai Lan was promptly transported by the teleportation array to a medicinal field within this mystical domain. Before her unfolded a vibrant panorama teeming with life, filled with rich and potent spiritual herbs. Her eyes sparkled, seemingly transforming into the very essence of these ethereal plants. Was this not akin to being thrust into a treasure trove? First-tier spiritual herbs, second-tier spiritual herbs, and even a third-tier spiritual herb. Yet, she did not allow herself to be entranced by the allure of these medicinal plants. Instead, she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was near before she began to gather the herbs into her spatial pocket. Unlike others who merely collected the herbs, she excavated a foot of earth from the medicinal field, taking the soil along with the herbs and wild grasses. This method proved time-efficient, and besides, the soil itself was a valuable resource. While the space within her ink jade bracelet would eventually harbor spiritual soil and fields once the restrictions were lifted, that moment had yet to arrive. She would have to wait until her foundation was established. Moreover, what lay within was distinct from what she could lay her eyes upon outside. She could not afford to forsake what was before her. After confirming that the medicinal field had transformed into a sizable pit without leaving anything behind, she made her way toward the dilapidated wooden cabin beside the field. Approaching within 10 steps of the cabin, she inadvertently triggered its protective barrier, which retaliated with 2 arrows shot in her direction. Fortunately, their speed was manageable, allowing her to narrowly evade them. The cabin likely contained valuable treasures, yet upon entering, her focus had been consumed by her cultivation, striving to swiftly elevate her prowess, leaving her unfamiliar with the intricacies of the array and its defenses. She circled the quaint wooden cabin several times, contemplating various methods to gain entrance, yet none proved fruitful. Upon sensing the approach of others nearby, she decisively abandoned her pursuit of the cabin and turned to leave. Before departing, she cast a few stones at the cabin, triggering its protective enchantments to draw attention, thus facilitating her discreet exit. Two outer disciples, one at the 5th level of Qi training and the other at the 4th, were lured by the sounds and lights of the enchantment and hurried toward the cabin. In their haste, they inadvertently triggered the barriers, narrowly evading the onslaught of arrows. The 5th level disciple consoled the 4th level disciple, saying, "Do not be disheartened. This is a secret realm of our sect, primarily for honing our skills. Treasures will not be easily bestowed upon you." The 4th level disciple pointed to the barren medicinal field, lamenting, "No, the treasures have been taken by others, leaving us only with the trials." The 5th level disciple, upon inspection, was left speechless. Who could be so outrageous as to completely excavate the medicinal field? The act is akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. Meanwhile, the unrestrained Bai Lan did not linger, hastily departing the scene. As she traveled, she took the opportunity to uproot several first-tier spiritual plants encountered along the way. After all, first-tier spiritual plants are still valuable. It was not until she had ventured a considerable distance that she finally came across new prey, a first-tier demon beast, the snow hare. In a prior simulation, she had obtained the fur of a snow hare, and thus she immediately gave chase. However, the snow hare was exceedingly agile, darting left and right, evading capture. Activating her golden light technique, she unleashed a barrage of light blades to obstruct the hare's path. After careful calculation and prediction, she successfully struck with one of the blades, injuring the snow hare, which she then captured. The first-level storage bags issued by the sect cannot accommodate living beings, so she ended the suffering of the snow hare and stored it away. After searching the vicinity for its nest without success, she promptly departed, continuing her exploration of the secret realm. That evening, she found a secure spot, prepared the snow hare, and roasted it for consumption. High-quality ingredients often require only the most straightforward cooking methods. After a day of labor, Master Bai savored the roasted meat she had prepared herself. Her mastery of the fire technique had reached a high level, allowing her to control the heat exceptionally well. Even without seasoning, the roasted hare was utterly delectable. She devoured the entire roasted hare alone, and still yearned for another. On the very first day in the sect's secret realm, she had already amassed a considerable bounty, filling her with anticipation for the following 29 days. However, it was somewhat disappointing that in the ensuing days, her gains were meager, yielding only a few first-level spirit plants, with second-level ones being quite rare. It was not until the 10th day in the secret realm that she experienced a significant windfall. She stumbled upon a nest of snow hares. Chapter 19. A Bountiful Harvest. Bai Lan immediately perked up, channeling her spiritual energy as she unleashed her light blades recklessly towards the snow hares. After a chaotic and relentless pursuit, Bai Lan leaned on her knees, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Yet, upon witnessing her spoils before her, all fatigue vanished in an instant. This time, she had captured 5 snow hares. Not only did she gain 5 additional pelts to exchange for spirit stones, but she also acquired 5 more hares to roast. Having gone without food for over 10 days, her appetite had intensified. Once one has tasted such delicacies, it is impossible to easily forget the exquisite flavor. Yet, the hour was still early, far from the time for repose, and she intended to continue her pursuit of prey in the vicinity. She found herself deep within a forest, her current position significantly more profound than before. The ambient spiritual energy here was somewhat denser, with the flora thriving more luxuriantly, thereby increasing the likelihood of encountering something remarkable. Indeed, it was not long before she stumbled upon the traces of a crimson-feathered chicken. This creature, classified as a first-tier beast, bore minimal aggression. However, its ability to fly rendered it easily startled and difficult to approach, making capture a challenge. Unlike the highly alert snow rabbits, its vivid colors made it exceptionally conspicuous. Bai Lan's light blade was effective for close-range assaults, yet its efficacy and accuracy diminished over distance. Thus, she retrieved her black iron bow from her spatial pouch. Drawing an arrow, She aimed and released. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew straight towards the airborne crimson feathered chicken, narrowly grazing its wing before soaring off into the distance. Embarrassed, she noticed that the chicken had not fled too far and hastily readied her bow once more. Although her second shot also missed, it successfully startled the creature, causing it to descend. Without hesitation, she pursued and readied her bow for a third time. This time, she finally struck the frightened crimson feathered chicken. Lifting the bird for inspection, she nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the addition of a roasted chicken to her evening meal. After securing the chicken, she began her search for the 2 arrows she had previously loosed. Imbued with her spiritual energy, she could sense their positions clearly, provided they were not too far away. During her quest for the arrows, she encountered a small group comprising 2 outer disciples and 1 inner disciple. They exchanged friendly nods, avoiding any conflict. Nevertheless, she swiftly departed from the place. Ever since the harrowing encounter in the simulation whereby Rue was slain, and she herself met a similar fate, she had developed a sense of wariness towards the inner disciples of her sect. It was not that she believed all inner disciples were ruthless killers, but they indeed possessed the capability to take her life, and such a possibility loomed large in her mind, compelling her to be more cautious. As she pressed on, delving deeper into the forest, she pondered the potential threat of high-level demonic beasts lurking in the depths. Paradoxically, they might prove to be safer than humans. She stumbled upon a cluster of second-tier spiritual plants, the skywind grass, and promptly halted to excavate the surrounding soil along with the plants into the space of her obsidian bracelet. By extracting the soil as well, she could preserve the vitality of the spiritual plants, effectively creating a temporary planting space. This particular cluster of skywind grass boasted 7 individual stalks, each valued at 1 spirit stone, amounting to a total of 7 spirit stones in her possession. After securing the skywind grass, she began to search the vicinity anew. In her quest, she discovered a qingling tree adorned with an abundance of qingling fruits. The qingling fruit, a first-tier spiritual fruit, was known for its succulent flesh imbued with spiritual essence, renowned for its delightful taste. Consuming it could enhance one's physical form, and for mortals, it was said to cure myriad ailments and prolong life. In essence, it was a prized treasure. For lower-tier cultivators, the benefits of consuming spiritual fruits, spiritual rice, and demonic beast meat far outweighed those of ingesting fasting pills. So, why was this not a common practice? The answer lay in the exorbitant cost. Most cultivators could scarcely afford such luxuries. The sect, too, was not an endless reservoir of wealth. Providing such provisions for all disciples would be an immense financial burden. Fasting pills were far more economical and convenient. At that moment, Bai Lan had already climbed the qingling tree, beginning to harvest the qingling fruits. 1, 2, 3. 21, 22, 23. She was delightfully plucking fruits, gathering every one that was more than 7/10 ripe into her storage bag. Before long, the tree bore only a fraction of its original green spirit fruits. Just as she intended to climb onto another branch to harvest the remaining fruits, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Lowering her gaze in alarm, she discovered 2 ashen serpents coiled upon the branch, their tongues flickering menacingly at her. Startled, she swiftly activated the golden light technique, enveloping herself in a protective barrier, and began to retreat, seeking distance from the serpents. However, at that very moment, the serpents launched a simultaneous attack, one to the left and the other to the right. In her panic, she misstepped and tumbled from the tree. Fortunately, being a cultivator now, her physical prowess had vastly improved, and having trained in the golden light technique, she emerged from the fall with merely a daze and slight pain, without any serious injuries. Once on the ground, her composure began to return. The 2 serpents pursued her, and seizing the opportunity, she hurled blades of light and fireballs outward. The serpents were quick and agile, evading her initial attacks with ease. Logically, apart from her self-protection through the golden light technique, her blades and fireballs would not outpace the serpents. Retreat seemed her only option. Remaining would only deplete her spiritual energy, resulting in her misfortune. Yet, she was reluctant to flee. There were still 20 to 30 spirit fruits left on the tree. These were not merely fruits, they were spirit stones. Moreover, Capturing the 2 serpents could yield a decent sum of spirit stones as well. How could she abandon such easily attainable treasures? Besides, she was not entirely devoid of options against these serpents. The 2 serpents appeared to be mere first-tier demonic beasts, even if venomous. Their poison would not be lethal enough to claim a life. When venturing out for training, one cannot avoid all risks. After careful contemplation, she devised a meticulous strategy. Engaging with the 2 snakes, she intentionally revealed a vulnerability, luring them closer to strike at her. In that fleeting moment, she executed a series of evasive maneuvers, counterattacks, and defensive actions. Before she could retaliate, one serpent was reduced to charred remains, lifeless upon the ground, exuding an unusual aroma of roasted flesh. Once she confirmed both serpents were deceased, she swiftly examined her wound, which turned out to be a mere puncture, not a deep bite. The revitalizing powder was quite effective for treating ailments and toxins, suitable for both internal and external application, making it exceedingly practical. After tending to her injury, she promptly stored the 2 serpents in her spatial pouch and continued to ascend the qingling tree to harvest the remaining nearly ripe qingling fruits. Subsequently, she sought a secure location to rest, preparing to engage in a life simulation. Although the injury was minor, the uncertainty nagged at her, prompting the need for a simulation. Life simulation. Chapter 20. Crisis and opportunity. Consume 1 low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You feasted on a roasted rabbit and a roasted chicken, indulging to the point of excess. Day 2. Delving into the depths of the secret forest. You discovered numerous precious spiritual plants and encountered a pack of second-tier demonic beasts, bone-crushing hyenas. Utilizing the red fire technique, golden light technique, and your black iron bow, you engaged with them. Day 10. Having healed your wounds, you realized that the cave you occupied was surrounded by hyenas. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, you unleashed a relentless assault on the hyenas with your black iron bow. Of the 20 arrows loosed, half found their mark, resulting in the demise of 4 or 5 hyenas and severely wounding an equal number. On the 15th day, you successfully repelled several hyenas, yet they exhibited no signs of retreat. The toll on your mental and spiritual resources was immense. Fortunately, the replenishment provided by the qingling fruit allowed you to endure this prolonged ordeal. By the 17th day, you resolved to abandon the cave, seeking to escape your predicament by leveraging the swift currents of the river below. Constructing a makeshift raft, you temporarily repelled the hyenas with fire, then, grasping the raft, leapt into the river's embrace, allowing the current to carry you away. The hyenas pursued along the riverbank, but soon you outpaced them. On the 18th day, as you attempted to ascend the riverbank, the torrent proved too fierce, leaving you with no choice but to cling tightly to the raft, ensuring that you would not be engulfed by the rushing waters. On the 19th day, you succumbed to the cascade of the waterfall, drowning in the tumultuous river. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choose 1. 10 years of cultivation realm. Choose 2. 10 years of cultivation experience. Choose 3. 10 years of random items. Bai Lan. At least this confirms that being bitten by a snake is not a grave issue. The real challenge lies in how to rid herself of the pack of hyenas that have set their sights on her. The bone-crushing hyena is a second-tier beast, with a strength ranging approximately between the 5th and 8th levels of qi cultivation. Individually, they are manageable. Even she, as an outer sect disciple of similar standing, could evade or eliminate one, but in a group, the situation becomes precarious. Should misfortune strike, even a genius from the inner sect at the 7th or 8th level of qi cultivation might fall victim to the pack of hyenas. Since the sect has designated this place as the trial ground for new disciples, such predicaments ought not to arise. Could it be that she has ventured too far and encountered a stroke of misfortune? Indeed, she has wandered quite a distance. Most new disciples would likely not stray so far. However, to reap abundant rewards, one cannot linger near the teleportation array. She firmly believes there are others who, like her, have journeyed far, and this has likely been the case in the past. But have they encountered troubles? Most likely not. For senior sister Chao Yu and the senior at the sex competition registration spoke of the trials being devoid of danger. If numerous incidents had occurred, it would no longer be considered safe. Could it truly be that she is simply unfortunate? The host acquires a random item, a 10-year-old 9-tiered purple leaf ginseng. In that instant, she felt rejuvenated. The 9-tiered purple leaf ginseng. This is a 3rd-tier spiritual herb. She took several deep breaths, carefully examining the ginseng in her hands. It was quite substantial in size, indicating considerable age, easily convertible for a significant amount of spirit stones. This marked her second discovery of a 3rd-tier spiritual herb in the sect's secret realm. The first was the white jade bamboo shoot found in the medicinal field. She stowed the 9-tiered purple leaf ginseng away and began contemplating strategies to navigate her predicament. The simplest solution would be to refrain from advancing further until she encounters the bone-biting hyena, retreating instead towards the forest's edge, thus avoiding a confrontation with the beast. Another straightforward approach would be to evade capture, without seeking refuge to tend her wounds, continuously making her way towards the forest's periphery. This might prevent the hyena from pursuing her or lead her to encounter other new disciples. The most arduous endeavor is to conceive a plan superior to leaping into a river for escape while encircled by hyenas in a cave, or to devise a means of survival should one choose to plunge into the river. Beyond the mere challenge, there exists a distinction in the stakes involved. She has drawn the attention of this pack of hyenas, likely due to her possession of the rare 9-fold purple leaf ginseng, which is typically found in proximity to 3rd-tier spirit plants, often guarded by lurking beasts. Were she merely a common outer sect disciple, she would undoubtedly opt for the safest course of action, retreating at the first sign of danger. Yet she is not. She will first attempt the most challenging, yet potentially rewarding path, consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1, you feasted upon a roasted rabbit and a roasted chicken, indulging excessively. Day 2, you ventured deep into the forest of the secret realm, discovering numerous precious spirit plants, and encountered a pack of 2nd-tier bone-devouring hyenas. Day 5, severely injured, you narrowly escaped the clutches of the hyenas and sought refuge to recuperate. Day 10, the cave you inhabit is besieged by hyenas. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, you unleash a relentless assault on them with your black iron bow. Day 17, you fashioned a raft, temporarily repelling the hyenas with fire, and leaped into the turbulent river, allowing the current to carry you away. The hyenas were soon lost behind you. Day 18, the river's current proved too fierce, preventing you from reaching the shore. Day 19, you cascaded over a waterfall, managing to grasp nearby vines or stones to mitigate your fall. You discovered a cave beneath the waterfall and attempted to swing into it, but your efforts were in vain. You drowned. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation rewards. Select 1. The cultivation realm at 10 years, select 2. The cultivation experience at 10 years, select 3. Random items at 10 years, Bai Lan. I have a slight inkling, but not much. I choose option 3. Let us try again. Consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1, you overindulged in food. Day 2, you ventured deep into the mystical forest and discovered numerous genuine spiritual herbs. You encountered a pack of 2nd-tier demon beasts, the bone-munching hyenas. Day 5, you narrowly escaped from the pack of hyenas, albeit severely injured. You sought refuge in a safe location to recuperate. Day 6, following the river. You searched for a waterfall. Along the way, you spotted the hyena pack and hurriedly fled. Day 13, you awoke to find the cave transformed. A seated corpse appeared before you. Cautiously, you observed everything within the cave, probing carefully. Day 15, using an arrow. You tested the storage ring and confirmed it was indeed a storage ring, containing a volume of the codex of 100 poisons and several vials of unknown toxins. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Select 1. The cultivation realm at 10 years, select 2. The cultivation experience at 10 years, select 3. Random items at 10 years, chapter 21. Bone-munching hyenas. Bai Lan silently critiques this Glitch D narrative. Glitch D, yet effective. In this life simulation, she discovered a storage ring, a tome titled Codex of 100 Poisons, several vials of unidentified poisons, and a circular seal adorned with a lotus pattern within the cavern behind the waterfall. Overall, her acquisitions were commendable. However, a perplexing question arose. The Bai Lan sect is not known for utilizing poisons. Rather, it is their nemesis, the Xingqian sect, that employs such tactics. Could this be a remnant left by someone from the Xingqian sect? How could it possibly manifest within the Bai Lan sect's secret domain? This warrants thorough investigation. While using poison may not be the most honorable path, one cannot deny its practicality. She was inclined to learn, believing that the more knowledge she acquired now, the more options she would have in the future. Her haul was indeed impressive. However, the manner of her demise, being bitten by a hyena and falling to her death from the vine, was rather hasty and unwarranted. She must not repeat such a blunder in the future. Choice 3. The host acquires a 10-year-old random item, a snow hare. Bai Lan stored the snow hare in her jade bracelet space and retrieved a spirit stone. She would try again. She could not succumb to that unfortunate pack of hyenas. Biting through the vine, is it? This time, let us see how you manage to sever the vine. Life simulation. Consume 1 low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You overindulged in food. Day 2. You ventured deep into the forest of the secret realm, discovering many precious spiritual plants, and encountered a pack of second-tier demon beasts known as bone-eating hyenas. Day 5. You narrowly escaped from the hyena pack, severely injured. Day 6. You followed the river in search of the waterfall's location. Day 10. You arrived at the waterfall and wove 3 ropes from vines, enabling entry into the cavern. You set a trap near the rope, ensuring that any hyena attempting to approach would fall into a pit filled with wooden spikes. You meditate to restore your spiritual energy. On the 14th day, you notice a transformation within the cave, as a seated, mummified corpse materializes before you. Cautiously, you explore the surroundings of the cave. By the 15th day, you retrieve a storage ring unscathed. You collect this circular sealing artifact, adorned with a lotus pattern, from beneath the corpse and store it within your jade bracelet space. On the 17th day, you manage to reach the shore by clinging to the vines, only to discover several hyenas gathered at the water's edge, with several more trapped within the pit. Utilizing your black iron bow, you skillfully eliminate the hyenas, successfully securing your escape. By the 20th day, the trial within the sect's secret realm concludes, and you exit the confines of the mystical domain. You encounter Bai Rue and Bai Lan, whereupon you sell a portion of the spiritual herbs and demonic beasts acquired from the secret realm. On the 21st day, you attempt alchemy, yet all your endeavors result in failure. A month later, you achieve a breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. You once again attempt alchemy, and this time, you succeed. 5 months later, you ascend to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Both Elder Lu Ping from the outer sect and Elder Qing Zhen from the inner sect express their desire to take you as their disciple, and you opt for the latter. 8 months later, you encounter Zhao Zuo within the sect, and upon seeing you, he swiftly retreats. A year later, you break through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, gaining a preliminary understanding of the Qingwu technique. You begin studying alchemy under your master, Qing Zhen. 2 years later, you reach the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, and you hear news of Elder Lu Ping from the outer sect encountering trouble. 5 years later, you attain the 10th layer of Qi cultivation, enabling you to easily concoct first-tier elixirs. 10 years later, you have transcended to the 11th level of Qi training, acquiring the ability to proficiently concoct the majority of first-tier elixirs. 20 years later, your progress has become sluggish, prompting you to commence your studies of the Codex of 100 Poisons. Engaging in missions alongside Zhao Zuo and others, you poison him, cleverly framing the starry sect for the act. 24 years later, you meet your demise within a secluded cave in the depths of Tianwu Mountain. Your life has come to an end. This simulation concludes, and you are presented with a choice of rewards. Select 1. The cultivation realm of a 34-year-old. Select 2. The cultivation experience of a 34-year-old. Select 3. A random item from a 34-year-old. Nevertheless, let us set aside other matters. The troubles within the secret realm have been resolved. As for the manner of your demise, you have gradually grown accustomed to it, encountering a unique method of death with each simulation. Surviving in seclusion until the end of one's days is no easy feat, let alone the numerous aspirations you harbor. However, that is of little concern. As long as you possess a sufficient number of spirit stones, you can navigate past many pitfalls and prolong your existence. You choose option 3. The host acquires a random item, a spirit stone worth 10 years. Bai Lan gazes at the spirit stone that materialized in her hand, unable to suppress a smile. This is her first time drawing a spirit stone. Spending one spirit stone to simulate and ultimately receiving another spirit stone feels akin to a delightful windfall. No loss at all. She prepares dinner for herself, roasting and enjoying the chicken before settling down to meditate and cultivate. The following morning, guided by her instincts, she ventures deeper into the forest and soon discovers an abundance of first and second-tier spiritual plants. It seemed as though all the elusive spiritual plants that had evaded her grasp just days prior had concealed themselves, now poised to surprise her. Indeed, she was taken aback, reveling in the excitement of unearthing the spiritual flora. This was not merely the act of foraging, it was akin to collecting wealth. She continued to dig with fervor, laboring through the better part of the morning, torn between the desire to persist and the eagerness to uncover the elusive third-tier spiritual plants. Eventually, the anticipated moment arrived. While excavating a first-tier spiritual plant, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the magnificent 9-tiered purple-leaf ginseng hidden behind it. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, she proceeded with utmost caution to extract this rare specimen. After much effort, she finally liberated it from the earth, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow. She then compared it to the 9-tiered purple-leaf ginseng she had previously drawn from the life simulator. The two were nearly indistinguishable. The life simulator truly was a marvel beyond comprehension. She reflected on this, carefully storing both specimens, deciding against further searching for additional spiritual plants in the vicinity, and promptly departed from the area. In the simulation, she had sought refuge in a cave inaccessible to the hyenas, only to find herself encircled by them, ultimately leaping into the river to be swept away beneath the waterfall. Judging by the surrounding landscape, she deduced the possible locations of these sites and swiftly made her way toward the waterfall, barring any unforeseen circumstances. She was soon to encounter the second-tier feral beasts known as bone-crushing hyenas, the very creatures that had caused her demise in the simulation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she caught sight of the bone-crushing hyenas on her path. Chapter 22. Treasure hunting in the cave. Bai Lan meticulously scanned her surroundings and, upon confirming the presence of only 2 hyenas, felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. It appears that her early departure proved advantageous, as she was not directly surrounded by a horde of hyenas. The bone-chilling hyena is classified as a second-tier demon beast, its strength likely falling within the range of practitioners at the 5th to 8th levels of chi cultivation. Typically, cultivators of this caliber can manage a single hyena with a modicum of time and effort, and with a suitable magical artifact, handling 2 or 3 poses no significant challenge. As long as they are not besieged by multiple hyenas, the situation is not excessively perilous. Bai Lan surveyed the circumstances, immediately stilled her breath, and, seizing the opportunity while the 2 hyenas remained unaware of her presence, decisively drew her black iron bow. Infusing her arrow with spiritual energy, she aimed for one hyena's eye. The arrow flew forth with precision, piercing through the hyena's eye socket and exiting from the back of its skull, resulting in its instant demise. The outcome surpassed Bai Lan's expectations, yet she had no time to revel in her success, for the other hyena began to howl frantically in her direction, seemingly summoning its companions. Without hesitation, she nocked another arrow, channeling spiritual energy once more and targeting the second hyena. This one, now on guard, moved about restlessly, refusing to remain stationary as the first had. However, this was of little concern. As long as she struck true, a fatal blow was unnecessary. The arrow was released. Yet it did not find its intended mark in the eye, but struck the hyena's hind leg instead. The creature let out a mournful cry and, sensing the peril, immediately fled into the distance. This presented an opportunity. Bai Lan promptly pursued, knocking another arrow. Exposing one's back to an enemy while fleeing is a grievous error, unless one possesses the capability to outrun the adversary and evade their attacks. Bai Lan infused her arrows with greater spiritual energy. The injured hyena, moving at a sluggish pace and with a predictable escape route, was struck in the abdomen by the arrow, pinning it against a tree. Sighing with relief, Bai Lan quickly approached to deliver a fatal blow to the hyena, subsequently storing both the creature and the arrow in her spatial realm. Following the same procedure with the first hyena, After completing these tasks, she did not linger, but promptly resumed her journey towards the waterfall as per her original plan. Ideally, the pack of hyenas would soon arrive, and she could not afford to be surrounded. She hastened her pace and finally reached the vicinity of the waterfall before dusk. It was an enormous and towering cascade, plunging down 3,000 feet, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Upon witnessing the waterfall, her initial thought was that such a formidable descent explained why she had perished thrice during her simulations. It was likely that any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage would meet their demise if they fell. Reflecting on this, she immediately began to dig a deep pit, which would combine with the cliff and river to create a confined area. This would serve as a buffer zone, allowing her to enter and exit while avoiding the risk of the hyenas severing her vines or attacking her upon arrival. Throughout the night, she tirelessly worked, not only excavating the pit but also fashioning an ample supply of wooden spikes to place within, camouflaging them to complete the trap. Should a hyena fall into the pit, it would be impaled by the spikes. Even if not fatal, the injured beasts would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. This day had drained her of significant spiritual energy due to the hunting of hyenas and the trap construction, leaving her in dire need of recovery. This exemplifies the predicament of low-tier cultivators, burdened by their scarce internal spiritual energy. Without the use of spiritual energy, one cannot inflict damage or accomplish tasks. However, when spiritual energy is employed, one is capable of both inflicting harm and achieving objectives, albeit temporarily, as it depletes rapidly. Although there are spiritual replenishing pills available to restore energy for lower-tier cultivators, such luxuries are rather extravagant and not cost-effective. After meditating for half a day, she managed to restore half of her spiritual energy. Without wasting any time, she immediately began weaving ropes from vines to secure the cave behind the waterfall. Drawing from the experience of having her rope severed by hyenas during her simulations, she not only made the ropes exceptionally sturdy, but also crafted several additional strands. As long as one remains intact, safety is assured. It would take considerable time for all the ropes to be gnawed through. Most importantly, traps had already been set to ensure that the hyenas could not access this area. Once she completed her preparations, Bai Lan infused her spiritual energy into the ropes and began to slowly pull herself towards the waterfall, searching for the cave hidden within. This was no simple task. The force of the rushing water posed a constant risk of losing her grip and falling, while also making it difficult to maintain focus. Bai Lan felt the swift depletion of her spiritual energy, and a sense of urgency gripped her heart. Fortunately, she managed to locate the cave just before her energy ran out. Using the ropes, she entered the cave but refrained from rushing in. Instead, she chose to meditate at the cave's edge to restore her energy. After a day and a night, fully rejuvenated, she rose to prepare for her exploration of this cavern, or rather, this sanctuary. In accordance with her simulations, she deliberately triggered the traps within the sanctuary, causing a grayish-purple toxic smoke to envelop the area. The noxious fumes dissipated considerably after half a day, yet, to err on the side of caution, she waited an additional day before continuing her exploration. She discovered the dried corpse seated at the center of the cavern. The sight of the corpse was somewhat unsettling, yet she felt no fear, for she was aware that it posed no threat to her. Employing a familiar tactic, she deftly used an arrow to dislodge the storage ring from the corpse's finger. This time, she exercised utmost caution, ensuring the fingers of the corpse remained intact. After all, whether this individual was a senior of the Bai Lan sect or an adversary of the Xingqian sect, it had little bearing on her as a mere novice disciple. She intended to claim the remnants of this person and learn from their techniques. Thus, they were, in a sense, her mentor, deserving of a modicum of respect. It seemed only fitting that before her departure, she would assist in laying this soul to rest. She believed that this individual would be at peace with her decision. After a thorough search of the cavern, she found it devoid of any other items, perhaps due to the presence of toxic smoke. Not even a blade of grass grew here, let alone any spiritual herbs. Rest well, she thought, as she prepared to take the possessions left behind. Having completed her task, her gaze shifted to the circular seal adorned with a lotus pattern. What could be sealed within this artifact? Aside from recognizing it as a sealing tool, Bai Lan discerned little else about it. The knowledge that it was indeed a sealing artifact stemmed from her exposure to the original storyline. Just before abandoning the book, she had witnessed the protagonist acquiring a similar sealing tool, and the description in the text closely mirrored what lay before her. However, she had not delved further into the narrative, leaving her unaware of what precisely was contained within. For now, she resolved to keep it safe. The concentration of spiritual energy within the sect's secret realm is twice that of the outside world, presenting a prime opportunity for cultivation. However, this cave is far from an ideal place for such endeavors. Not only is it home to a buried individual, but the barren landscape also suggests the presence of potent toxins. Gripping the rope firmly, she began her ascent. As she neared the summit, she glanced upward, relieved to find no hyenas gnawing at her rope. Indeed, certain perils could be deftly evaded. Upon reaching the shore, she beheld a circle of hyenas surrounding the trap, approximately 10 in number. It was a precarious situation, yet her foreknowledge allowed her to remain composed. While her reaction was subdued, the hyenas displayed considerable agitation. Upon her appearance, those that had been aimlessly wandering or resting now stood alert, their predatory gazes fixated upon her, some even adopting aggressive stances. Though her recent climb had drained her stamina and spiritual energy, she felt sufficiently prepared. If the trap proved advantageous, victory was not beyond reach. Swiftly, she retrieved her black iron bow, taking aim at the largest and most ferocious-looking hyena, which was currently preparing to launch an attack, showing no signs of retreat. She released the bowstring, sending the arrow and the hyena hurtling forward simultaneously. With no time for contemplation, she activated the golden light technique to conjure a protective barrier against any potential ambush from the hyenas, while swiftly knocking another arrow to shoot a second projectile, sealing off the hyena's path of advance. Thus, regardless of whether her 2 arrows found their mark, the hyenas would be unable to reach her. Should they persist in their assault, they would have to contend with the 2 arrows. Bai Lan fixed her gaze upon the formidable beast while remaining vigilant against the onslaught of other hyenas. Fortunately, her first arrow found its mark, striking the hyena and significantly impairing its mobility, though not killing it outright. She unleashed a fireball, which instantly ignited the creature's fur, eliciting a pitiful howl that momentarily halted the advance of its compatriots. Seizing the moment, she hurled additional fireballs at the remaining hyenas. The uninjured ones skillfully evaded her attacks, but the sight of the blazing projectiles instilled a greater sense of caution among them. Though her fireballs traveled slowly, the arrows infused with her spiritual energy flew with remarkable swiftness. One such arrow pierced the abdomen of the incapacitated hyena, causing it to collapse onto the ground. This act stirred the pack, reigniting their fury as they turned their attention toward Bai Lan and assumed aggressive stances once more. Undeterred, she seized the opportunity to release another arrow, striking a third hyena. This finally provoked the pack into a frenzied charge. In their rush, half of them fell into a trap, while the other half barreled toward Bai Lan. She swiftly dispatched one with her arrow, but the second collided violently with her protective barrier, propelling her back 2 or 3 meters. One can only imagine the severity of her injuries had she not been shielded by her golden light technique. A direct assault from the hyena would have surely inflicted harm. Fortunately, her mastery of the technique was sufficient to withstand such an assault a couple of times, granting her 2 precious opportunities to regain her footing. Yet, it was clear that these were the only chances she would be afforded. She did not wish to let such an opportunity slip away. The hyena was close enough. With both hands, she unleashed fireballs, leaving the hyena with no means of escape. It was ignited and rolled aside, howling in agony. Without hesitation, she retrieved her bow and delivered the final blow, extinguishing the hyena's life. Her gaze then shifted to the 2 remaining hyenas that still possessed their vigor. A sigh of relief escaped her. Having dealt with 8, 2 more posed little challenge. Regaining her focus, she prepared to confront the 2 hyenas. One of them lunged at her, but was thwarted by her protective barrier. It seemed to question its existence, circling nearby without launching another attack. The other remained close to the larger hyena that had been initially targeted, appearing quite anxious. After careful consideration, Bai Lan swiftly dispatched the second hyena with an arrow. To her surprise, the first hyena bolted in fear. She quickly knocked an arrow and shot at its hind leg, but the hyena continued to flee, wounded yet undeterred. She refrained from pursuing. This situation differed from the last. Previously, she had been in optimal condition, brimming with energy, and the surroundings had felt secure. The injured hyena had been unable to escape far. This time, however, she was fatigued, her spiritual energy significantly depleted, and the safety of her surroundings was uncertain, compounded by the hyena's swiftness. In such circumstances, chasing it would not only be futile, but also a waste of time and energy. More critically, encountering another hyena en route could prove perilous. For her safety, it was wiser to refrain from the pursuit. Bai Lan watched as the injured hyena disappeared into the distance, then lowered her gaze to the ground littered with either dead or wounded hyenas, revealing a genuine smile. Hyenas, after all, could still yield some spiritual stones. She methodically finished off all the nearby hyenas, collecting their remains into her spatial storage. Here lie 12 hyenas, and, together with the 2 previously captured, she possesses a total of 14. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, having nearly regained her strength, she pursued the direction in which the hyena had fled the day before. Guided by bloodstains, it seemed improbable that the hyena could escape. As she continued her pursuit, she killed another hyena along the way and pressed on, tracing the blood trail. Initially, she believed this endeavor to be devoid of uncertainty. However, upon reaching the end of the trail, she was astonished to find the bloodstains abruptly ceased at a certain point. An injured hyena would not simply vanish without a trace. If it had been slain by its kin or another beast, there would have been clear evidence left behind. The vague disappearance suggested that it had likely been taken by another disciple. After searching the vicinity in vain, Bai Lan could only resign herself to misfortune. She now faced 2 choices: to continue seeking spiritual plants and beasts within the secret realm, or to find a place to cultivate. The former promised uncertain rewards, while the latter guaranteed results. Most disciples entering the secret realm initially sought spiritual plants and beasts, only to resort to finding a place to meditate when such creatures became scarce. She had experienced this during a simulation as well. Yet, in reality, she need not worry about the pace of her cultivation. She possessed an unfair advantage. Resolutely, she chose the former option and turned to search for spiritual plants and beasts elsewhere. The privilege of a month-long trial in the sect's secret realm was a benefit afforded to new disciples. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting several years, if not a decade, for the next chance. She intended to seize this moment to gather as many resources as possible before the opportunity slipped away. Moreover, she hoped to capitalize on this chance to amass spiritual stones, enabling her to further her life simulations. For her, spiritual stones represented strength. Chapter 24. To save a life? No, the opportunities for unexpected gains dwindled for Bai Lan in the following days. Although the daily harvest was not as plentiful as at the outset, she still managed to secure a modest income of 1 or 2 spiritual stones. On days of lesser fortune, she would find merely 1 or 2 first-tier spiritual herbs, while on more bountiful days, she would discover several first-tier spiritual plants mixed with 1 or 2 second-tier varieties. Occasionally, she encountered a snow hare or a red-feathered chicken. While hyenas were a common sight, though she refrained from attacking unless they were solitary. Thus, over the span of 14 days, she collected 97 first-tier spiritual plants, 16 second-tier plants for snow hares, 2 red-feathered chickens, and 5 bone-devouring hyenas. As the final day of the Secret Realm trial approached, she set out early towards the teleportation array, aware that it could activate at any moment. Searching for spiritual plants outside at this juncture could lead to missed opportunities. As most participants had congregated near or were making their way to the teleportation array, being quite distant, it took her half the morning to reach the vicinity of the array. There, she encountered a dozen disciples from both inner and outer sects, including Li Jianyun. They exchanged nods as a form of greeting. Subsequently, like the others, Bai Lan found a secluded corner to sit and cultivate. The spiritual plants around the teleportation array had long been stripped bare, rendering any further search unnecessary. Thus, her focus shifted to making the most of the remaining time and conditions for her cultivation. Bai Lan meditated for a considerable period until the clamor around her interrupted her tranquility, prompting her to cease her practice.
She sighed,
reflecting on the advantages of cultivating in an environment rich in spiritual energy. It was undeniably more efficient, swifter, and far more comfortable than practicing in the outside world. However, the unfortunate reality was that she could not remain there for long before having to depart. After her musings, she turned her gaze towards the source of the clamor and discovered a group of disheveled outer disciples. Brothers Zhao and Bai were surrounded by a pack of bone-devouring hyenas, and their situation was exceedingly perilous. They implored everyone to lend assistance. Upon hearing this, numerous inner and outer disciples gathered, inquiring about the situation. What? How many individuals are encircled? How many hyenas are there? What is the condition of brothers Bai and Zhao? Are there any injuries? The distressed outer disciples responded urgently. We barely escaped under Brother Bai's protection to deliver this message. The situation is dire. We beseech you all to follow us swiftly to rescue them. Despite their fervent plea, no one moved. The disciples cast their gazes towards a few inner disciples among the crowd, waiting for their command. In a moment, more than half of the 30 or so disciples at the teleportation array departed, leaving only a dozen behind. Among those remaining were both inner and outer disciples. Yet only the outer disciples received scornful glances, as if mocked for their timidity. Under the scrutiny of these derisive eyes, 2 outer disciples, their faces flushed with shame, decided to follow suit. Bai Lan, too, maintained her composure and joined them. However, her intentions differed. While others sought to rescue, she aimed to seize an opportunity. With so many disciples present, even a large pack of hyenas would pose no threat to them, and she could take advantage of the situation to slay a few more hyenas. After all, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, and every additional tuft of wool is worth collecting. As for Bai Rui and the others, she would leave their rescue to the others. Before long, the haunting howls of hyenas echoed through the air, signaling the presence of a formidable pack. Among the disciples who had fervently clamored to rescue others, at least half began to tremble and slow their pace, falling behind. Bai Lan, who had initially lingered at the rear of the group, gradually surpassed them, reaching the point where the formation had broken. Observing the expressions of fear and trepidation on the faces of her fellow disciples, she found herself empathizing with them to some extent. Just 6 months prior, they were merely ordinary children, aged 7 or 8, and the brief span of their cultivation had scarcely altered them. Individuals like herself, possessing both maturity and a sense of security, were indeed rare. Perhaps only a select few inner disciples could claim such fortitude. She alone dared to confront the bone-biting hyenas and the gray-banded serpents, even contemplating capturing them to exchange for spirit stones, an ambition unmatched by any of the new disciples in this cohort. Soon, the disciples ahead engaged in combat with the hyenas. Leading the charge were the inner disciples, employing a myriad of fighting techniques, unleashing an array of extravagant moves and peculiar magical artifacts. While most of their efforts fell short, the sheer intensity of their presence was undeniable. Some artifacts required little precision from their wielders. Merely brandishing them at this level was enough to dominate. Bai Lan observed silently from behind, discerning that among this group, there was more than one individual wielding such overwhelming weaponry. Amidst the chaos, she quietly retreated to a corner unnoticed by others, her expression solemn as she commenced her own hunt. Seizing the opportunity while the hyenas were distracted by the other disciples, she nocked an arrow and aimed at the hyenas lurking in the corners and on the fringes. 1, 2, 3. Several hyenas fell one after another beneath her arrows as she maneuvered stealthily through the chaos, unnoticed by both the hyena pack and the new disciples. In this turmoil, she adeptly claimed 7 hyenas. Ultimately, after dispatching a considerable number of them, Bai Rui and Zhao Xiushan, who had been surrounded, finally broke free from the encirclement. From a distance, Bai Lan observed, Bai Rui, Bai Lian, and even Zhao Xiushan appeared relatively unscathed, though 2 disciples lay unconscious, their garments revealing them to be outer sect members. She paused in her retreat, inching closer to overhear their heated exchange. To her surprise, she reflected that events destined to unfold would inevitably do so, even when circumstances were altered. The outcome, however, remained uncertain. When the disciples were ensnared by the hyena pack, they initially managed to hold their ground against injury until help arrived. Yet, Zhao Xiushan suddenly exposed a vulnerability, allowing several hyenas to breach their defenses. nearly costing Bai Rue his life. Fortunately, Bai Rue was equipped with a third-tier defensive artifact and sustained no injuries. However, Bai Mu and another outer sect disciple were not as fortunate, being violently tackled and mauled by the bone-devouring hyenas, leaving them gravely wounded. Thus, a rift was forged between Bai Rue and Zhao Xiushan, or rather, between Elder Tian of the inner sect and Elder Zhao of the inner sect. Having learned the entire sequence of events, Bai Lan discreetly departed ahead of the others. As she made her way back to the teleportation array, a subtle smile graced her lips. With Bai Rue and Elder Tian present, dealing with Zhao Xiushan became considerably simpler. Chapter 25. Trial rankings. She disregarded the commotion and found a quiet spot to sit down, entering a meditative state. Shortly thereafter, the teleportation array emitted a brilliant golden light, which spread outward, enveloping the nearby disciples before they vanished within its glow. Bai Lan felt a brief wave of dizziness before she found herself back in the training grounds prior to entering the secret realm. A month had passed, and the training grounds appeared somewhat unfamiliar to her now. An outer sect elder stepped onto the high platform of the training grounds and announced, "The secret realm trial has concluded. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial. You may either submit everything acquired within the secret realm to the sect or trade among yourselves. The top 10 disciples with the greatest gains in this trial will receive additional rewards from the sect. The top 3 will receive a second-tier long sword. Those ranked 4th to 6th will receive a second-tier storage talisman, and the 7th to 10th will be awarded a first-tier long sword." The expressions of bewilderment on the faces of the newly emerged disciples were swiftly replaced by delight. Such fortuitous news. This sentiment resonated deeply within Bai Lan. Rewards? How could one possibly refuse? A second-tier long sword was not an artifact one could obtain so easily. Most outer sect disciples wielded first-tier long swords, and even those were not universally available. For instance, she did not possess one, although she could exchange for it with spirit stones. The outer sect disciples had only been initiated for a few months, leaving little time to accumulate spirit stones. Only a handful of disciples from affluent backgrounds or those with masters had managed to acquire them. As for the inner sect disciples, a first-tier long sword was a standard possession for each of them. She yearned for a long sword. Having previously acquired experience in the practice of the Baiyun sword technique during earlier simulations. However, she had yet to truly wield one. The absence of a sword was a significant hindrance, and the lack of time was the primary reason. She had contemplated acquiring a long sword, yet she was acutely aware that such an item required a considerable number of spirit stones. To her, spirit stones were more than mere currency. She deemed it an imprudent investment. Now, fortune smiled upon her, granting her the opportunity to obtain a long sword without cost. The distinction between first and second tier mattered little. What was paramount was to possess one at all. Although she preferred to shun the limelight, there was no harm in embracing a modicum of attention if it came with benefits. Confident disciples in their acquisitions were invited to register their trial outcomes with Elder Zhang. Upon this declaration, a throng of disciples surged toward the registration desk, revealing that many possessed a measure of confidence and a willingness to take a chance. Those remaining stationary were either truly disheartened by scant rewards, still recovering from injuries, or harboring ulterior motives. The outer disciples with meager gains redirected their efforts to the opposite side of the square, where they could sell their harvests from the sect's secret realm. As for the others with different intentions, they included numerous inner disciples. Among them was Bai Rue, accompanied by a group bearing an injured Bai Mu, who had departed first, ensuring to entrust Bai Rue with their storage bags to assist in selling their spoils. It wasn't long before Bai Lan found herself in line behind him, despite the crowd. The process was remarkably swift, and soon it was Bai Lan's turn. She gazed at the ranking inscribed on the jade slip at the registration desk, silently contemplating the extent of her offerings. Elder Zhang, displaying a benevolent demeanor, assumed her lack of understanding regarding the rules and kindly elucidated, "Place your acquisitions from the secret realm upon the long table. Once we have completed our verification and registration, you may collect them." After pondering for a moment, Bai Lan summoned the 26 bone-eating hyenas from her spatial storage, instantly filling the entire long table. The onlooking disciples could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow! How did you manage to acquire so many bone-eating hyenas?" Bai Lan, maintaining her composure, replied, "My family are hunters, and I have been acquainted with the art of hunting since childhood. However, I must confess that the majority of these were fortuitously obtained." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples voiced their realization. "Oh, how could I not have thought of that?" Furthermore, they noted the limitations of the storage bag, pondering how she could fit several dead hyenas within it while accommodating other items. Indeed, that is a valid point. Alas, it feels rather unfortunate. "I too have slain 2 or 3 hyenas," lamented one disciple. "What a loss! Surely, the hyenas cannot be of exorbitant value. How many spirit stones can one fetch?" This was precisely the inquiry Bai Lan wished to pose, and so she did. "Elder Zhang, how many spirit stones can be exchanged for a single bone-eating hyena?" After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhang responded, "Although the bone-eating hyena is a second-tier beast, its pelt and meat are of poor quality. Thus its market value is not high. One can exchange a single bone-eating hyena for 1 spirit stone." Bai Lan sighed in relief. This was quite satisfactory, as those 26 hyenas amounted to 26 spirit stones, allowing for 26 simulations. The other disciples expressed their vexation. Alas, Bai Lan's fortune is truly remarkable. Bai Lan sensed the envious or jealous gazes of her fellow disciples upon her, yet she paid them no heed, fixated solely upon the rankings displayed on the jade slip. The 26 bone-biting hyenas had propelled her from the 82nd position to the 28th. It seemed that her peers had also achieved considerable success.
Subsequently,
she revealed 12 pelts of snow rabbits and 2 charred gray-veined serpents, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around her. Maintaining her composure, Bai Lan remarked, "My family are hunters. I have known since childhood how to catch rabbits." She noted that her ranking had ascended to 11th place. Still, she felt it was not quite sufficient. After a moment's contemplation, she produced 30 first-tier spiritual plants and 10 second-tier spiritual plants. These were relatively abundant, common varieties that were of little significance at present. This time, her rank soared to 8th place. The top 3 positions on the jade slip were occupied by inner disciples, while among the top 6, 2 were from the outer sect. She was not the most outstanding among the outer disciples, leaving her with some room for improvement. Moreover, she desired her ranking to be more secure, to ensure she would not be pushed out of the top 10. Although only 5 individuals remained to register behind her. What if the 6th individual displaced her? That would render her prior efforts futile. She then produced 10 green spirit fruits, elevating her position to 7th. Elder Zhang regarded her with an exceptionally kind gaze, inquiring, "Is there anything more?" "No, there is not," she replied. Bai Lan tucked away her gains and stepped aside to observe the registration process of the 5 individuals behind her, just in case. It was said to be a mere contingency, with a low probability of occurrence, and indeed, nothing untoward transpired. Among the 5 individuals waiting in line, only Bai Rui secured the highest rank, placing 8th, while the others failed to break into the top 10. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she turned to the opposite side of the school grounds, intending to exchange her spoils for spirit stones. Chapter 26. Striking it rich, Bai Lan pondered how many spirit stones this heap of treasures could yield when she heard Bai Rui calling her from behind. "Cousin," he exclaimed, "you are truly remarkable. I find myself lacking in comparison." She humbly replied, "It is merely good fortune on my part. You are the one who excels. I have heard you have already reached the 7th level of qi cultivation." Bai Rui, in turn, expressed modesty, stating, "How can I claim otherwise? If I possess the same innate talent as you, my cultivation might not reach your heights today."
Bai Lan observer Bai Zui Thao Gu Fun,
contemplating that if he continued on this path, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be impressive. Alas, his association with Bai Lian seemed to foreshadow a predetermined outcome. She shook her head internally, choosing to dismiss such thoughts, and instead focused her gaze on the small marketplace ahead. When it comes to spirit stones, one must exercise utmost caution. After inquiring and gathering information, she discovered that the prices on either side were relatively comparable, with some sects offering higher rates while others were more modest. She committed these details to memory and continued her exploration of the market. Some individuals sought to barter goods. Others were specifically in search of certain materials, while a few were simply there to sell their wares, including spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Upon completing her tour of the marketplace, she identified 3 vendors selling first-tier long swords, priced at 20 spirit stones, 16 spirit stones, and 10 spirit stones, respectively. She learned that the sect offered a first-tier longsword for 20 spirit stones, and noted that the sword priced at 10 spirit stones was slightly damaged, which justified its lower cost. Several locations have been discovered selling first-tier spatial artifacts such as storage bags, storage rings, and storage jade pendants, with prices ranging from 3 spiritual stones to 20 spiritual stones. Naturally, the 3 spiritual stone storage bags are issued by the sect, offering limited space. The more expensive options provide greater capacity and a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. However, Bai Lan is indifferent to such matters. She merely observes the market conditions. I intend to sell 26 bone-devouring hyenas, 2 gray vein snakes, 10 azure spirit fruits, 30 first-tier spirit plants, and 5 second-tier spirit plants. The 2 senior brothers at the recycling center gazed at Bai Lan in astonishment for quite some time, seemingly unable to believe that she had brought forth such an impressive collection. Of course, the quantities of the other items fell within a reasonable range, but the 26 bone-devouring hyenas were indeed a remarkable surprise. Junior sister Bai Lan, you are truly impressive. In my time, I never had such abundant harvests, one of the brothers remarked. It's merely a stroke of luck, she replied modestly. Oh, do not be so humble, junior sister. While 3 or 5 hyenas could be attributed to good fortune, 26 cannot be dismissed so lightly. The pricing is as follows. First-tier azure spirit fruits cost 3 pieces per spiritual stone. First-tier spirit plants range from 3 to 10 per spiritual stone, depending on the species, age, and size of the plants. Second-tier spirit plants are priced between 1 to 3 spiritual stones each, again varying by species, age, and size. First-tier gray vein snakes are valued at 1 spiritual stone each, but the 2 you possess are severely damaged, thus only worth 1 spiritual stone collectively. Second-tier bone-devouring hyenas are valued at 1 spiritual stone each. Therefore, the total value of your items amounts to 54 spiritual stones.
Bai Lan note that, per lit.
As this exceeded her initial expectations by 1 spiritual stone. Here, take these spirit stones, my junior sister, he said, presenting 54 spirit stones that lay before Bai Lan like a delightful mound. Bai Lan calmly collected the 54 spirit stones into her spatial pouch, though her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within her heart. With such a wealth of spirit stones, could she perhaps cultivate a level of self-protection sufficient to venture beyond the Bai Yun sect? The thought flickered briefly in her mind before dissipating like mist. She then proceeded towards the inner sect senior brother, with whom she had previously arranged to trade for snow rabbit pelts. Upon her arrival, she produced 12 snow rabbit pelts. The senior brother examined them closely, his previously bored demeanor now animated. How many spirit stones are these worth? He inquired, scrutinizing the pelts. After a moment of appraisal, he offered his assessment. These 8 pelts are in good condition, unharmed. However, 3 of them were not skinned perfectly, and 1 is of poor quality. Therefore, I can offer you 20 spirit stones. Bai Lan glanced down at the 12 pelts, confirming the senior brother's observations. Realizing that no one at the market would offer a higher price, she nodded in agreement. The inner sect brother then grinned and waved his hand, causing 20 spirit stones to materialize before Bai Lan. Take your time, junior sister. Whenever you have more snow rabbit pelts, come find me. I am Chao-san. Bai Lan accepted the spirit stones and departed, intending to visit another senior brother to exchange for spirit plants. Subsequently, she traded for several second-tier spirit plants, acquiring 5 spirit stones and materials for 10 portions of nourishing pills. The pill of abstinence is among the simplest and most successful elixirs. She intends to begin her practice with this pill to familiarize herself with the alchemical process. Once she masters the art of alchemy, she will effortlessly accumulate spirit stones. Having just completed her exchange, the voice of the outer sect elder resonated from the high platform of the training grounds. The rankings for the trial have been determined. Those disciples who placed in the top 10 are requested to promptly report to the registration area to claim their rewards. Bai Lan, alongside her fellow disciples, received their rewards amidst the envious gazes of others. In her hands lay a first-tier longsword, which felt substantial and reassuring. Though she found herself reluctant to part with it, she recognized that the moment was not opportune, and thus quickly stored the longsword away before departing the training grounds. Upon returning to her dwelling, a contented smile graced her face. This time, she had reaped tremendous rewards from the secret realm trial. After selling a portion of her harvest, she acquired 79 spirit stones, a sum not to be trifled with, surpassing the annual stipend of an outer sect disciple. Beyond the items sold, she retained 2 third-tier spiritual plants, 10 second-tier spiritual plants, over 100 first-tier spiritual plants, 40 blue spirit fruits, 8 portions of snow hare meat, and 2 portions of red-feathered chicken. Additionally, she had a first-tier longsword and materials for 10 pills of abstinence. In summary, she had struck it rich. Just from a single trial, she had transformed from destitution to affluence. Such trials she wished could be abundant. Yet, she understood that this novice benefit was a singular occurrence. Nevertheless, she had already charted a new path. From her spatial storage, she retrieved the alchemical furnace and the 10 materials for the pills of abstinence, commencing her alchemical endeavors. Chapter 27. Alchemy. Bai Lan had previously selected alchemical experience in the simulation, acquiring the knowledge to concoct the majority of first-tier elixirs and a small number of second-tier ones. She gathered the ingredients for the fasting elixir and commenced the refinement process according to her acquired expertise. With her eyes closed, she channeled her spiritual energy, refining the materials, purifying the concoction, controlling the heat, and timing the condensation of the elixir. These steps were deeply etched in her mind. However, executing them proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. During the first furnace's alchemical process, it took her a considerable time to reach the right state. Yet shortly after commencing, she felt her body grow sore and beads of sweat formed on her brow. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, her determination bore fruit. From her inaugural furnace, she succeeded in producing 1 fasting elixir and 1 defective pill. Regardless of the outcome, she had successfully crafted an elixir. This was her victory. After a brief respite, she reflected on the challenges faced during her first furnace and, having identified solutions from her experience, she proceeded to concoct her second batch. Her improvements proved effective, as the second furnace's creation was significantly smoother, yielding 2 elixirs. The third furnace produced 3 elixirs, the fourth also yielded 3, and the fifth resulted in 2. She paused, for her mental and spiritual energy had begun to wane. While her body felt fatigued, her spirit soared with exhilaration. She had mastered the art of alchemy. This signified a pathway to earning spirit stones. Whenever she desired, she could concoct elixirs to accumulate wealth, and with wealth came strength. She realized that she could empower herself at will. With a sense of tranquility, she settled into meditation to recuperate. Once restored, she continued to refine the remaining 5 batches of fasting elixir ingredients. With the insights gained from previous experiences, she successfully produced a total of 16 energy-conserving pills from the 5 furnaces, and remarkably, she did not feel as fatigued as before. Utilizing materials equivalent to 10 portions, she concocted 27 energy-conserving pills. The materials required for 10 portions were valued at 1 spirit stone, while the 10 energy-conserving pills fetched the same price. Thus, she had effectively earned 17 energy-conserving pills this time, amounting to nearly 2 spirit stones. In comparison to the monthly stipend of 5 spirit stones received by outer sect disciples, this was indeed a considerable income. It had only been a single day. If she were to continuously refine pills each day, she could potentially amass 60 spirit stones in a month. Although she understood that such an ideal scenario was improbable, earning 30 to 40 spirit stones seemed quite feasible. It was indeed said that alchemists were prosperous, and with such profits, how could one not be wealthy? Elated at her success, she quickly regained her composure and began to contemplate the best approach to market these pills. There were primarily 2 avenues: submitting them to the sect in exchange for spirit stones, or seeking alternative channels for trade. Within the Bai Lan sect, there existed a dedicated marketplace for disciples to conduct transactions, accessible to inner sect, outer sect, and servant disciples alike. This posed no significant challenge. After a brief moment of reflection, she set out for the marketplace. Given the modest quantity of pills, it hardly warranted a special trip. Her primary objective was to procure materials for crafting additional pills. Following her memory, she made her way to the marketplace, which was considerably larger and more bustling than the makeshift one held in the training grounds. As she gathered her materials and prepared to depart, she suddenly sensed the intense gaze of someone watching her, Zhao Zua and Qiao Yu. The former, with a glint of hatred in her eyes, turned and vanished into the crowd. The latter approached, a smile gracing her features. What a coincidence! I never expected to encounter junior sister Bai Lan here. Sister Qiao, Bai Lan greeted casually. Hearing that the junior sister had made significant gains within the sect's secret realm and had become one of the top 10 in the recent trial was indeed enviable. It was merely luck, she replied modestly. However, Qiao Yu clearly no longer subscribed to the notion of mere luck. The ability to maintain consistent fortune is, in itself, a skill. Bai Lan remained silent. I was delayed by a minor matter that day and missed the chance to attend the temporary market. Otherwise, I would have congratulated you in person, Qiao Yu lamented. I've heard from other disciples who entered the secret realm that the spiritual energy there is abundant, with a plethora of spiritual plants. I had intended to seek out some Tianfeng grass. Qiao Yu spoke with a hint of regret. Tianfeng grass? What do you need this spiritual plant for, sister? Bai Lan inquired. Tianfeng grass, a second-tier spiritual plant, had yielded Bai Lan an entire cluster of 7 during her time in the secret realm. After exchanging some for spiritual stones and materials, she still retained 3. For alchemy, she replied. Bai Lan was taken aback. Sister, you are knowledgeable in alchemy? Qiao Yu chuckled, though my cultivation level is modest after all these years. I have managed to learn a thing or two. Bai Lan's thoughts raced. Given that Tianfeng grass is primarily used for concocting second- and third-tier elixirs, it suggested that Qiao Yu might very well be a second-tier alchemist. This revelation certainly elevated her regard for Qiao Yu. With mediocre qualifications, lacking a distinguished lineage, extraordinary encounters, or any exceptional abilities, Qiao Yu has nonetheless managed to reach her current standing, which is quite commendable and deserving of respect. After much contemplation, she finally remarked, I have heard that alchemy can yield substantial amounts of spirit stones. If only I were proficient in it. Qiao Yu smiled lightly, acknowledging that indeed, a skilled alchemist can amass a great fortune in spirit stones, yet for someone like herself, devoid of talent and aptitude, she could only earn modest sums. There is no need for excessive modesty, senior sister. You are already quite remarkable, Bai Lan interjected. Qiao Yu offered a faint smile, clearly skeptical yet refraining from contradicting Bai Lan. Bai Lan pondered the fact that Qiao Yu, as an outer disciple, appeared not to have a master, suggesting that she must have engaged in alchemy through alternative means. This could serve as a justification for her ability to practice alchemy for spirit stones prior to her apprenticeship with the inner sect elder, Chengzhen. How did you come to learn the art of alchemy, senior sister? She inquired. The Hall of Techniques houses numerous texts encompassing not only alchemy but also weapon forging, formations, talismans, spiritual flora, and beast taming, all of which are available for qualified disciples to borrow and study. Bai Lan pressed further. What are the qualifications needed to access these resources? One must have been a member of the sect for over a decade, possess a cultivation level of at least the 10th stage of qi refinement, or complete corresponding tasks to obtain the necessary privileges, Qiao Yu explained.
Bai Lan not that Wu Fun.
She realized she could not meet the first 2 criteria at present, but the last condition of completing tasks seemed feasible with effort. Senior sister, are the tasks difficult? Is it possible to undertake multiple tasks simultaneously to gain various privileges within a short time? She not only sought the ancient texts on alchemy for disguise, but also yearned to learn the scientific cultivation of spiritual plants and delve into the intricacies of formations. As for artifact forging, talismans, and beast taming, she was open to expanding her knowledge in those areas as well. Qiao Yu discerned her intentions and could not help but sigh. Theoretically, it was feasible, yet in practice, few embarked on such a path. For those of us with mediocre talents among the outer disciples, it was prudent to master one subject deeply. Bai Lan nodded, acknowledging the truth in Qiao Yu's words. Yet she felt it did not apply to her current situation. At this moment, she possessed the capability to master all that she wished to learn. As long as she desired it, nothing posed a challenge. Chapter 28. The choice. Bai Lan and Qiao Yu parted ways at the market, heading towards the martial arts hall. The hall remained bustling with activity. Some were queuing while others searched for texts. As she navigated through the myriad of tomes, she found herself momentarily lost amidst the abundance. An elder sister approached her, initiating conversation. "You are the Bai Lan junior sister who shone brightly during the sect trials, are you not? What texts are you seeking?" "I am looking for some literature on spiritual plants and alchemy," she replied. "Follow me," the elder sister instructed, leading Bai Lan to a wall lined with books dedicated to spiritual plants and alchemy. At that moment, the elder sister spoke again. "Are you interested in alchemy, junior sister? It can be a costly endeavor at the outset, as I once aspired to learn it myself, but lacking sufficient spirit stones, I opted to study spiritual cultivation instead." However, the junior sister has reaped a substantial bounty of spiritual stones from the secret realm trials, which will undoubtedly sustain her through the considerable expenses of the early stages of alchemy. Once she attains the ability to refine elixirs, everything will fall into place. I merely wish to peruse the options, as I remain uncertain about what to study. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister.
With that,
Bai Lan began to diligently examine the titles of the tomes along the shelves, disregarding everything else. The senior sister had initially intended to engage in further conversation to cultivate rapport, especially considering Bai Lan's impressive rank of 7th overall in the secret realm trials and 3rd among the outer disciples. The inner disciples were beyond reach, and the top 2 outer disciples were already renowned geniuses. Thus, Bai Lan, lacking a distinguished background, seemed an ideal candidate for friendship. Yet, it appeared that her expectations were misplaced. The senior sister, feeling slighted, muttered a curse under her breath at Bai Lan's apparent ignorance of etiquette and departed in a huff. Oblivious to these social dynamics, Bai Lan was engrossed in reviewing the borrowing regulations for the various texts. Some required no prerequisites. One could simply register their identity and peruse at will. These predominated the most rudimentary content, akin to elementary school textbooks, offering little in the way of substantial knowledge. Others had lower thresholds, requiring the completion of simple tasks, typically manageable with a bit of time, or the expenditure of a few spiritual stones to gain access. The content in this category was slightly more abundant, yet still remained at an elementary level, providing merely superficial understanding. Lastly, there were high-threshold texts with considerably more complex requirements, such as a minimum duration of membership in the sect, a requisite level of cultivation, or the completion of challenging tasks. This category represented the path that Qiaoyu had mentioned, and it was one of the 2 exclusive routes for outer disciples aspiring to acquire genuine skills. The other route involved finding a master who was willing to impart true knowledge. She perused 2 accessible tomes, feeling as though they were both beneficial yet seemingly futile, prompting her to abandon such literature. Her gaze shifted toward the more esteemed volumes, scrutinizing their borrowing stipulations. The requirements for the tome How to Become a Third-Order Alchemist dictated that one must join the sect for 10 years, attain a cultivation level of qi refinement to the 10th tier, complete a year of tasks and engage in 3 months of tasks within the before being eligible to borrow it. However, to her a year and 3 months felt like an eternity. She then examined the borrowing rules for other texts. She reviewed the regulations for tomes on weapon forging, talismans, formations, and beast taming, only to discover a similar pattern. Either a requirement for sect membership duration, cultivation levels, or a series of low-difficulty tasks spanning 6 months to a year, or short-term high-difficulty tasks. This dissuaded her from using the excuse of borrowing alchemical texts, yet it sparked a desire to learn from other volumes. If her fellow disciples wished to expedite their access to these texts, they would need to undertake those arduous tasks. Yet, she possessed a swifter alternative. Upon returning to her residence, she retrieved a low-grade spirit stone and settled onto her meditation mat, consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you decide to borrow the tome Introduction to Spirit Planting. On the second day, you sense an imminent breakthrough during your cultivation, planning to advance to the 6th tier of qi refinement before undertaking any tasks. On the 15th day, you depart the sect and arrive at the Tianwu forest, where you search for spirit plants along its edges, refraining from venturing deep into the woods. On the 18th day, you discover 19 varieties of spirit plants. On the 19th day, you discovered that it was increasingly challenging to find any uncharted spiritual plants at the edge of the celestial witch forest. Even after accounting for those gathered from the sect's secret realm, you were still far from achieving your goal, to uncover a greater variety of spiritual flora. You would need to venture deeper into the forest. On the 20th day, after much contemplation, you delved into the heart of the celestial witch forest, where you successfully identified 22 distinct spiritual plants. On the 21st day, your discoveries increased to 24 varieties of spiritual flora. By the 22nd day, a sense of unease began to wash over you. It felt as though someone was trailing your movements. Promptly, you retraced your steps, eager to exit the celestial witch forest, where other disciples engaged in their tasks would provide a semblance of safety. On the 23rd day, you fell victim to a sudden ambush. Fortunately, you managed to evade the attack and emerged unscathed. The assailant was Zhao Zhua. In your attempts to persuade him through various means, both gentle and forceful, he remained resolute in his intent to end your life. On the 24th day, you recognized the vast disparity in power between yourself and Zhao Zhua. Understanding that victory was unattainable, in a desperate bid, you resolved to fight to the bitter end. As you lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, you provoked Zhao Zhua to approach you, then unleashed all the poison you had acquired from the sect's secret realm. You witnessed Zhao Zhua's countenance shift to a deep purple hue, black blood oozing from his orifices as he collapsed to the ground. In the throes of excruciating pain, you lost consciousness. You have perished. The simulation has come to an end. Please select your simulation rewards. Choice 1. The cultivation realm of a 10-year-old. Choice 2. The cultivation experience of a 10-year-old. Choice 3. Random items of a 10-year-old, originally intending to select the cultivation experience to access the texts without cost. Bai Lan thought to herself, "It matters not. Since venturing into the Tianwu forest poses a danger, I shall refrain from choosing this task. After all, this is merely a simulation. Engaging in tasks that require a bit more time is of no consequence." Calming her thoughts, she opted for choice 1. The host acquires the cultivation realm of a 10-year-old, achieving the 6th level of qi refinement. In an instant following her choice, an unusual sensation enveloped her entire being, akin to the moment when one enters the optimal state of cultivation, swiftly followed by the exhilarating feeling of a breakthrough. What had felt like an interminable duration was compressed into this singular moment. Once she regained her composure, she found herself at the 6th level of qi refinement. She perceived that her spiritual energy had notably solidified, and with renewed vigor, she embarked on her journey of simulating and acquiring texts. Chapter 29. Simulating and acquiring texts. Consume a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you decide to borrow the text Introduction to Spirit Planting. You begin undertaking planting-related tasks. 1 month later, you have broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. 4 months later, Elder Lu Ping from the outer sect and Elder Qing Zhen from the inner sect both express a desire to take you as their disciple. You politely decline, expressing your aspiration to become a spirit planter. 1 year later, you have met the requirements to borrow Introduction to Spirit Planting, and you successfully borrow the text. 2 years later, you have broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement. You have begun to digest the content of Introduction to Spirit Planting, becoming a first-tier spirit planter. 3 years later, you resolved to borrow the tome Introduction to Formation. Thus began your engagement with tasks related to formations. 4 years hence, having met the prerequisites for borrowing Introduction to Formation, you successfully acquired the text. 6 years later, you transcended the 8th level of qi refinement, having begun to assimilate the teachings of Introduction to Formation. You endeavored to apply your newfound knowledge to analyze and unravel the sealing artifact obtained from the sect's secret realm, only to discover it remained beyond your grasp, compelling you to temporarily relinquish your efforts. 7 years later, you determined to borrow the treatise Introduction to Weapon Refinement, initiating your involvement with tasks pertaining to weapon crafting. 8 years hence, you met the criteria for borrowing Introduction to Weapon Refinement, successfully securing the volume. 10 years later, you had preliminarily absorbed the content of Introduction to Weapon Refinement. 11 years later, you resolved to borrow the Compendium Beast Mastery Codex, commencing your engagement with tasks involving the care of spirit beasts and the capture of demonic creatures. 12 years hence, having transcended the 9th level of qi refinement, you met the requirements for borrowing the Beast Mastery Codex and thus acquired it. 15 years later, You had begun to grasp the principles within the Beast Mastery Codex, achieving the rank of a first-tier Beast Master. 16 years later, you decided to borrow the manuscript Introduction to Talismans, embarking on tasks associated with talisman crafting. 17 years hence, you fulfilled the prerequisites for borrowing Introduction to Talismans, successfully procuring the text. 18 years later, you had preliminarily absorbed the teachings within Introduction to Talismans. Despite having learned a plethora of knowledge, your scattered focus rendered your progress, both in cultivation and in specific achievements, comparatively lacking among your contemporaneous outer sect disciples. 30 years later, you transcend to the 11th level of Qi cultivation. 45 years hence, you ascend to the 12th level of Qi cultivation. 66 years later, with the culmination of years spent accumulating spirit stones and elixirs, you achieve the consummation of Qi cultivation, realizing that without a significant fortuity, further advancement in this lifetime is unlikely. Aware of your limitations, you recognize the inherent dangers of venturing out alone in search of opportunities, prompting you to refine your alchemical skills and amass spirit stones, seeking assistance from your peers in the pursuit of fortune. 86 years later, despite numerous attempts to enlist help in seeking opportunities, most have ended in failure, and the scant successes have failed to alter your circumstances. Coming to terms with reality, you resort to the use of foundation-building pills in a desperate attempt to force a breakthrough. 96 years later, after 3 unsuccessful attempts to break through to the foundation stage, you succumb to despair and pass away quietly. Your life has ended. This simulation concludes, and you must now choose a reward. Select 1. The cultivation realm of 106 years. Select 2. The cultivation experience of 106 years. Select 3. A random item from 106 years. With unwavering resolve, Bai Lan chooses option 2. The host acquires the cultivation experience of 106 years, beginning to assimilate the contents of texts such as Introduction to Weapon Refinement, Introduction to Formation, Introduction to Talismans, Beast Mastery Codex, and Introduction to Spirit Plant Mastery. A torrent of knowledge floods her mind, inducing a sense of dizziness. Yet the elation of her newfound understanding outweighs any discomfort. The contents of these 5 texts remain vividly etched in her memory, leaving an indelible impression. With a single piece of spirit stone, she obtained the contents of 5 treasured tomes. What could be more advantageous? Introduction to Weapon Refining. She can mend first-tier and some second-tier magical artifacts, as well as craft certain first-tier items. For instance, should her first-tier storage pouch, long sword, or alchemical furnace encounter issues, she can likely repair them herself, sparing the expense of seeking help. Given the right materials, she can also create first-tier storage pouches and long swords. Once she fully masters the knowledge within these tomes, second-tier and even third-tier artifacts may well become within her grasp. This is a skill that can yield spirit stones. Introduction to Array Formation. She can arrange basic formations, significantly enhancing her daily convenience and ensuring a measure of safety. For example, she can replicate the formation outside her residence in other locations, which will bolster her security while undertaking tasks in the future. Introduction to Talismans. She is well-versed in the characteristics of various talismans, allowing her to prepare responses in advance. However, this discipline is rather challenging and demands considerable investment. She is not yet fully engaged in practical application, having merely memorized the contents of the tome. Beast Mastery Codex. She is capable of establishing connections with certain first-tier and second-tier magical beasts, taming them for her own purposes. Introduction to Spirit Plant Cultivation. She comprehends how to cultivate spirit plants below the 4th tier and possesses knowledge of certain plants above the 4th tier. This is undoubtedly the most practical skill. Gazing at her vibrant and flourishing medicinal garden, she smiled with satisfaction. With these spirit plants sown, it will not be long before she reaps an abundance of them. Filled with contentment, she prepared to begin her alchemical pursuits. The process of refining qi and blood pills has proceeded quite smoothly, with each batch yielding 2 to 3 pills. Perhaps due to her breakthrough at the 6th level of qi training, this time the alchemical endeavor was not as exhausting as before. She completed 10 furnaces before feeling any fatigue. Ultimately, she harvested 28 qi and blood pills. However, the concoction of the rejuvenation powder proved to be more challenging, requiring her to invest greater time and energy into its creation. To her, These were not merely pills but rather spiritual stones, opportunities. Yet that moment was not now. She set these aside and began pondering a pressing question. In her simulation for months hence, both outer sect elder Lu Ping and inner sect elder Qingzhen wished to take her as their disciple. She faced three choices: to study alchemy under inner sect elder Qingzhen, to learn swordsmanship from outer sect elder Lu Ping, or to follow neither. Chapter 30. Three choices. Choices outweigh effort, particularly when it comes to pivotal decisions. The significance of these three options cannot be overstated. If a typical disciple were to choose, they would invariably opt for the first option, training under inner sect elder Qingzhen to learn alchemy. Becoming an inner sect disciple may not guarantee a lofty ceiling of potential, but it certainly promises a higher baseline than remaining in the outer sect. However, she is not an ordinary disciple. She must contemplate more deeply and cannot be swayed solely by immediate benefits. The first option, to take inner sect elder Qingzhen as her master, undoubtedly offers the most advantages. Entering the inner sect guarantees access to superior resources and the opportunity to study alchemy under elder Qingzhen. The second option, to become a disciple of outer sect elder Lu Ping, while slightly inferior to the first, still presents an improvement over her current position in the outer sect without a mentor. The advantage of apprenticing with the outer sect lies in the acquisition of additional resources, as one would have the opportunity to learn swordsmanship from elder Lu Ping. However, the potential for advancement remains somewhat limited, as Lu Ping's cultivation does not surpass that of Qingzhen, nor does he possess comparable aptitude or connections. She remains grateful for the guidance both provided during the simulation, yet this gratitude will not sway her decisions in the real world. This pivotal choice will be made after considering various factors to determine what is most beneficial for her. The third option is to select none, which lacks the benefits of resources and mentorship found in the first two choices, yet it is not devoid of merit. In her previous simulation, she opted for this choice to enhance her knowledge. This time, her motivation is freedom. She is not an ordinary disciple, and for her, this may well be a favorable decision. Both the first and second options present a common dilemma. While they offer advantages, they also impose restrictions. Remaining within the Bai Lan sect would necessitate maintaining the persona of an ordinary disciple, which in turn would limit her cultivation speed to that of a typical disciple. She would be unable to fully showcase her capabilities or freely engage in alchemy, artifact crafting, or beast taming. Nor would she be able to earn spirit stones at her leisure. In comparison, these advantages seem rather trivial. With the powerful tool of a life simulator at her disposal, it is imperative that she harness its potential. Thus, her choice becomes clear: freedom. Even with this selection, her losses will not be substantial. The benefits of the first two options can largely be attained through simulation. After careful contemplation, she solidified her decision. For months hence, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be her choice. For now, her focus must be on diligent cultivation and the meticulous crafting of elixirs, patiently awaiting the arrival of that day. She resumed her relentless training in solitude, venturing out only on the days designated for receiving her monthly stipend, to collect her earnings and procure materials for alchemy. Upon her return, she would first engage in alchemical processes, then continue her cultivation, repeating this regimen in the following months. This routine would have persisted until the day the two elders accepted disciples, but it was abruptly interrupted. In the third month after emerging from the secret realm, and while exchanging her stipend for alchemical materials, she encountered Bai Lan. This must be a matter of unusual significance, worthy of attention. Bai Lan, alongside Zhao Yi and Bai Mu, was selling spiritual herbs at the sect's marketplace. "Sister Lan, it's been a while. Are you here to purchase some spiritual herbs?" Bai Lan initially intended to decline and turn away, yet that was no longer feasible. The trio had witnessed her inquiring about prices at the previous stall. Such misfortune. Coincidentally, the elusive alchemical material she had been seeking, the nethergrass, happened to be available at Bai Lan's stand. She had wandered through most of the marketplace without encountering any seller of nethergrass, and failing to acquire it this time would mean she could not refine any elixirs that month. She had already managed to gather most of the necessary materials, leaving only this one. Relinquishing it would be disheartening. "Sister Lan, were you just looking to purchase nethergrass? We happen to have some in stock." The delicate tones of Bai Lan's voice caused Bai Lan a slight headache, yet she had to muster her spirits to engage. This was the destined heroine. While she could maintain her distance, she could not afford to offend her. Initially, she had contemplated the possibility of quelling the White Lotus in its infancy. However, upon further reflection, she found no compelling motive to do so. Only a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Firstly, as someone who had traversed into a narrative, she bore no substantial enmity toward the White Lotus. While she found certain actions of the White Lotus distasteful, even bordering on loathing, it did not incite her to seek vengeance on behalf of justice. Secondly, the White Lotus currently harbored no malice against her, and being the destined heroine, why would she willingly provoke a formidable adversary? Should she take the initiative and sow such seeds of conflict, given that the White Lotus was the fated heroine? If she were to survive, it would undoubtedly be her who would face the dire consequences. With such a formidable advantage bestowed upon her, why would she recklessly seek to antagonize the heroine? Sister Lan, I am here to purchase the nether grass. Why have you begun selling spiritual herbs? The White Lotus responded with a playful smile. We have undertaken several tasks in the celestial witch forest to procure spiritual herbs, and by sheer fortune, we have amassed quite a bounty. After fulfilling our obligations, we are left with an abundance. So we have decided to set up a stall to exchange them for spirit stones. Would you like some nether grass, Sister Lan? I can offer it to you at a discounted price. The White Lotus glanced at Bai Mu and Zhao Yi before nodding in agreement. Sister Bai Lan, how do you intend to price this nether grass? She had previously exchanged various alchemical materials and was aware that the typical price for nether grass ranged from 2 to 3 spirit stones per stalk. The stalk offered by the White Lotus was neither too large nor too small, fitting perfectly within that range. After a brief, hushed discussion among Bai Lotus, Bai Mu, and Zhao Yi, they ultimately conveyed their decision. In the outer sect, disciples typically find themselves with an excess of the pill of abstinence, often possessing 10 within a month, which they are unlikely to exhaust. Consequently, they tend to sell the surplus, leading to a situation where sellers outnumber buyers. Given that these pills are non-essential, prices naturally decline. Reflecting on this, Bai Lan decided to present 15 pills of abstinence and 3 blood vitality pills to Bai Lian. The blood vitality pill is valued at 3 spirit stones each, while the pill of abstinence can be exchanged at the sect for 10 pills per spirit stone, or approximately 15 in the marketplace. Upon receiving the items, Bai Lian glanced at the other two, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to hand over the ghostly grass to Bai Lan. Thus, the transaction was deemed complete. As Bai Lan prepared to depart, Bai Lian called out to her, Sister Lan, we will be undertaking tasks together in the future. Having more companions will enhance our safety and likelihood of success. Would you care to join us? No need, I simply wish to focus on my cultivation. Before long, for months had elapsed, marking the time for Bai Lan to be selected as a disciple by 2 elders. Chapter 31. One's Own Path One Day. While immersed in her cultivation at her residence, a familiar outer sect senior hurriedly arrived with news.
Junior Sister Bai Lan.
Elders Qingzhen and Luren are waiting for you at Wuming Peak. They both wish to take you as their disciple. Bai Lan felt a surge of realization. The day she had awaited had finally arrived. She calmly stepped out of her abode, while the senior was flushed with excitement. Thank you for making the trip to inform me, senior brother. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the formality. It's no trouble at all. Junior Sister Bai Lan. Once you enter the inner sect, just remember your outer sect brothers and sisters. Bai Lan simply smiled in response. Soon, they arrived at the nameless peak, where Elder Qingzhen and Lu Ping were engaged in a leisurely tea conversation. Upon noticing Bai Lan's arrival, they paused to scrutinize her closely. As they assessed her, Bai Lan reciprocated by observing them in turn. Elder Qingzhen, a female alchemist from the inner sect, donned flowing white garments and a delicate veil that accentuated her cool demeanor. In contrast, Elder Lu Ping, a swordsman from the outer sect, exuded a gentle and approachable aura, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero eager to undertake missions and rescue those in peril. It was no surprise that he frequently undertook tasks, often to the point of recklessness, ultimately falling victim to the hands of demonic cultivators. The initial impressions of these 2 masters during the simulation were remarkably favorable, suggesting that her fortune in selecting a mentor was exceptionally promising. Yet, this stroke of luck would soon become a burden for her. Chengzhen had already been informed of Bai Lan's circumstances by others, and upon meeting her in person, she subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Lan, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Chengzhen's voice was as frigid as her appearance, yet a hint of satisfaction could be discerned upon closer listening. While Chengzhen posed her question, Lu Ping merely chuckled softly and continued sipping his tea. While the disciples inside and outside the nameless peak experienced a collective surge of astonishment. What an extraordinary opportunity! An outer sect disciple, lacking both lineage and talent, was favored by an inner sect elder for apprenticeship, transforming her from an ordinary individual into someone of great significance in an instant. Such occurrences were typically relegated to the realm of dreams, and yet, here they were manifesting into reality. Though this fortunate turn did not befall them personally, witnessing it unfold before their eyes instilled a glimmer of hope within them. Today it was Bai Lan, who could say that tomorrow it might not be their turn. Just contemplating this prospect filled their futures with boundless optimism. Unlike their excitement, Bai Lan remained remarkably calm upon receiving this fortunate opportunity. She had already contemplated how to confront this scenario several months prior. Slowly raising her gaze towards Elder Chengzhen, her eyes were resolute as she gently declined the proposal. Elder Xie Cheng had elevated her status, yet Bai Lan had no desire to join the inner sect. Her words instantly chilled the previously warm and eager atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback. No one anticipated her refusal, not even Chengzhen or Lu Ping. Lu Ping had learned of Bai Lan's existence through his two disciples, who held her in high regard for her resilience and diligence. Consequently, he had taken notice of her, and after a brief understanding, he recognized her potential and contemplated accepting her as a disciple. However, this thought was relinquished upon discovering that Chengzhen also intended to take her under his wing. After all, the choices between the inner and outer sects, as well as between alchemy and swordsmanship, were quite apparent to most disciples. He did not dwell on this. It sufficed for him to witness a promising talent flourish, regardless of whether it blossomed in his own domain. Yet, upon hearing Bai Lan's refusal of Chengzhen, he was both astonished and relieved. Could it be that Bai Lan intended to choose him? Concealing a smile at the corner of his mouth, he cleared his throat twice to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Bai Lan, you need not feel any psychological burden. Although both Elder Cheng and I wish to take you as our disciple, the choice ultimately lies with you. Regardless of whom you choose, we will respect your decision.
Now,
please share your true thoughts. Bai Lan bowed deeply to Lu Ping, expressing her gratitude for Elder Xie's understanding. She did not wish to take on an apprenticeship. The atmosphere, which had just softened, suddenly plunged back into an icy silence. Elders Cheng and Lu were both revered figures in Bai Lan's eyes. Yet she aspired to forge her own path and humbly requested their understanding. With that, Bai Lan bowed deeply to the two elders. The other disciples were momentarily struck, as if by lightning, utterly astonished by her audacity. How could someone turn down such golden opportunities? Has Bai Lan lost her mind? Is she genuinely foolish or simply pretending? Why refuse both offers? She must be severely unwell. If she hailed from a prominent family, it might be comprehensible, but she has no such background. Could it be an act? The sound of Lu Ping placing his teacup down was soft, yet it silenced the murmurs instantaneously. The authority of the outer sect elders was formidable. Bai Lan, you need not harbor concerns. Both Elder Cheng and I possess open hearts. We shall grant you more time to reflect. Bai Lan did not refuse out of hesitation. She recognized the esteemed status of the two elders and considered it an honor to be their disciple. However, her ambitions lay elsewhere. As she spoke, Bai Lan held her posture straight, exuding neither servility nor arrogance, her gaze unwavering. Unfazed by the probing stares of Chengzhen and Lu Ping, she met their eyes with resolve. The exchange culminated in Chengzhen departing in silence. Lu Ping then approached Bai Lan, sighed, and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, becoming a disciple brings more benefits than remaining uninitiated. Think it over. Should you reconsider, I am always here. With that, he too took his leave. In the inner hall, only Bai Lan remained, while the other disciples quickly gathered in the outer hall, engaging in hushed whispers. Their discussions bore a striking resemblance to those from earlier, filled with confusion and skepticism. Initially, everyone had greeted her with smiles, envious of her position and offering their flattery. Now, however, they questioned her motives with a malicious undertone, all because she had simply declined to take on a mentor. This was, after all, her own choice, and she felt no remorse for her decision. As she stepped out of the inner hall, several individuals approached her, inquiring, "Why did you refuse? Is there another elder who wishes to take you as a disciple? Don't you realize what it means to become an inner sect disciple?" These were faces she scarcely recognized, some of whom she could not even name. Ignoring them, she traversed the crowd and departed. Behind her, the murmurs only intensified, growing more fervent with each passing moment. Yet, her respite was fleeting. The wards of her dwelling were soon activated. The visitors were Bai Lan, Bai Mu, Zhao Yi, and Bai Rui. "Sister Lan, why did you refuse the two elders?" Bai Lan pressed. "I have my own path to follow," Bai Lan replied succinctly. Chapter 32. The Spirit Pet. Little Black. After parting from Bai Lan, Bai Lan remained in a state of despondency. "I fail to comprehend why Sister Lan would choose this course." Zhao Yi offered words of comfort. "You need not overthink it. Bai Lan surely has her own reasons. This is such a remarkable opportunity. How could she let it slip away?" Bai Rui, who had been deep in thought, finally spoke up. "This pertains to Bai Lan. Since she has made up her mind, as friends, all we can do is offer our blessings without overthinking it." Bai Lan hesitated, "But I hope Sister Lan will not have regrets in the future." "Whether she regrets or not is ultimately her own affair," Bai Rui remarked. Initially, like everyone else, he believed that Bai Lan's decision to forego the opportunity to enter the inner sect was rather irrational. However, after hearing a recounting of the dialogue from the scene and receiving Bai Lan's personal confirmation, he came to terms with it. Although he still found it difficult to comprehend, he wished her well. He expressed his thoughts candidly and posed his inquiry. "Bai Lan's actions strike me as both irrational and commendable. May I ask, Master, why is that?" Each individual must forge their own path. What we ought to do is to discover that path as early as possible and pursue it resolutely. This is unrelated to anything else. It is a personal matter. If one deems it worthwhile, it is indeed worthwhile. The opinions and perspectives of others bear no significance. It is truly remarkable that Bai Lan, at such a tender age, can steadfastly choose her own path. Should she persevere until the end, our Bai Yun sect will gain another elder with a legendary journey. After bidding farewell to a few, Bai Lan began to contemplate her future plans. Before departing from Bai Yun sect, there were two crucial tasks that required her attention. The first and most imperative was to accumulate a sufficient number of spirit stones. With an ample supply of spirit stones, she could fervently simulate and enhance her cultivation, thereby becoming formidable. In the perilous realm of the Bai Yun sect, the dangers outside are magnified. One cannot afford to lack sufficient strength for self-preservation. The matter at hand, while pressing, pales in comparison to this. Once the primary concern is addressed, the secondary issue can be tackled subsequently. Resolute in her determination, she resumed her arduous cultivation without a moment's delay. The passage of time is inconsequential during her training. 7 months elapsed since she had declined the two elders' offer to take her as a disciple, and she finally achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, feeling a substantial surge of spiritual energy within her, which brought her immense satisfaction. Yet, she yearned for more. At her current pace, it would take at least 2 years to reach the 8th level of Qi cultivation, the requisite standard for undertaking long-term missions. This duration felt excessively protracted. After careful contemplation, she retrieved a spirit stone, intending to simulate her plans and assess the feasibility of their execution, as well as potential areas for improvement, consuming a low-grade spirit stone to commence a new life simulation. On the first day, you decide to borrow how to become a third-rank alchemist. You accept a 3-month task in the alchemy chamber. You begin your assignment in the alchemy chamber. 3 months later, you meet the requirements to borrow how to become a third-rank alchemist. You successfully acquire the book. 5 months later, you have preliminarily digested the content of how to become a third-rank alchemist, gaining some insights. 6 months later, you begin renting a room in the alchemy chamber to practice alchemy. Many mock you for your audacity, while others speculate that you regret your decision and wish to achieve some accomplishments in alchemy to rejoin Elder Qingzhen's tutelage. You remain indifferent to these rumors. 7 months later, the elixirs you refined were submitted to the sect in exchange for spirit stones, resulting in a bounty of 30 stones. The number of those who mocked you dwindled, and a few began to extend their goodwill towards you, yet you remained indifferent. A year later, your alchemical skills flourished, earning you considerable renown within the outer sect, and you reclaimed your status as an exemplary disciple. Elder Qingzhen once again extended an olive branch, but you declined yet again. You commenced a period of seclusion, striving to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. 3 years later, you achieved a breakthrough to the 8th layer. The elixirs you had previously crafted were exchanged for spirit stones, culminating in a total of 200 stones. You began to seek opportunities to undertake missions alongside Zhao Zhuo. 4 years later, the awaited opportunity finally arose. You descended the mountain with 5 outer sect disciples, including Zhao Zhuo, to address strange occurrences in Fuhu village. Seizing the moment, you poisoned Zhao Zhuo. The sect attributed the incident to the Xingqian sect, allowing you to escape unscathed. 10 years later, you ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. 15 years later, you tamed a second-tier golden fox as a spirit companion, affectionately naming it Xiaohei. 18 years later, you broke through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. While hunting in the mountains, you fortuitously encountered Bai Lu. You imparted valuable insights regarding cultivation and bestowed upon him some elixirs, leading him to regard you as a mentor. Together, you aided the villagers of Bai family village in evading a catastrophic beast tide. 28 years later, you attained the 11th layer of qi refinement. 40 years later, you reached the 12th layer of qi refinement. Accompanied by your spirit companion Xiaohei, you journeyed to Tianwu City in search of opportunities. While refining elixirs, you remained vigilant for various chance encounters. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation rewards. Choice 1. The cultivation realm of 56 years. Choice 2. The cultivation experience of 56 years. Choice 3. The random item of 56 years. Choice 3. The host acquires a random item, a spirit stone, of 56 years. Bai Lan paid little heed to the spirit stone, nor did she concern herself with the purpose of this simulation. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the spirit pet, the crimson golden fox, Xiaohei, that appeared within the simulation. She had believed that after numerous simulations, she would no longer be swayed by the occurrences within them, yet she had underestimated the situation. From the moment the spirit pet Xiaohei manifested, it captivated her attention, and later, its willingness to face death alongside her in an effort to save her ignited a fierce desire within her to vanquish those who ambushed them. She admonished herself to remain calm, reminding herself that this was merely a simulation, that nothing had yet transpired, and that everything could still be altered. This thought brought her solace, yet also filled her with anxiety. Reality would undoubtedly differ from the simulation. Would she ever encounter the spirit pet Xiaohei again? Chapter 33. Bai Lan's plan. Bai Lan was dissatisfied with the outcome of this simulation. Her plan was to resolve everything and depart from the sect within 6 months. Yet in the simulation, it took her 5 years to leave. It was not due to an impatient desire for strength, but rather an imperative need to grow stronger. Approximately half a year hence, Elder Lu Ping of the outer sect would embark on a mission and be slain by demonic cultivators. In the simulation, she had taken Lu Ping as her master, and she felt compelled to repay this debt of gratitude. In prior simulations, she had attempted to warn Lu Ping against undertaking the mission, but her efforts had been in vain. Thus, her current strategy was to rapidly enhance her cultivation after leaving the sect, aiming to rescue him when he encountered peril during his mission, thereby fulfilling her obligation of gratitude from the simulation. However, it appears that the execution of this plan poses significant challenges, and she needs to contemplate it further. 5 years remain, with some margin for adjustment. She picked up the reward spirit stone obtained from the previous simulation and commenced a new one. Expend 1 low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you decide to borrow how to become a 3rd-grade alchemist. You accept a 3-month assignment in the alchemy chamber. You begin your alchemy duties and seek opportunities to collaborate with Zhao Zhuo on tasks. 3 months later, you meet the requirements to borrow how to become a 3rd-grade alchemist, and you secure the text. 4 months later, you receive an opportunity to undertake a mission in the Tianwu forest with 7 outer disciples, including Zhao Zhuo. Seizing the moment, you poison Zhao Zhua, but two outer disciples, Li Si and Wang Wu, uncover the truth. 5 months later, the sect attributes Zhao Zua's murder to the Xingqian sect. You manage to extricate yourself. Yet the thought that Li Si and Wang Wu may have discerned something leaves you uneasy. 6 months later, you begin renting a room in the alchemy chamber to refine elixirs. 7 months later, you successfully produce 30 spirit stones through your alchemical endeavors. The number of detractors diminishes, and individuals begin to court your favor, including Li Si and Wang Wu. You accept their advances. 1 year later, your alchemical skills have greatly improved, leading to an increase in the spirit stones you earn. Li Si and Wang Wu demand more elixirs and spirit stones from you. You inform them that this will be the last time, after which you enter seclusion to strive for a breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement. 2.5 years later, you achieve a breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement. You exchanged the refined elixirs for spirit stones, ultimately acquiring 200 spirit stones. Bai Lan informed you of the incident involving Li Si and Wang Wu, who tarnished your reputation. Li Si and Wang Wu approached you, demanding the repayment of over 100 spirit stones. When you refused, they resorted to threatening you with past grievances, igniting a murderous intent within you. 3 years later, you embarked on a long-term mission, inviting Li Si and Wang Wu to join you, lured by the promise of elixirs and spirit stones. Bai Lan expressed a desire to join, but you declined her offer. A year and a month later, you seized the opportunity to poison both individuals. In his final moments, Li Si stared at you with wide eyes. In the next instant, you noticed a flash of blade-like golden light emanating from him, and you lost consciousness. You perished. This simulation concluded, prompting you to select a reward. Choose 1. Cultivation level of 14 years, choose 2. Cultivation experience of 14 years, choose 3. Random item of 14 years, you selected option 3. The host acquired a foundational elixir of 14 years. Bai Lan noted the names of Li Si and Wang Wu, then began to analyze the experiences of this simulation. This endeavor took 3 years, or more precisely, 2.5 years, marking a significant improvement compared to the previous 5-year simulation, indicating that time could indeed be further compressed, particularly due to the delays caused by Li Si and Wang Wu. She took out a spirit stone, initiating a new life simulation, consuming a low-grade spirit stone to commence a new life simulation. On the first day, you resolved to borrow how to become a third-rank alchemist and began undertaking tasks in the alchemy room, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to collaborate with Zhao Zhua on missions. 3 months later, you borrowed how to become a third-rank alchemist. 4 months later, you seized the opportunity to undertake a mission in the Tianwu forest alongside Zhao Zhua and 7 other outer disciples. Seizing a chance, you poisoned Zhao Zhua, as well as potentially discovering something about Li Si Wang Wu. The sect placed great emphasis on this matter. 5 months later, you and 4 other disciples were interrogated several times, but ultimately managed to extricate yourselves. You began renting a room in the alchemy chamber to refine elixirs. 6 months later, your alchemical endeavors yielded 50 spirit stones. Some individuals attempted to curry favor with you, yet you remained indifferent. 8 months later, you entered seclusion to strive for the 8th layer of Qi refinement. 2 years and 2 months later, instead of fulfilling the external mission in the western border, you ventured deep into Tianwu Mountain, locating a secluded cave for cultivation. 8 years later, you broke through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. 15 years later, you achieved the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Though you did not encounter the Crimson Gold Fox, you fortuitously met Bai Lu. You imparted numerous insights regarding cultivation to Bai Lu and gifted him some elixirs, earning his respect as a semi-master. 18 years later, you and Bai Lu assisted the villagers of Bai Family Village in evading a beast-tide disaster. You journeyed to Tianwu City to refine elixirs and earn spirit stones. 24 years later, you ascended to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Alongside a few fellow loose cultivators, you opened a modest elixir shop. 35 years later, you broke through to the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Your elixir shop frequently encountered extortion attempts, among which was your adversary, Shui Yaoyao. Initially intending to leave, you decided to remain and began gathering information on Shui Yaoyao. 36 years later, you have become intimately familiar with Shui Yaoyao. You are aware that she has also reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. You know she is currently recruiting companions for her missions and, under a veil of anonymity, you decide to join her in hopes of finding the opportune moment to eliminate her. Another month passes, and you realize this is but a ruse. Shui Yaoyao is not seeking allies but rather naive victims. Once she departs from Tianwu City, she intends to rob and silence them. You and the other rogue cultivators desperately resist, yet Shui Yaoyao and her cohorts are well prepared, rendering your struggles futile. In a final act of defiance, you draw forth poison and choose to perish alongside them. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation level at the age of 47. Option 2. Cultivation experience at the age of 47. Option 3. A random item at the age of 47. You select Option 3. The host acquires a replenishing elixir as a random item at the age of 47. This simulation has ignited within her a glimmer of hope for her plans to materialize. In 6 months, she believes she can achieve her revenge and amass a significant amount of spirit stones, fulfilling her own criteria for departing from Bai Lan sect. The only restriction on her cultivation can also be achieved through the simulator. Having resolved this lingering concern, she spends a restful night after 7 months of arduous training in seclusion, planning to undertake the alchemy task the following day. However, unbeknownst to her, many events have transpired outside during her 7 months of isolation. Chapter 34. Alchemy Task. Bai Lan sets out early to the mission hall to receive her assignment, garnering numerous curious glances from fellow disciples along the way. Many disciples even halt in their tracks upon seeing her, engaging in hushed whispers with those beside them. This situation is evidently quite unusual. She furrowed her brows slightly. Had the uproar from her previous refusal to take on an apprenticeship not yet subsided? Having secluded herself for 7 months, this matter ought to have faded into obscurity by now. Even if some individuals still recalled it, such overt reactions should not have manifested, especially not from so many people. Generally, matters that do not pertain to oneself, no matter how sensational at the time, are gradually forgotten as time passes, allowing individuals to focus on their own lives. Unless, of course, there were recent developments surrounding this incident that were equally sensational, developments she was unaware of. After a moment of contemplation, she proceeded to the task hall to accept a 3-month assignment related to the alchemy chamber. The term alchemy chamber task is a broad designation, encompassing a variety of duties within the chamber, such as registering disciples renting the chamber, collecting spirit stones for the rental, assisting in opening the chamber, providing answers to queries from the renting disciples, and receiving various alchemy materials. The rewards for these tasks vary in type and value, allowing one to directly choose an alchemy chamber task, undertaking whichever task is available at the time. For her, these tasks held little distinction, so she opted for the latter approach. The 3-month assignment promised a reward of 18 spirit stones, averaging 6 spirit stones per month. Given that the monthly stipend for outer disciples is 5 spirit stones, this arrangement seemed reasonably profitable, albeit at the cost of having no time during the day for cultivation or personal endeavors. While this might not be a significant drawback for other disciples, it was less advantageous for her. However, this was a means to provide herself with a legitimate opportunity to sell elixirs and earn spirit stones. One must not focus solely on the present, but consider the long-term implications. From this perspective, it still appeared to be a worthwhile endeavor. "Are you certain you wish to undertake this task?" Bai Lan inquired nonchalantly. "Indeed," she replied. The outer sect disciple responsible for task registration regarded her with a peculiar expression before lowering his gaze to complete the documentation, ultimately presenting her with a task token. As she accepted the token and turned to depart, the disciple spoke again. "Bai Lan, perhaps you might consider humbling yourself before Elder Cheng. She may yet accept you, thereby sparing you the futility of this endeavor." "I appreciate the suggestion, but I have my own intentions," she replied. "What intentions could you possibly have? You accepted this task solely to gain access to the alchemical texts, did you not? Or perhaps it is for the spirit stones. Should you choose to apprentice under Elder Cheng, all of that would be within your grasp. Indeed, far more than this meager task offers. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Is it stubbornness that drives you? Coming here to accept this task surely indicates regret. If you regret it, then strive for something better. Your cousin, Bai Lan, is far more astute than you. She may have started behind you, yet she is now a disciple of Elder Lu. Bai Lan walked away, without a glance back. She dismissed the earlier remarks, recognizing that some individuals delight in imposing their judgments upon others based on their own experiences, believing they possess the authority to dictate the course of another's life. Such opinions were inconsequential. What mattered was living her own life to the fullest. However, the latter comment did capture her attention. Bai Lan had become a disciple of Elder Lu? It must be Elder Lu Ping, she mused. It appeared that the original storyline had deviated yet again. In the original narrative, Bai Lan did not seek a master among the outer sect elders. Rather, she maintained her status as a prodigious talent within the sect, thriving with the assistance of inner disciples such as Bai Rui, Zhao Yi, and Zhao Xiaoyuan. Her life was no less prosperous than that of the inner disciples, ultimately receiving the legacy of the Baiyun sect's leader. However, the current plot has diverged significantly from the original storyline. Bai Lan pondered for a moment, concluding that this development would not greatly affect her, as she would depart from Baiyun sect and leave Bai Lan behind in half a year. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, she completed her handover and commenced her tasks. Unsurprisingly, her fellow disciples in the chamber regarded her with peculiar expressions. Fortunately, none approached her to utter bizarre remarks. They could observe her as they pleased. She spent half a day on the tasks, which were quite straightforward, lacking any real difficulty, even bordering on leisurely. Yet, this sensation of idleness made her somewhat uncomfortable. To outsiders, her demeanor merely appeared as daydreaming. Do you think she regrets it? Certainly. If it were me, I would be filled with regret. Sure, keep your voice down. She might hear you. Rest assured, she is lost in thought and cannot hear. By the way, have you seen Bai Lan these past few days? Her luck is astonishing. She completed such challenging tasks unscathed, encountered fortuitous events, and even advanced 2 levels in her cultivation, not to mention becoming an apprentice of Elder Lu. She is faring much better than that fool Bai Lan. Not far away, Bai Lan opened her eyes and strode purposefully towards the trio, discussing her. She paused beside the recently speaking female disciple, and the trio fell into a stunned silence, their faces alternating between crimson and pale. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "I do not concern myself with your gossip. However, to call me foolish in my presence is rather audacious. Do you wish to challenge me to a duel?" The 3 averted their gazes, unwilling to respond. They were acutely aware that Bai Lan was at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, having ranked highly in the sex trials, showcasing formidable strength that placed her among the top 10, if not the top 20, of the new outer disciples. It was no surprise that both inner and outer elders had sought her as a disciple. In contrast, the trio consisted of ordinary disciples, with 2 at the 5th level of Qi, and 1 at the 4th. They understood fully that they lacked the capacity to challenge her on equal footing and could never hope to match Bai Lan. Observing their reaction, Bai Lan smirked derisively. Without the strength and courage to face the consequences, it would be wise to refrain from speaking so recklessly. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, the male disciple among them, his face flushed with indignation, clenched his fists and abruptly stood. "I challenge you." Bai Lan chuckled softly and turned back. "First, you must ascertain your eligibility to challenge me. According to the regulations of Baiyun sect, challenges between disciples must not exceed a 1-tier cultivation difference. Otherwise, the consent of an elder was required." Bai Lan stood at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. The flames of anger in the male disciple's eyes were instantly extinguished by the cold reality, his tightly clenched fists relaxing behind him as he awkwardly lowered his head. He was only at the 5th level of Qi, disqualified from issuing a challenge unless he sought an outer elder to vouch for him. However, let us not dwell on his inability to locate such an outer sect elder. Even if he were to find one, his chances of success would be meager. Had Bai Lan still been at the 6th level of Qi training, he might have summoned the courage to challenge her, but as she has reached the 7th level, he stands no chance of victory. How could she have advanced so swiftly? The commotion did not go unnoticed by the other disciples, who observed quietly without intervening. This is the fundamental decorum of bystanders. They would never approach the parties involved to speak ill of them. Nevertheless, witnessing the situation escalate, an elder disciple stepped forward to mediate, urging the 3 disciples to apologize to Bai Lan. This gesture served to placate Bai Lan and provide the trio with a graceful exit. Reluctantly, yet inevitably, they bowed their heads in apology. Senior Sister Bai Lan, we are truly sorry. We were wrong and will not behave this way again. Please forgive us. Whether their remorse was genuine remains uncertain, yet Bai Lan found satisfaction in their capitulation. It seems that thereafter, no one in the alchemy chamber would dare to provoke her again. Her spirits remained buoyant throughout the afternoon until she encountered Bai Lan before her. Chapter 35. Completing the task, Sister Lan. Please hear me out. In the quiet room, Bai Lan appeared with a woeful demeanor, speaking in a sweet, plaintive tone. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Lan felt a headache coming on and promptly interrupted. Stop. Let Sister Chao speak instead. Accompanying Bai Lan into the alchemy chamber were not only Bai Mu and Zhao Yi, but also Chao Yu. The embarrassment that had once graced Chao Yu's face had dissipated, restoring her usual gentle demeanor. The situation is as follows. After you initially declined the two elders and retreated for cultivation, Bai Lan, concerned that the elders might harbor resentment, sought out Elder Lu's disciple to apologize. Li Jianyun and Lu Ren, both of Elder Lu's disciples, were understanding individuals who bore no ill will towards you or Bai Lan, and they even became friends with her. Rather than succumbing to pride, she dedicated herself to her training with renewed diligence, engaging in mutual learning and competition with Li Jianyun and Lu Ren. This diligence eventually caught Elder Lu's attention, leading him to test Bai Lan and subsequently accept her as his disciple. Chao Yu remained watchful of Bai Lan's reactions, and seeing her maintain her usual calmness only deepened his unease. He had always found Bai Lan to be inscrutable. Bai Lan was equally observant of Bai Lan. Sister Lan, I should not have done this. Bai Lan interrupted her once more. Stop. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? If not, I must attend to my tasks. Although undertaking these tasks seemed a waste of time, enduring Bai Lan's discourse felt like a mental torment. Sister Lan, are you angry?
I
apologize to you. Bai Lan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her round gaze evoking sympathy. Stop. I fail to comprehend why everyone associates these two matters. They are clearly unrelated. Bai Lan's apprenticeship with Elder Lu and my refusal to become his disciple are entirely distinct events. Bai Lan achieved this through her own merit. Zhao Yi's expression reflected agreement. He had always held this sentiment. Bai Mu and Chao Yu, as mutual friends of the two, maintained an ambiguous stance. Bai Lan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and timidly spoke. But
Bai Lan firmly interjected.
There is no but. Elder Lu values your diligence and hard work. You must not disappoint him. Devote your energies entirely to your cultivation. Do you understand? Bai Lan, overwhelmed by the gaze upon her, nodded in a daze, acknowledging her understanding. Thus, Bai Lan and her companions were sent away in a haze of confusion. As for Chao Yu, who left with an expression that suggested she had much to say yet remained silent, Bai Lan chose to ignore it. The events of that day quickly circulated among the outer sect disciples, and by the time Bai Lan returned to the alchemy room for her tasks, she garnered no special attention. For 2 consecutive months, she engaged in simple tasks within the alchemy chamber. However, it was not devoid of rewards. She learned the time required for outer sect disciples to study alchemy and the monthly output, enabling her to plan the number of medicinal pills she would sell in due course. Another benefit was that she had thoroughly revisited the 5 tomes she had acquired during her simulations, gaining new insights. Additionally, she encountered Bai Ji and Du Cc. The two had come to deliver alchemical materials they had visited previously but had not crossed paths with Bai Lan. Bai Lan was taken aback to see them, as it had been over a year since their last meeting. After her transition to an outer sect disciple, she had spent the majority of her time in seclusion, only participating in a grand sect competition and completing a few tasks, rarely reminiscing about her days as a servant disciple.
Bai Cc.
How have you fared over the past year? Bai Lan noted the slight estrangement in their demeanor and suppressed her own emotions. The tasks assigned to the servant disciples are numerous. It is indeed commendable that you have managed to cultivate to the 4th layer of qi refinement. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, yet you must persevere, for one day you shall surely glimpse hope. The two nodded, their eyes gleaming with resilience. We will strive diligently in our training. Like senior sister Bai Lan, We aspire to become outer disciples. Although we missed the opportunity in the first 6 months, we still have 3 years, even 10 years ahead of us. This time, we shall not let it slip away. Bai Lan admired their strength and tenacity, conversing with them a little longer, rekindling feelings of the past. As Bai Ji and Du Cece departed, they stopped by the alchemy room to exchange for a few bottles of qi and blood pills to enhance their cultivation. Bai Lan watched them leave, lost in thought. When she departs from Baiyun sect, she could gift them some qi and blood pills to aid in their training. As the tasks in the alchemy room neared completion, Bai Lan encountered Li Jianyun. Li Jianyun had come to exchange for pills for the upcoming tasks, presenting a total of 10 spirit stones. Li Jianyun produced the 10 spirit stones, and Bai Lan received them, registering the transaction before leading Li Jianyun to collect the pills. Although our current task carries some risks, the rewards are quite substantial. Would you consider joining us? Bai Lan shook her head. No need for that. I have no such plans at the moment. She was willing to undertake external missions, but not for the sake of the tasks themselves. Thus there was no necessity to involve herself with Li Jianyun and his group this time. Li Jianyun did not press the matter further, accepting her response with ease.
Oh.
That's fine. We already have quite a few teammates. It just feels like something's missing. You are strong, which is why I hope to invite you to join us. Thank you, you are quite formidable as well. I wish you success in your endeavors. After receiving the elixir, Li Jianyun remarked before departing, expressing a hope for future collaboration on missions. Bai Lan merely smiled, offering no commitment, as such a day seemed unlikely. The task at the alchemy chamber concluded, and she received a reward of 20 spirit stones, with the additional 2 serving as recognition for her diligence and responsibility in the task. Through her 3 months of experience at the alchemy chamber, she successfully gained access to the alchemical texts at the methodology hall, titled How to Become a 3rd-Grade Alchemist. With the knowledge acquired from previous simulations, she had already attained the proficiency of a 2nd-grade alchemist, making the assimilation of the text's content a manageable endeavor. A few days later, she had mastered half of the material, complementing her prior experience, thus establishing herself as a veritable 2nd-grade alchemist. However, she refrained from hastily concocting potions, for she had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically locating and participating in an expedition with Zhao Zhuo, Li Xi, and Wang Wu. This task proved to be quite feasible. With a bit of effort and time, she was able to uncover the mission. Chapter 36, The 8-Person Squad at the Task Hall. A newly published mission attracted a considerable gathering of outer disciples.
Wow.
The reward for this task is a staggering 100 spirit stones. Yet this was a 3rd-grade mission, fraught with significant difficulty, requiring entry into the perilous depths of the celestial witch forest. What is there to fear? We can simply gather more people. Even if 10 individuals were to join forces for the task, each would still receive a share of 10 spirit stones. Indeed, the task is time-limited to 1 month, during which one can acquire a dozen or so spirit stones, far surpassing the meager rewards of the 1st and 2nd-tier missions within the sect. The tasks of Baiyun sect are classified into tiers, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and so forth. The 1st-tier tasks are the simplest, with increasing difficulty and danger in subsequent tiers. The classification of tasks resembles that of demonic beasts. 1st-tier tasks are generally suitable for cultivators at the 1st to 4th levels of qi refinement, 2nd-tier tasks for those at the 5th to 8th levels, and 3rd-tier tasks for cultivators at the 9th level up to the completion of qi refinement. Of course, this is not absolute. It merely serves as a general guideline. Senior brother, do you intend to participate? May I join you? Senior sister, can I be part of your group? I am at the 5th level of qi refinement, and assure you, I will not be a burden. This task is ours. Those forming a team, please gather here. Registration is open for those at the 6th level of qi refinement and above. Limited to 10 participants.
Me.
I just happen to be at the 6th level. I am at the 8th level, but I need to bring along a junior sister at the 5th level. Bai Lan has been frequenting the task hall more diligently than the disciples who are actually undertaking missions. She arrives with the earliest group and departs with the latest, making her acutely aware of this task the moment it appeared. It was also at that instant that she recognized this was the very task she had been awaiting. The reason is quite simple. She had been waiting here for over half a month. And this was the sole task requiring a team to venture deep into the Tianwu forest. She observed the group clamoring to form a team, and, upon seeing Zhao's would join, she approached them. I wish to join. The initial speaker, an outer sect disciple, appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with a gentle demeanor and a smile that easily dispelled any sense of vigilance. I am Wang He, and this is my junior sister Bai Lan. Welcome to our group. With that, he inscribed her name and cultivation level onto a jade slip. Bai Lan held her identity token tightly without presenting it, her eyes flickering with surprise. The fact that he could accurately record her cultivation level without her revealing her identity indicated that he was already familiar with her, suggesting he had been paying attention to her. Until then, she had been unaware of who Wang He was. Why, she wondered, did he take an interest in her? Soon, other disciples expressed their desire to join the group, prompting her to step aside momentarily to observe Wang He. Several disciples, whose cultivation levels were insufficient, those at the 4th and 5th layers, pleaded with Wang He for inclusion, only to be gently rebuffed. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, they left with a newfound sense of enthusiasm. This demonstrated that Wang He had adeptly crafted an image of a benign and harmless senior brother. He possessed a keen ability to use language to beguile others, skillfully disorienting them without their awareness. Wang He bore a resemblance to Chao Yu, though it was difficult to discern who was the more convincing in their masquerade. At that moment, the number of disciples present in the task hall was limited. Among those eligible and eager to participate, there were only a few. 1, 2, 3, 8 in total, enough. Let us introduce ourselves and become acquainted, he suggested. I will begin. I am Wang He, a disciple for 11 years, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Zhao Zua, a disciple for 6 years, at the 8th layer. Su Can, a disciple for 11 years, also at the 8th layer. Wang Wu, likewise a disciple for 11 years, at the 8th layer. Li Si, having been initiated for 11 years, has attained the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Bai Lan, a novice for merely 1 year, has also reached the 7th level. Zhao Wuyu, with only a year of experience, has achieved the 6th level, while Wu Sisi, similarly new, has attained the 5th level. In this context, it is evident that Zhao Wuyu ranks among the more competent outer disciples. She quickly realizes that although she began her training a decade later than Li Si, their cultivation levels are identical, it is not difficult to surmise how Li Si might perceive this. Furthermore, Wang Wu, a close acquaintance of Li Si, adds another layer of complexity. She ponders the possibility that during their simulations, Li Si and Wang Wu may have discovered something noteworthy, suggesting that their interest in her was not mere coincidence, but rather an intentional focus from the outset. Thus, she resolves to proceed with greater caution. Wang clapped his hands, interrupting the thoughts of the group. As the initiator of this team, he is also the most accomplished cultivator among them, making him the natural leader. With their combined strengths, the 8 of them should have no difficulty completing this 3rd-tier task. Although categorized as a 3rd-tier mission, it does not pose significant challenges or dangers. The primary threats lie in the deeper regions of the Tianwu forest, where other beasts may reside. The Wuyu crane, classified as a 2nd-tier beast, is generally docile and possesses low aggression, with the young ones almost entirely lacking in offensive capabilities. Typically, Wuyu cranes are used as mounts, valued between several dozen to 100 spirit stones. Recently, it has been reported that an elder captured several adult Wuyu cranes nearby, leading to the speculation that there may be young ones in the area, which prompted this task. If everyone applies their efforts diligently and captures a few more Wuyu cranes, they stand to reap substantial rewards. A wave of excitement and anticipation washed over the group, their faces adorned with smiles. Bai Lan also smiled, her joy genuine rather than feigned. In addition to selling elixirs, she discovered a new method to acquire a substantial amount of spirit stones without raising suspicion, capturing a few more black-feathered cranes. With the simulator in place, this task was hardly daunting. Wang then clapped his hands and remarked, "For the success of our mission, it is imperative that each of us makes some preparations. Moreover, to minimize travel time and enhance our chances of capturing the black-feathered cranes, we must prepare some speed talismans. These are essential, particularly the speed talismans. We must have them, or we risk falling behind." It was not yet noon. We were to gather and set off at the appointed hour. Everyone, Please go and prepare your talisman papers and elixirs. With that, the group dispersed, some heading to exchange for elixirs, others for talisman papers, while a few ventured elsewhere. Bai Lan and 3 others proceeded to acquire talisman papers. Upon arrival, Zhao Wuyu boldly announced, 4 first-tier speed talismans and 2 second-tier speed talismans, please. Bai Lan glanced at the prices. The first-tier speed talisman cost 1 spirit stone each, while the second-tier talisman was 3 spirit stones. The materials for crafting speed talismans required 3 spirit stones as well. It appeared that Zhao Wuyu hailed from a prosperous background, casually spending 10 spirit stones. Bai Lan spent 3 spirit stones to purchase 1 first-tier speed talisman and 6 sets of materials for crafting speed talismans. To her, spirit stones were more than mere currency. Saving even a single stone was worthwhile, and earning a few extra would be even better. With an hour remaining, she had just enough time to attempt crafting a speed talisman. Chapter 37. Entering the Celestial Witch Forest. Although Introduction to Talisman Crafting was the least mastered text in her possession, she had recently revisited it while undertaking a task in the alchemy chamber, gaining a deeper understanding. Crafting a simple first-tier talisman should pose no significant challenge. She followed the steps etched in her memory to begin crafting talismans, much like her initial foray into alchemy. Her first attempt at creating a talisman proved to be quite challenging. After much effort, she managed to complete the first one, only to find it rendered useless. She encouraged herself not to be disheartened, acknowledging that failure is a natural part of the process, and proceeded to create a second talisman. Drawing from the experience gained during her first attempt, the creation of the second talisman went considerably smoother. Just as she thought success was within her grasp, her final stroke faltered once again. After a moment of silence, she embarked on her third attempt. With the previous issues resolved and the last stroke perfected, there was no reason for failure this time. Indeed, she succeeded, which brought her immense relief. Gazing at the first swift travel talisman she had crafted, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The spirit stone had not been wasted, it had transformed into a valuable talisman. The materials for the next spirit stone must not be squandered either. Reinvigorated, she continued her work on the swift travel talismans. Whether due to her innate talent or the simplicity of crafting a first-tier talisman, she soon produced 3 more of the same kind.
Now,
she possessed a total of 5 first-tier swift travel talismans. Having expended 3 spirit stones, she acquired 5 talismans and invaluable experience in their creation. A remarkable return. Given that outer disciples often face limitations in spirit stones, spending over 5 for a single task was rather excessive, making these 5 talismans more than sufficient for her needs. As time drew near, she carefully stowed away the 5 first-tier swift travel talismans and made her way to the designated meeting place. Upon her arrival, only Li Si and Wang Wu were absent. All others had already gathered. Wang greeted her with a smile. Junior sister Bai Lan has arrived. We are discussing tactics. Perhaps she can offer some insightful suggestions. As Bai Lan settled into her seat, Li Si and Wang Wu joined them. Our preliminary plan is as follows. We will first employ a swift travel talisman to cover some ground, then allocate another day to reach the vicinity where the Wuyuhua might appear. Following this, we will slow our pace, searching as we proceed. If we discover any traces of the Wuyuhua, we will use the talisman to close the distance. Before we commence, we need to form groups of 2. Does anyone have any preferences? Su Ken was the first to speak up. I will team up with junior sister Cici. Wang Wu promptly added. Then I shall pair with Li Si. Zhao Wuyu nonchalantly remarked, I can team up with anyone. Bai Lan remained silent, as did Zhao Zhua. Wang, appearing somewhat resigned, chuckled. Since no one has any objections, I shall assign the groups. To ensure balanced strength, I will pair with junior sister Wuyu, while Zhao Zhua will team with junior sister Bai Lan. Any dissent? Naturally, there was none. Thus, the 8 of them set off on their mission, transported directly from the Baiyun sect to the edge of the Tianwu forest. Here, numerous disciples were engaged in their tasks, and a small marketplace existed to facilitate the exchange of goods gathered from the forest. After imparting a few final words of advice, Wang led them toward their destination. Swiftly navigating through the Tianwu forest, Zhao Wuyu, with her carefree demeanor and robust constitution, was resilient enough to endure fatigue and persevere. This is perhaps not solely due to her being overly delicate. Her lower cultivation level is a significant influencing factor. This explains why some individuals prefer to form teams with specific cultivation requirements. A lower cultivation level does not necessarily denote weakness. However, it certainly brings about numerous inconveniences. Before Wu Cixi could no longer hold on, Wang He instructed everyone to pause. Alright, now that we have warmed up, we may utilize a speed talisman. For the others, this was merely a warm-up, a means to find their rhythm, but for the less experienced Wu Cixi, it had already taken a considerable toll. Each pair in the group must look out for one another, and once the effects of the speed talisman wear off, we shall rest for a while. With that, he took the lead and activated the speed talisman, dashing forward. Bai Lan followed closely, also using a speed talisman. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. She simply felt her legs strengthened, the wind against her face intensified, and the scenery around her receded at a quicker pace. Bai Lan paid little mind to anything else, keeping an eye on Wang He's direction while also watching Zhao Zua. Just as fatigue began to set in, Wang He ahead came to a halt, the effects of the speed talisman having concluded. He was softly conversing with Zhao Wuyu, and upon noticing Bai Lan and Zhao Zua's arrival, he nodded in acknowledgement. Let us rest for a moment. Soon after, Li Si and Wang Wu arrived, followed by Su Ken and Wu Cixi a while later. The group, with little time for conversation, settled into meditation to recuperate, as they still had a day's journey ahead, which required utmost diligence. After a half-hour respite, Wang He announced the conclusion of their break, and they resumed their rigorous pace. Not everyone can withstand such a frantic pace. Su Ken and Wu Cixi were the first to fall behind, followed by Wang He and Zhao Wuyu, and then Zhao Zua and Bai Lan. Leading the charge were Li Si and Wang Wu. The impediment to progress was not the strong, but rather the weak. When they regrouped after a day of arduous travel, fatigue was etched on every face. Wang He stepped forward to encourage them. Our current progress is slightly behind our expectations, but it is manageable. After half a day's journey tomorrow, we shall reach the vicinity of the elusive Waiyu. At that point, we can afford to slow our pace and search for Waiyu more leisurely. Remember to pair up and look out for one another. The depths of the Tianwu forest are perilous, teeming with first and second-tier beasts, and we may even encounter third-tier monsters, so exercise utmost caution. Additionally, beware of the rogue cultivators within the Tianwu forest, for we are no longer within the domain of Bai Yun sect. Everyone nodded in agreement, then closed their eyes to rest. After a day of intense travel, they were utterly exhausted. Bai Lan felt weary as well, yet she needed to complete a task before she could rest peacefully. No one noticed the spirit stone clutched in her hand, nor did they see it vanish. Consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. Chapter 38. Homicide Day 1. You have rested through the night. Day 2. You part ways with Zhao Zua and the others, intentionally guiding Zhao Zua off the intended course towards a more secluded direction. On the third day, you and Zhao Zua deviated from your intended path. Perhaps you strayed too far, as you failed to uncover any traces of the black-feathered crane. You were continually seeking an opportunity to confront Zhao Zua. On the fourth day, Zhao Zua suddenly launched an attack, drawing his sword to strike at you. You narrowly evaded his blow and discerned a fierce intent to kill glimmering in his eyes. In the ensuing struggle, you cunningly poisoned Zhao Zua, ensuring his demise. After your departure, you encountered Li Si and Wang Wu, seizing the moment to poison them as well. While they were unprepared, on the sixth day, you hastily approached Wang and the others, claiming that you and Zhao Zua had been ambushed. After hearing your account, Wang and the others accompanied you to the scene. Upon discovering the bodies of Zhao Zua, Li Si, and Wang Wu, you promptly retreated from the Tianwu forest and reported the incident to your sect, which regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. On the seventh day, you relayed your meticulously crafted falsehood to the sect, prompting them to dispatch personnel to investigate the Tianwu forest immediately. By the 10th day, you found yourself being interrogated by the sect regarding the matter. A month later, the sect attributed the deaths of Zhao Zua and the others to the Xingqian sect. You skillfully extricated yourself from the situation and began renting an alchemy chamber to concoct elixirs. 2 months later, you produced numerous elixirs, garnering 30 spirit stones. 3 months later, Your efforts yielded further success, and you amassed 50 spirit stones. Despite someone attempting to curry favor, you remained indifferent. For months later, you commenced a period of seclusion, striving to break through to the 8th level of Qi training. 2 years later, you successfully transcended to the 8th level of Qi training. 8 years later, you achieved a breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi training. 15 years later, you finally attained the 10th level of Qi training. You undertook a 3rd-tier quest to locate the young of the black-feathered crane, venturing deep into the celestial witch forest. There, you discovered not only the young black-feathered crane but also the cub of the crimson gold fox. 16 years later, you successfully tamed the crimson gold fox and named it Little Red. 24 years hence, you achieved a breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi training. After 35 years, you ascended to the 12th level of Qi training, aware of the challenges that lay ahead for further breakthroughs. Thus, you embarked on an adventure with your spirit companion, Little Red, in search of greater opportunities for both of you. In the 36th year, during your journey, you encountered a group led by Shui Yaoyao, all heading to the same hidden realm. Arriving ahead of them, you set traps with poison before departing. 2 years later, you discovered another secret realm and entered it alongside numerous cultivators. However, shortly after entering, you sensed impending danger and prepared to leave, only to find that the teleportation array had already closed. Trapped within the realm, you fell victim to the wrath of others and lost consciousness. You perished, marking the end of this simulation. Please select your simulation reward. Choice 1. Cultivation level at 49 years old. Choice 2. Cultivation experience at 49 years old. Choice 3. Random item at 49 years old. You chose the third option. The host received a random item, the Swift Movement Talisman, at the age of 49. Bai Lan gently turned her head, feeling a satisfying crack in her neck. A sensation both refreshing and invigorating. Her mood mirrored this feeling. An intense desire to eliminate Zhao Zue coursed through her, just as Zhao Zue harbored the same intent towards her. It was no wonder she had so effortlessly diverted Zhao Zue's attention. Each had unwittingly contributed to the other's ambitions. In addition to Li Si and Wang Wu, there exists a considerable distance between their paths and hers. Furthermore, she has deliberately chosen a divergent route, making it seemingly impossible to encounter any members of her team. Li Si and Wang Wu have successfully tracked her and Zhao Zue. Yet it matters little. Regardless of their intentions, they will ultimately serve to facilitate her journey. With the assurance that today and tomorrow will unfold without incident, she slightly lowers her guard, settling into a meditative state to recalibrate her energy. At dawn the following day, Wang He raised the map and addressed the group, saying, "This is our current position. We shall proceed along separate routes from here. Zhao Zue and Bai Lan will take the far west, followed by myself and Zhao Yu. Then Wang Wu and Li Si, while Su Ken and Wu Si will venture to the east. Everyone, remember your designated paths. We will reconvene at the center of the map in approximately 3 to 5 days. The first to arrive should mark the center position and await the other's arrival. Subsequently, we shall search together. Should anyone encounter danger, use the communication talisman to notify us, and we will hasten to assist." Understood. Bai Lan and Zhao Zue then parted from the group and headed westward. The two traveled in silence, the atmosphere decidedly peculiar. The area frequented by the black-feathered cranes lay to the south. Technically, their trajectory was southwest, yet relative to the other teams, it was the most westerly route, though not truly westward. However, Bai Lan intentionally guided Zhao Zue off the predetermined path, gradually veering towards the true west, thereby distancing themselves further from the others. As in the simulation, Zhao Zue said nothing and followed her as they deviated from the normal course. Along the way, no trace of the black-feathered crane was discovered. However, she did come across a few first-tier spiritual plants. She paused to excavate the spiritual plants, only to hear a derisive snicker from behind her. When night fell, the two sought their respective places to meditate and rest, positioned neither too far nor too close, allowing them to catch glimpses of each other, rendering any ambush impossible. Thus, they traveled for 2 days, arriving at the day of her vengeance, as depicted in the simulation. Though she maintained a facade of indifference, she remained secretly vigilant. Hence, when Zhao Zue's sword struck, she merely tilted her body slightly to evade it. In avoiding the attack, she also closed the distance. Seizing the initiative, there was no better opportunity than this. She gathered her strength and kicked Zhao Zhuo away. They were now separated by merely a minor realm. And this powerful strike was indeed substantial. As she propelled Zhao Zhuo backward, she hurled a vial of poison, which Zhao Zhuo instinctively attempted to deflect with his long sword. The porcelain vial shattered, releasing the toxic substance into the air. By the time Zhao Zhuo sensed something was amiss, black blood had already gushed from his mouth and nose. His body collapsed to the ground, his eyes blankly gazing in the direction where Bai Lan had vanished. In the brief span of mere breaths, Bai Lan had disappeared. A quarter of an hour later, as she hurried along, she encountered Li Si and Wang Wu. Unaware of the events that had transpired, they showed no inclination to evade as she approached them directly. She surged past them, tossing another vial of poison, and once a sufficient distance was created, she shattered the porcelain vial with a blade of light. Both Li Si and Wang Wu fell to the ground. Within her heart surged a tumult of elation from her successful revenge and a reverent awe of her inaugural act of killing. This sensation was neither wholly pleasurable nor entirely distressing. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, she resolutely understood that compassion must be cast aside, and one must not be burdened by emotions. Once the talisman of swift movement ceased to function, she finally came to a halt. Before her stood a fledgling black-feathered crane. Chapter 39. Capturing a fledgling black-feathered crane, Bai Lan was momentarily taken aback, yet her body reacted quicker than her mind, leaping forward to seize the young crane. This fledgling was diminutive and appeared rather dim-witted. As a mount, the adult black-feathered crane would surpass a human in size, and this juvenile, stretching its neck, could barely reach her waist. Its strength was feeble. She grasped its slender neck firmly, rendering its futile struggles utterly ineffectual against her control. The outcome was evident. The fledgling ceased its flapping and gradually calmed down. She contentedly stroked the crane's head, and it instinctively nudged against her palm, warm and slightly ticklish. A smile graced her lips, and with it, the last remnants of her earlier tumult dissipated. Habitually, she scanned her surroundings, noting no anomalies, but rather discovering several spirit plants, half of which had been devoured. Clearly, this fledgling had been foraging here, displaying little wariness, which allowed her to capture it with such ease. She uprooted all the spirit plants, collecting them into the space within her ink jade bracelet. During this process, the little crane exhibited a hint of agitation, emitting anxious calls. Having perused the Beast Master's Codex, she understood its meaning and promptly pinched off a stem of a spirit plant to offer to the fledgling. The little feathered crane feasted joyfully, and after finishing its meal, it gently nudged her palm. Bai Lan was quite pleased with the crane's behavior and offered it another exquisite spirit plant to consume. This was a means of fostering a closer bond with the wild mystical beasts, diminishing their wariness and taming them. After playfully teasing the little crane, Bai Lan felt a mix of joy and concern. Capturing a little feathered crane was indeed a fortunate event, yet the matters concerning Zhao Zhuo and the others still required resolution. How should she accommodate the little crane? The lower-tier storage bags were incapable of containing living creatures, let alone a mystical beast as a spirit companion. A specialized spirit beast pouch was essential. The storage bags issued by the sect were of no use. While they could suffice, albeit it was already filled with numerous spirit plants. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, chuckling at her previous folly. She had conducted research on formations as well, although she had merely scratched the surface. Setting up a confinement array to ensnare an immature little feathered crane was hardly a challenge. Promptly, she led the little crane into the space of the, and upon seeing the abundance of first, second, and third-tier spirit plants, the little crane became ecstatic. She gently patted its head, signaling for it to remain quiet, and it did comply, though its gaze remained fixated on the spirit plants. Amused, she began to sketch the formation with one hand. Once the formation was complete, she placed the little crane inside. The little crane, bewildered, looked up at her, spun around a few times, and then cautiously approached the direction of the spirit plants, only to collide with the formation and be unable to proceed. The little crane wandered in circles for a moment before attempting to sidestep, but soon found itself thwarted by the formation once more. Bai Lan observed the response of the little black-feathered crane. nodding with satisfaction as she plucked a spiritual herb to feed it, gently caressing its head once more. This little crane possessed a gentle disposition and was easily appeased, making it one of the most amenable types of magical beasts to tame. With the spiritual herb and the comfort it received, the little crane's spirits lifted, and it obediently lowered its body, appearing ready to rest. Once it had fallen asleep, Bai Lan set a containment array around the perimeter of the field rich with spiritual herbs as a precautionary measure, before departing from the space of the ink jade bracelet. Upon leaving the space, she promptly pursued the direction of Wang He. In her simulation, it had taken her 2 days to locate Wang He. Thus, the brief delay caused by her encounter with the little crane did not significantly affect her plans. After a day of intense travel, she sought a secure location to establish her formation and prepare for rest. As was her custom, she initiated a simulation before resting. Consumed 1 low-grade spirit stone to conduct a new life simulation. Day 1, you rested for the night. Day 2, you continued your search for Wang He and his companions. Day 3, you encountered Wang He and his group, informing them of the danger. Relaying Zhao Zuo's message. Wang He and the others accompanied you to the scene. That evening, you discovered the bodies of Zhao Zuo, Li Si, and Wang Wu, prompting an immediate retreat from the Tianwu forest, and you reported the incident to your sect via a communication talisman. Day 4, you meticulously crafted lies to handle the sect's inquiries, leading them to dispatch individuals to investigate the Tianwu forest. Day 7, you faced further questioning from the sect regarding the matter. 1 month later, the sect attributed the murders of Zhao Zuo and the others to the Xingqian sect. You successfully extricated yourself and commenced the rental of an alchemical chamber for the purpose of concocting elixirs. In addition to the commonly sought-after potions, you also prepared pet-feeding pills for your little feathered crane. 2 months later, you had brewed numerous elixirs, resulting in the acquisition of 30 spirit stones. 3 months hence, your efforts yielded an additional 50 spirit stones. 4 months later, you began isolating yourself to strive for the 8th level of qi cultivation. After 2 years, you achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of qi cultivation. You applied for an external mission and departed from the Bai Lan sect, traversing the Tianwu mountain range to hone your skills through hunting. 9 years later, you ascended to the 9th level of qi cultivation. 15 years thereafter, deep within the Tianwu forest, you rescued a golden red fox, taming it and naming it Little Jean. 24 years later, you broke through to the 11th level of qi cultivation, dedicating yourself to profound meditation in the depths of Tianwu Mountain. 35 years later, you attained the 12th level of qi cultivation. 66 years later, you reached the consummate stage of qi cultivation. 90 years later, you began consuming foundation building pills to embark on the path of foundation establishment. After 97 years, your 6th attempt bore fruit, and you transcended to the 1st level of foundation establishment. You unlocked 1 layer of the restrictions on the ink jade bracelet, gaining access to a space with double the concentration of spiritual energy and fertile land. 142 years later, you ascended to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Recognizing the limitations imposed by your innate talent for future cultivation, you resolved to seek opportunities to enhance your abilities, departing from the depths of Tianwu Mountain. 156 years later, while in pursuit of opportunities, you were ambushed by other cultivators. Your spirit companion, Little Jean, fought valiantly, sacrificing its life to carve a path for your escape. Severely injured, you fled, while Little Jean perished at the hands of the assailants. 160 years later, you have healed your wounds and lie in wait for the opportunity to take vengeance on the cultivator who ambushed you back then, avenging both yourself and Xiao Jin. 171 years later, while exploring a hidden realm, you are injured by its array and ultimately perish trapped within. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation realm of 182 years. Option 2. Cultivation experience of 182 years. Option 3. A random item from 182 years. You select option 3. The host acquires the Misty Moon Cloak, a random item from 182 years. Bai Lan is astonished by her extraordinary fortune today. Not only did she successfully accomplish her revenge, but the simulation also proceeded without flaw. and she stumbled upon a second-tier black feather crane, along with the second-tier misty moon cloak. What good deeds must she have performed to attract such a multitude of blessings on a single day? However, she will soon come to realize that not only good fortune can materialize out of thin air, but misfortune can as well. Chapter 40. The people of the starry sect. The following day, Bai Lan resumes her journey to find Wang and the others. Along the way, she encounters several spiritual plants and decides to harvest them, reasoning that it wouldn't take much time. After harvesting the 6 spiritual plants she found, she instinctively surveys her surroundings and discovers another plant not far away, prompting her to approach and continue her excavation. She had encountered a similar situation just the day before. These were the marks left by the little black feather crane. She immediately inspects the nibbled spiritual plants, noting that the cut surfaces have yet to dry, indicating that the little black feather crane has not been gone for long. She contemplated briefly in her heart and chose to remain in search of the little black-feathered crane. The duration required to locate Wang He was uncertain. She was unaware of his whereabouts and might stray from the path, which could understandably consume time, perhaps a day, or even 2 or 3. She was prudent and would not squander excessive time. A couple of hours would likely have no significant impact. She commenced her search in the vicinity and soon discovered several devoured spiritual plants, from which she deduced the possible escape route of the crane chick and continued her exploration. It was perplexing that the crane chick, which should have been nearby, had eluded her sight for so long. After reassessing her surroundings and confirming her deductions, she pressed on. After a while, she stumbled upon a few disordered paw prints in a patch of soft earth, which indicated that the crane had indeed passed this way not long ago. Not far off, she faintly heard the urgent cries of the crane chick. Instinctively, she took a couple of steps toward that direction but suddenly halted. The chick would not call out without cause. It must be in peril. Was it being captured by Wang He and his companions? She adjusted her demeanor, attempting to appear as though she were merely in a hurry to convey a message rather than pursuing the crane chick, and then resumed her hurried pace toward the source of the sound. As she navigated through a thicket that obscured her view, she caught sight of several moving figures not far ahead. The dark purple robes. These were not disciples of the Bai Lan sect. They belonged to the sworn enemies of the Bai Lan sect, the Starry Sky sect. Bai Lan promptly changed her direction, utilizing a swift-moving talisman, and hastily dashed towards the vicinity of Wang and the others. Deep within the heart of the Tianwu forest, aimless running could lead to dire consequences if pursued. The only glimmer of hope lay in reuniting with her companions. She vanished into the depths of the forest like a gust of wind. Had something monstrous just dashed past that way? I was unaware, as I was busy capturing the Wu Yu crane chick. This little creature was surprisingly agile. I caught sight of it, and it seemed not to be a beast, but rather a person. Which oblivious, wandering cultivator has stumbled into our path? They certainly possess remarkable speed. Given our bountiful harvest today, we shall not pursue them. I believe it resembles a disciple of the Bai Lan sect. After them, in an instant, several disciples of the Xingqian sect vanished from their position, sprinting in the direction where Bai Lan had disappeared. Bai Lan, quick to react, used another swift-moving talisman. Ordinarily, this should suffice, yet she remained vigilant. After all, one could not guarantee that all the disciples of the Xingqian sect possessed similar cultivation levels. If even one surpassed her by several minor realms, her escape today would not be so easily secured. As she ran, her mind raced with thoughts. The previous simulation had not indicated an encounter with the Xingqian sect disciples. Why was she facing them now? Was it because she had eluded pursuit, rendering the incident inconsequential and thus omitted from the simulation? Or had she inadvertently altered the outcome of the simulation through her actions? She leaned towards the latter, as this indeed felt far from trivial. Now, she could faintly sense the presence of pursuers closing in behind her. Continuing on this course, it was only a matter of time before she would be caught. The situation appeared rather grim. She pondered for a moment, retrieved a piece of spirit stone, and commenced a live simulation. Time within the simulation was suspended, alleviating any concerns of being pursued and attacked during the process. Consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you are being hunted by members of the Starry Sect. Aware that you cannot outrun them, you seek refuge in a hiding place. However, you are quickly discovered by 5 members of the starry sect, at least 3 of whom possess superior cultivation levels. Outmatched, you retrieve your last 2 vials of poison, managing to kill 3 of them, yet succumb to the poison yourself. You have died. The simulation concludes. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation level of 11 years. Option 2. Cultivation experience of 11 years. Option 3. Random item of 11 years. Choose option 3. The host acquires a random item of 11 years. Swift movement talisman. Hiding was ineffective. It was time to explore alternative strategies. Consuming a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you are being pursued by the members of the starry sect. You utilize all the swift movement talismans in succession, yet still fail to shake off your pursuers. Just as despair begins to set in, you encounter Wang and his group. After a tense standoff, the starry sect members retreat. You swiftly make your exit from the Celestial Witch Forest. On the second day, you and your companions leave the Celestial Witch Forest and report the incident in detail to your sect. The sect immediately dispatches personnel to investigate the matter in the Celestial Witch Forest. On the 9th day, the sect discovers the corpses of Zhao, Zhua, Li, Si, and Wang, prompting further interrogation of your group by the sect. A month later, the sect attributed the murder of Zhao Zhua and his companions to the starry sect, and you managed to extricate yourself from the situation. 2 months later, you successfully concocted elixirs and amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. 2 years later, you ascended to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. After 9 years, you broke through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. 15 years later, you ventured deep into the Celestial Witch Forest on a mission, seeking spiritual herbs and capturing demonic beasts. One day, you unexpectedly discovered a powerful figure undergoing tribulation ahead of you. You immediately fled, yet the lightning tribulation still ensnared you, and you perished beneath the celestial thunder. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a reward for the simulation. Option 1. The cultivation realm of a 26-year-old. Option 2. The cultivation experience of a 26-year-old. Option 3. A random item from a 26-year-old. You chose option 3. The host receives a storage bag containing random items from the age of 11. Fleeing is indeed feasible. Bai Lan took a deep breath and expended the remaining 3 swift movement talismans, hastily escaping, disregarding the branches that grazed her face. As she continued to run, her strength waned, and as the pursuers closed in, she finally spotted Wang and the others ahead. Bai Lan had never felt the white robes of the Bai Yun sect to be so comforting. Salvation was at hand. Chapter 41. Confrontation even upon seeing her comrades. Bai Lan did not cease her rapid movement. Instead, she shouted a warning of the impending danger. Help! The starry sect is pursuing me. In the midst of her cries, she deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a flying dagger that whizzed past her, severing a strand of her hair. Upon hearing her call, Wang He promptly reacted, drawing his sword in defense while summoning assistance. Soon, Su Kan, Zhao Wuyu, and Wu Sisi appeared by Wang He's side, ready for confrontation. Bai Lan dashed between them, halting abruptly. The disciple from the Xingqian sect, who had been relentlessly pursuing her, paused less than 10 zhang away from them. The 5 members of the Bai Yun sect faced one individual across from them. At first glance, the Bai Yun sect appeared to hold the advantage. However, Bai Lan had gleaned from simulations that there were also 5 individuals on the opposing side, 3 of whom were more powerful than she. Should a confrontation ensue, the situation might not bode well. She glanced at Wang He, conveying the impending danger with her eyes. Wang He, receiving her signal, nodded slightly and then addressed the waiting disciple of the Xingqian sect, proclaiming, "I have reported to our sect using a communication talisman. If you possess any sense, you will depart at once." The disciple from the Xingqian sect responded with haughty laughter. "So, you claim to have the upper hand. Yet if that is indeed the case, why allow us to leave? This only indicates that you do not hold the advantage. You perceive us as beyond your capabilities. If you are not our match, then why should we retreat?" Wang He returned the laughter with grace, effortlessly portraying the other as a foolish antagonist. "Do not be overly confident. My desire to let you depart stems from not wishing to delay our mission or see my junior sister harmed. Given that we are both at the 9th level of qi refinement, the outcome of a genuine conflict remains uncertain. This is the territory of the Bai Lan sect. My not losing equates to a victory, while your failure signifies defeat. Just how confident are you in eliminating us all within half an hour? You, the adversaries, rendered speechless by the confrontation, found their ranks bolstered as several disciples from the starry sect arrived in succession, adopting a standoffish posture. The scene was now one of 5 against 5. One disciple, his gaze menacing, bellowed, "Senior brother, shall we engage? With but a word from you, we shall charge forth and obliterate them." Seizing the moment, Wang interjected, "Do you wish to fight? By all means, we shall oblige. In half an hour, should we be injured, you shall meet your demise. In no more than 30 minutes, an elder from our White Cloud sect will arrive. If you seek death, we are more than willing to oblige." As he spoke, he infused his long sword with spiritual energy, assuming the stances of the White Cloud sword technique. Su Kan and Bai Lan followed suit, drawing their own swords. Zhao Wuo unfurled his magical whip, while Wu Sisi brandished her enchanted silk. The earlier doubts among the Starry Sect disciples resurfaced. Upon witnessing the array of artifacts wielded by the White Cloud sect members, they recognized that regardless of their individual strength, facing opponents armed with artifacts was inherently more perilous. With such artifacts at their disposal, who could deny the presence of elixirs and talismans? In the absence of overwhelming superiority, the outcome of a confrontation between evenly matched adversaries remained uncertain. Victory was as plausible as defeat. Of course, had the setting been one where both sides could engage freely, the dominant faction would hardly consider retreat. Yet, this was evidently not such a scenario. Much like in their simulations, the disciples of the Starry Sect, after a tense standoff, silently withdrew. Once Bai Lan, Wang, and the others confirmed their departure, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Bai Lan then articulated the prepared remarks she had long since ready. Yesterday, while Zhao Zhua and I were in search of the young black-feathered cranes, he suddenly expressed a sense of unease. To err on the side of caution, he urged me to seek you all out and accompany us. Although I was somewhat perplexed, his earnest demeanor compelled me to comply. As fate would have it, we encountered several individuals from the Starry Sect along the way. Fortunately, we found you, otherwise. He proceeded to contact Li Si and Wang Wu, advising them to remain vigilant against the Starry Sect. His brow furrowed even deeper. Could it be that they had already crossed paths with members of the Starry Sect? That seemed implausible. If such were the case, they would surely have signaled for help via the communication talismans. Su Kan had previously comforted Wu Sisi, and upon noticing the concern etched on Wang He's face, he remarked that there was some merit to this line of reasoning. Wang He, taking a moment to study his thoughts, stated that he had already reached out to the sect, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the elder would locate us within half an hour. We could either hasten our journey to rendezvous with the elder or remain here until their arrival. Wu Sisi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it had indeed been perilous moments ago. As Wang He and Su Kan exchanged glances, poised to make a decision, Bai Lan interjected, "I believe we should wait here for a while." The others turned to her, anticipating a rationale for her suggestion. When time was abundant, we felt uncertain of our ability to secure victory. Does having less time grant us greater assurance? Moreover, it's merely half an hour. We cannot venture too far. So it may be wiser to patiently await the elder's arrival here. Zhao Wuyu and Wu Sisi merely spoke in passing, lacking any firm intention to depart. Their low cultivation levels rendered them acutely aware of their limited authority within the group, prompting them not to contradict Bai Lan. Instead, casting their gazes towards Wang He and Su Kan. Although Wang and Su were apprehensive, their fear did not escalate to the point of fleeing. They believed that by remaining here for a while, there was a possibility that Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Zhua might converge with them, which would further alleviate their fears. Consequently, they acquiesced to Bai Lan's suggestion to temporarily stay and await the elder's arrival. However, they were not idle in their wait. Wang and Su began to arrange formations in the vicinity, ensuring they would have some tactical flexibility should the members of the Xingqian sect return. To enhance their safety, Bai Lan produced a spirit stone. Chapter 42. Capturing the second young Wyo crane consumed a low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the third day, you submitted the task and received the reward. Wang He suggested waiting for the others to arrive before distributing the rewards. On the fifth day, the sect discovered the bodies of Zhao Zua, Li Si, and Wang Wu, leading to an interrogation of your group by the sect. On the seventh day, you rented an alchemy chamber to refine pills. On the eighth day, Wang He delivered your task reward, and you received 20 spirit stones. 1 month later, the sect attributed the deaths of Zhao Zua and the others to the Xingqian sect. You successfully extricated yourself from the situation. 2 months later, your alchemical endeavors yielded significant profits in spirit stones. 2 years later, you broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement. 3 years later, while attempting to concoct a third-tier elixir, you meet a tragic end due to an explosion, resulting in severe injuries that lead to your demise. Your life has come to an end, marking the conclusion of this simulation. Please select a reward from the simulation. Choice 1. The cultivation realm of a 14-year-old. Choice 2. The cultivation experience of a 14-year-old. Choice 3. A random item from a 14-year-old. You select option 3. The host acquires a random item, a spirit stone from the age of 11. Bai Lan feels a sense of relief, knowing that her safety is assured by remaining here. Furthermore, she is delighted by the prospect of capturing a young black-feathered crane, thus completing her task and securing additional spirit stones. In truth, a significant reason for her decision to stay is the black-feathered crane. When she was pursued by disciples of the Starry Sky sect, she had spotted a startled young crane not far from her current location, which should not have fled too far away by now. The group joins forces, and before long, they set up 6 or 7 formations, comprising both offensive and defensive types. This way, should the disciples of the Starry Sky sect return, they would have a solid defense to rely upon, allowing them to engage in a prolonged confrontation. Wang He chuckles, expressing his surprise at Bai Lan's knowledge of formations. Bai Lan smiles modestly, explaining that she has merely perused a few texts in the library of cultivation techniques. Her understanding is limited, and she can only assist her 2 senior brothers. Do not be so humble, junior sister. When I was your age, I could not even assist others. Zhao Wuyu and Wu Sisi nod in agreement, affirming, Indeed, we are incapable. You are truly impressive, senior sister Bai Lan. Bai Lan wished to seek out Wu He. Yet at that moment, others cautioned against it, deeming it too perilous. Thus, she restrained herself, remaining with them to await the sect's rescue. Fortunately, aid arrived swiftly. It was none other than the familiar elder Lu Ping from the outer sect, accompanied by 10 disciples, each possessing cultivation levels around the peak of qi refinement. Are you all unharmed? Where are the disciples of the Xingqian sect? Lu Ping inquired. Wang He promptly stepped forward to clarify the situation. There were 5 individuals from the Xingqian sect, with the highest cultivator likely at the 9th or 10th layer of qi refinement, while the other 4 were at the 7th or 8th layers. We confronted each other for a brief moment. Upon my assertion that I had called for reinforcements, they fled in that direction. Lu Ping consulted a compass-like artifact, then addressed his 10 disciples. They haven't escaped far. We can catch up. You 5 will accompany me in pursuit of the Xingqian sect members, while the other 5 shall remain to safeguard our junior brothers and sisters. Understood. With that, Lu Ping and 5 disciples hastened in the direction the Xingqian sect members had fled, while the remaining 5 sought further information from Wang He before dispersing. In a fleeting moment, they had arrived like a gust of wind and departed just as swiftly, leaving Bai Lan, Wang He, and 5 others behind. Zhao Yu chuckled softly. This is my first encounter with such a situation. The sect is truly remarkable. Brother Wang, in the future, if I find myself in danger, can I seek assistance from the sect in a similar manner? Wang He patiently explained, generally that is indeed possible. However, it largely depends on your location, how close you are to the sect, the nature of the danger encountered, and whether any elders or senior brothers are available at that moment.
Bai Lan, Zhao Wei,
and Wu Sisi, 3 novice disciples who had only entered the sect a year prior, nodded in agreement as they listened intently. However, a palpable silence ensued, as if they were still grappling with recent events. Bai Lan took the initiative to inquire, have you captured any juvenile Wu cranes? Wang He nodded affirmatively. We have been fortunate. On our very first day here, we caught one, and this morning we secured a second. Now, we only need 1 more to complete our task. Feigning surprise, Bai Lan remarked, "You truly have excellent luck. I believe I also spotted a juvenile Wuyu crane upon my arrival. It shouldn't have strayed too far." Zhao Wuyu immediately responded, "Where is it? Let us hurry and capture it. Securing another would mean we complete our mission." Su Kan and Wu Sisi were less exuberant, first directing their gaze towards Wang He. After a moment of contemplation, Wang He replied, "With Elder Liu and the senior brothers nearby, there should be little danger. We can continue our pursuit of the juvenile Wuyu cranes." Bai Lan then led them to the location where she had previously seen the juvenile cranes, and the five dispersed to search diligently. Bai Lan employed her unique method of tracking, in addition to examining the claw prints. She paid particular attention to the spirit plants that had been gnawed upon. By assessing the condition of the plants, she could deduce both the timing and direction of the juvenile crane's departure, even uprooting the plants along with their roots and soil. This way, should her search for the cranes prove fruitless, she would still possess several spirit plants as a fallback. Once the others failed to uncover any significant clues in the vicinity, they spread out, embarking on broader searches in various directions, leaving her to continue her efforts alone. After a while, as she followed the path marked by the chewed spirit plants, she indeed stumbled upon a series of claw prints. Continuing her pursuit of the spiritual plants and claw prints, she stumbled upon a young ebony-feathered crane pecking at the ethereal grass. This fledgling was slightly smaller than the one she had previously captured, yet it exhibited remarkable agility. With a flutter of its underdeveloped wings, it took off on its long legs. Bai Lan immediately gave chase, though her speed was insufficient to catch up with the crane. At that moment, she regretted not having prepared more hastily moving talismans. With them, capturing this ebony crane would have been a trivial matter. Now, however, the situation was rather troublesome, and she could only hope not to lose sight of the young crane, waiting for it to tire before attempting to seize it. Fortunately, Wang He was searching nearby and emerged to assist upon hearing the commotion. Startled by Wang He's sudden appearance, the young crane hesitated in its flight. As it attempted to veer right to escape the blockade, Bai Lan leapt forward and seized its wing. Success! Grasping the young crane's wing with one hand and its neck with the other, Bai Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The task was accomplished. Chapter 43. The Master-Servant Contract. Now, they had 3 young ebony cranes, marking the completion of their Tier 3 task. Although they initially aimed to capture more cranes for the sake of exchanging them for spirit stones, the unforeseen events had dampened their spirits. Nonetheless, having fulfilled the task was a form of gain. Bai Lan entrusted the young crane to Wang He, as he possessed a spirit beast pouch, making it convenient to carry the fledgling. Upon receiving the young crane, Wang He explained to her that the rewards would not be equally divided. Whoever captured the young crane would receive a larger share of the rewards, reflecting their greater contribution. The young black-feathered crane was captured by Sister Bai Lan, who would receive a slightly larger reward. Bai Lan nodded in understanding, agreeing to follow the instructions of Wang and her senior brother. She submitted one of the 3 required young cranes, thus contributing to the task force and justifying her efforts to her companions. As for the little crane in the space of her jade bracelet, she intended to keep it for herself, as she felt a strong affinity with the little creature. Subsequently, one of the senior brothers took out a circular artifact, casting it into the air where it transformed into a large disc capable of accommodating a dozen people. The group boarded the disc, which, under the brothers' command, ascended gracefully, heading towards the direction of the Baiyun sect. Half a day later, they arrived at their destination. Zhao Wui and Wu Sisi were astonished by the artifact's remarkable speed. "We traversed this vast distance at full speed for 2 days. And now we have arrived in just half a day. That's an astonishing 4-fold increase," Zhao exclaimed. If this speed could be employed for escape, it would be far superior to the swift travel talismans. Having such an artifact would make fleeing a worry-free endeavor, especially with so many people together. It's incredibly practical. At that moment, Wang He, who had just finished conversing with a few senior brothers, approached and overheard their exchange, chuckling softly. This artifact is known as the White Jade Disc. It is a 3rd-tier tool valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, typically used for rescue missions or transporting new disciples. Both Zhao Wui and Wu Sisi gasped in surprise upon hearing this. "How expensive?" Wu Sisi exclaimed. "Such fine items do come at a price." Zhao Wui nodded in agreement. Over 1,000 spirit stones is indeed too steep. I think I will continue using the swift travel talismans instead. The little creature, seemingly listless just a moment ago, suddenly sprang to life, curiously wandering about the room. Bai Lan was astonished by its boldness and affectionately ruffled its small head, causing its tuft of hair to stand on end, rendering it even more endearing. You are so adorably daft. I shall name you, Ling Jun. The little black-feathered crane remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, nuzzling against Bai Lan's palm. With a flick of her finger imbued with spiritual energy, Bai Lan drew a drop of blood and pressed it to the little crane's forehead, thus formalizing the most fundamental master-servant contract as outlined in the Beast Taming Codex. The little crane, being rather simple-minded, exhibited no resistance. The contract was established, and Bai Lan sensed an unfamiliar presence in her consciousness. According to the Beast Taming Codex, once the master-servant contract is forged, the master can perceive the thoughts of their spirit companion and issue commands. At that moment, she became aware of a fragment of the little crane's emotions, which conveyed a clear message: I am hungry and wish to eat. From the space within her ink jade bracelet, she retrieved 2 spirit plants, causing the little crane's eyes to sparkle with eagerness as it attempted to approach for a taste. She withdrew her hand and commanded, "Stay still." The little crane obediently halted, gazing longingly at the spirit plants, appearing rather pitiful. Bai Lan tested this command several times, and each time, the little crane complied without fail. Satisfied with its obedience, she finally allowed the little crane to feast on the spirit plants she held. The little crane enjoyed its meal with great delight. This time, there was no need to trap it with formations. Simply instructing it not to consume the spirit plants was sufficient. As it turned out, this approach proved effective. In the space of her jade bracelet, she planted the newly unearthed spiritual herbs from today, while also harvesting a few mature ones. Throughout this process, the little black-feathered crane observed quietly by her side. Refraining from consuming any of the spiritual plants without her permission, she gently patted the little crane's head, praising its obedience and encouraging it to rest well before departing from the jade bracelet's realm. The pet feeding pills, as their name suggests, are elixirs designed to nourish spiritual pets. They are not a single type of pill, but rather a collective term for various formulations. Each category of spiritual pet has its own specific recipe for these pills, differing from one species to another. Relying solely on spiritual plants and fruits for feeding spiritual pets incurs considerable costs, especially for larger creatures that may consume dozens or even hundreds of herbs daily, a burden most cultivators cannot bear. The function of the pet feeding pills is somewhat akin to that of fasting pills, yet they are simpler, more convenient, and more economical. Bai Lan discovered several recipes for pet feeding pills, including first-tier and second-tier varieties. The first-tier pills are straightforward to prepare, with a single pill sustaining a pet for 3 days, while the second-tier pills involve far more complex materials, lasting 10 days and allegedly providing superior nourishment for the pets. Indeed, they are better, given the abundance of precious spiritual herbs required for their concoction. After a brief glance, she decisively opted for the first-tier pet feeding pills, as the ingredients were simple and readily available. She retrieved her alchemy furnace and commenced the preparation of the first-tier pet feeding pills. The process was not particularly challenging. She successfully brewed 3 batches, yielding 7 pills, sufficient for the little crane to enjoy for a while. The following morning, Bai Lan fed the little black-feathered crane one of the pet feeding pills, which it consumed with evident delight. Subsequently, she ventured to the sex marketplace to procure some spiritual plants in preparation for her forthcoming alchemical endeavors. She acquired several living spiritual plants, intending to cultivate them within her spatial realm, although the majority were processed specifically for alchemical purposes. In total, she expended over 10 spirit stones to acquire more than 100 spiritual plants. Upon exiting the marketplace, she noticed Lu Ping passing by with Su Kan and Zhao Wuyu. Lu Ping spotted her as well and called out, "Bai Lan, you should join us." Bai Lan understood that the sect intended to interrogate them regarding matters pertaining to the celestial witch forest. Chapter 44, The 7 Poisonous Demons Powder. Bai Lan followed along. Lu Ping merely led them there without personally conducting the inquiry. After the questioning concluded, he set them aside, instructing them to wait. After a considerable time, An outer sect elder summoned them to enter for further questioning, presenting several queries they had just answered. Wu Sisi felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if this was truly the end or if further complications awaited them. Su Kan reassured her, "Junior sister, do not worry. There will be no trouble. At most, they might summon us for a few more inquiries, and we shall simply speak the truth." Bai Lan remained composed.
Indeed.
It seemed that the simulation had indicated it would take the sect several days to locate the corpses of the trio. As the three emerged from the interrogation room, intending to part ways, they happened upon Wang Hechao approaching them and greeted him. "Brother Wang. Brother Wang." Wang Hechao acknowledged the trio, inquiring, "Have you all been summoned for questioning as well?" "Yes," they replied. "Brother Wang, are you here for questioning too?" "I am not. I have come to inquire about Zhao Zua, Li Si, and Wang Wu. The task hall mentioned that we must wait until everyone is present before we can submit our tasks and claim our rewards. In recent days, it has been temporarily impossible to submit tasks, so there is no need for anyone to feel anxious. We are not in a hurry, Brother Wang. Do not trouble yourself."
Wu Sisi remarked.
Su Kan and Bai Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was no urgency. Even if they waited a few more days, it would not matter. The four of them parted ways. However, she now felt that earning spirit stones was of utmost importance, as she would be departing in a little over a month. The more she could earn, the better. At worst, she could simulate the process daily to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she made her way to the alchemy room, renting a chamber for 1 spirit stone, preparing to refine pills. Once she entered the alchemy room, those engaged in tasks began to exchange knowing glances. Some bolder individuals gathered to converse. What is Bai Lan up to now? Is she attempting to refine pills? How long has it been since she borrowed the texts? The alchemy task from last month concluded less than a month ago. After merely learning for under a month, she is already daring to try her hand at alchemy? She truly has audacity. Even inner sect disciples would hesitate to attempt pill refinement after just half a month's study. It was somewhat understandable after all. She had once been selected by 2 elders who wished to take her as a disciple. Perhaps she truly believed herself to be a genius, somewhat lacking in self-awareness. Ahem, after all, someone who reached the 7th layer of chi refinement in a year and a half cannot be dismissed as a genius.
Can they?
This remark plunged the entire alchemy room into silence. In one of the chambers, Bai Lan meticulously observed the differences between her alchemy furnace and the others, and upon confirming that there were no significant discrepancies, she commenced her pill refinement. After successfully refining 2 batches, she gradually became adept, ultimately refining 5 batches before slightly slowing her pace. When she first began her alchemical pursuits, her limit was to concoct 5 batches of elixirs in a single day. However, through diligent practice, she now effortlessly produces 7 or 8 each day. Satisfied, she departed from the alchemical chamber. Once she left, the room erupted with a cacophony of gossip. Did you just see Bai Lan? What was her expression as she left? Was she not frustrated? Oh, you spend all day pondering these matters. Why not focus on advancing your own cultivation? If he could elevate his cultivation, he would have done so already. He has been stagnating at the 5th level of Qi for several months now, and his impatience is palpable. Nonetheless, I must admit, I am somewhat curious. Did Bai Lan succeed in her alchemical endeavors? How should I know? Probably not. While Bai Lan is indeed formidable, alchemy is no simple task. That is true, but I noticed Bai Lan appeared quite pleased as she departed. Is that so? Indeed, I truly saw her leave with a smile. And Junior Sister Li witnessed it too. What do you say, Junior Sister Li? It seems so. Could it be that she truly succeeded in her alchemy? This speculation left the others in the chamber restless, eager to confront Bai Lan for clarification. Yet, they were neither able nor daring enough to do so, and thus they spent the night with their questions unanswered. The following day, when Bai Lan returned to the alchemical chamber, it was evident that the others were significantly fatigued, though she paid them no mind, instead gathering a collection of porcelain vials before entering the rented alchemical room. As soon as she stepped away, the gossiping disciples immediately surrounded the one selling porcelain vials. Did Bai Lan say anything just now? No, she did not. What has Bai Lan just done? She has purchased porcelain vases. How many did she buy? 50. The disciples surrounding her displayed a range of expressions. Bai Lan's act of acquiring such a vast number of porcelain vases evidently served as further evidence for the speculation regarding her alchemical abilities. How enviable Bai Lan is. Indeed. Her rapid progress in cultivation has caught the attention of 2 elders, and now she is capable of refining elixirs. I would be overjoyed to possess even one. How could she learn so swiftly? Her aptitude is no superior to ours. Could it be that comprehension truly holds such significance?
Come now.
Perhaps Bai Lan is merely feigning success in her alchemical endeavors to mislead us into believing she has achieved mastery when she is not. But why would Bai Lan choose to do such a thing? How should I know? Perhaps it is out of vanity? Tsh, you are merely envious. Unbeknownst to Bai Lan, outside, individuals were embroiled in disputes over her, each casting disparaging glances at one another. Throughout the morning, she diligently concocted 6 batches of qi blood pills in the alchemy chamber and was now meditating to rest, preparing to refine several more batches in the afternoon. Days passed in this manner, and the disciples in the alchemy chamber grew increasingly fervent, collectively accepting that Bai Lan could indeed refine elixirs. This news gradually spread throughout the chamber, with many individuals, particularly those acquainted with Bai Lan, visiting to ascertain the truth. Among them was Bai Lan and her companions. However, these individuals waited for half the morning, yet Bai Lan, who had come to the alchemy chamber for 3 consecutive days, failed to make an appearance. Bai Lan intended to come, but she was called aside midway for questioning. She remained composed, having learned a portion of the demeanor exhibited by Wu Cixi and Zhao Wuyu, and successfully navigated the interrogation. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Bai Lan appeared remarkably relaxed, though she feigned a melancholic demeanor. Wu Cixi was genuinely troubled, while Zhao Wuyu harbored a sense of resentment. Brother Wang, did those disciples of the starry sect perish? Indeed. Bai Lan listened with indifference. From the simulated outcomes, the life or death of those disciples bore little consequence. However, Wang He's next utterance nearly shattered her composure. They succumbed to poison, akin to the fate of Zhao Zua and his companions, victims of the starry sect's notorious poison, the 7 Fiends powder. So that was the nature of the toxin. The individual in the secret realm must have been a significant figure within the starry sect, given the abundance of 7 Fiends powder in their possession. Yet, with the individual now deceased, there was little cause for concern. Bai Lan bid farewell to her companions and proceeded towards the alchemy chamber. Chapter 45. Crafting elixirs for spirit stones. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, Bai Lan encountered Bai Lan and her entourage, who had been waiting for her. Bai Lan, blushing, skipped over to converse with her. Sister Lan, I heard you've begun refining elixirs. How impressive you are! Unlike me, who borrowed the texts but cannot comprehend them. Bai Lan raised an eyebrow slightly. This implied that Bai Lan had indeed acquired the alchemical texts. Undoubtedly, her claim of misunderstanding was merely a modest pretense. Bai Lan was likely capable of understanding the material, perhaps even mastering it intuitively, thereby becoming a prodigious disciple and amassing considerable spirit stones. However, she intended to seize this opportunity before Bai Lan could. You are doing splendidly. Keep up the effort. I shall commence my alchemy now. With that, she sidestepped Bai Lan, nodded at Bai Mu and Zhao Yi, who followed closely behind, and strode directly into the alchemy chamber, closing the door behind her. This maneuver left Bai Lan and the onlookers momentarily speechless. Bai Lan is now the disciple of Elder Lu. How could Bai Lan be so disrespectful? Indeed, Bai Lan has waited for her for such a long time, yet she cannot even spare a few words. It is perplexing to understand what she is so proud of.
Tell me,
how many pills can Bai Lan possibly refine in a day with such eagerness? Perhaps 3 or 5 at most. Sister Lan is not only my clan elder sister but also my senior sister. I shall not allow anyone to slander her. Whoever speaks ill of Sister Lan shall be my adversary. As Bai Lan expressed these sentiments, Zhao Yi and Bai Mu positioned themselves behind her, using their body language to demonstrate their support. One was a disciple of an outer sect elder, another a former inner sect disciple, though a frail one, still more formidable than a horse, and the last an ordinary outer sect disciple. This small collective was not one anyone wished to provoke, leading the crowd to fall silent and disperse. While the crowd may have ceased speaking, Each harbored their own thoughts. The majority believed Bai Lan exhibited remarkable loyalty, feeling that Bai Lan's disregard was unjust. However, a small faction neither favored Bai Lan nor Bai Lan and continued to gossip about both behind their backs. Zhao Yi belonged to the former group. Xiao Lian, your sister is rather arrogant. You have waited for her for so long, yet she cannot spare even a moment, he remarked, casting a glare at Bai Mu as if venting his frustration upon him instead of Bai Lan. Bai Mu lowered his head in silence, choosing not to engage. Bai Lian felt a twinge of discomfort as well but maintained, perhaps we arrived at an inconvenient time. Sister Lan has always prioritized her cultivation. Once she completes her alchemy, she should attend to us. Is Xiao Lian expected to continue waiting here for her? I have several inquiries regarding alchemy that I wish to consult Sister Lan about. Very well, I shall accompany you as you wait. Thus, Bai Lian and her companions chose to remain. Shortly thereafter, Chao Yu, Bai Ji, and Du Cixi also arrived. Having heard rumors about Bai Lan's potential prowess in alchemy, Chao Yu deemed it too abrupt and overly utilitarian to approach Bai Lan directly. Instead, she sought the guise of Bai Ji and Du Cixi. Learning that they would be delivering alchemical materials to the alchemy chamber, she orchestrated a chance encounter on their route, accompanying them to the chamber. Along the way, she mentioned the rumors surrounding Bai Lan's ability to concoct elixirs, which piqued the curiosity of her companions, prompting them to inquire further. However, her plan was somewhat flawed. Upon their arrival, Bai Lan had yet to emerge from the alchemy chamber, and they only encountered Bai Lian and her entourage. Seizing this opportunity, Chao Yu engaged Bai Lian in conversation and gleaned the recent happenings. So, Sister Bai Lan truly possesses the ability to refine elixirs? It should be so. Sister Lan has always been diligent and hardworking. Mastering alchemy in just over half a month is not beyond reason. Chao Yu scoffed inwardly. While she could accept rapid progress in the early stages of cultivation, after all, many inner sect disciples advance at a similar pace. She found it utterly implausible that one could master alchemy within half a month. Having embarked on the path of alchemy herself, she was acutely aware of the arduous efforts and numerous trials she had endured. It took her an entire year to successfully produce her first elixir. No outer sect disciple had managed to refine their first elixir within 6 months. If they possessed such insight, they would not remain in the outer sect. Even within the inner sect, those fortunate enough to receive personal instruction from a master and successfully refine elixirs within a month are undoubtedly gifted. Bai Lian and these new disciples are utterly unaware of the complexities involved in alchemy. If it were truly so simple, every outer sect disciple would be engaged in refining elixirs to amass spirit stones. Such naivete. As Chao Yu pondered this, her expression remained gentle. Sister Bai Ji and Sister Cixi, are you both busy? If not, why not join us while we wait? I anticipate that Sister Bai Lan will soon complete her alchemical work. Bai Ji and Du Cixi exchanged glances, hesitatingly shaking their heads. Life as a servant disciple was arduous, and they had numerous tasks ahead. We have obligations today, so we shall not wait. Farewell, sister. Coincidentally, not long after their departure, Bai Lan emerged from the alchemical chamber. Having been immersed in her craft for several days, the others had begun to speculate that she was ready to sell a portion of her elixirs for the first time. However, she understood the importance of discretion. Revealing everything at once would draw unnecessary attention. The one responsible for collecting the elixirs was a senior outer sect brother who had been around for many years. He was typically reticent, yet always sported a smile while engaging in gossip with the new disciples, making him a well-informed observer. Upon witnessing her present such a substantial quantity of elixirs, he was not overly surprised. After a brief examination of the 5 vials, he cheerfully handed her 5 spirit stones. Indeed, Sister Bai Lan was remarkable. The other disciples were astonished by this scene, having speculated for days, and now finally possessing tangible proof. Bai Lan was indeed capable of refining elixirs. At that moment, Bai Lian and the others rushed over, with Bai Lian's eyes widening in awe. Sister Lan, you are truly impressive. The usually taciturn Bai Mu finally spoke in admiration, exclaiming, Senior sister, you are remarkable. Zhao Yi remained silent, yet his gaze towards Bai Lan conveyed a newfound respect. In an unusual manner, Chao Yu refrained from approaching to converse and merely trailed behind. Her head bowed, and lips sealed. Senior Sister Lan, I have several questions regarding alchemy that I find perplexing. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Bai Lan inquired. She posed a few queries, to which Bai Lan provided answers for some fundamental ones, while she admitted ignorance on the more complex topics. After dismissing Bai Lan and the others, Bai Lan let out a sigh of relief and turned her attention to the quietly observant Chao Yu. Senior Sister Chao, do you require anything? Chao Yu lifted her face, her smile gentle. Bai Lan, you are the most gifted among the new disciples I have encountered. Flattered, yet reluctant to embrace the title of genius, Bai Lan wished to avoid the spotlight. Her true desire was to accumulate spirit stones. However, given the constraints of time, it was imperative to assert herself prominently to amass sufficient spirit stones. Fortunately, once she had made her mark, she could discreetly withdraw. Chapter 46. A dual harvest of fame and fortune. In the ensuing days, Bai Lan dedicated herself to the alchemical chamber, diligently practicing her craft. 3 days later, she encountered Wang He, who had come specifically to await her arrival. Wang He was there to deliver the spirit stones from her previous task. I submitted the task yesterday and received a reward of 100 spirit stones. The remaining 80 spirit stones from capturing the Wu Yu crane will be divided. Su Kan, you, and I shall each receive 20 spirit stones, while Zhao Wuyu and Wu Sisi will each receive 10. Do you find this distribution agreeable, Junior Sister Bai Lan? Indeed. It is suitable. Here are your 20 spirit stones. Bai Lan accepted the stones and expressed her gratitude to senior brother Wang He. He smiled and replied, No need for thanks. I have heard that you have been diligently refining pills lately. Indeed. Might you, Junior Sister, have any intention of selling elixirs? Naturally. My alchemical pursuits, aside from personal use, primarily aim to accumulate some spirit stones. Then, might I inquire if there are any discounts available for my purchase of elixirs? Certainly. But you must not disclose this to others. That goes without saying. Both shared a smile. Wang He found himself forging a connection with a promising outer sect disciple, establishing a long-term rapport, while also managing to earn some spirit stones, a splendid arrangement indeed. Bai Lan chuckled, realizing she could sell more elixirs for spirit stones without arousing suspicion. May I ask, what discount will be offered? A 10% reduction. That would be 10% off the standard trading price, not the sex price, correct? Indeed. It is 10% off the trading price. Do you currently have any elixirs for sale, Junior Sister? Wang He was somewhat taken aback by the quantity she possessed. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Based on the trading price, these amounted to 17 spirit stones, and with the 10% discount, the total came to 15 spirit stones.
Bai Lan noted that in affirmation.
Thus, the two exchanged spirit stones for elixirs, completing the transaction with great satisfaction. This was a mutually beneficial exchange. Wang He planned to take the elixirs to the market, where he could resell them and earn an additional 2 spirit stones. Although 2 spirit stones may not seem substantial, the effort expended was minimal, rendering it essentially profit. Furthermore, if he could consistently earn 2 spirit stones daily, that would accumulate to 60 spirit stones in a month. It is worth noting that an outer sect disciple's monthly stipend is merely 5 spirit stones. Bai Lan's delight surpassed that of Wang He. Today, she first received a reward of 20 spirit stones from Wang He, followed by an additional 15 spirit stones for purchasing medicinal pills, accumulating a total of 35 spirit stones in a single day. To her, this was not merely a sum of spirit stones. It represented strength and was pivotal to her future well-being. If only such opportunities would present themselves more frequently. She pondered when their next transaction would occur. For the first time, Bai Lan found Wang He's voice to be particularly melodious. Suppressing her excitement about tomorrow, she proposed a reasonable and customary time, 5 days hence, by which she expected to have a considerable stock of medicinal pills for trade. Very well. I shall return in 5 days, he replied. Senior brother, remember to keep this confidential. Rest assured, I shall. As Bai Lan watched Wang He's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced her lips before she turned and resumed her alchemical practices. This scene did not go unnoticed by several disciples, sparking a wave of speculation within the alchemy chamber. The two remained discreet, and the disciples, observing from a distance, were unaware of the specifics of their exchange or conversation. Consequently, Their discussions revolved not around the trade itself, but rather the trivial gossip of whether Bai Lan harbored feelings for Wang He and vice versa. Every day, Bai Lan diligently concocted pills and exchanged spirit stones with the sect every couple of days. Within reasonable limits, she naturally sought to acquire as many spirit stones as possible. When the 5 days had elapsed, Wang He returned, accompanied by the affluent junior sister, Zhao Wuyu. Upon hearing that Sister Bai Lan possesses the ability to concoct elixirs, Sister Zhao expressed her desire to pay a visit, intending to procure some potions. Considering that Sister Bai Lan might require assistance, I decided to accompany her.
Sister Bai Lan.
May I purchase some elixirs? Bai Lan glanced at Wang He and replied, Please hold on. I must first resolve a matter with Brother Wang.
With that,
The two moved to a more secluded area. Do not be upset. I did not disclose that I was seeking elixirs from you. Her desire to acquire potions is purely coincidental and not influenced by me. I understand. I merely summoned you to finalize our transaction. It was evident that Bai Lan harbored no anger. Rather, she was pleased about the prospect of an additional business opportunity. What elixirs does my brother wish to procure this time? I will purchase whatever quantity you are willing to sell. 9 spirit stones. The two swiftly completed their exchange. I shall take my leave now. Please relay my regards to Sister Zhao. Bai Lan secured the spirit stones and sought out Zhao Wuyo. Growing somewhat impatient, Zhao Wuyo, caught off guard by the abrupt statement, instinctively remarked, Then I shall take them all.
Bai Lan pauset momentia.
Regretting her hasty words, Zhao Wuyo patted her head and added, If someone wishes to gift spirit stones, Bai Lan would naturally not refuse. Based on the market trading price, the total value amounts to 13.5 spirit stones. You may offer 12 spirit stones instead. This effectively constitutes a 10% discount. Zhao Wuyu initially believed that purchasing the fasting elixir was futile, contemplating reselling it shortly after. Even at a reduced price, as losing a mere 1 or 2 spirit stones seemed insignificant to her. To her surprise, Bai Lan offered her a discount, leaving her quite touched. It was unreasonable to expect Bai Lan, who labored diligently in alchemy, to lower the price by half a spirit stone. That would suffice. Bai Lan collected the spirit stones and turned toward the alchemy chamber. Inside, the other disciples ignited with fervent curiosity. As today introduced a new protagonist, 2 women vying for the attention of one man. She had initially planned to spend the next month in the alchemy chamber, tirelessly refining elixirs to amass as many spirit stones as possible. However, circumstances unfolded unexpectedly, compelling her to restrain herself and alter her plans. Her rapid progress in cultivation and proficiency in alchemy had earned her a reputation as a prodigy in the outer sect, largely fueled by the salacious gossip surrounding her. In no time, she had become a figure of note, attracting lingering glances wherever she went. Reluctantly, she decided to seclude herself temporarily, venturing to the alchemy chamber only on rare occasions. A month later, she achieved a simulated breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement in her residence and promptly applied for a 3-year external mission at the task hall. Her application was successful. Chapter 47. Departing from Baiyun sect and ardently enhancing her cultivation. Bai Lan received her mission token, granting her the freedom to leave Baiyun sect at any moment. Her plan was to depart swiftly. Before her departure, however, there was one final task to attend to, bidding farewell to those who had shown her kindness. Thus, it was prudent to resolve certain debts of gratitude and karmic ties ahead of time. Since her initiation 2 years ago, Chaoyu has been of considerable assistance to her. Bai Ji and Du Sisi can be deemed friends, while Bai Lian, Bai Mu, and Bai Rui are of the same lineage. A simple word to Li Jianyun Wang and Zhao Wuyu suffices. She has also prepared tokens of gratitude for these individuals. This is a matter of both kindness and enmity that she bears in mind. She entrusted someone reliable to deliver the elixirs, ensuring that they would indeed reach their destination before departing. It was unnecessary to engage in prolonged farewells, as it would merely squander time and potentially invite complications. The quantity she exchanged is the maximum that an individual can redeem from the sect in a short span. Previously, she refrained from such actions to avoid drawing attention and suspicion, but now that she is leaving, let the scrutiny come. After exchanging for the spirit stones, she departed from Baiyun sect without delay. The moment she stepped through the gates, it felt as though she had severed some form of bond or constraint. She felt a sense of liberation.
Farewell, Bai sect.
When Bai Rui received the elixir sent by Bai Lan, his master, Tianju, was conversing with the inner sect elder, Chengzhen, and naturally brought up the topic of Bai Lan. Chengzhen inquired, "That young lady has been on external assignments for 3 years?" Tianju replied with a smile, "Indeed, she has just left the sect." "How swift," Chengzhen remarked. "It is swift, as if she is fleeing from calamity." Chengzhen took a sip of the celestial tea and continued, "When you first introduced this young lady to me, I thought you must have been bewitched by Bai Rui, but it turns out she possesses quite a unique charm. Her aptitude may be lacking, yet her progress is rapid, her temperament distinctive, and she has a talent for alchemy. Though she can be rather haughty. That is not arrogance. I am well aware that it is not. Regrettably, I seem to be fated to have no connection with that young girl." Li Jianyun received the elixir sent by Bai Lan and was perplexed upon learning that Bai Lan had departed from the sect. What could she possibly be thinking? Why does she consistently make such unexpected decisions? Previously, she had forsaken a promising opportunity to apprentice under a master, opting instead to undertake tasks alone and self-study through the acquisition of texts. Now, she's chosen to abandon a splendid chance to refine pills and earn spiritual stones, opting instead for the meager rewards of an external mission.
It is truly baffling.
At that moment, her master, Lu Ping, happened to pass by and overheard her remarks, inquiring about Bai Lan's situation, to which she responded truthfully. Bai Lan had accepted a long-term external mission lasting 3 years and had already left the sect. Lu Ping smiled thoughtfully. Bai Lan possesses a certain charm, reminiscent of myself. If only I could take on a disciple. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on this. I must prepare myself for the tasks that await me in a few days. Meanwhile, Bai Lian, who followed closely behind Lu Ping, was utterly stunned. Sister Lan has embarked on a mission? Of 3-year commitment? Bai Lian struggled to grasp this reality until she received the elixir that had been delivered to her on Bai Lan's behalf. With a sense of desolation, she inquired, "Did Sister Lan leave any message for me?" There was none. She stood there, lost in a daze, feeling as though she had lost something profoundly significant. What could it be? She did not know, yet an instinct within her urged that she could not afford to lose it. Without hesitation, she dashed out, intent on catching up with Bai Lan and seeking clarity from her. Bai Lan did not descend the mountain via the path, but veered into the forest shortly after leaving her sect. She sought refuge in a concealed cave, where she meticulously laid down an array of intricate formations, offensive, defensive, and concealing. Although these formations were of a lower tier, their synergistic effects rendered them formidable against disciples in the Qi refinement stage and first, or second-tier, demonic beasts. Having completed her preparations, she produced a meditation cushion and settled in the center of the cave, facing a towering heap of spirit stones. Over her 2 years at the Bai Yun sect, she had amassed a substantial fortune from her monthly stipend, gains from the sect's secret realms, and the profits from selling elixirs in the past 2 months, totaling over 300 stones. This considerable sum would afford her ample opportunities for simulation. It was enough to significantly enhance her abilities, ensuring her safety during future endeavors. Most importantly, she aspired to see if she could rescue the outer sect elder, Lu Ping, who was destined to perish at the hands of a demonic cultivator during a mission. Lu Ping had once been her mentor in a previous simulation, imparting invaluable insights into the Bai Yun sword technique. If possible, she wished to save him and resolve this karmic entanglement. The purpose of these simulations was to elevate her cultivation level, with higher attainment being the goal. Consume 1 low-grade spirit stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you remain in the cave, diligently cultivating. 8 years later, you break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. 20 years later, you ascend to the 10th level of Qi refinement. 33 years later, you achieve the 11th level of Qi refinement. 60 years later, you attain the 12th level of Qi refinement. 90 years later, you attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement. 97 years later, you consume a foundation establishment pill in an attempt to break through, but your effort fails. A century later, you pass away in a cave. You have died. The simulation concludes. Please select a reward from the simulation. Option 1. Cultivation realm at 112 years of age. Option 2. Cultivation experience at 112 years of age. Option 3. Random item at 112 years of age. You choose option 1. The host receives the cultivation realm of 112 years of age, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement. In an instant, the spiritual energy meridians surrounding her undergo a rapid transformation. Once she regains her composure, she finds herself at the peak of chi refinement. She feels immensely empowered. Should she encounter any disciples from the Xingqian sect seeking trouble now, she would no longer flee, but instead devise a plan to subdue them all. Strength is the foundation of confidence. The first simulation proceeded so smoothly that she might indeed continue to cultivate until she reaches her desired level. With renewed vigor, she gazes at the pile of spiritual stones, touches one, and begins another simulation to enhance her cultivation. Today marks her debut. She hopes those reading this will lend a hand to encourage further updates.
Love you all, moi.
Chapter 48. Cultivating to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Consume a low-grade spiritual stone to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you close yourself off in the cave, diligently practicing. 10 years later, you consume a foundation establishment pill in an attempt to break through, but fail. 20 years later, you consume a foundation establishment pill again, and this time, you succeed. You become a foundation establishment cultivator. 30 years later, you attain the second layer of foundation establishment. 60 years later, you ascend to the third layer of foundation establishment. 70 years later, you are discovered by an elder of the White Cloud sect and several disciples. To avoid revealing your identity and inciting unnecessary trouble, you flee deep into the celestial witch forest to continue your cultivation. 97 years later, you break through to the fourth layer of foundation establishment. 156 years later, you achieve the fifth layer of foundation establishment. 192 years later, you pass away peacefully in a cave. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation realm at the age of 204. Option 2. Cultivation experience at the age of 204. Option 3. Random item at the age of 204. Choosing option 1. The host acquires the cultivation realm of 204 years, attaining the fifth layer of foundation establishment. Bai Lan undergoes a rapid transformation, a change so profound it can only be described as a rebirth. Once she settles, she has already reached the fifth layer of foundation establishment. She has finally established her foundation. It is well known that ordinary cultivators with inferior talents often struggle to overcome this formidable barrier, typically languishing in the chi refinement stage until their lifespans dwindle to naught, leaving them with unfulfilled regrets. This has been emphasized countless times in the original text, yet Bai Lan has defied the odds to achieve it.
Now,
She too has accomplished this feat in an even shorter span of time than Bai Lan. Of course, this does not imply she is superior to Bai Lan. Rather, it indicates that her fortuitous circumstances are more advantageous. The fifth layer of foundation establishment is far from her limit. She retrieves a spirit stone and suddenly recalls something, gathering 10 of them in her hands. Upon reaching the foundational stage of cultivation, a single life simulation requires the expenditure of 10 spirit stones. Although this incurs a slight pang of regret, the diligent efforts she previously invested in acquiring these stones were precisely for this moment. Expenditure of 10 inferior spirit stones to conduct a new life simulation. Day 1. You enter a cave to meditate, diligently honing your skills. 65 years later, you achieve a breakthrough to the sixth layer of foundational cultivation. You proactively venture deeper into the Tianwu forest to continue your secluded training. 156 years later, you ascend to the seventh layer of foundational cultivation. 191 years later, you pass away peacefully in the cave. You have died. The simulation concludes. Please select a simulation reward. 3 options omitted. Selection 1. The host attains a cultivation level of 203 years, reaching the seventh layer of foundational cultivation. Bai Lan inhaled deeply. The sensation of becoming stronger was somewhat addictive. She grasped another 10 spirit stones and continued. Expenditure of 10 inferior spirit stones to conduct a new life simulation. Day 1. You venture into the depths of the Tianwu forest for secluded training. 112 years later, you break through to the 8th layer of foundational cultivation. 191 years later, you pass away peacefully in the cave. You have died. The simulation concludes. Please select a simulation reward.
E.
3 options omitted. Selection 1. The host attains a cultivation level of 203 years, reaching the 8th layer of foundational cultivation. Bai Lan mused, it feels as though she has entered a rapid version of the simulator. A lifetime dedicated solely to cultivation. Yet it takes nearly 2 centuries to make a minor breakthrough. This is utterly despairing. Fortunately, she possessed a simulator and spiritual stones. Otherwise, the challenges would have been insurmountable. Once again, she lifted 10 spiritual stones, continuing the process. Day 1. You venture deep into the celestial witch forest to enter a secluded meditation. 157 years later, you achieve a breakthrough to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. 196 years later, you pass away of old age in the cave. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward.
E.
3 options omitted. Selection 1. The host attains the cultivation level of 208 years, reaching the 9th layer of foundation establishment.
Continuing.
Consuming 10 low-grade spiritual stones to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You venture deep into the celestial witch forest to enter a secluded meditation. 191 years later, you achieve a breakthrough to the 10th layer of foundation establishment. 199 years later, you pass away of old age in the cave. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward.
E.
3 options omitted. Selection 1. The host attains the cultivation level of 210 years, reaching the 10th layer of foundation establishment.
Continuing.
Consuming 10 low-grade spiritual stones to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You venture deep into the celestial witch forest to enter a secluded meditation. 221 years later, you pass away of old age in the cave. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward. 3 options omitted. Selection 1. The host attains the cultivation level of 221 years, reaching the 10th layer of foundation establishment. Bai Lan found herself at a loss for words. After 221 years of dedicated cultivation, she had yet to break through even a minor realm. Her innate talent was indeed lamentably poor. She resolved to simulate her progress a few more times and enhance her cultivation level before considering the daunting task of simulating a change in her aptitude. The reason she refrained from seeking methods to alter her innate qualities immediately was her awareness of the perilous and elusive nature of such techniques. One's not easily accessible to a solitary cultivator like herself, who lacked a solid background and was merely at the chi refining or foundation establishment stage. Should she choose to pursue these methods without first augmenting her cultivation, she would undoubtedly encounter a myriad of bizarre and fatal outcomes. Such a futile expenditure of spirit stones would yield nothing of value, a venture she was unwilling to undertake. Conversely, by first elevating her cultivation level, she would increase the likelihood of discovering a viable method to enhance her innate talent with each advancement she achieved. Thus, her priority was to advance her cultivation. She gazed at the diminished pile of spirit stones before her and resumed her simulations to elevate her level. After more than 10 attempts, she finally succeeded in reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage. At present, her strength was sufficient to rival that of an elder in the Bai Lan sect, and with a stroke of fortune, becoming an outer sect elder was well within her grasp. If her memories served her correctly, the outer sect elder she intended to rescue, Lu Ping, had recently broken through to the golden core stage from the peak of foundation establishment. This implied that her cultivation level was now comparable to Lu Ping's, though there might still be some disparity in their overall strength. Her singular focus on cultivation during her simulations meant that her other techniques had languished, leaving her skills in those areas lagging behind. However, this is not an issue. She still possesses approximately 100 spirit stones, sufficient for over 10 simulations. These simulations will significantly enhance her strength. Should she commence with the Crimson Fire technique, or perhaps the Golden Light technique? Alternatively, might it be prudent to begin with the White Cloud Swordplay? Choice 1. 204 years of cultivation realm. Choice 2. 204 years of cultivation experience. Choice 3. 204 years of random items. Chapter 49. elevating strength through self-created profound techniques after a moment of contemplation. Bai Lan decided to first practice the Crimson Fire technique, which she had previously mastered. Having completed its teachings, she had achieved a profound level during one of her simulations. Even now, her proficiency remains at an advanced stage, yet it is evidently insufficient. She yearns to continue her cultivation, comprehension, and refinement. Consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones, she embarks on a new life simulation. On the first day, you venture deep into the celestial witch forest to enter seclusion for cultivation, focusing solely on the Crimson Fire technique. 20 years later, you have perfected the Crimson Fire technique to its utmost limits. However, you feel this is still inadequate and persist in your understanding of the technique. After 50 years, you have thoroughly comprehended the Crimson Fire technique and begin to innovate and expand upon it. 137 years later, you document your experiences and insights regarding the Crimson Fire technique into a tome titled Profound Fire Technique. 138 years later, you arrive in Celestial Witch City with the Profound Fire technique, forging connections with numerous cultivators of fire-based techniques and sharing insights with one another, yielding modest gains. 172 years later, the technique you authored, Xian Huiju, was recognized by Tianwu City as a mid-tier mystic-level skill, bringing you both fame and fortune. 2 centuries later, you continued to delve deeply into the study of fire-based techniques. An acquaintance approached you, speaking of a rare secret realm that had not been discovered for a millennium, where one might find extraordinary treasures to assist in transcending to the Golden Dan stage. Many of your old friends intended to join this venture, and the prospect seemed credible, yet you declined. Those who ventured into the secret realm thereafter vanished without a trace. 210 years later, you encountered an old friend who had embarked on the journey to the secret realm a decade prior. Against all odds, he had succeeded in breaking through to the Golden Dan stage. He recounted that the secret realm indeed harbored numerous precious treasures, but it was fraught with peril. Most who ventured there perished, and he was fortunate to escape. He presented you with a fragment of an ancient scripture obtained from the realm, prompting you to immerse yourself in the study of this ancient text. 265 years later, you began to integrate the insights gleaned from the fragment into Xian Huiju, continuously enhancing its efficacy. You sensed that should you fully comprehend the contents of the fragment, Xian Huiju might ascend to a high-tier mystic skill, or even transcend to an earth-level technique. 268 years later, while engrossed in your studies of the fragment, you suddenly passed away. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choose 1. Cultivation level at 280 years. Choose 2. Cultivation experience at 280 years. Choose 3. Random item at 280 years. Choose 2. The host has acquired 280 years of cultivation experience and comprehended the cultivation techniques of Crimson Fire technique and Profound Fire technique. Bai Lan felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge surge into her consciousness, as if a tidal wave of experience had crashed into her mind. She swiftly absorbed these insights with remarkable speed. The Profound Fire technique truly lived up to its reputation as a profound-level skill. Its content was both vast and intricate, yet remarkably comprehensible, allowing for greater effectiveness with lesser investment. The Crimson Fire technique was only useful during the Qi refinement and foundation establishment periods, losing its utility thereafter, while the Profound Fire technique remained applicable even during the Golden Core stage. Should she encounter ordinary loose cultivators or disciples from smaller sects such as Bai Lan sect or Xingchen sect, mastering the Profound Fire technique would grant her the confidence to challenge those of higher ranks. Gazing at her right hand, she focused her thoughts, and a flame materialized in her palm. As she manipulated her spiritual energy, the color of the flame transformed, shifting from the familiar red to a striking blue, with its destructive power continually escalating. Satisfied, she nodded and then hurled the flame away. In the instant it left her hand, the fire expanded exponentially, capable of enveloping and incinerating an entire person. Previously, during the sect's secret realm trial, her most powerful attack had merely been a fireball the size of her palm. And this was only the beginning. Once she fully digested and mastered this newfound experience, the results would be even more extraordinary. Having simulated and obtained the intermediate level Profound Fire technique was an incredible achievement. More importantly, it was a creation of her own design. This served as a reminder that dedicating one's life to the study of a single technique could indeed yield significant rewards.
Now,
Her next endeavor would be the golden light technique. You expend 10 inferior spirit stones to embark on a new journey of life simulation. On the first day, you ventured deep into the celestial witch forest to enter seclusion for cultivation, dedicating yourself to the practice of the golden radiance technique. 15 years later, you have mastered the golden radiance technique to a significant level. 50 years later, you achieve perfection in the golden radiance technique. 95 years later, you thoroughly comprehend the golden radiance technique and begin to innovate and expand upon it. 177 years later, you compile your experiences and insights from practicing the golden fire technique into a work entitled The Supplementary Volume of the Golden Radiance Technique. 178 years later, you arrive in Celestial Witch City with a supplementary volume of the Golden Radiance Technique, forging friendships with numerous cultivators of similar skills and sharing insights, yielding modest rewards. 197 years later, your authored supplementary volume is recognized by Celestial Witch City as a low-level mystical technique. 200 years later, you continue to immerse yourself in the study of the Golden Radiance Technique. An invitation to treasure hunt in a secret realm is presented to you, which you decline. Others who ventured to this secret realm have since vanished without a trace. 210 years later, you encounter an old friend who had ventured to the secret realm a decade prior. He presents you with a fragment of an ancient technique acquired from the secret realm. You begin to diligently study this ancient fragment. 265 years later, you glean numerous insights related to the Golden Radiance technique from the fragment, finding it quite astonishing. How can this ancient technique fragment provide insights into both fire-based and light-based techniques? 266 years later, after much contemplation, you resolve to explore the secret realm for yourself. 267 years later, you succumb to a sudden death on the path to the secret realm. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation rewards. Choose 1. The cultivation realm of a 279-year-old. Choose 2. The cultivation experience of a 279-year-old. Choose 3. A random item from a 279-year-old. Selecting 2. The host acquires the cultivation experience of a 279-year-old, mastering the Golden Radiance technique and the supplementary volume of the Golden Radiance technique. Bai Lan adeptly absorbed all the cultivation knowledge from the Golden Radiance technique and its supplementary volume. The benefits obtained from the Golden Radiance technique were not as profound as those from the Scarlet Fire technique, which she could comprehend. Firstly, she had practiced the Scarlet Fire technique earlier and with greater depth, and secondly, fire-based techniques were more mainstream. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. At the very least, should she find herself surrounded by a pack of hyenas again, she could invoke the Golden Radiance technique to stride confidently through them, impervious to their attempts to impede her. Furthermore, even though it may not match the prowess of the mysterious fire technique, the Golden Radiance technique's supplementary volume is still a technique of the profound tier, significantly surpassing the yellow tier techniques practiced by most loose cultivators and disciples from minor sections. While traversing the outside world, as long as she does not encounter foes of vastly superior strength, she can generally depart unscathed. Next, she turned her attention to swordsmanship. She had always cherished the feeling of wielding a sword, having fantasized in her youth about traversing the world with sword in hand.
now,
That dream was about to be realized. Chapter 50. Continuing the simulation, exceptional swordsmanship, consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you ventured deep into the celestial witch forest for seclusion and cultivation, focusing solely on mastering the White Cloud Sword technique. 3 years hence, you will have cultivated the White Cloud Sword technique to an introductory level. A decade later, you shall elevate your mastery of the White Cloud Sword technique to a minor accomplishment. After 50 years, your proficiency will reach a significant level. However, your long sword, having endured years of use and repair, will ultimately succumb to ruin, compelling you to utilize a branch in its stead for continued practice. In 165 years, you will have thoroughly comprehended the White Cloud Sword technique, attaining a state where formlessness surpasses form. Yet, you are acutely aware of the vastness and profundity of the sword path, recognizing that you have merely scratched the surface of its depths. By 167 years, You will arrive in Tianwu City, forging connections with numerous sword practitioners, exchanging insights with them, and reaping modest rewards from these interactions. 17 years later, you will garner a modest reputation among the scattered practitioners in Tianwu City, often facing challenges from fellow sword cultivators. With a spirit of camaraderie and learning, you will typically accept these duels. You shall remain undefeated, never resorting to lethal force against your challengers, thereby earning a commendable reputation as the compassionate sword. However, this title is one you do not particularly cherish. 2 centuries later, a disciple from the 7 Absolute Sword sect will challenge you, and you will emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, an elder from the same sect will confront you, and once again, you will prevail. In the following year, the ancestor of the 7 Absolute Sword sect will seek to challenge you. Aware that you are outmatched, you'll decline the contest, conceding defeat. Nevertheless, the opponent will be relentless, insisting on the challenge and pressing you further. Reluctantly, you will engage in battle, yet their superior cultivation and swordplay will lead to your defeat. As they insist on your demise, your fellow sword practitioners will come to your aid, repelling the onslaught and granting you a chance to escape. 211 years later, you discreetly gathered intelligence on the 7 Absolute Sword sect, meticulously laying a multitude of traps for them. 216 years later, you began to reel them in. The ancestral leader of the 7 Absolute Sword sect indeed fell into your scheme, succumbing to the peculiar poison known as the 7 Fiends powder. Though he did not perish, he lost all capacity for resistance. You revealed your true identity to him, witnessing the transformation of his hope into despair. You informed him that you would personally annihilate the sect he had founded, and in that moment, you beheld a visage reflecting a despair beyond despair. You ended his life just before he could self-detonate to take you with him. 217 years later, you eliminated the last elder of the 7 Absolute Sword sect and appropriated all their sacred texts, leading to the complete obliteration of the sect. With the foundation of your conviction crumbling, you met your demise within your own secluded chamber. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward. Choice 1. Cultivation realm of 229 years. Choice 2. Cultivation experience of 229 years. Choice 3. Random item of 229 years. You chose option 2. The host has acquired the cultivation experience of 229 years, gaining insights into the practice of the White Cloud Sword technique. After assimilating all the cultivation knowledge of the White Cloud Sword technique, Bai Lan elegantly wielded the sword in her hand, effortlessly executing a flourish that left profound marks upon the stone wall with its fierce sword energy. Impressive. With a bit more force, she struck the distant wall, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly, with fragments of stone cascading down. This effect startled her. She had not anticipated being buried beneath the mountain. Fortunately, the tremors subsided swiftly, returning to tranquility. She exhaled with relief, casting aside the 2 fragments of stone that had fallen into the pile of spiritual stones. It seemed that her swordsmanship surpassed her expectations. A joyful smile graced her lips as she absent-mindedly caressed her long sword. However, she soon regained her composure, despite her formidable prowess. She had ultimately been cornered by the 7 Absolute Sword sect, indicating that she still lacked sufficient strength. Contemplating the events in the simulation, she pondered how to evade the 7 Absolute Sword sect's scrutiny and how to further enhance her abilities. The Bai Lan sword technique was fully comprehended, yet to continue advancing her swordsmanship, she needed to seek out other techniques for deeper understanding. The 7 Absolute Sword technique seemed promising. She nodded slowly, resolute in her decision. Consume 10 low-grade spiritual stones to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you delve deep into the Tianwu forest for secluded cultivation, wholly devoted to comprehending the path of the sword. 167 years later, your understanding of the sword has deepened, and your skills far surpass those of the past. You arrive in Tianwu City, forging numerous connections with fellow sword cultivators. 177 years later, you have gained a modest reputation among the scattered cultivators in Tianwu City, known as the Compassionate Sword. 200 years later, you are challenged by an elder of the 7 Absolute Sword sect, whom you defeat, acquiring his storage bag containing the upper section of the 7 Absolute Sword technique. You immediately depart Tianwu City, retreating deep into the Tianwu forest to cultivate the upper section of the 7 absolute sword technique. 203 years later, you have cultivated the upper section of the 7 absolute sword technique to an introductory level. 215 years later, you have advanced the upper section of the 7 absolute sword technique to a minor success level. 269 years later, you have achieved a major success level in the upper section of the 7 absolute sword technique. 287 years later, you pass away in the cave. Your death marks the conclusion of this simulation. Please select your simulation reward. Choice 1. Cultivation realm of 300 years. Choice 2. Cultivation experience of 300 years. Choice 3. Random item from 300 years. You select choice 2. The host acquires the cultivation experience of 300 years, gaining insights into the white cloud sword technique and the 7 absolute sword technique, upper. Upon absorbing the entirety of the cultivation experience from both techniques, Bai Lan easily discerns the distinctions between them. The white cloud sword technique boasts fundamental and balanced moves, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a gentleman's sword. In contrast, the 7 absolute sword technique is fierce and aggressive, characterized by its merciless and unyielding strikes. However, this merely reflects the style of the sword techniques, not the demeanor of those who practice them. Nevertheless, the style of the sword technique indeed influences the practitioner. She has now mastered the 7 absolute sword technique, upper to a significant level, and possesses some understanding of what the ancestor of the 7-kill sword sect might have thought of her. Yet, understanding does not equate to agreement. The weak have no choice but to accept their circumstances. She must continue to grow stronger. Consumes 10 inferior spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you journey deep into the Tianwu forest to engage in secluded cultivation, fully dedicated to mastering the 7 absolute sword technique, upper. 150 years later, you thoroughly comprehend the 7 absolute sword technique, upper. You arrive in Tianwu City, forging connections with numerous sword cultivators. 2 centuries later, you orchestrated a cunning design against the venerable ancestor of the 7 absolute sword sect, who had just arrived in Tianwu City. You inflicted poison upon him, impairing his cultivation, and compelled him to relinquish everything he possessed. He complied, providing spirit stones, talismans, and magical artifacts, yet among them was absent the 7 absolute sword technique. Volume 2. When you confronted him, he suddenly chuckled, declaring that you would never acquire Volume 2, for only the true lineage of Zhongzhou possessed it. In the 201st year, you confined him for a year, ensuring he spoke no falsehoods. You proposed a duel of sword techniques, promising that should he emerge victorious, you would grant him freedom. He regarded you with disdain, convinced you were no match for him, a sentiment you shared. However, to your astonishment, the duel ended in a stalemate. You allowed him to depart, yet he was reluctant to leave, pressing you for your true identity. In response, you rendered him unconscious and departed on your own. Chapter 51. Simulated demonic slaying and master rescuing in the 202nd year. You ventured into the depths of Tianwu Forest to enter seclusion and comprehend the sword techniques. 262 years later, you passed away in your cave dwelling. Upon your demise, this simulation concluded, and you were prompted to select your rewards. Choice 1. Cultivation level of 274 years. Choice 2. Cultivation experience of 274 years. Choice 3. A random item of 274 years. You chose option 2. The host acquired the cultivation experience of 274 years, gaining insights into the 7 absolute sword technique. Volume 1. Upon fully absorbing the entirety of Volume 1, Bai Lan felt as though the sword was an integral part of her being. Her understanding of the sword path deepened significantly. She has thoroughly comprehended the 7 absolute sword techniques, Volume 1, and for the time being, there are no other sword arts available for her to decipher. She has already enhanced her strength significantly. Presently, her prowess is comparable to certain outer elders of the Bai Yun sect. In the event of a serious crisis, she would at least be able to hold her own, unlike before when she struggled against even the minions of the Xingqian sect. Considering that her remaining spirit stones are few, totaling only 30, her advancement in strength will pause here. The next course of action is to simulate how to rescue Elder Lu Ping from the clutches of demonic cultivators. With 3 simulation attempts remaining, that should suffice. Consume 10 low-grade spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you conceal your identity and venture to the marketplace at the foot of Tianwu Mountain to gather information regarding the whereabouts of demonic cultivators. By the 5th day, you have acquired 4 pieces of information, 2 of which lead to the same location, Shui family village, and you proceed there. On the 7th day, you observe the situation near Shui family village, probing for clues and searching for traces of demonic cultivators. You surmise that their strength likely exceeds yours. Thus you act with caution and refrain from impulsive actions. On the 10th day, you uncover the source of the villagers' tragic deaths, an injured rogue cultivator at the first level of Foundation establishment. Realizing you had been misled, you eliminate this malevolent rogue and reveal the truth to the villagers, before hastily making your way to the other 2 locations. On the 13th day, you arrive at another site, Dashi village, and carefully assess the situation. By the 17th day, you discover that the calamity here was wrought by a 4th-tier gray wolf on the verge of transformation. On the 18th day, you vanquished the 4th-tier wolf and departed from the Great Stone Village. On the 21st day, you arrived at Fortune Star Village, where the atmosphere was peculiar, prompting you not to approach recklessly. By the 23rd day, you discovered that 6 disciples of the White Cloud sect had come to this place. Yet Elder Lu Ping was notably absent. The disciples entered the village, retrieving a dozen corpses, with no sign of any living souls within. On the 25th day, you noted that 2 of the 6 disciples were missing. On the 26th day, cries for help echoed from the village, leading you to witness a black-clad cultivator slay 2 disciples of the White Cloud sect. This individual appeared to be the demonic cultivator. He seemed to have noticed your presence. But at that moment, Lu Ping suddenly appeared and engaged him in combat. As Lu Ping began to falter, you intervened, aiding him, which caused the demonic cultivator to flee. Lu Ping, unaware of your identity, expressed his gratitude for your assistance and invited you to join him in confronting the demonic cultivator, to which you acquiesced. On the 28th day, you and Lu Ping ascended the mountain in search of the demonic cultivator's lair. From Lu Ping, you gleaned information regarding the demonic cultivator, who was once an orphan in the village, known as the Star of Calamity. You realized that a complex web of grudges must exist between Fortune Star Village and this demonic figure, making it difficult to discern right from wrong. On the 29th day, while rescuing villagers, Lu Ping fell into a trap and found himself ensnared. You were ambushed by the demonic cultivator and sustained injuries. Lu Ping urged you to flee and abandon him, yet you recognized that escape was not an option. You were no match for the demonic cultivator. The demonic figure did not intend to kill you outright, but rather aimed to torment you both gradually. Seizing the opportunity as he approached to seize you, you unleashed the poisonous 7 Calamities powder. The demonic cultivator bled from his 7 orifices, and you subsequently lost consciousness. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Please select a reward from the simulation. Option 1. The cultivation realm of a 12-year-old. Option 2. The cultivation experience of a 12-year-old. Option 3. A random item of a 12-year-old. Selection 3. The host has acquired a random item, a spirit stone of 12 years. Bai Lan commenced an analysis of the valuable information obtained during the simulation. Firstly, the setting was Fuxing Village, where the demon cultivator, an orphan known as the Star of Calamity, had a pre-existing grudge with her. Secondly, the demon cultivator's prowess exceeded both hers and Lu Ping's, albeit by a narrow margin, granting them a slight chance of victory if they joined forces. Lastly, the 7 Calamities powder could be employed against the demon cultivator, though its efficacy might be lacking, necessitating additional preparations. The other 2 rumors concerning disturbances caused by the demon cultivator were not overly challenging. Once she resolved the issue with the demon cultivator and rescued Lu Ping, she could conveniently address those matters as well.
For now,
her priority remained to devise a strategy to confront the demon cultivator. Consume 10 inferior spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You remain in the cave, familiarizing yourself with swordplay and techniques. Day 10. Disguised. You venture to the marketplace at the foot of Tianwu Mountain to gather intelligence about Fuxing Village. Day 12. You uncover some information regarding Fuxing Village.
indeed.
There are sinister secrets behind this village. The auspicious star that brings fortune is artificially conjured through dark sorcery. The family of the demon cultivator became victims of the village, and the surviving demon cultivator has succumbed to darkness in a quest for vengeance. Day 18. The demon cultivator has discovered your hiding place, leading to a confrontation between the two of you. You find yourself at a disadvantage, and continuing this struggle could prove detrimental. You sought to ambush the demonic cultivator with a 7-kill powder. However, the quick reflexes and speed of the golden core cultivator allowed him to evade your attack. Thus, you had no choice but to make your escape. On the 21st day, near the stronghold of the demonic cultivator, you caught sight of Lu Ping. You perished, and this simulation concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choice 1. Cultivation level of 12 years. Choice 2. Cultivation experience of 12 years. Choice 3. Random item of 12 years. Bai Lan mused. Though this simulation succeeded in slaying the demonic cultivator, it failed to save Lu Ping, who misinterpreted her intentions and consequently departed entirely. It remains uncertain who ultimately benefited from this. Lu Ping likely believed she was affiliated with the Starry Sect, an adversary of the demonic cultivators. This approach is untenable. Not only is there a risk of misinterpretation, but it also poses significant danger to Lu Ping's health. A mere touch of the 7-kill powder can have drastic effects, and even if he were to survive, his condition would be severely compromised. She intended to repay a debt of gratitude, not to exact vengeance, and thus must contemplate alternative strategies. Chapter 52. The restriction is lifted. The inked jade bracelet becomes a treasure trove. Choice 3. The host acquires a random item. A spirit stone of 12 years. Another spirit stone. Bai Lan counted the 15 spirit stones before her, allowing for yet another simulation. She contemplated how to confront the demonic cultivator and conceived a new strategy. Perhaps it would be prudent to address the matter starting from Fortune Star Village, resolving it before Lu Ping's involvement. 10 low-grade spirit stones consumed, initiating a new life simulation. On the first day, you remain in the cave to familiarize yourself with sword techniques and methods. On the 10th day, you discreetly venture to the marketplace at the foot of Tianwu Mountain to gather information regarding Fortune Star Village. On the 11th day, you sought information from an elderly woman who had been married off in Fuxing Village. Under the duress of threats and temptations, you uncovered the weaknesses of the demonic cultivator, as well as the motives behind the torment inflicted upon the villagers, beyond mere vengeance. On the 14th day, you arrived near Fuxing Village, meticulously searching for potential locations of the demonic cultivator's vulnerabilities. By the 15th day, you discovered that the demonic cultivator was absent. You stealthily infiltrated their lair and captured a villager, compelling him to reveal the location of the formation's core in Fuxing Village. After considerable effort, you extracted the information from him. On the 16th day, you located the formation's core, where the demonic cultivator intended to resurrect a skeleton. You scattered the 7 demonic powder upon the bones just as the cultivator arrived, leading to a fierce confrontation. As defeat loomed, you hurled a fireball at the skeleton, prompting the cultivator to instinctively shield it. Seizing the moment, your flying sword struck true at the cultivator's back. Flames consumed both the skeleton and the 7 demonic powder, causing the cultivator to bleed from the mouth and nose as they unleashed a curse upon you and the villagers. The demonic cultivator perished, yet the villagers were lost, and you were left grievously cursed and wounded. On the 18th day, you beheld the disciples of the White Cloud sect entering Fuxing Village, dragging your injured body away. A month later, you found refuge in a cave deep within Tianwu Mountain to recuperate. A year later, you realized the curse's grip would not loosen. Your body had been severely damaged, and your strength diminished greatly. 4 years later, you succumbed to the curse and despair. You have died. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choose 1. 16 years of cultivation realm. Choose 2. 16 years of cultivation experience. Choose 3. 16 years of random items. Choose 3. Bai Lan furrowed her brow. Although this method was feasible, the potential harm was too great to bear. The approach that Lu Ping had previously employed to deal with the demonic cultivator was indeed viable, yet the methodology required refinement. Based on her prior simulations, she deduced that the demonic cultivator was likely at the early to mid stages of the Golden Core realm, stronger than both herself and Lu Ping, yet not overwhelmingly so. allowing for some maneuverability. Much like engaging a formidable boss in a game, while the boss may be powerful, players can collaborate, strategize, and employ various tactics to defeat it. She had always considered it thus, but she had not anticipated the formidable curse the demonic cultivator wielded. The blood source curse was significantly more challenging to contend with than the demonic cultivator himself. How could she evade this curse? Should she refrain from confronting the demonic cultivator? She did not necessarily need to eliminate him. The crux of the matter was that Lu Ping would inevitably come to Fuxing village, and the demonic cultivator would seek to end Lu Ping's life, which she must prevent. Their positions were entirely opposed. Could she perhaps negotiate with the demonic cultivator for him to spare Lu Ping? Would he listen to her? Why would he heed her words? Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. It seemed that the demonic cultivator desired to resurrect someone, which could increase her chances of success in that regard. She pondered deeply for a while before becoming agitated once more. She had no knowledge of how to bring the dead back to life. She could not assist the demonic cultivator in such a critical matter. Why would he follow her guidance? After much contemplation, she ultimately devised a preliminary plan. The optimal strategy was non-existent. The middle ground was to act according to circumstances. The last resort was to poison the bones without revealing herself, rendering the curse untraceable. Unless there was truly no other option, she was reluctant to resort to the last resort. It was wiser to act according to circumstance. For perhaps the situation might yet take a different turn. After countless simulations, her spirit began to wane, prompting her to sit in meditation for rest. A night passed, and she regained her vitality, commencing to familiarize herself with the techniques of her swordsmanship as practiced in the simulations. She possessed the experience of cultivating these methods, yet there remained a layer of understanding that required her personal engagement for true mastery. This familiarization took 8 days. 1 day less than her simulations. Concluding her meditation, she exhaled a breath of stagnant air, and with it, the unsettling feeling that had lingered within her dissipated. Now, she possessed a clear understanding of her own strength, instilling her with greater confidence to confront the demonic cultivators. According to her simulations, her next course of action was to venture to the market below the mountain for information. However, before that, she had another matter to attend to. She raised her wrist, observing the transformation of the black jade bracelet from its original understated demeanor to its current translucent luster. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, a portion of the restrictions within the bracelet had been lifted, resulting in changes that were not merely superficial, but also profound within. She entered the space of the black jade bracelet. Upon entering, she was immediately struck by the change in spiritual energy. Its density had doubled compared to before. Furthermore, the spatial expanse had expanded several-fold, revealing vast tracts of spiritual fields. She knelt down, scooping up a handful of spiritual soil from the fields to savor its essence. With the enhancement of double spiritual energy concentration, the growth rate of spiritual plants has doubled. It is not impossible to amass wealth through the cultivation of these plants one day. In fact, the potential for profit is even greater. She could refine the spiritual plants into elixirs for sale, thus accumulating even more spiritual stones. This is no mere ink jade bracelet. It is, in essence, a treasure trove. As she surveyed the vast spiritual fields, enveloped by the rich spiritual energy, her spirits soared. The little black-feathered crane, Lingjun, chirped joyfully around her. The abundant spiritual energy was equally beneficial to it. Bai Lan gently ruffled the crane's head and fed it a pet feeding pill, allowing it to play nearby. Obediently, the little crane frolicked off to the side. Bai Lan then rolled up her sleeves and began to transplant the previously cultivated spiritual plants into the spiritual field. Though this task consumed considerable time and energy, she felt no weariness. Rather, she was immensely gratified. To think she had accumulated so many spiritual plants. There were 4 third-tier plants of 2 varieties, one of which was newly sprouted. She had over 10 second-tier plants of 5 types, and more than 100 first-tier plants of various kinds. The quantity and diversity were indeed remarkable, with the collection of a few more spiritual plants. The dream of spiritual plant freedom was just around the corner. Having completed these tasks, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. She cast a cleansing spell to refresh herself, changed out of the Baiyun sect disciple robes, and donned her old attire along with the misty moon cloak obtained during her simulations, setting off towards the market at the foot of Tianwu Mountain. Chapter 53. The First Disguise Identity. Legends of Demonic Cultivators in the Market. The Misty Moon Cloak is a second-tier magical artifact, designed to obscure the cultivation level and appearance of its wearer from those beneath the nascent soul stage. Due to its practicality, most cultivators venturing into the outside world possess one. The absence of certain monks is not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to bear the cost, as the Misty Moon Cloak demands several hundred spirit stones for a single piece. This cloak, acquired free of charge in the simulation, perfectly aligns with her desires. With the Misty Moon Cloak, she need not worry about being recognized, allowing her to operate with greater discretion. Bai Lan mused that this would henceforth serve as her battle attire on this continent. Now, with her identity concealed, she must craft a pseudonym for her future endeavors. Bai Lan, Bai Lan, Bai Lan. The name Lanbai feels too simplistic. Should someone recognize her, it would likely lead them to her true identity. Thus, Bai Ling shall suffice. She repeated this new name several times, engraving it in her memory. Subsequently, she unsheathed her sword and soared down the mountain. After establishing her foundation, riding the sword became a trivial task, especially as her understanding of swordsmanship was profound and her experience in sword riding was abundant. As she glided through the air, she gazed upward, the wind carrying spiritual energy that lifted the corners of her attire, evoking the freedom of a soaring bird. The sensation of riding the sword was extraordinary. The speed was exhilarating. Before she could fully savor the experience, she had already reached the bustling market at the foot of the mountain. This market resembled that of Bai Yun sect but was larger and appeared more vibrant. From a distance, she observed disciples of Bai Yun sect mingling with those from other sects. Yet the majority were ordinary individuals whose origins were not immediately discernible. Not all of them were necessarily rogue cultivators. Amongst them were likely many, like herself, concealing their identities. Apart from their attire, the cultivation levels of the crowd were readily apparent. Her cultivation level has significantly improved. The cultivation of those below the 7th layer of foundation establishment, lacking any magical artifacts or talismans to obscure their abilities, is as apparent as an open book. Among 10 individuals, 7 are at the Qi refinement stage, 1 at the foundation establishment stage, and 2 donning foggy cloaks that render them inscrutable. If we extend the scope to 100 people, approximately 70 would be at the Qi refinement stage, 10 at foundation establishment, and 18 shrouded in foggy cloaks, with 1 at a cultivation level similar to hers, and another surpassing her own. This indicates that, aside from being targeted by a few prominent figures in the market, she faces no inherent danger within it. However, had she arrived still at the Qi refinement stage, nearly every 2 or 3 individuals could have easily overwhelmed her, and any group of 2 or 3 could have posed a significant threat which would have been perilous. Fortunately, such concerns are now a thing of the past. Who would dare to bully her now? She would ensure they regret it. With her head held high, she strode into the market. At 12 years of age, her stature presented some minor challenges, but it was manageable. The foggy cloak she wore prompted most to part ways for her. She halted before a stall prominently displaying the words information provider. An information provider, or someone who seeks out news, often frequents crowded areas, eavesdropping on casual conversations to gather intelligence, which is then sold to those in need of such information. The stall owner, a shrewd middle-aged man, was initially engaged in a conversation with a Qi refinement cultivator, but upon noticing Bai Lan's approach, he quickly wrapped up the discussion, his eyes darting with calculated intent. The solitary cultivator was initially engaged in a pleasant conversation with the stall owner when, quite abruptly, the dialogue came to an end, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Nonetheless, he had indeed received the information he sought and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, another disciple from the Bai Yun sect, anticipating his turn, was taken aback when the stall owner bypassed him entirely and approached Bai Lan, a broad smile etched upon his face, marked by the lines of age. The stall owner, seasoned and shrewd, possessed a discerning eye. Upon noticing the misty cloak, he deduced that the individual must be affluent and brimming with spirit stones. Furthermore, observing the youthful stature of Bai Lan, he speculated that she was likely a core disciple of a prominent sect or family, traveling alone. Such a person warranted careful attention. for she might yield a generous bounty of spirit stones, and perhaps even forge a valuable connection. Esteemed senior, may I inquire what information you seek? I am renowned in this marketplace for my ability to acquire any news. There is nothing beyond my reach, so feel free to ask. Bai Lan glanced at the other cultivators and, noting their lack of objections, proceeded to inquire, what news do you have regarding the recent activities of demon cultivators? A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd. The term demon cultivator not only signified heresy and cruelty, but also represented formidable strength. To be labeled as such implied an individual of considerable power. The stall owner's expression shifted from surprise to delight. Clearly, anyone bold enough to inquire about demon cultivators possessed significant cultivation themselves, suggesting that Bai Lan's abilities surpassed his initial assumptions. You have come to the right person. I have been keeping a close watch on the movements of demon cultivators and possess more than one piece of information. One such incident involves the Shui family village's corpse case. Recently, every few days, a villager has been drained to a desiccated husk, with 7 or 8 victims reported thus far. The villagers are in a state of panic, desperately seeking aid. It is said that there was once a solitary cultivator who ventured forth, only to be ultimately transformed into a desiccated corpse. This cultivator had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, which attests to the formidable nature of the demonic practitioners. Bai Lan nodded slightly, inquiring if there was more. The stall owner, perplexed by her reaction, wondered if he had misspoken or if his words had failed to resonate with her expectations. After all, this was indeed the most widespread and alarming news regarding demonic practitioners circulating recently. He scrutinized Bai Lan's demeanor once more, yet remained unable to decipher her thoughts. Thus, he cautiously ventured to relay another piece of information. Aside from Shui family village, there had also been unusual occurrences reported in Dashur village. 2 individuals from Dashur village had gone missing after ascending the mountain, prompting the village to organize a search party of over 20 young hunters. However, they uncovered nothing. Initially, it was presumed to be mere coincidence, but subsequently, 3 to 5 more individuals vanished without a trace. The incidents in Dashur village occurred several days prior to those in Shui family village, yet due to the absence of any corpses to illustrate the severity, few were aware of the situation. Bai Lan nodded again, asking if there was anything else. The stall owner scratched his head, troubled by the thought that this esteemed elder might be intent on causing a disturbance. He had not recently crossed paths with anyone who might harbor ill will, yet he hesitated to inquire directly, fearing that he might inadvertently provoke her ire. Esteemed elder, might you enlighten me further on the specifics regarding the news of the demonic practitioners? He ventured. Fuxing village, the stall owner suddenly realized. Thank you for your reminder. I nearly overlooked the matter concerning Fuxing village. The village of Fuxing has long been shrouded in peculiarities, yet its extreme insularity has kept such knowledge scarce and largely unspoken. It is said that every 20 years, a Fuxing is born, bestowing fortune upon the villagers, a blessing that endures until the Fuxing's untimely demise. Some might dismiss this as inconsequential, but the enigma lies in the fact that the Fuxing is forbidden to marry or bear children and invariably meets an early death before reaching the age of 20. Rumor has it that there have been Fuxing who lived beyond this age, but they were clandestinely dealt with by the villagers. The prosperity of Fuxing village is thus built upon dark sorcery and the sacrifice of lives. And it is not unfounded to assert that there are practitioners of malevolent magic within the village. Chapter 54. The Emergence of Bai Shaoxing. A crucial clue regarding the sorcerers of Fuxing village, Bai Lan pondered the information relayed by the informant. The first 2 pieces of news posed no issues, but the revelations concerning Fuxing village were deeply unsettling upon further contemplation. Firstly, how is a Fuxing conceived, and why does it bring fortune to the villagers? She had always understood the delicate interplay of fortune and misfortune. Surely, good fortune cannot materialize out of thin air? It is likely that the Fuxing not only grants blessings but also siphons away the villagers' calamities, which might explain why they never survive beyond 20 years. Secondly, the sorcery employed to artificially create a Fuxing must inherently be of a sinister nature, and those who wield such dark arts are undoubtedly practitioners of malevolence. This implies that at least 2 sorcerers reside within Fuxing village, one responsible for the creation of the Fuxing, having claimed the lives of those destined to fulfill this role over the years, and the other, the malevolent force spoken of by the villagers, whom she had encountered in her simulations. But what of the former? Where is the source of all this wickedness? Has that sorcerer already perished? The answers eluded her grasp. Although she had not encountered the demonic cultivator in several simulations, she did not dare to let her guard down, keeping this possibility firmly in mind. However, now is not the time to delve into that matter. She needed to address the pressing issue of this sinister demonic cultivator first. Do you know more about Fuxing Village? It seems that some individuals from Bai Lan sect have recently visited there. Bai Lan nodded, inquiring further, yet to little effect. As he had mentioned, Fuxing Village was exceedingly insular, situated in a remote location, and rarely interacted with the outside world, making it difficult for news to circulate. The fact that he was aware of such information already marked him as quite well informed. Such occurrences must never transpire. A solution must be devised. Fuxing Village, Fuxing Village. What else is there to know about Fuxing Village? Just then, he caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, his fellow trader.
Bai Xiaosheng.
Bai Xiaosheng, who had only recently begun conducting business in the market, was young and handsome, possessing high cultivation and accurate information, quickly overshadowing him upon his arrival. Fortunately, having operated in the market for many years, he had managed to hold his ground against Bai Xiaosheng's rising prominence. Moreover, the wandering cultivator who had provided him with information about Fuxing Village mentioned encountering someone associated with Bai Xiaosheng there, suggesting that Bai Xiaosheng would undoubtedly possess knowledge regarding the village. The sight of Bai Xiaosheng smiling and fanning himself further corroborated this notion. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek assistance from Bai Xiaosheng. Regardless of whether Bai Xiaosheng was willing to help, the outcome could hardly be worse. I do not possess further information about Fuxing Village, yet my colleague Bai Xiaosheng may know something. Bai Lan turned to face Bai Xiaosheng, who, upon putting away his fan, offered her a gentle smile. Indeed, I possess a modicum of knowledge. Pray, enlighten me. As Brother Bao has indicated, Fuxing Village has long been shrouded in mystery, and it has come to pass that individuals from the Bai Lan sect have recently ventured to gather intelligence, as an incident has transpired in Fuxing Village. Thus, Bai Xiaosheng realized that this matter was indeed beyond the understanding of Brother Bao. What transpired? In a single night, several lives were tragically extinguished in Fuxing Village, and the living inhabitants vanished entirely, rendering it a desolate ghost town. A gasp of horror rippled through the crowd of onlookers. Bai Xiaosheng was adept at tantalizing curiosity, skillfully balancing intrigue without inducing irritation. The root of this calamity was an orphan from Fuxing Village, whose father had perished and whose mother had succumbed to madness, leading to his unwelcome presence among the villagers. While I am unaware of the extent of animosity between this demon cultivator and the villagers, it is evident that he has not entirely lost his sanity. Otherwise, Fuxing Village would now be utterly lifeless. The crowd began to engage in fervent discourse regarding the matter. Some contended that the demon cultivator was ruthless, having taken the lives of many and abducted others, fearing that their fates would be dire. Others suggested that the cultivator must have endured abuse from the villagers in his youth, and now sought retribution. Some expressed sympathy for the villagers, while others justified the actions of the demon cultivator. Bai Xiaosheng smiled faintly, inquiring of his companion's stance on the morality of the cultivator.
Bai Lan thi mai compot.
Stating that the cultivator's rightness or wrongness bore no relevance to him, his perspective would not alter the course of events. Nor did he wish to judge a person solely based on these circumstances. Your insight is commendable. I hold you in high regard, Bai Xiaosheng replied. Disinterested in further trivial banter, Bai Lan directly posed a question to the two. What is the worth of this information in spiritual stones? The informant, initially feeling disheartened, regained his spirits upon hearing those words. According to the customs of this profession, information of such caliber warranted a payment of 1 spirit stone per piece. Bai Lan nodded in acknowledgement and then turned her gaze towards Bai Xiaosheng. With a gentle smile, Bai Xiaosheng declared that he would not charge for this piece of information, offering it freely to her as he wished to forge a friendship. The informant clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing that this young man harbored ulterior motives. Such generosity in business was rare, and it seemed he found amusement in undermining him. Bai Lan, however, was not swayed by these antics. She tossed 3 spirit stones to the informant and insisted on asking Bai Xiaosheng the price. With a resigned smile, he replied that it would cost 2 spirit stones. Consequently, Bai Lan relinquished her last 2 spirit stones to him. Having concluded the transaction, she turned to leave. After walking a considerable distance, she paused in a secluded corner and turned around to find Bai Shaoxing smiling at her from a short distance away. After a moment of silence, she inquired about his intentions. Bai Shaoxing, fanning himself lightly, replied that he merely wished to befriend her. Bai Lan, with a firm demeanor, stated, "I do not wish to be friends with you." When asked why, she simply replied that she had no particular reason, just that she was not inclined at the moment. "Do not follow me. You are not my equal," she declared before attempting to walk away. Although Bai Shaoxing did not pursue her, he called out to halt her departure. "I am aware that you intend to venture to Fortune Star Village, and I can provide you with another clue. I assure you, with this information, your task will become significantly easier." Bai Lan paused, for she never allowed her emotions to dictate her actions in such matters. If Bai Xiaoxing's information could indeed simplify matters and mitigate her potential dangers, then offering some spirit stones would be a trivial expense, and forming a friendship with him would be of no consequence. "What do you desire?" "I wish to befriend you." For a moment, Bai Lan remained silent, yet Bai Xiaoxing understood that she would not decline. The clue was that of a woman married into the Fuxing village, who also happened to be the aunt of a demonic cultivator. Bai Lan's heart trembled. This was indeed a significant lead that could simplify the situation. She straightened her posture and offered Bai Shaoxing a slight bow. "In the Tianji Pavilion, Bai Shaoxing, barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall always be able to find me in the vicinity of Tianwishan. Then I shall not delay your time any further. Here is the address pertaining to the clue. I wish you, Daoist Lanling, every success. Farewell." "Farewell." Bai Lan bid adieu to Bai Shaoxing and proceeded to seek out the woman from Fuxing village, the aunt of the demonic cultivator, as per the address provided. Chapter 55, A Miraculous Revival. Rescuing a dying child. The address given by Bai Shaoxing led to a remote mountain village. By the time Bai Lan arrived there on her sword, dusk was approaching. Following the description from the clue, she located the household of the Li family. Coincidentally, their door stood wide open, and from the threshold, she could hear cries and pleas emanating from within. "Doctor, please save my child. He is only 6 years old. I implore you, doctor. Doctor, this is all our family savings. Please, I beg you to help." Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to save him. Rather, his condition is far too grave for me to assist. Please think of a way. I beseech you. Uncle, please help your nephew. I find myself utterly powerless. To speak candidly, unless a miraculous intervention occurs, your child is unlikely to survive the night. I shall take my leave now. Uncle, uncle. As several individuals tugged at him, they reached the doorway and were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Bai Lan standing there. After a brief pause, the doctor shrugged off the couple grasping his sleeve and departed with an air of finality. The wife, bereft of strength, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, while the husband, torn between concern for his wife and the gravity of their situation, turned to Bai Lan, inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" "I seek no one in particular. I merely happened upon this place and wish to find lodging for the night." The husband, helping his wife to her feet, replied distractedly, "As you can see, our predicament is dire. If you do not mind, please stay with us for the night." "Thank you," Bai Lan responded, following the couple inside. The feeble voice of the child could be heard from within the home. "Mother, mother, I am in pain." The wife, who had been leaning weakly against her husband, abruptly pushed him away and staggered towards the source of the voice. Bai Lan's gaze lingered on the wife's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Surely, this must be the person she was seeking, the woman from Fuxing village who had feigned death to marry elsewhere, the aunt of the demonic cultivator, Lin. "Please forgive the noise. Our child is ill and maybe somewhat restless. I hope it does not trouble you. As long as you do not mind," Bai Lan mused. Considering the current situation, a gravely ill child, a heartbroken mother, a worried and kind-hearted father, and herself, the opportunistic guest, the course of action ahead was becoming increasingly clear. "I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I take a look at the child?" In the depths of despair reflected in Lin's husband's eyes, A flicker of hope suddenly ignited as he grasped her hand with fervor. Is it true? Bai Lan was not alarmed by his sudden outburst. Rather, she was captivated by the glimmer of hope that shone within his gaze. To offer hope to one steeped in despair can, paradoxically, lead to deeper disillusionment if that hope proves illusory. She nodded. I shall give it a try. Please, come in, come in. The child is inside. Upon entering the room, Bai Lan beheld Lin cradling the child, softly singing lullabies, her palm gently patting the little one. Fortune arrives, misfortune departs, all is well. May you live long and carefree. Bai Lan's heart shivered at the sound of the lullaby. Lin's husband, oblivious to the significance of the moment, continued to guide her toward the bedside, recounting the child's condition. Our little Bao has always been frail, prone to illness, though merely minor ailments that could be remedied with a bit of medicine. However, this year has been different. As spring commenced, Bao fell gravely ill, confined to bed for over 3 months before slowly recovering, a duration unprecedented for us. Just when we thought she had fully recuperated, she unexpectedly fell ill again this month, even more severely than in spring, unable to rise from her bed. We have sought the wisdom of every doctor in the nearby villages, yet none could ascertain the cause or provide a cure. Today, this doctor has ominously declared that she may not survive the night. Please look at the child. Regardless of the outcome, we are eternally grateful to you. Bai Lan approached the bedside, gently navigating past Lin to gaze upon the child lying there. The child lay nestled within thick blankets, his complexion an ashen hue, lips tinged with a purplish shade, and his eye sockets deeply sunken, exuding an air of illness, bordering on emaciation. Lacking any medical knowledge, she recognized that the child was gravely ill, and his days were likely numbered. Lin's husband cautiously accepted the medicinal pill, gently prying the child's mouth open to administer it, then fetched a bowl of water to aid the child in swallowing it. Would this suffice? They decided to wait and observe for a while. Lin's husband expressed his gratitude repeatedly, inviting her to sit on the nearby couch and pouring her a bowl of water. I beg your pardon. We have run out of tea leaves. It is of no consequence. Bai Lan remained attentive to the reactions of both the child and Lin. Approximately half an hour later, the child's cough stirred the three of them into action. Lin immediately rushed to the child's side, while her husband dashed to the bedside. Xiao Bao, how are you feeling? Are you any better? Father, I wish to drink water. Yes, I shall fetch you some water at once. Upon hearing the child's voice, Bai Lan noted a significant improvement compared to the earlier cries of pain. At least there was no longer the faintness of breath that had characterized his condition. As Lin's husband stepped away to retrieve the water, Bai Lan caught a glimpse of the child's face. Indeed, he appeared much improved, though still not entirely restored to health. He was no longer teetering on the brink of death. She watched as Lin took the water, intending to feed the child with a spoon. But the child grasped the bowl and eagerly drank it down. I want more, he declared. Lin's husband, his hands trembling, poured another bowl for the child, who drained it once more, then wiped his mouth and said, Mother, I am hungry. Lin wept uncontrollably while holding her child, and her husband embraced her, attempting to soothe her distress, though tears shimmered in his eyes as well. Lin then went to prepare a meal for the child. Her husband approached Bai Lan and suddenly knelt before her, bowing several times. Immortal, you have saved our little treasure. You are our rebirth parents. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. I would willingly offer all my possessions to express my gratitude. Bai Lan replied calmly, Please fetch the doctor to assess the child's condition. As for repayment, money is unnecessary. I merely wish to converse with your wife. Lin's husband appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the need for his wife to engage in conversation. At that moment, Lin entered the room with a meal, having regained her composure, and apart from her still swollen eyes, she appeared to be an ordinary, gentle woman. You should summon the doctor. I wish to speak with the immortal for a moment. Please hurry. Her husband left, and Lin placed the food before the child, who eagerly devoured it. Lin sat nearby, watching the child eat, her heart swelling with joy. However, when she turned to Bai Lan, the smile faded, replaced by a shadow of concern. You have come regarding matters of Fuxing village, haven't you? Chapter 56. Memories of Fuxing Village. Lin's ability to discern Bai Lan's intentions took her by surprise, yet it was not unusual, considering Lin's familiarity with the situation. I wished to inquire about an orphan from Fuxing Village, known as the Star of Calamity. Upon hearing this, Lin's gaze became vacant, and a look of melancholy and anguish crossed her face. I never anticipated that, after 7 years, I would once again hear mention of Fuxing Village. Nor did I expect anyone to bring up the child Xiaoxing. The celestial master saved my son, and in gratitude, I shall reveal everything I know about Xiaoxing. Fuxing Village produces a prodigy once every 2 decades, and Xiaoxing's father was the prodigy of his generation. It is forbidden for the prodigy to marry or bear children. Yet this prodigy fell in love with a maiden from the village. Remarkably, this maiden reciprocated his affections. The 2 lovers, concealing their relationship from the villagers, overcame numerous obstacles to be together and conceived a child. That child is Xiaoxing, and that maiden is my sister. My sister kept this secret tightly guarded until her pregnancy reached 6 or 7 months, at which point my parents discovered the truth. Such a scandal was not something my parents would easily disclose. Instead, they pressed my sister for the identity of her lover, but she refused to divulge it. My parents harbored resentment towards my sister for her indiscretion, yet they felt powerless, confining her to the cellar. My sister remained imprisoned for 2 months, nearing her time to give birth. One day, I went to deliver food to her, and she took my hand, imploring me to help her hang her handkerchief on the largest locust tree at the back of the village. I remember the intensity of her gaze when she entrusted the handkerchief to me, knowing it was of utmost importance, and I had long sought an opportunity to go out. In retrospect, perhaps my eagerness was too apparent, prompting my parents to take notice. A few days later, when the village had returned to normalcy, I seized the chance to collect firewood and, as instructed by my sister, hung the handkerchief on the locust tree. My father commanded me to kneel, and I knew a beating was inevitable. I feared not the pain of the beating, but rather the possibility of delaying my sister's affair. Later, I was spared from punishment, yet the anguished cries of my sister echoed from the cellar. Typically, sounds from the cellar were muffled, but at that moment, they resonated with remarkable clarity. My sister was about to give birth. Mother immediately descended into the cellar, and I followed suit. Before I entered, I caught a glimpse of father, his face ashen. Leaving the house, my sister faced a harrowing labor, teetering between life and death as she brought forth her child. The infant was born with a dark birthmark on its back, distinct from ordinary marks, resembling an intricate design. My sister appeared overjoyed upon seeing this mark and named the child Little Star. That was the last time I witnessed my sister smile. Before long, father, accompanied by the village chief and a throng of villagers, arrived at our home, dragging my sister out of the cellar where she had just given birth. Bloodstains trailed from the cellar into the yard. They lifted the child by its arms as if it were a mere kitten or puppy, scrutinizing the birthmark on its back before taking the child away. My sister bowed in supplication, clinging to the chief's leg, pleading for the return of her baby. Naturally, that was out of the question. My sister was once again confined to the cellar, this time with the door firmly locked, sealing her fate within. From that moment onward, her mental state deteriorated significantly. I remained vigilant for news of Fortune Star and Little Star, hoping to offer my sister some solace. Yet I never received any word about them. 2 years later, I finally learned of Fortune Star's demise at the age of 20, following the tragic pattern of all his predecessors. On that fateful day, my sister's cries from the cellar grew increasingly frantic, as if she had completely lost her mind. I surmised that she must have known of Fortune Star's passing. In the days that followed, my sister refrained from eating, lying listlessly in the cellar. It was during this time that peculiar events began to unfold in the village. According to tradition, the village chief commenced leading the townsfolk in reverence to the Fortune Star. This was a ritual in Fortune Star Village, wherein the Fortune Star, seated upon a pedestal, received the villagers' sincere offerings, bestowing prosperity upon them while dispelling their misfortunes. I, too, attended the ceremony, where the Fortune Star was a mere child of 2 years, known as Little Xing. I conveyed this news to my sister, hoping it would inspire her to persevere for Little Xing's sake, and gradually, her condition began to improve. However, the village's plight did not ameliorate. Instead, the strange occurrences multiplied, and within a fortnight, for individuals succumbed to death. They asserted that little Xing's birth violated the ancient decree that prevented the fortune star from marrying and bearing children, thereby bringing calamity upon the village. Additionally, it was said that only one fortune star could exist at any given time, rendering little Xing not a harbinger of fortune, but a harbinger of doom, blaming him for the village's misfortunes. Yet, the harbinger of doom could not be casually executed. To do so would leave a lingering malevolence in the village, necessitating that he live until the age of 20 before meeting his fate, allowing for the emergence of the next fortune star. Thus, little Xing became an orphan within the village. Father refused to acknowledge little Xing as part of our family and forbade my mother and me from doing so. I often surreptitiously provided little Xing with scraps of food, a transgression that cost me a leg, leaving it crippled from my father's wrath. Mother occasionally partook in this act of kindness, but eventually, she became pregnant again and tragically perished during childbirth. This devastating news left father in a state of utter despondency, and one day, he released my sister, who had succumbed to madness, into the village. From that moment on, she and little Xing wandered the village, begging for sustenance. In times of abundance, the villagers were kind and amiable. However, in times of hardship, their demeanor turned bitter and cruel, especially when they attributed their misfortunes to the young child, Xiaoxing. A mere infant, he bore the brunt of the malevolence from nearly every villager. They mercilessly beat, scorned, and humiliated him, seizing his food and trampling it beneath their feet, forcing him to consume it, compelling him to drink filth. Alongside him endured the torment, his deranged sister. I confess, I was terrified. I lacked the courage to step forward and shield them, only daring to occasionally bring them a morsel of food. On one occasion, when I arrived, only the numbed Xiaoxing remained, and his sister was nowhere to be found. I wept, yet Xiaoxing appeared unfazed. This child began to instill fear within me. Thus, I ceased my visits, and when I witnessed others tormenting him, I kept my distance. Later, my father passed away, leaving me without support, and the villagers sought to confiscate our belongings, including myself. Having witnessed the true nature of the villagers, I found myself in a desperate situation. Death became the only solution that crossed my mind. It was at this juncture that Xiaoxing emerged. Fuxing Village, isolated from the world, with its peculiar terrain, made it easy to lose one's way. Without the guidance of an elder, outsiders could not enter, and villagers could not depart. I remained perplexed at how a 7-year-old child could devise such a meticulous plan, yet he indeed led me away from Fuxing Village. Xiaoxing took a different path, and from that moment forth, I have heard neither of him nor from him. Master Xian, I can be of assistance in this matter, for I cannot persuade him. That child will undoubtedly pursue a single path to the bitter end. He will heed no one's counsel. Bai Lan fell silent, as the circumstances recounted by Lin were even more harrowing than she had anticipated. The distinction between good and evil is not always clear-cut. Ultimately, she posed but a single question. For him, the most significant person is undoubtedly his mother. Thank you all for the lovely gifts. I am utterly delighted and pleasantly surprised. Chapter 57. Exploring Fortune Star Village. Uncle, please take another look at little treasure. Is he better now? The doctor reflected on his decades of medical practice. Such obvious symptoms could not possibly be misdiagnosed. He was reluctant to wade into this murky situation, yet given their familial ties and the amicable history between their families, he could not simply ignore their plea. Alas, the tender hearts of parents yearn for clarity. May they soon come to accept reality. Upon entering the room, the doctor was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Bai Lan seated there, before his gaze shifted to the child lying in bed. Seeing the child motionless sent a jolt through him. Could it be that the child had already passed? Without needing to be prompted by Lin's husband, the doctor immediately took the child's pulse to assess the situation. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. This child had indeed recovered. How could this be? With his extensive experience, how could he have misjudged such evident symptoms? Even if he had overlooked something, could it be that all the doctors in the neighboring villages had also erred? Such a notion was utterly implausible, unless... The doctor trembled as he turned to face Bai Lan, who sat calmly beside him. Could it be that she is the celestial master? I happened upon this place and felt a connection with this family, hence I offered my assistance. Doctor, please, tell us the current condition of the child. Lin's husband urgently inquired. Yes, uncle, please tell us. How is little treasure? Is he well now? Will he suffer from this ailment again in the future? The doctor paused momentarily, unwilling to delay, and said, Xiaobao's ailment has been cured, leaving no lasting afflictions. He is in good health now, and living to 60 or 70 years should not pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room breathed a sigh of relief. The Lin couple immediately bowed in gratitude to the doctor. The doctor waved his hands repeatedly, stating, I have done nothing. The true individuals you should thank are the celestial masters. The Lin couple then promptly expressed their thanks to Bai Lan. Bai Lan, however, interrupted them, expressing her desire for rest. The couple hastily began to tidy her room, and the doctor seized the opportunity to take his leave. Bai Lan called out to the doctor, instructing him not to disseminate this information. He nodded immediately, acknowledging her request. Lin's husband quickly affirmed, We shall not disclose a word of this matter. That night, Bai Lan meditated in the bedroom meticulously arranged by the Lin couple, analyzing all pertinent information regarding Fuxing village and formulating her preliminary plans. Bai Lan took to the skies on her sword, heading towards Fuxing village, but upon arrival, she found no trace of the village. She paused to discern her surroundings and ultimately detected some clues. The area had been ensconced in a formation, concealing Fuxing village. Lin had mentioned that outsiders could not locate the villagers, nor could the villagers escape, which was indeed due to this formation. Having studied Introduction to Formations during her simulations, she possessed just enough foundational knowledge to handle the current situation. In her simulations, not only did she locate Fuxing village, but several disciples from Baiyun's sect also succeeded in finding it, albeit likely under Lu Ping's guidance. She observed the surroundings for a while before uncovering the crucial detail, the hidden Fuxing village, obscured by the intricate formation. At that moment, the sun was at its zenith, casting a bright and cheerful light, yet Fuxing village lay shrouded in the shadows of the mountains, enveloped in an eerie stillness that silently hinted at something sinister. Cautiously, she circled the village, finding nothing particularly suspicious. After hearing Lin's account, she resolved to enter the village for further investigation. The village's ancestral hall, the elevated altar dedicated to the Fuxing deity, the village chief's residence, Lin's home, and the unmarked burial ground were all key locations she intended to explore. Upon entering the village, a foul stench assaulted her senses. Before her eyes lay two corpses, one disemboweled, the other decapitated. She held her breath and pressed on. After traversing 2 streets, she encountered 7 or 8 more bodies, finally arriving at the ancestral hall. The hall was stained with dried blood, and a deep crimson drag mark extended from the hall into the courtyard. The sight of this mark immediately conjured the image of Lin's sister being dragged from the cellar. Could it be that this harbinger of doom sought vengeance for her mother? Following the drag mark, she discovered a concealed chamber beneath the hall. The chamber had been forcefully opened, revealing a well-furnished space stocked with ample provisions and water, likely established by the villagers as a refuge from disaster. When the upheaval occurred, it seemed that someone had taken shelter inside, only to be violently extracted. Within the chamber, she found scant traces of the formation, mostly destroyed, offering no substantial insights, but further affirming her suspicion that something was amiss in this village. In addition to this, another piece of information gleaned from the ancestral hall was that Fuxing village had been established for 4 centuries. Upon leaving the hall, she commenced her search for the elevated platform in the village dedicated to worshipping the Fuxing deity. This proved to be an easy task, as it was merely a street away. Standing atop the platform, she noted that there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Nonetheless, she scrutinized it carefully. The platform featured only a circular surface for the Fuxing deity to meditate upon, adorned with patterns that faintly resembled auspicious clouds and lotus flowers. This was quite ordinary, as both auspicious clouds and lotus flowers are commonly regarded as symbols of good fortune. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Could the lotus pattern and the shape of the circular surface be related? Hastily, she retrieved the sealing artifact she had acquired from the sect's secret realm from her obsidian bracelet, and upon comparing the two, she was astonished to find a striking resemblance. Could there be a connection between these two? Yet, They seemed entirely unrelated, leaving her with no basis for suspicion. She carefully stowed away the sealing artifact, taking an impression of the pattern on the platform for future study. Her next destination was the home of the village chief. As the leader of Fushing village, he was bound to possess insights into its secrets, and she hoped to uncover something significant within his abode. However, as she approached the chief's doorstep, she caught sight of a fleeting white figure in the courtyard. This white apparition was, of course, not a specter, but rather a disciple of the Bai Lan sect. She quickly realized that although Lu Ping and 6 disciples of the Bai Lan sect were scheduled to arrive days later in the simulation, other disciples must have arrived earlier. After all, how could the Bai Lan sect have been aware of Fushing village and sent Lu Ping to address the matter otherwise? If one were to speak of evidence, there is indeed some. It is well known that disciples of the Bai Lan sect had previously visited Fushing village. Wishing to avoid an encounter with these disciples, she quietly departed and made her way to the next point of exploration, the Lin family residence. However, locating the Lin family proved to be a more arduous task. She searched diligently, house by house, in pursuit of a dwelling with a cellar. Though she had yet to discover the cellar, she stumbled upon a significant revelation, an unexpected survivor. A fortunate soul who had neither been slain nor captured. Chapter 58. The surviving boy Bai Lan was merely a step away from becoming a golden core practitioner. Her senses finely attuned to her surroundings. The slightest sound of breathing within several meters was imperceptible to her keen ears. She followed the sound cautiously, ultimately arriving at the backyard of a residence. There, amidst the intertwined bodies of a man and a woman, she uncovered a trembling child. The situation felt amiss. Rather than approach recklessly, she remained rooted to the spot, scrutinizing the child. He appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, his body filthy and his hair disheveled, resembling a small beggar. It was evident that he was not the offspring of the deceased couple. "Are you all right?" Bai Lan inquired gently. "Are you injured?" "Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person." As she spoke, she took careful steps closer to the child. With each advance, the child tensed up, clearly prepared for defense. She even braced herself for the possibility of encountering a frightful visage when he looked up. As she reached out her hand, the child suddenly bolted away, propelled like a spring, moving with remarkable speed that caused the white fabric of her cloak to flutter. Yet no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun her. She seized the child by the back of his collar, and the tattered fabric was instantly torn, revealing emaciated bones and a fleeting glimpse of darkness. Before she could fully comprehend the sight, the child retaliated by attempting to bite her. In a swift motion, she grasped his chin and, amidst a fierce struggle, dislocated it with a sharp crack, marking a physical victory in their confrontation. Yet, this triumph was merely corporeal. The battle of wills lingered on. Finally, Bai Lan beheld the child's face, which was not the grotesque visage she had anticipated. Instead, it possessed a certain allure. He was a quintessential beauty, with a pointed chin, thin lips, and large eyes. If only those eyes did not exude such hostility when they met hers, the impression would have been far more pleasant. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." The boy's chest heaved with indignation, his face flushed with anger. Yet he remained silent. "What is your name?" The boy turned his head to glance at a nearby rock, still refusing to speak. Unperturbed, Bai Lan continued, "If you choose not to respond, I shall name you myself. How does Little Star sound to you?" The boy offered no reply. Raising an eyebrow, she concluded, "Since you have no objections, I shall call you Little Star. I am going to release you now, but do not even think of running. You cannot escape me." As she loosened her grip, the boy did not flee. His compliance was a welcome relief, sparing her from further complications. "You are injured. Take this, it will aid your wounds. Little Star, be obedient." The boy pressed his lips together, still refusing to accept her offering. The boy coughed as he choked, prompting her to lead him beside the water tank of a nearby household, where she ladled some water for him to drink. This time, he did not refuse. Instead, he cradled the ladle and drank deeply. Bai Lan observed him quietly from the side before turning to enter the house. Ultimately, he did not flee but rather lowered his head and continued to drink. Bai Lan retrieved a clean piece of cloth from indoors, dampened it in the water, and began to wipe the boy's face. The boy instinctively flinched slightly, perhaps realizing he could not escape, and complied, allowing her to clean him. Seeing his docility, Bai Lan's movements naturally softened. In an ordinary courtyard, a tall girl gently helped the frail boy cleanse his face, ignoring the two corpses not far away. It was a heartwarming scene. Once she had cleaned his face, Bai Lan proceeded to wipe the other exposed skin, the neck and hands, ensuring they were pristine. After finishing, she gazed at her handiwork with satisfaction, finding the boy more pleasing to the eye than before. There is a set of new clothes on the table inside. You should change into them. The boy obediently walked into the house. Bai Lan watched him depart, and the smile on her face gradually faded. While cleaning his body, she had noticed numerous fresh and old wounds on the boy's arms. All signs pointed to a singular conclusion, one that evoked perplexity. This boy was the malevolent cultivator she had been seeking. Yet, the reason for his current state remained a mystery. From their initial exchanges, she had discerned that he was no ordinary individual. However, the power he exhibited was not formidable, suggesting he was under some form of constraint. This presented an opportunity. She could seize the opportunity to eliminate him, a decisive and brutal action that would bring closure. However, after learning so much about him, she found it exceedingly difficult to kill him without a heavy heart. To take the life of one who had endured immense injustice, to extinguish the existence of a tenacious survivor, or to extinguish the hopes of a child yearning to revive his loved ones, such an act weighed heavily upon her conscience. Of course, if he posed a threat to her life, she would act without hesitation. Yet, at this moment, it seemed there lingered a glimmer of possibility for negotiation. As the boy emerged from the dwelling, clad in fresh garments, he appeared to be an ordinary child. Although she was aware that this was merely a fade, one must wonder if the illusion did not hold its own semblance of truth until it was shattered. Bai Lan helped him gather his tousled hair, transforming him into someone entirely different from the trembling beggar who had cowered behind two corpses moments earlier. Suddenly, a realization struck her. What had caused his earlier shivering? Surely, it was not fear, but something else entirely. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated how to broach the subject, how to earn his trust, and how to communicate effectively to foster cooperation. Yet, before she could formulate her thoughts, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted her reverie. The disciples of the Baiyun sect were moving about outside, their presence drawing closer, seemingly heading in their direction. Bai Lan strained her ears and confirmed that they were indeed approaching, prompting her to swiftly gather the boy and depart. They halted at the potter's field. As night fell, Bai Lan set up defensive and illusionary formations nearby and kindled a bonfire. Unless fate intervened, the two would rest here for the night, accompanied by the scattered bones. Seated beside the fire, they roasted snow hare meat and shared a moment of quiet companionship. The meat of the snow hare is exquisitely fragrant. Even without any seasoning, merely roasting it evokes an insatiable desire. It has been quite some time since she last indulged, and the craving has become quite intense. After a long wait, when the hare meat is finally grilled to perfection, she tears off a leg to savor its flavor. Ah, it is as delectable as ever. She divides the roasted meat in half and offers one portion to the boy. In the flickering light of the flames, the astonishment on the boy's face is unmistakable. She thrusts the piece of hare meat into his hands and begins to gnaw on her share. After a few bites, noticing the boy remains motionless, she glances over in surprise. He appears to be in a daze.
Go on, eat.
It's not poisonous. The boy begins to silently chew on the hare meat. White Orchid quickly finishes her portion and retrieves two Qingling fruits from her space, tossing one to the boy. He remains silent. She pays him no mind, simply munching on the Qingling fruit to cleanse her palate. When shall she break through this barrier of unspoken words? She ponders. The opportunity arises in the dead of night. Chapter 59. Trading with the demon cultivator in the stillness of the night. As White Orchid feigns sleep, the boy, who has been silent, rises to leave. With her eyes closed, she inquires, "Where are you going?" You must have guessed. Indeed, she has surmised that he is the demon cultivator. Yes. I've already told you I figured it out, Haven Ti? White Orchid replies candidly. From the moment she referred to him as Little Star, he realized she had deduced the truth. For the past half day, they have merely been playing roles for each other. She has been testing whether he is open to collaboration, while the reasons behind his willingness to play along remain a mystery. Perhaps it is due to the current limitations on his powers. As for the reasons behind it, only he himself is privy to that knowledge. The evening breeze, imbued with the unique chill and scent of the forgotten graves, brushed against the cheeks of the two, awakening them to a heightened sense of clarity. How should I address you? Little star, grim star, or demonic cultivator? Lin Xing. The sound of Lin Xing's voice exuded a certain richness, reminiscent not of a mere 6- or 7-year-old child, but rather that of a 13- or 14-year-old youth, which indeed reflected his true age. Bai Lan called out his name. Lin Xing. It seemed as if he were stirred by the utterance of those 2 syllables. The previously stagnant emotions began to fluctuate, tinged with a hint of anger as he inquired, "Are you here to deal with me, like the others?" The others? Are you referring to those from Bai Yun's sect? Who else could it be? Bai Lan detected Lin Xing's animosity towards the Bai Yun sect members. She sighed, for this was not the response she had hoped to elicit. Firstly, I have no intention of confronting you. Prior to my arrival, I gathered a wealth of information regarding both Fuxing Village and yourself. The very existence of Fuxing Village poses significant issues, and should one delve into its mysteries, it would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. As for the actions you have undertaken, while I do not condone murder, I make an exception for vengeance. Then why have you come here? This leads me to my second point. The individuals of the Bai Yun sect are not malevolent. Humph. From a broader perspective, they perform a noble act by eliminating the demonic cultivators who threaten the nearby villages. However, it is often the case that the deeper, underlying motives are obscured by the apparent brutality of their actions. The massacre of a village by demonic cultivators is an exceedingly brutal act, so savage that one need not delve into the underlying motives, regardless of any hidden circumstances. The extermination of demonic cultivators is a righteous endeavor. This reflects their limitations, as well as those of the majority of cultivators, hypocrisy. A sardonic expression graced Lin Xing's beautiful visage, directed not solely at Bai Lan, but primarily at the self-righteous cultivators of the Bai Yun sect she spoke of. So, what exactly do you intend to do? I am here to assist you, Lin Xing remarked with a mocking smile. Keep smiling at me like that, and I shall become angry. Lin Xing suppressed her expression. Upon noticing that her words had resonated with him, Bai Lan felt a mix of helplessness and a flicker of hope. There remains a possibility. You are aware that members of the Bai Yun sect have already arrived, and more will follow. What do you plan to do then? Whoever stands in the way of my vengeance shall meet their end. Do not be overly arrogant. Those who have come are merely ordinary disciples. Yet the next arrivals will be elders. I do not deny your considerable strength. You may slay a few disciples, but how many elders can you truly vanquish? Reflect carefully on who your true enemies are. Are the individuals from the Bai Yun sect genuinely your adversaries? Lin Xing fell silent. Bai Lan articulated her thoughts. You could evade them. After a prolonged silence, just as Bai Lan began to believe her plan had faltered and that he would not acquiesce, he finally spoke. Upon hearing his words, Bai Lan experienced a tumultuous blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Lin Xing contemplating her suggestion to avoid conflict with the Bai Yun sect, a course of action beneficial for both the sect and Lin Xing himself. Concerned, she surmised that Lin Xing's insistence on remaining was linked to the resurrection formation, and it was evident that Lin Xing would not relinquish this matter, thereby making a conflict with the disciples of the Bai Yun sect unavoidable. Frowning, she rapidly contemplated alternative means to avert the impending discord. Lin Xing observed Bai Lan's earnest contemplation, a flicker of intrigue passing across his face. How long must you stay here? He inquired, his expression reflecting growing unease. Though the oblivious Bai Lan remained absorbed in her thoughts. At least 7 days, she replied, releasing a breath of relief. 7 days were manageable, providing room for maneuver. Let us strike a bargain. What kind of bargain? Lin Xing remained silent for a moment, his dark eyes filled with confusion and skepticism. Why? What advantage does this deal offer you? You need not concern yourself with my benefits. The advantages for you are rather apparent. With my presence, your safety is assured, allowing you to focus on your quest for revenge and to depart in safety to pursue the life you desire. Is that not appealing? Lin Xing gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with the flickering light of a campfire. "I do not trust you. What is it that you truly seek?" Bai Lan regarded this seemingly 6 or 7-year-old boy, who was in truth 13 or 14, yet possessed a soul far older. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Such a sensitive and suspicious individual would not easily extend trust to others. Unless she provided a credible rationale, he would likely reject the offer outright. "Among the disciples of the Bai Lan sect, there exists someone of great significance to me. I wish for him to remain unharmed and for his righteous spirit to endure." Lin Xing fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. "You may attempt to believe me. After all, had I intended to end your life, you would have perished during our encounter at noon. Although the reasons behind your current state elude me, I indeed possess the capability to do so now. Once you regain your strength, I may no longer retain this power. This is the truth. I propose a pact between us." For a fleeting moment, Bai Lan felt a sense of relief. It marked a favorable development. Yet Lin Xing doused her with cold water once more. "You must ponder this carefully. By doing so, you become an accomplice to the demonic cultivators. Should this be revealed, you too shall find yourself among those hunted by righteous practitioners." "I am aware. That is all I need to know." The two swore solemn oaths to each other. Lin Xing vowed that her quest for vengeance would not harm the innocent, nor would it target the disciples of the Bai Lan sect. Should she breach this promise, may thunder strike her. Bai Ling pledged to assist Lin Xing in evading the Bai Lan sect's pursuit for 7 days, ensuring her safety from harm. Should she fail in this vow, may thunder smite her. Upon completing their oaths, both individuals alleviated a burden from their hearts, lowering their defenses against one another. Bai Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as Lin Xing refrained from acting against the Bai Lan sect, its members would be safe, and thus, Lu Ping would also remain unharmed, achieving her objective. As for evading pursuit, the inquiries from ordinary disciples were manageable. At worst, they could be apprehended and confined. However, escaping Lu Ping's scrutiny presented a far greater challenge. Yet, she possessed a significant advantage: time. In previous simulations, the precise moment of Lu Ping's arrival remained uncertain, but his assaults against demonic cultivators consistently occurred after 7 days. This implies that if they could conclude their affairs within this time frame, they might not need to consider confronting Lu Ping at all. However, upon further contemplation, a dilemma arose. If the matter could be resolved within 7 days, then why would Lin Xing linger in the simulation? Why not hasten to conclude and depart swiftly? She glanced at Lin Xing, who appeared lost in thought, realizing that there must be some hidden truths behind this behavior. Lin Xing's demeanor did not suggest deceit, and having sworn an oath, it seemed that the underlying secrets were not of great significance. Chapter 60. The Simulation. Sacrifice. Do you possess spirit stones? Bai Lan inquired suddenly, while seated beside the campfire. "Very well, lend me 10 for the time being," she continued. Lin Xing seemed momentarily bewildered, unsure how the conversation had shifted to spirit stones. "Rest assured, I shall return them. Or perhaps, do you wish to feast on another wild hare?" Lin Xing rose, stating, "I have some, but they are not here. If you wish to obtain them, you must accompany me." Bai Lan stood, extinguishing the campfire. "Name a direction, and I shall carry you there." Lin Xing pointed towards the towering mountain that obscured the sunlight over Fortune's Star Village. The mountain was adorned with dense foliage, yet the shaded areas failed to exude vitality. Instead, they evoked an aura of gloom and terror. Bai Lan surmised that Lin Xing's lair lay within, where the other villagers he had captured were likely held as well, near the tallest tree. Bai Lan nodded in agreement, then stepped forward to embrace Lin Xing with one arm, lifting off the ground and soaring towards the tree she indicated. Throughout the flight, Lin Xing remained unusually compliant in her grasp, akin to a docile rabbit, which brought Bai Lan a measure of comfort. Lin Xing's mind was vacant, her body rigid, indeed resembling a bewildered hare. Unlike the previous encounter, the two individuals have lowered their defenses this time. Alongside their vigilant guard, a tender emotional connection has begun to bloom. The emotionally oblivious Bai Lan remains unaware of these nuances, while Lin Xing, who yearns for emotional understanding yet lacks proper awareness, finds himself perplexed by the sensations enveloping him. In the enveloping darkness, amidst perilous flight, taut nerves, racing heartbeats, firm embraces, the rhythmic thumping of a companion's heart, their warmth, and the faint fragrance lingering in the air. All these experiences are unfamiliar to Lin Xing, leaving an indelible impression upon his heart. This feeling is exquisite, luring him into an unbidden state of enchantment until Bai Lan gently sets him down, announcing their arrival. Lin Xing, bewildered, cannot fathom why his heart continues to race and his cheeks flush with warmth. In the past, such sensations were either born from indignation over being bullied or the agony of training gone awry. Yet now, he feels neither fury nor discomfort. What could be the reason for this? A moment of confusion envelopes him. Bai Lan surveys their surroundings, sensing an eerie atmosphere, perhaps accentuated by the night, as chilling winds swirl about them. What are you daydreaming about? Did I frighten you? She finds Lin Xing's dazed expression rather odd, incongruous with his identity as a cultivator of demonic arts. Could it be that he harbors a fear of heights? Yet, does he not possess the cultivation of the golden core stage? Surely, flying should be a simple task for him. However, that may not necessarily be the case. He had departed from Fuxing village 7 years ago, under normal cultivation circumstances. Achieving foundation establishment within that time frame would position him among the elite disciples of the Baiyun sect's inner sanctum. Attaining the golden core within 7 years is utterly implausible. Thus, it seems Lin Xing's demonic cultivation method might only facilitate rapid short-term enhancements in strength, perhaps lacking in the finesse required for flight. Yet, this conclusion is not absolute. She scrutinized Lin Xing, who suddenly seemed to be filled with ire, brusquely uttering, "Follow me." Lin Xing strode ahead in a huff, moving with great haste. They traversed a dense forest, then a thicket of shrubs, followed by layers of vines, ultimately arriving at a concealed cave. Bai Lan meticulously surveyed her surroundings, contemplating that even without any formations, such an environment would be difficult to navigate. Just as she pondered this, she sensed something hurtling toward her from the front and instinctively stepped back to shield herself from the oncoming object. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a heavy pouch. Without needing to open it, she recognized it contained the spirit stones she sought. Lin Xing stood at the cave's entrance and beckoned, "Come in, we shall rest here." Bai Lan followed him into the cave, observing as Lin Xing ignited a cerulean torch, while feeling the weighty formations within the cave send a chill down her spine. "Are you afraid?" Lin Xing provocatively inquired from within. Bai Lan, of course, was not afraid. She had previously ventured here alone during her simulations and had managed to exit unscathed, so she felt no trepidation now. Besides, given Lin Xing's current disposition, there was nothing to fear, even if he were to regain his full strength. She proceeded further inside, and Lin Xing bore a subtle smile of which he was unaware. The outer layer of the cave appeared spacious, adorned only with a few torches and a space for meditation. Bai Lan retrieved a mat from her spatial pocket and settled down skillfully. She then opened a recently acquired pouch and counted its contents, exactly 10 spirit stones. "I shall meditate for a while. Please do not disturb me," she declared, closing her eyes to commence her practice. With her eyes closed, she failed to notice the fleeting displeasure on Lin Xing's face, a sentiment that Lin Xing himself was oblivious to. Consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones, a new life simulation begins. On the first day, you meditate in a cave, while Lin Xing ventures deeper inside, where screams echo. On the second day, you continue your meditation, and once again, screams resonate from within. On the third day, you depart from the cave and head towards Fortune Village to gather news about the disciples of the Baiyun sect. On the 8th day, you accompany Lin Xing to the depths of the cave, where you witness a bizarre formation. At its center lies a skeleton, surrounded by the severed heads of several villagers. Lin Xing implores you to protect him, as this is the final step. Lin Xing activates the formation, causing the heads to disintegrate into powder, all flowing toward the skeleton at the center. Suddenly, the formation spirals out of control. You hear Lin Xing shout for you to run, but you are crushed by the formation, becoming one of the sacrificed. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation level at 12 years old. Option 2. Cultivation experience at 12 years old. Option 3. Random item at 12 years old. Choose 3. The host acquires a random item, spirit stones, at the age of 12. Sacrificed. Bai Lan sighed in exasperation. Now, while Lu Ping remained unscathed, she found herself in dire straits. A voice from beside her broke the silence. What is wrong with you? The bridge effect. In perilous situations, individuals may unwittingly experience an accelerated heartbeat. If, in such moments, one encounters a member of the opposite sex, they might mistakenly interpret this physiological response as a sign of romantic attraction, thereby fostering feelings of love. I wish to convey that Lin Xing's transformation in relation to Bai Lan stems from the exhilarating experiences she provided him. However, Lin Xing misinterpreted the bridge effect occurring during this process. As we reach this juncture, I encourage everyone to express their desire for further updates. Chapter 61. Simulation. Resurrection successful. Bai Lan adjusted her demeanor, assuring herself that all was well. Setting aside the outcomes, this simulation proved to be relatively successful. During the designated 7 days, Lin Xing executed his revenge with considerable efficacy, and neither Lu Ping nor the members of Bai Yunzong encountered Lin Xing, thus avoiding any casualties. The sole unfortunate aspect was that she ultimately became a sacrifice. The crux of the matter lies in whether this was a mere accident or a deliberate act by Lin Xing based on her current analysis. Both possibilities seem equally plausible. In the simulation, Lin Xing urged her to flee, which could indicate an unforeseen circumstance or suggest that he initially intended to betray her, only to have second thoughts at the last moment. Regardless of the proceedings, the outcome remains unchanged. She must remain vigilant. Meeting Lin Xing's gaze, she reassured him once more that all is well. Lin Xing's eyes flickered momentarily. Bai Lan may be unaware that he possesses an acute sensitivity to extreme negative emotions: anger, frustration, sorrow, fear, anguish, hatred. In that fleeting instant, she undoubtedly exuded a palpable wave of intense negativity, albeit only for that brief moment. This is abnormal. A person of sound mind would not be able to swiftly digest such extreme negative emotions. She harbors her own secrets, as who among us is devoid of them? The two remained in silence, meditating throughout the night. At dawn, Lin Xing rose and ventured deeper into the cave, while Bai Lan continued her meditation at the same spot. As in the simulation, it was not long before Bai Lan began to hear faint, haunting cries emanating from the depths of the cave. Perhaps the distance altered the tone, rendering the sound particularly unsettling, or maybe it was inherently so. The following day unfolded similarly, and Bai Lan found it increasingly difficult to maintain her tranquil meditation. For a fleeting moment, she questioned the righteousness of her actions, yet that moment passed swiftly, and she reaffirmed her resolve. On the 3rd day, she departed the cave, escaping the disquieting sounds, and made her way to Fuxing village to observe the movements of the Baiyun sect disciples. Fuxing village appeared unchanged since her last visit. It seemed the disciples of the Baiyun sect had yet to arrive and had not begun to attend to the corpses. As for the disciple she had encountered previously while gathering information, she had not seen him again, likely having departed. After spending 2 days in Fuxing village, she located the Lin family's home and discovered the cellar. In a potter's field, she found a solitary grave adorned with wilting flowers, stained with blood. Judging by the flower state, the offering had been made approximately half a month ago. The only one likely to have visited the grave of the deceased would be Lin Xing, suggesting that the one interred here must be Lin Xing's mother, the sister of the Lin family. By this time, the flowering season of the locust trees had reached its end. She scoured the village to gather this solitary bouquet of locust flowers. The morality of Lin Xing's actions remains ambiguous, yet it is undeniable that Lin's mother is a victim in this affair. May the departed find peace. As she pays her respects to Lin's mother, an unexpected tranquility envelopes her, a sentiment she has not experienced in days. Subsequently, she devotes 2 additional days to weaving an intricate web of hundreds of formations and enigmas, not with the intent to ensnare Lu Ping, but rather to complicate his investigations and misdirect his inquiries. Though her ruse is destined to be unveiled eventually, the mere act of delaying is sufficient for her purposes. Bai Lan paused momentarily, as an ephemeral glimmer of sorrow flickered in Lin Xing's gaze, reminiscent of a stray cat that believes it has found a haven only to be cast aside. This fleeting moment of empathy was overshadowed by her acute awareness of Lin Xing's burgeoning strength. He had evolved beyond the realm of being easily vanquished by her. He now stood significantly more formidable. Ultimately, Lin Xing tossed a pouch of spirit stones towards Bai Lan, indicating that the stones could be found within the cave, urging her to retrieve them herself. Bai Lan weighed the pouch of spirit stones in her hand and followed Lin Xing deeper into the cave. The depths of the cave exuded an oppressive chill, contrasting sharply with the normal weather outside, enveloping her in a wintry cold that seemed to seep into her very bones. This was not a natural cold. It was an unnatural chill, likely a byproduct of the sinister magical formations within. Bai Lan furrowed her brow, channeling her spiritual energy until the cold no longer affected her. Lin Xing gestured towards a direction where the spirit stones awaited. He then proceeded towards another path, one steeped in a potent stench of blood. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at the pouch of spirit stones in her grasp and ultimately chose to follow Lin Xing into the depths of the cave. As Lin Xing walked ahead, he paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by her choice, before he resumed his pace. Bai Lan followed him into a relatively small cave. Contrary to her expectations of a scene filled with the most gruesome tortures, the space was surprisingly clean, save for the ubiquitous array that adorned its interior. Lin Xing took a seat and began to meditate, while Bai Lan settled down beside him, preparing to simulate once more. Consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones, initiating a new life simulation. On the first day, you inquire whether Lin Xing has accomplished his revenge. He leads you deeper into the cave, where you encounter a peculiar formation. At its core lies a skeleton, surrounded by the heads of several villagers. You ask him how confident he is in his success, but he remains silent. You inform him that you will wait outside, insisting that regardless of the outcome, you must depart after a day. You then wait at the cave's entrance. On the second day, you hear anguished screams emanating from the depths of the cave. Judging that enough time has passed, you venture further inside, where you discover 2 animated skeletons. You realize Lin Xing has succeeded, though the nature of this success differs from your expectations. After bidding farewell, Lin Xing departs with the skeletons. On the third day, you remain in Fuxing village, observing the actions of Lu Ping and the disciples of Bai Yun sect. On the 7th day, you discern that Lu Ping is nearing the location. After resolving matters within the cave, you take your leave. 1 month later, you address the troubles faced by Dashi village and Xuejia village. 3 months later, you visit the market to gather information, learning that news of Fuxing village has spread, and the members of Bai Yun sect have returned unscathed. 15 years later, you attempted to break through to the golden core but failed, summoning the wrath of heavenly lightning, which ultimately led to your demise. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation reward. Choice 1. Cultivation level at 27 years of age. Choice 2. Cultivation experience at 27 years of age. Choice 3. A random item at 27 years of age. You chose option 3. The host has acquired the random item, demonic blood. Bai Lan, momentarily intrigued by the nature of this demonic blood, was astonished by Lin Xing's astonishing ability to resurrect his kin. Chapter 62. The gratitude of a demonic cultivator even in the realm of immortality. The act of reviving the deceased is indeed a rare occurrence. This feat is exceedingly challenging, far surpassing the rigors of cultivation. After a brief period of shock, Bai Lan gradually reconciled with this reality. After all, the original protagonist, Bai Lan, had encountered numerous extraordinary events, and she herself was a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger. Thus, the resurrection of characters from the narrative was not entirely implausible. It is possible that Lin Xing was originally a pivotal figure within the story, merely absent from her view until now. With this thought, everything began to align in her mind. She meticulously reviewed the contents of the simulation and could not help but nod in approval. The outcome of the simulation was splendid. Lu Ping and the members of Bai Yun sect emerged unscathed. Lin Xing not only achieved vengeance, but also resurrected his loved ones. And she herself faced no peril, an outcome that brought joy to all. She felt elated for Lu Ping's fortunate escape from disaster, for her opportunity to repay a debt of gratitude, and for Lin Xing's fulfillment of his desires. As for the acquired demonic blood, it sounded anything but mundane. Given her relatively uneventful experiences during the simulation, she surmised that this item must have originated from Lin Xing. With that thought, she turned her gaze towards Lin Xing, only to find him watching her as well. He sat there quietly, observing her with his beautiful eyes. When devoid of malice and vigilance, those eyes were captivating, enchanting enough to ensnare one's very soul. Bai Lan had a certain infatuation with beauty, yet her rationality steadfastly prevailed over her emotions. Thus, she could only marvel at the exquisite beauty of his eyes without harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards their owner. As she pondered why Lin Xing behaved in such a manner,
He spoke.
"This is my place of respite, a sanctuary of tranquility. Long ago, I stumbled upon this cave. I was still quite young then. Had it not been for the scarcity of food in the surrounding area, I would have lingered here indefinitely." Bai Lan was somewhat taken aback. He seemed to wish to share something. She remained silent, listening intently as he spoke in a meandering fashion. The atmosphere was pleasant. Bai Lan found herself drifting into thought, contemplating how, had they met under different circumstances, they might have forged a commendable friendship. Her definition of friendship surpassed the conventional expectations held by the world. Thus far, since her arrival in this narrative, she had yet to form a truly meaningful connection. She glanced at Lin Xing's profile and sighed silently. What a pity. Once Lin Xing finished articulating his thoughts, silence enveloped them. After a moment's reflection, Bai Lan posed a question reminiscent of one asked in the simulation. "Have you completed your revenge?" Lin Xing nodded slightly, rising to depart, and she followed suit. Thus, Bai Lan beheld the enigmatic formation that had appeared multiple times within the simulation. At the heart of the formation lay a skeleton, surrounded by the severed heads of several villagers, with blood splattered everywhere and a nauseating stench filling the air. Bai Lan averted her gaze, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, she inquired, "Do all these people truly deserve to die? Might there be some among them whose crimes do not warrant such a fate?" Lin Xing surveyed the grim scene within the formation and replied with unwavering conviction, "I vividly remember the deeds of each one of them. It has been the driving force behind my quest for vengeance over these 7 years." He then turned to Bai Lan and asked, "Would you like me to enumerate their transgressions for you?" "No need," she responded. At this point, further discussion is futile. As her emotions subsided, reason regained its dominance. "You wish to resurrect her, do you? How confident are you in your success?" Lin Xing gazed towards the heart of the formation, remaining silent. Bai Lan followed his gaze. "I will wait for you outside, granting you 1 day. After that, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, you must leave this place. Do you understand?" Lin Xing replied solemnly, "I understand." Bai Lan stood still, uncertain whether to depart immediately or linger. She observed Lin Xing's solitary and frail silhouette, yet chose not to leave right away. "My knowledge of formations is limited, but I comprehend that resurrection is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. I wish you success." The complexity of her feelings in that moment was beyond words. Under his watchful gaze, Bai Lan turned and exited the depths of the cave, settling in the outer chamber to meditate and await the outcome. The act of waiting can be excruciating, yet she possessed a natural calmness and patience, making the passage of a day bearable for her. Estimating that the time was nearly ripe, she concluded her meditation and ventured into the depths of the cave. Perhaps she had arrived a tad too early, for upon her arrival, she was met with a cacophony of anguished wails and cries. It was Lin Xing. She paused, refraining from entering immediately, and waited until the lamentations gradually subsided into silence before stepping inside. The first sight that greeted her was 2 skeletons positioned within the formation, one standing and the other lying down. The standing figure was unmistakably Lin Xing, now with a slightly taller skeletal frame, revealing his true form. The skeleton lying at the heart of the formation exhibited subtle movements of its hand and leg bones, indicating a successful resurrection. Lin Xing turned to her and grinned. In his skeletal state, it was impossible to discern whether he was truly smiling. Rather, Bai Lan inferred his expression from the degree to which his jaw was agape and the tone of his voice. "I have a piece of news for you. Should you choose to slay me now, you will acquire the ability of resurrection. At this moment, I am no match for you." Bai Lan furrowed her brow slightly, questioning, "What are you up to? Testing me? Laying a trap?" Lin Xing's declaration at this juncture could not genuinely stem from a desire for her to kill him. It was more likely a cunning ploy, a pitfall for her. If she were to succumb to folly and attempt to take his life, she would find herself ensnared in his trap, risking her own existence. This stratagem was rather simplistic. She was not so easily deceived. Moreover, with every gain, there's a loss, and this ability of resurrection might very well come with a deleterious price. Even in the absence of such a cost, this power held little appeal for her. Resurrection is only of consequence if one has already perished. However, armed with her life simulator, how could she ever die? It was utterly unnecessary. Had the ability been granted to her without cost, she might have willingly extended her hand. However, if it necessitated the demise of another to acquire such power, it would be deemed unnecessary. She was not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. Had she been, Lin Xing would not have survived to this day. The two remained in a stalemate for a moment, before Lin Xing turned to assist another skeleton. Bai Lan realized her error. This skeleton towered over Lin Xing. Its stature was unlikely to belong to a woman, and more plausibly that of a man. The individual Lin Xing resurrected was not the mother she had presumed, but rather Lin Xing's father, the fortunate star. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon her. It was not a matter of vengeance following a kill, but rather the need to repay a debt of fate. Lin Xing supported the skeleton as they approached her. And by then, Lin Xing's form had nearly returned to its former state. This must be what he referred to as the ability to resurrect from death. Lin Xing's visage bore traces of blood and flesh, and her voice, akin to her appearance, had yet to fully recover, hoarse and subdued. "Thank you." Bai Lan felt a stir within her. She had not anticipated such gratitude, a serendipitous reward. The spiritual stones and items within the cave are yours to keep. Though they are few, they represent my sincere intentions. Bai Lan was taken aback, instinctively wishing to decline. Lin Xing continued to assist the skeleton away, stating, "We must take our leave. You may keep those items. We owe each other nothing." This sentiment resonated with Bai Lan, so clear and decisive, severing the ties of fate, leaving them unbound. Yet, contemplating the unfairness of accepting the spiritual stones without reciprocation, and recalling how Lin Xing seemed to relish the qingling fruits, she filled a storage pouch with 20 qingling fruits acquired during her previous simulations and offered them to Lin Xing. "Take it. These are merely a handful of low-grade spirit stones for your journey. Safe travels." Lin Xing did not refuse, supporting the skeleton as he gradually walked away under Bai Lan's watchful gaze. A collection of spirit stones and a vial of demon blood. Chapter 63. Simulation. Breakthrough to golden core. There were 101 spirit stones. After counting them, Bai Lan lamented that she should have given Lin Xing a few more qingling fruits. However, now that he had departed, such thoughts were futile. She then turned her attention to the vial of demon blood. Retrieving the one obtained from the simulation and comparing it, they were identical. The mystery was solved. The demon blood was indeed provided by Lin Xing. But what purpose does this hold? Upon opening the vial left by Lin Xing, a line of text materialized before her. Bai Lan's eyes sparkled. This was a substantial gift. Was it not equivalent to an extra life? And it was a freebie. How delightful. She gazed at the 2 vials of demon blood in her hands. Ah! Now she possessed 2 additional lives. Excellent, excellent. She knew saving that rascal Lin Xing was the right decision. Although she felt she might not require these 2 vials of demon blood, one could never be too certain. Having a safeguard is always beneficial. Moreover, if she had no use for them, others might. Whether to sell them for spirit stones or to save a friend, their utility was undeniable. She stored the demon blood in her spatial pouch and then sat down to meditate, preparing to commence the simulation once more. With 101 spirit stones, she had enough to simulate 10 times, which should suffice for her breakthrough to the golden core stage. Once she achieved that, she would possess greater confidence, shifting the odds in her favor, even against Lu Ping. Without delay, she initiated the simulation, consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones to embark on a new life simulation. Day 1. After resolving everything in the cave, you departed. A month later, you resolved the difficulties faced by Fuxing Village and Xuejia Village. 3 months later, the members of Baiyun's sect returned unscathed, and you entered the depths of Tianwu Forest to engage in secluded cultivation. 30 years later, you attempted to break through to the golden core stage but failed, continuing your practice. 60 years later, you made another attempt at the golden core stage, yet again met with failure and persisted in your training. 90 years later, you endeavored to achieve the golden core stage once more, but failure ensued, resulting in a reversal of your meridians and leading to your demise. You have passed away. This simulation has concluded, and you must select a reward. Choose 1. Cultivation level of 102 years. Choose 2. Cultivation experience of 102 years. Choose 3. A random item of 102 years. You select option 1. The host acquires a cultivation level equivalent to 102 years, achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment stage. Bai Lan was not surprised. Given her mediocre aptitude, she had never anticipated succeeding on her first attempt. For someone of her caliber, merely breaking through the foundation establishment stage within her lifetime would be a remarkable achievement. With the assistance of the simulator and its endless time, she estimated that she could eventually surpass the golden core stage, though further progress remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she felt reassured that attaining the golden core level would afford her a degree of self-protection, allowing her to later seek methods to enhance her aptitude. For the time being, she resolved to concentrate on her training, convinced that after several centuries, or even millennia of diligent practice, she could not possibly fail to break through to the golden core. Consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones, initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, after addressing all matters within the cave, you depart. A month later, you delve into the depths of Tianwu Forest for secluded cultivation. 231 years later, you pass away in a cave. Your life has ended, and the current simulation concludes. Please select a reward from the simulation. Choice 1. Cultivation realm of 243 years. Choice 2. Cultivation experience of 243 years. Choice 3. Random item from 243 years. Selecting option 1. The host acquires the cultivation realm of 243 years, achieving the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Bai Lan senses her cultivation has become more steadfast, and her spiritual energy more solidified. Thus, her chances of successfully breaking through to the golden core stage have improved, albeit still insufficient. She anticipates that further simulations will enhance her chances of success even more. 10 low-grade spirit stones are consumed to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you enter the deep mountains to engage in seclusion and cultivation. 245 years later, you pass away in the cave of cultivation. Your life has ended, and the current simulation concludes. 10 low-grade spirit stones are consumed to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you enter the deep mountains to engage in seclusion and cultivation. 244 years later, you pass away in the cave of cultivation. 10 low-grade spirit stones are consumed to initiate a new life simulation. 10 low-grade spirit stones are consumed to initiate a new life simulation. After conducting 4 additional simulations, Bai Lan feels a significant increase in her cultivation, having subtly approached the threshold of breaking through to the golden core stage. Indeed, she had undergone 6 simulations, dedicating over a millennium to cultivating and solidifying her abilities. Even though the breakthrough to the golden core stage posed significant challenges, her century-long efforts had mitigated those difficulties. This time, she should be able to form her core. Consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones, she initiated a new life simulation. On the first day, you entered the secluded mountains for closed-door cultivation. 20 years later, you attempted to break through to the golden core stage, and you succeeded. However, you attracted the heavenly lightning and were struck dead. You've perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation rewards. Choice 1. Cultivation level at 32 years of age. Choice 2. Cultivation experience at 32 years of age. Choice 3. Random item at 32 years of age. She chose option 1. The host attains a cultivation level of 32, reaching the early stage of the golden core. A profound transformation enveloped Bai Lan, her essence remarkably reborn, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy resonated, causing the cavern to tremble and stones to cascade. Is this the power of the golden core stage? The disparity between the golden core and the foundation establishment stage is indeed vast. She felt as though she could effortlessly defeat 2 versions of her former self. After fully appreciating her newfound strength, she began to ponder the cause of her demise in this simulation. Being struck by heavenly lightning, this marked the second time she encountered this fate, which seemed peculiar. Previously, she had found it odd that she perished from heavenly lightning despite not successfully breaking through.
Now,
Having succeeded, she still met the same fate. The crux of the matter was that she recalled there was no heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the golden core. It only manifested during the yawning stage and beyond. What could be the reason for this? Did she provoke the heavenly tribulation by excessively utilizing her golden finger? Or was it due to the demonic blood bestowed upon her by Lin Xing? After some contemplation, she deemed both possibilities plausible. However, regardless of which was the case, it bore little consequence for her present situation. Should it be the former, she was powerless to alter it. If it were the latter, her advancement to the nascent soul stage remained a distant dream. The latter could be easily resolved next time she attempted a breakthrough. She simply needed to ensure that the demonic blood was not in her possession. Now, having reached the golden core stage, each simulation required 100 spirit stones, and the mere 30 stones she possessed could not sustain further attempts. She collected the spirit stones and decided to eliminate the clues within the cave, preparing to depart. Chapter 64. A single arrow resolves the Tsong Wolf. Hundreds of spirit stones acquired, Bai Lan exited the cave and stood atop the mountain, gazing distantly at Fuxing village. Before long, she observed several white figures appearing near the village. Clearly, the disciples from Bai Yun's sect had arrived, and there were quite a few besides Lu Ping. Yet, the arrival of more individuals was inconsequential now, for Lin Xing had already departed. Correspondingly, the danger had dissipated. With the peril eliminated, Elder Lu Ping would remain unharmed. Having saved his life, she considered it a repayment of the mentor-disciple bond established during the simulations. She cast one final glance toward the direction of Fuxing village, particularly at the figure most resembling Lu Ping, before resolutely turning away. At Fuxing village, two outer disciples, sensing his demeanor, wisely kept silent, refraining from disturbing his thoughts. Just then, Bai Lian suddenly dashed out from the village, beaming with joy. Master, come quickly. I have made a new discovery. Beneath the ancestral hall lies another concealed chamber, within which rests a peculiar array. Bai Lan departed from Fuxing village, setting her course for Dashi village, a place also steeped in rumors of demonic cultivators. From her simulations, she knew that the strange occurrences in Dashi village were attributed to a fourth-tier Tsong Wolf on the verge of transformation, rather than any sorcerers of the dark arts. This fourth-tier Tsong Wolf could be likened to a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, as it was nearing its transformation, its power might be somewhat greater, potentially reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Thus, in her simulations, she resolved the matter in merely a day. Now that she has attained the golden core stage, dispatching a fourth-tier Tsong Wolf would be a matter of mere moments. With this in mind, she thought it prudent to address this Tsong Wolf along her journey. It would not be merely an act of righteousness or a means of alleviating the villager suffering. Rather, the wolf's demon core, bones, and pelt were of considerable value. Although she lacked precise knowledge of the market, she estimated that these items could fetch several hundred spirit stones without issue. Given that a single simulation now costs 100 spirit stones, it was imperative to devise a means to acquire more. Reflecting on this, she soared through the air on her sword until she reached the vicinity of Dashi village. Surrounded on three sides by mountains, the village featured a towering boulder standing 3 meters high at its forefront. Spotting the boulder immediately, she intended to enter the village to inquire further. However, as she flew above, she noticed a number of villagers gathered on the mountainside, presumably searching for the missing. After a moment's contemplation, she directed her flight toward them, gliding past the villagers and arriving before them. Some villagers, sensing her presence, looked up, but all they could perceive was the fleeting shadow of her passage. After searching for a while, she located the entrance to a cave. In the cavern, there lay no trace of the fourth-tier frost wolf. Yet several gnawed skeletons and fragments of tattered clothing, alongside shoes and cleavers, were scattered about. It seemed these remnants belonged to the missing individuals. She meticulously set up a formation around her, aware of her limited expertise in such arcane arts. Her intent was not to vanquish the formidable fourth-tier frost wolf with this rudimentary formation, but rather to ensnare it, preventing its escape. The wolf, imposing in stature, radiated an aura of majesty that dwarfed the second-tier bone-crushing hyena. In its jaws, it clutched a chi refinement stage cultivator who exhibited no signs of struggle, yet remained alive. For a cultivator at the chi refinement stage, confronting such a creature was utterly inconceivable, a feat beyond reach. However, from her perspective as a golden core cultivator, subduing this fourth-tier frostwolf appeared less daunting than her prior encounter with the bone-crushing hyena. As the frostwolf approached within her attack range, she drew her black iron bow, knocking an arrow and aiming it at the beast's head. The black iron bow, an artifact of the first tier, was generally effective against beasts of the next tier or even the second-tier beasts. Beyond that, its efficacy diminished significantly. If a chi refinement disciple wielded this bow against the frost wolf, it was likely the creature would evade the attack altogether. Even if the arrow struck, it would hardly breach the wolf's defenses. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of a weapon largely hinges on the wielder's prowess. Should a weapon inherently provide an additional 5 points of damage, and the user possesses 5 points of damage as well, together they can contend with a target requiring 10 points of damage. Yet, facing a foe requiring 100 points of damage would be impossible. Conversely, if the wielder possessed 300 points of damage, they could easily confront a 100-point adversary, irrespective of the weapon's contribution. In certain respects, the use of weapons may appear unnecessary. However, beyond merely enhancing offensive capabilities, they possess an undeniable charm and convenience. She could effortlessly dispatch her prey from an elevated position with a single arrow, yet she chose to roll up her sleeves and engage in direct combat, a choice that seemed rather superfluous. The arrow, imbued with her spiritual energy, shot forth with remarkable speed, aimed directly at the head of the gray wolf. The creature sensed impending danger and attempted to evade, but this was no ordinary arrow. The velocity of the energy-laden projectile far surpassed that of a conventional arrow, leaving no time for the wolf to escape. The arrow, or rather the spiritual energy it bore, pierced through the wolf's skull, the tremendous force causing its body to tumble several times before crashing into a large tree, where it finally came to a halt. Perched on the tree, Bai Lan observed with mild astonishment, glancing at her hand, for she had not anticipated such overwhelming power in her strike. She still found herself somewhat unaccustomed to her current level of cultivation and contemplated that she would need to venture deeper into the Tianwu forest for further training to acclimate herself. Upon completing this thought, she intended to descend the tree to inspect her prey, only to discover that the cultivator, previously clutched in the jaws of the gray wolf, had now risen and was frantically attacking the beast with a long sword. The unfortunate irony was that his efforts merely ruffled the wolf's fur, leaving him breathless and exhausted. After observing for a moment, Bai Lan approached him. The cultivator, displaying a sense of propriety, promptly stood and bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior. Were it not for your timely intervention, I would have surely met my demise within the jaws of that wolf." Bai Lan, preferring brevity, merely nodded, stored the lifeless fourth-tier gray wolf into her spatial pouch, and prepared to depart. "Esteemed senior, might you disclose your name? The villagers of Dashi village would like to remember your kindness." "There is no need. It was but a trifling effort," Bai Lan replied, departing straight away for her next destination, Xuejia village. Unbeknownst to her, this cultivator later recounted the incident to the villagers of Dashi, who immortalized her deeds by inscribing them upon a great stone in the village, preserving her memory for centuries. Chapter 65, Xuejia village, where the malevolent cultivator was sighted. As dusk approached, with the sun lingering on the horizon, Bai Lan arrived at another locale rumored to be plagued by a malevolent cultivator, Xuejia village. Based on her simulations, she understood that the source of the villagers' tragic fates, being drained of life and left as desiccated corpses, was a severely injured foundational-level rogue cultivator. This injured rogue, at the first stage of foundation establishment, was scarcely more formidable than the fourth-tier wolf she had recently vanquished. Thus, it posed little challenge for her. She could resolve it with ease. As she traversed the narrow path near the village, she initially intended to find a secluded cave in the wilderness to meditate for the night. However, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a revelation that altered her plans. She discovered that 2 villagers were cultivators. It was evident that these individuals were native to the village, rather than outsiders, indicating that some residents practiced cultivation. Considering the surname Shui, could there be a connection between this village and the Shui family associated with Shui Yaoyao? Overthinking would yield no benefit. She had arrived, and it was best to inquire with a villager. With this thought in mind, she directed her gaze towards the two villagers she had encountered. One was at the second stage of Qi training, while the other was at the third stage, both merely novices in their cultivation journey. It seems that the cultivators in the village are not particularly formidable, otherwise they would not have been so thoroughly overwhelmed by an injured foundation establishment practitioner. As she stepped forward, preparing to engage the two individuals in conversation, a young man of Qi refinement stage 1 emerged from the village's entrance, calling out to them, "Uncle 2, Uncle 3, the village chief is looking for you to discuss some matters. Hurry." Instantly, the two villagers took off at a brisk pace back toward the village. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Lan decided to follow suit. Given that there are numerous cultivators among the villagers, it stands to reason that the village chief is also a practitioner. Thus, seeking information from the village chief would prove far more convenient than from the other villagers. She trailed behind until she reached the chief's residence. The chief's abode was quite impressive, consisting of 5 grand brick and tile rooms, with a spacious courtyard. Outside the yard, 2 rudimentary formations were laid out, one for defense and another for spirit gathering. As she approached the entrance, the young man attempted to intercept her, but was halted by a villager of Qi refinement stage 3. The chief's house is protected by formations. Outsiders cannot enter. Although spoken in hushed tones, Bai Lan caught every word. With a soft chuckle, she boldly proceeded into the village chief's home. Such a basic level of formation was elementary. Any cultivator with a modicum of understanding would know how to circumvent it. Not to mention her current golden core stage. Even her former self at Qi refinement stage 8 would have easily navigated past this formation. Its purpose was merely to deter common folk and those of lesser cultivation. She confidently approached the astonished pair and stated with composed authority, "Please relay my request. I wish to see your village chief." "Oh, certainly." The young cultivator hastily turned and dashed inside, nearly tripping over the threshold in his rush. "Village chief, someone is looking for you." Bai Lan stood still, locking eyes with the cultivator who had just mentioned that there was a formation at the village chief's home. The cultivator felt a bit awkward, yet feigned composure, unaware that Bai Lan had overheard his words and was now observing him. As Bai Lan scrutinized the individual, a sense of contemplation arose within her. This person's aptitude appeared to surpass her own slightly, likely of a middling lower-grade caliber, perhaps possessing 3 or 4 spirit roots. If he were to join the Bai Yun sect, with a stroke of luck, he might attain the status of an outer disciple. If fortune were to frown upon him, he would at least be a menial disciple. Even as a menial disciple of the Bai Yun sect, it would not be insurmountable to reach the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement within 30 years. However, the individual before her, despite being in his 30s, had only achieved the 3rd level of Qi refinement, which starkly illustrated the arduous path of a rogue cultivator. At that moment, the young man who had just departed reappeared alongside an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. Bai Lan quickly discerned that the elder possessed the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refinement. The elder assessed Bai Lan with a keen gaze before promptly bowing in respect. "I am Shui Maosher, the village chief of Shuejia village. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what brings you to our humble village?" "I have come regarding the rumors of demonic cultivators in Shuejia village." The village chief's expression shifted from delight to concern. "Please forgive my candidness, but the demonic cultivator in our village possesses profound abilities. There was once an esteemed elder at the peak of Qi refinement who fell at her hands. I urge you to consider this carefully." Upon hearing these words, Bai Lan reevaluated the village chief. His willingness to warn a potential helper of the dangers instead of concealing the truth out of fear of losing assistance revealed his commendable character. With such candor, she felt that even offering her aid without compensation would be entirely acceptable. Indeed, she would not squander her efforts. The malevolent cultivator must possess some wealth. At the very least a storage pouch, ensuring her journey would not be in vain. "There is no need for concern. I have already heard of this matter." Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes brightened, and he promptly invited her inside to converse. He understood that anyone bold enough to speak thus must have a cultivation level surpassing the perfected stage of Qi training. This was a foundational cultivator. Although some villagers practiced cultivation and they belonged to a sect of immortal practitioners, they had seldom encountered formidable cultivators. The most powerful practitioner in the village was none other than himself, at the 6th level of Qi training, while the strongest sent by the family barely reached the 8th or 9th levels. To them, a foundational cultivator was already a supreme being. Once inside, he immediately offered Bai Lan a seat of honor and instructed his family to serve her the finest tea. There is no need for formalities. Please tell me about the happenings in the village. The smile on the chief's face faded, replaced by a look of sorrow. In the course of the search, they discovered the corpses of the two in the desolate wilderness. It was a gruesome sight, their bodies desiccated. The old man, having some experience, recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly reported it to his family, organizing the village's cultivators for a patrol. Unexpectedly, just a few days into the patrol, one of the participants vanished, only for his lifeless body to be found the following day. He was at the 4th level of Qi training, yet he had perished so silently, devoid of any capacity for resistance, leading me to realize the seriousness of the matter. As he recounted this, the village chief's countenance grew even more grim. This is not a problem we can resolve. We can only hope that the family will send someone to address it. However, more than 10 days have passed, and despite our sending 3 groups for assistance, the family has merely offered us perfunctory responses. As of today, 10 villagers have already fallen victim, with the most recent discovery made just moments ago. Bai Lan listened attentively. This information echoed what she had previously heard from the informant. "Take me to see the body," she requested. The village chief immediately rose to lead the way, saying, "After you." Bai Lan followed the village chief to a small, withered corpse. As the chief explained, what a tragedy. This child was only 10 years old, having lost his mother at an early age. He was responsible for caring for his paralyzed father and 3-year-old brother. He ventured out to gather firewood, and now he is gone. Bai Lan scrutinized the body for a while but found no particularly useful information. Do those who have been drained to such a state share any common traits? Where were they discovered? There are no distinctive features. Victims include men, women, and children of all ages. They were all found in a similar area, specifically in the grove, to the west of the village. With winter approaching, gathering firewood for cooking and warmth has become essential, making that location unavoidable. I had warned everyone to avoid venturing too deep into the woods, advising them to gather wood from the outskirts, yet misfortune still struck.
Bai Lan not dead thao gu phun.
So this child was also found outside the grove? Indeed. It is rather bold to act in broad daylight just outside the woods. Could it be that the cultivator has sufficiently recovered from their injuries? No, their wounds likely remain severe, but they have drained quite a number of individuals, and their strength must have significantly improved in a short time. Has anyone witnessed anything? The village chief arrived with a spirited demeanor, exclaiming, "Indeed, someone has witnessed it." A nearby farmer's wife, who had been gathering firewood, recounted how she had seen a child not far from her, but after bending down to pick up a few sticks, the child vanished, leaving only the backpack behind. 2 other laborers in the field reported having seen a shadow darting from the woods, enveloping the child in its grasp. They initially doubted their eyes, blinking a few times, only to find that the shadow had disappeared, leading them to discover the child had been drained to a mere husk. Bai Lan nodded, acknowledging that this information held some value, albeit limited. "Thus, I shall venture into the woods at dawn tomorrow," she resolved. The village chief's face lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid. I have prepared the finest room in my home for your stay." Bai Lan spent a tranquil night meditating at the chief's residence, her mind unusually serene. In stark contrast, the chief tossed and turned, unable to sleep, overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. He marveled at the notion that their village was finally on the brink of salvation and that he had the rare fortune of encountering a foundational cultivator in his lifetime. At the break of dawn, Bai Lan awoke early, only to find that the village chief had risen even earlier, preparing a sumptuous breakfast for her. However, having long since abstained from ordinary fare, she declined his generous offer, as her diet consisted solely of spiritual meats and fruits. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, how do you intend to capture this malevolent cultivator? What role can we play in this endeavor?" the chief asked, addressing a gathering of 10 or so villagers in the courtyard, all of whom were cultivators ranging from the 1st to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Bai Lan merely stated that she needed someone knowledgeable about the situation to accompany her. The village chief appeared somewhat hesitant. Then, a young man emerged from the villagers. He was the one who had relayed Bai Lan's message that day. I shall go. I have grown up navigating these woods. I know every inch. He then turned to Bai Lan and added, allow this old man to guide you. Bai Lan remained noncommittal, as long as someone understood the circumstances. It mattered little who led the way. Ultimately, it was indeed the young man who took the lead. The village chief was drawn away by numerous villagers imploring him. Despite their whispers being barely audible, they could not escape the keen ears of a golden core cultivator. Their concerns revolved around the potential danger, should she be unable to confront the dark cultivator, and the village chief fell victim as well. Then Shueja village would truly be without hope. The Shui family, being a mere branch village, could not be relied upon, and the village chief was their pillar of support. They beseeched him to reconsider for the sake of the entire village. The village chief eventually acquiesced. The young man guided Bai Lan to the woods on the western edge of the village. Bai Lan observed that the forest was not insignificant. It was approximately the size of Shueja village. Should one venture into the heart of the woods, visibility from the outside would be utterly obscured. The terrain within the forest was quite undulating, with elevations not less than 3 to 5 meters and occasionally reaching 10 meters. This environment was ideal for concealment, and it was certain that the dark cultivator was hidden within. After surveying the area, she instructed the young man to take her to other locations where corpses had been discovered. He nodded in agreement and led her deeper into the woods. Following the young man, Bai Lan arrived at the site where the villagers had met their misfortune, mentally connecting these locations to deduce the most probable position of the dark cultivator. She analyzed several potential locations and inquired about the conditions of these places from the young man. Based on his descriptions, she eliminated several possibilities, ultimately settling on 2 locations. The young man, intrigued by her choices, was mindful of the village chief's admonitions and refrained from asking further questions, dutifully leading the way. At the first location, everything appeared normal, and nothing was discovered. Bai Lan surmised that the second location was likely the one of interest. Indeed, as they approached the second site, they encountered a formation, a third-tier illusion array. The efficacy of this formation was quite impressive, capable of ensnaring even a cultivator at the early stages of foundation establishment if they were not vigilant. She discerned the array at a glance, halting the young man, who was beginning to stray from the path. In the face of his puzzled expression, she effortlessly dismantled the array. Her understanding of formations was not profound. Relying solely on their intricacies to resolve issues would be quite challenging. However, there's a saying, one force can break 10,000 laws. When one's strength reaches its zenith, anything can be overcome. While her power had not yet reached its pinnacle, her current strength made it relatively simple to brute force a third-tier array. The young man gazed in astonishment at the dramatically altered scenery before him, and when he turned to look at her, his eyes brimmed with reverence and admiration. They continued onward, encountering 2 more arrays along the way, both of which Bai Lan easily dismantled. The admiration in the young man's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. Bai Lan, however, was too preoccupied to notice. She contemplated the fact that these arrays were of the second and third tiers, indicating that the malevolent cultivator was likely not a rogue, but rather someone affiliated with a sect or a prominent family. If this nefarious cultivator were merely a minor character, it would be inconsequential. Yet if they held some significance, well, then it would indeed be something to consider. Those of significant stature would not descend to such depths. What difference exists between those of lesser influence and those devoid of it? At this moment, Bai Lan had already sensed the presence of the malevolent cultivator, thus rendering the youth's guidance unnecessary. She intended to instruct the young man to remain behind while she confronted the wicked practitioner, but before she could utter her thoughts, she felt the overwhelming scent of blood as the nefarious cultivator charged towards them. Step aside. Bai Lan called out to the youth, fearing that if he remained too close, her actions might inadvertently harm him, hindering her abilities. Unbeknownst to her intentions, the youth, touched by her concern, willingly stepped back. How thoughtful of my senior. Worried that my insufficient cultivation might expose me to danger from that demonic cultivator. I must not complicate matters for her, yet I shall strive to assist. Just as he prepared himself, a dark silhouette surged forth, laden with the essence of blood and malevolence, hurtling towards Bai Lan. In a moment of panic, he shouted, "Senior, be careful." Not far off, Bai Lan remained unmoved, radiating a vast expanse of golden light that enveloped her entirely. The golden aura collided with the dark crimson, demonic energy, standing firm while the latter was significantly dispersed. Realizing the futility of his assault, the wicked cultivator immediately retreated, seeking to escape. However, Bai Lan denied him the opportunity. She unsheathed her long sword and gently waved it towards the practitioner. This seemingly delicate gesture unleashed a torrent of immense spiritual power and exquisite sword chi, cleaving the fleeing cultivator, along with his defensive artifact, in twain. In that instant, it appeared as though a rain of blood fell from the heavens. Yet, shielded by the golden light, Bai Lan remained untouched by the crimson deluge. Even so, he remained in a daze, poised for an imminent assault. His heart was shaken to its core. Was it truly over? With just a single swing of his sword, he had vanquished the malevolent cultivator who had rendered the entire village helpless. A menace that had long plagued his family? This was simply incredible. The storm of blood had subsided. Bai Lan approached the remains of the wicked practitioner, beginning her search for spoils. A second-tier defensive artifact lay shattered, cleaved in two. The garments she had worn, imbued with both defensive and offensive properties, were likewise destroyed. Even the identity medallion she bore had been obliterated, leaving behind only a faint trace of the character Lin. While wielding her sword had been striking, the collateral damage was rather excessive. It seemed she would need to learn methods of elimination that possessed less destructive potential in the future. Perhaps poison? An intriguing thought, but that could wait for another day. She continued her rummaging and, at last, uncovered a storage pouch, also of the second tier, likely containing valuable treasures. Without hesitation, she erased the spiritual mark on the pouch and opened it. Upon glimpsing the contents, her eyes sparkled with delight. This was an unexpectedly bountiful harvest. Chapter 67. Worth over 1,000 spirit stones, striking it rich. Upon opening the storage pouch, she was immediately greeted by a trove of spirit stones, numbering around 100 or 200. Following that were several artifacts, spanning the first, second, and third tiers. There were defensive items, offensive ones, storage artifacts, and those tailored for male and female cultivators alike, each exhibiting distinct styles, indicating that these spoils were not merely from 2 or 3 individuals. It appeared that this practitioner had not only inflicted harm upon the villagers, but had also preyed upon other cultivators prior to his demise. In total, she counted 6 first-tier artifacts, 4 second-tier artifacts, and 1 third-tier artifact. Without further ado, simply selling these magical artifacts could yield several hundred spirit stones. Beyond their monetary value, these artifacts harbor additional surprises. That third-tier artifact is an alchemical furnace. Is this not a stroke of good fortune? She has been in dire need of a good quality furnace for her alchemy endeavors. The first-tier furnace she currently possesses can only produce low-grade elixirs to concoct higher-tier ones. An advanced furnace is essential. Although this furnace appears damaged, it is of little concern, as she possesses a modicum of knowledge in crafting and can attempt to repair it herself. She carefully stored the spirit stones and artifacts in her storage ring and continued to rummage through the remaining items in her storage bag. Next, she discovered a selection of spiritual herbs and elixirs, predominantly of the first and second tiers, though their numbers were rather limited. The delightful surprise was the presence of over a dozen varieties of spiritual herbs that she did not yet possess, which she could cultivate in the spiritual field within her black jade bracelet, thereby expanding her collection. Lastly, she encountered a few miscellaneous items. While they appeared plentiful, their actual value was minimal, perhaps amounting to a mere few dozen spirit stones. Nevertheless, Bai Lan did not begrudge their inclusion and gathered them all. After tallying her gains, she estimated a total of around 1,000 spirit stones. If not quite that, it was certainly close. Satisfied with her haul, she secured everything and stood up, only to find a young man who had guided her still standing in place. She arched an eyebrow, having momentarily forgotten about him, but dismissed the thought, as there was nothing further to discuss. With the matter resolved, she declared it time to depart. As she made her way toward the village, the young man silently followed in her wake. Part of the crowd surrounded Bai Lan, while another portion encircled the young man. Surrounding him were many who inquired whether the demon cultivator had been dealt with, whether he was injured, and what had transpired. In contrast, Bai Lan remained silent. The village chief respectfully addressed her, "Senior, regarding the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator has been resolved. There will be no further opportunity for harm," Bai Lan replied. The village chief breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good, indeed." Bai Lan continued, "The matter has been settled, and I shall take my leave. Farewell." She was preoccupied with exchanging her recent gains for spirit stones and had no time to linger. Unexpectedly, the village chief called out to her, "Senior, you have alleviated the threat posed by the demon cultivator for Shui family village. We are immensely grateful. These 30 spirit stones are but a token of our appreciation. Please accept them." Bai Lan was slightly taken aback, impressed by the village chief's sincerity. One must acknowledge that she had indeed removed a significant threat from Shui family village, so accepting the spirit stones seemed reasonable. She accepted the stones, noticing a considerable relief wash over the village chief and the villagers. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "What is your connection to the renowned Shui family nearby?" The Shui family, known as the lineage of the celestial witches from Shizhou Tianwu Mountain, is represented by but a single family, Shui Yao Yao's clan. The village chief replied with a hint of wryness. "Shui family village is merely an offshoot of the Shui family. Yet our blood ties to the main branch have grown quite distant, and we seldom interact. Aside from our tributes to the family, they rarely send representatives our way. Even in this instance, when we sought assistance from the family, they repeatedly deferred." Bai Lan nodded in understanding and turned to depart. Once she had walked some distance away, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked the village chief, "Why did the senior inquire about such matters? Does she know someone from the Shui family? Do not inquire into matters that are best left unasked. What are you all lingering for? Hurry and investigate the situation in the woods, and clear up the scene." She made a brief effort to sort through the items she had acquired. She meticulously erased all markings from the talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and miscellaneous items to prevent future complications should anyone come seeking them. This task was not particularly challenging, as most of the items were of the first or second tier, largely interchangeable, and even if they bore spiritual inscriptions, they were easily obliterated. Moreover, she possessed a degree of skill in artifact refinement, allowing her to remove any markings herself. As for the fourth-tier wolf, she extracted the demon core, which was the most valuable possession of this formidable creature. "Senior Lan, Bai Shaosheng is awaiting your presence at the tavern for a discussion." After a moment's contemplation, she opted to accept the invitation. In the private room of the tavern, Bai Shaosheng leisurely fanned himself while preparing tea, exuding an air of contentment. Bai Lan sat across from him and, without preamble, inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Her overly forthright tone felt dissonant in the refined atmosphere. Bai Shaosheng, well-versed in worldly affairs, paused briefly in surprise before his usual smile returned. "Your temperament remains as impetuous as ever, Daoist Lan." "Impetuous? I do not perceive myself as such. I merely wish to avoid squandering time on matters of no consequence."
Speak.
"What is it that you desire?" Bai Shaoxing chuckled, his demeanor unchanged yet somehow imbued with a newfound seriousness. "What sort of transaction are we discussing?" "Transactions, indeed. Pertain to the exchange of information and goods." Bai Lan momentarily fell silent. She indeed contemplated parting with some items, yet the unexpected visit left her feeling rather unsettled. Bai Shaoxing chuckled, assuring her, "Rest easy, esteemed Daoist Lan. The prices here are undoubtedly fair. Most items can fetch the highest value, and should I be unable to offer such, I shall gladly direct you to a place where you can receive the utmost price." Bai Lan nodded in agreement. Given this, why should she waste time and energy running around? It would be more prudent to sell everything directly to him. She laid out the artifacts, elixirs, miscellaneous goods, and the fourth-tier Tsong Wolf, from which the demon core had been extracted. "Pray tell, what is the worth of these items in spirit stones?" For a brief moment, Bai Shaosheng's typically composed demeanor faltered, but he quickly regained his poise, scrutinizing the items before him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "These are valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. Please provide a precise figure." 1,260 spirit stones.
Deal.
Bai Lan felt a surge of joy within, though her exterior remained composed. Her previous estimation had been just over 1,000 spirit stones, and this figure exceeded her expectations significantly. Most importantly, with this agreement, she need not search for buyers one by one. Once the deal was settled, Bai Xiaosheng promptly instructed someone to fetch the spirit stones. Soon, a young attendant arrived, carrying a tray with a storage bag. Bai Xiaosheng accepted the bag and handed it to Bai Lan, who opened it to inspect and began counting the spirit stones. This was a substantial sum, and counting them would require quite a bit of time. During this time, Bai Xiaosheng had been gently stroking the fur of the fourth-tier Songlong. After Bai Lan finished counting the spirit stones and confirmed everything was in order, she intended to take her leave. However, Bai Xiaosheng called out to her. She paused, wondering if there was anything else he required. If Bai Xiaosheng sought to extract some information from her, he would be sorely disappointed. Nevertheless, that was not the matter at hand for him. This Songlong was a rare find. Typically, Kanglangs are third-tier beasts, and only the Songlong King qualifies as a fourth-tier creature. Yet, this was undeniably a fourth-tier Songlong, and it was on the verge of transformation, making it exceedingly precious. Born of the natural order of heaven and earth, its fur and flesh were significantly more valuable than that of an ordinary Songlong, and its demon core was even more coveted than that of the Songlong King. Bai Lan comprehended this, stating that the price differences for first-tier and second-tier elixirs, miscellaneous items, and magical tools would not be substantial enough for her to miscalculate by 200 or 300 spirit stones. Thus, the discrepancy must lie with the fourth-tier Songlong itself, indicating that Bai Xiaosheng's offer exceeded her expectations by 200 or 300 spirit stones. This revelation took her by surprise, as the fourth-tiered Songlong was indeed exceptionally valuable. You claim its demon core holds great worth. Just how valuable can it be? If Taoist Bai Lan wishes to sell the demon core of this fourth-tiered Songlong, I am willing to offer 500 spirit stones. Bai Lan raised an eyebrow, astonished that the value of the demon core surpassed that of the rest of the Songlong combined. This was a proposition that stirred her interest. Selling the demon core would allow her to simulate 5 additional times, undoubtedly yielding numerous advantages. However, she hesitated for a moment. During this period, Bai Xiaosheng diligently observed her every movement. Even without seeing her face or being able to analyze her expressions, he had a strong intuition that she would not sell the demonic core. Aware of this, he nonetheless persisted in his efforts. If Taoist Lan is dissatisfied with this price, I can raise it to 600 spirit stones, no, 800 spirit stones. Bai Lan had already made her choice, and was no longer swayed. Surely, the demonic core of the Azure Wolf cannot fetch such a price. What unique efficacy does this Azure Wolf's core possess that commands your esteem? Bai Xiaosheng chuckled lightly while fanning himself. The price of a third-tier Azure Wolf's demonic core hovers around 100 spirit stones, while that of a fourth-tier Azure Wolf King ranges from 300 to 500 spirit stones. In my estimation, the value of this fourth-tier Azure Wolf's demonic core is approximately 500 spirit stones. However, rarity enhances value. If truly put up for sale, fetching 600 or even 800 spirit stones would not be difficult, and if one were to encounter someone in urgent need of it, selling it for over 1,000 spirit stones would not be out of the question. You have yet to mention its unique efficacy. If we speak of unique efficacy, there is indeed a point to consider. Neither the third-tier Azure Wolf nor the fourth-tier Azure Wolf King can transform into human form, yet this particular fourth-tier Azure Wolf has the potential to do so. Thus, its demonic core possesses the ability to assist other demonic beasts in their transformation. It is well known that for a demonic beast to transform, it must either be born with that destiny as a high-tier beast or undergo a radical change in fate, cultivating to a certain level to attain even a glimmer of possibility. The latter path is fraught with greater challenges than that faced by humans, for demonic beasts are, after all, not human. Nevertheless, beast tamers can assist those demonic beasts incapable of transformation in achieving it. The precise method eludes my understanding. Yet I am acutely aware that to achieve such a feat, one requires the demon core of a shape-shifting beast. Shape-shifting beasts are formidable high-tier creatures, notoriously difficult to contend with, rendering their demon cores exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, The demon core of a beast on the verge of transformation possesses effects akin to that of a fully shapeshifted beast's core. For beast tamers yearning to facilitate the transformation of their spirit companions, this is an invaluable material for which they would gladly pay a premium. Bai Lan comprehended the significance of this demon core. It is not an ordinary core but a pivotal ingredient to aid in the transformation of beasts, proving highly beneficial to beast tamers. Serendipitously, she has some knowledge of beast taming herself and aspires to delve into this realm in the future. Presently, with a substantial sum of 1,400 to 1,500 spirit stones at her disposal, she finds herself unperturbed by the expense of 800 spirit stones. Thank you for your elucidation. I wish to retain this demon core for my personal use, she declared. Bai Shaoxing nodded slightly, assuring her that should she wish to part with it in the future, she could always seek him out. Bai Lan acknowledged him with a nod, then exited the private room of the tavern, descending to the ground floor to expend a spirit stone on securing a room for herself, preparing for a simulation. Upon entering her chamber, she established 2 simple defensive arrays before sitting down to meditate and commence the simulation. 100 spirit stones loomed before her like a small mountain, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. On the first day, you purchase spiritual plants and materials at the market. By the 10th day, you uncover news from Fortune Star Village, confirming that Lu Ping is unharmed, alleviating your concerns. A month later, you venture deep into the Celestial Witch Forest for training. 11 years later, deep within the Tianwu Forest, you chanced upon Bai Lu, to whom you imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation and bestowed several elixirs. 14 years hence, you rescued a juvenile golden red fox from peril in the depths of the Tianwu Forest. Enchanted by its charm, you resolved to bestow upon it a melodious name. However, after 15 years, you found yourself unable to conjure a fitting name, and the golden red fox fled. 16 years later, after fruitless efforts to locate the fox, you departed from the Tianwu Forest and journeyed to Tianwu City, where you began inquiring about methods to enhance one's innate qualities. 20 years later, at an auction in Tianwu City, you acquired an ancient formula capable of irrevocably transforming one's aptitude, prompting you to seek the various rare materials documented within the formula. 30 years later, after traversing numerous secret realms and treacherous locales, you successfully gathered 7 of the required materials, leaving only the legendary Chaos Immortal herb. 40 years later, despite your relentless pursuit, the Chaos Immortal herb remained elusive, as previous searches had yielded naught. 60 years later, in resignation, you ceased your quest for the Chaos Immortal herb and began procuring expensive marrow-cleansing liquids to alter your innate qualities. 61 years later, you established a medicinal shop in Tianwu City, selling elixirs to accumulate spirit stones for the purchase of marrow-cleansing liquids, and due to your considerable cultivation level, no one dared to trouble you. 66 years later, your steadfast use of the marrow-cleansing liquids resulted in an elevation of your aptitude from low to below average. 96 years later, your persistence bore fruit, as your aptitude ascended from below average to average. Yet, in the 97th year, you came to the realization that the marrow-cleansing liquids could not further enhance your qualities, prompting you to seek alternative methods for improvement. 111 years later, you gradually discovered several other methods to enhance your qualifications, all of which were ultimately proven to be false. 122 years later, you stumbled upon a clue regarding the Chaos Immortal herb, hidden within a certain secret realm in Central Continent. After much hesitation, you resolved to embark on the journey. 123 years later, you formed a team with the cultivator who provided you the information, along with 5 other golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator, to venture into the secret realm. The realm proved to be exceedingly perilous, resulting in the swift loss of 3 members. Fortunately, you acquired the Chaos Immortal herb and contemplated withdrawing from the realm. However, the others were unwilling to leave, as they had yet to find what they sought. You inadvertently awakened the slumbering high-level demonic beasts within the realm, which subsequently consumed you whole. You have perished, and this simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation rewards. Choose 1. Cultivation level of 135 years. Choose 2. Cultivation experience of 135 years. Choose 3. A random item from 135 years. Chapter 69. Strolling through the market, purchasing spiritual plants to fill the spatial spiritual fields. Selection 1. The host receives a cultivation level equivalent to 135 years, reaching the early stage of the golden core. This time, there was no breakthrough in your realm. Bai Lan merely felt a slight enhancement in her cultivation depth and a marginal solidification of her spiritual energy. Throughout this simulation spanning over a century, her primary focus had been on seeking ways to improve her qualifications, consequently dedicating less time to actual cultivation. Thus, selection may first not seem particularly advantageous. However, the notion of value is inherently relative. The most successful aspect of this simulation was the remarkable transformation of her aptitude, elevating it from a lower tier to a moderate one, which was the optimal choice. Regrettably, that option was unavailable. Consequently, she had to settle for a secondary alternative. Although the time dedicated to cultivation was limited, her aptitude had significantly improved, inevitably accelerating her training speed. Even with a brief period of practice, her progress in cultivation was evident. She had distinctly sensed this enhancement, and that alone sufficed. She then began to analyze the content of the simulation, which presented two methods for altering one's aptitude. The first was the easily accessible yet limited in efficacy, the marrow cleansing liquid. The second was an ancient formula, exceedingly difficult to procure, but reputed to wholly transform one's aptitude. Regarding the costs involved, both methods required a considerable expenditure of spirit stones, rendering that aspect negligible. Clearly, given her current circumstances, opting for the marrow cleansing liquid was the more prudent choice. It merely required the expenditure of spirit stones, posing minimal risk. The ancient formula could be pursued later, after the marrow cleansing liquid had lost its efficacy. By then, both her aptitude and strength should have seen substantial enhancement, increasing her chances of success. There was no need to stubbornly grapple with the more arduous method at this juncture. Having made her initial decision, she reflected further, confirming that there were no significant issues at hand. Satisfied, she nodded and began to contemplate other matters. Besides the enhancement of her aptitude, this simulation yielded another valuable insight. The abundance of gains from this experience made the expenditure of 100 spirit stones feel less burdensome. The sting of the cost had lessened, leaving only a faint pang of regret. 100 spirit stones. She spent a quarter of an hour lamenting the exorbitant cost of simulating an experience with a mere 100 spirit stones, convinced that she must extract ample information from the simulation to maximize its value. She then proceeded to analyze other aspects of the simulation. For instance, why did the crimson gold fox flee? What could be the reason? Such an occurrence had not manifested in previous simulations. Why did it escape this time? Could it be that she failed to name it? Wasn't she merely trying to bestow it with a charming name? Alas, it was quite perplexing. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she took out her little azure-feathered crane, Ling Jun, and indulged in a few strokes. The little crane appeared bewildered, yet obediently allowed her to pet it, even extending its slender neck to nuzzle her hand. How endearing! Her spirits lifted considerably. After all, there was no need for sorrow. This was merely a simulation. When she eventually encountered the crimson gold fox, she would ensure it would not escape. Having meticulously sorted through all the occurrences within the simulation and confirming there were no issues, she stepped outside. She made her way to the market, first visiting a place that sold spirit plants. Within the space of her inked jade bracelet lay several acres of spirit fields, and even with all her spirit plants planted, they occupied only a small corner. Such a splendid field, left underutilized without a full cultivation of spirit plants, would be a tremendous waste. The market featured several streets dedicated to the sale of spirit plants, primarily due to their relative abundance. Naturally, most of the offerings consisted of the most common varieties. After wandering through the spirit plant street a few times, she purchased a considerable number of spirit plants. She bought every variety absent from her space. Acquiring 10 or 8 of each kind for first and second tier spirit plants were quite affordable. Having recently acquired over 1,000 spirit stones, she certainly had the means. One can acquire several first-tier spiritual plants for a single spiritual stone, while a second-tier spiritual plant can be purchased for 1 stone. And a third-tier spiritual plant approximately requires 10 stones for a single specimen. After leisurely wandering through several streets dedicated to spiritual plants, She expended a total of 200 spiritual stones, acquiring over 200 first-tier spiritual plants, around 100 second-tier plants, and 6 third-tier plants. Although she invested a considerable sum of spiritual stones, the expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. She has essentially gathered the commonly available first and second-tier spiritual plants in the market. As long as the yield aligns with her expectations, she will be able to utilize these plants at her convenience, eliminating the need to purchase from others. Regarding yield, there is little cause for concern. Within the space of the ink jade bracelet, the spiritual fields are of exceptional quality, imbued with rich spiritual energy, significantly enhancing both the quality and growth rate of the spiritual plants. The combined effect leads to a growth rate at least 4 times that of the outside world. Once the spiritual plants reach maturity and a second planting cycle is completed, the numbers will be remarkably substantial. Based on the growth cycles of most first and second-tier spiritual plants, she anticipates that within a year, she could freely utilize a considerable quantity of plants. As for the third-tier spiritual plants, they are regarded as relatively rare, with few available for sale on the streets. To acquire them, one must visit more upscale establishments. Naturally, prices within such shops tend to be significantly higher than in the open market. After a brief inquiry, she entered Wang's spiritual herb shop, the largest in the bazaar. Known for its decent reputation, alongside Wang's alchemy shop, reflecting her long-term aspirations. After inquiring about the prices of several third-tier spiritual plants, she found most to be somewhat elevated, yet within an acceptable range, while a few were exorbitantly priced. She candidly informed the attendant of her intention to purchase a substantial quantity of third-tier spiritual plants, stating that should the price quoted exceed the market rate significantly, she would seek alternative vendors. The attendant promptly summoned the shopkeeper, a shrewd cultivator at the 6th level of foundation establishment. After a brief exchange, the shopkeeper offered a price within a reasonable range and expressed a desire to cultivate a friendship, assuring her that he could reserve any spiritual plants she might require in the future. Pausing thoughtfully, Bai Lan inquired, "May I sell spiritual plants at your establishment?" The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, affirming that this was indeed permissible, although he noted that the pricing for purchasing and selling spiritual plants differs, each adhering to its own market dynamics. "I understand. We shall transact at market value," she replied. Thus, they reached an amicable agreement. As a rogue cultivator, Bai Lan patronized Wang's spiritual herb shop, owned by Wang Yukai. She procured 18 varieties of third-tier spiritual plants, offering 211 spirit stones. Having established camaraderie, Wang Yukai graciously proposed a reduction, settling the price at 200 spirit stones. Bai Lan paid the sum and departed with her 18 third-tier spiritual plants. In total, she expended 100 spirit stones on simulations, 200 spirit stones on low-tier spiritual plants, and an additional 200 spirit stones on the third-tier plants, leaving her with a balance of 1,078 spirit stones. However, this amount would soon dwindle, as she needed to acquire materials for alchemy and refining. She intended to concoct essential medicinal pills for her reserves and experiment with crafting high-tier pills, which require costly ingredients, thus incurring substantial expenses in this regard. The materials for refining tools are primarily intended to repair the damaged third-tier alchemical furnace, thus necessitating materials of a comparable grade, which cannot be inexpensive. She tentatively estimated that this endeavor would require 1 or 200 spirit stones, meaning she would need to expend this additional sum. Her estimation was not entirely erroneous, yet not entirely accurate either. While the costs for alchemical and refining materials indeed amounted to this sum, her expenditures on other items had significantly depleted her spirit stones. As for the unexpected purchases, who could predict what treasures might be encountered while perusing the marketplace? When one stumbles upon something exceptional, it is only natural to acquire it. Chapter 70. A Fortunate Find? Third-tier spirit testing plate Bai Lan first procured the alchemical materials, and upon her recent arrival, she spotted a vendor situated adjacent to a place selling spirit plants. The alchemical materials predominantly comprised processed spirit plants along with a few other ingredients, all conveniently portioned to save the time of formulation. In one fell swoop, she cleared out 80% of the vendor's stock, leaving behind merely 20% of materials that could not be combined into formulas. The vendor, noticing that she was a cultivator at the peak of qi refinement, was overjoyed to encounter such a valued customer. While attending to Bai Lan, he hastily collaborated with his third-tier apprentice to prepare materials. Esteemed senior, regarding the materials for the first and second-tier elixirs you purchased in abundance, I can offer you a slight discount. However, the latter two are third-tier materials, and the costs are too high to permit any reduction. Please state your offer in spirit stones. After careful consideration, the vendor stated 135 spirit stones. Bai Lan was pleasantly surprised, as this price was 25 spirit stones lower than her initial estimate, making it quite a favorable deal. She estimated the prices based on the Baiyun sex market, acknowledging that some materials she had not purchased but merely observed could lead to slight discrepancies. She had watched the vendor assemble the materials, which were of decent quality. Regardless, she had indeed acquired them at a bargain. Upon concluding the transaction, she produced 135 spirit stones and handed them to the vendor while placing the carefully prepared medicinal ingredients into the space of her ink jade bracelet. The vendor's eyes glimmered with excitement at the sight of the spirit stones, while his young apprentice's gaze shone with an almost frightening intensity. As for the furtive glances directed their way, they were not without a hint of greed and malice. Over 100 spirit stones represented a moderately high income in such a marketplace, enough to tempt some cultivators into rash decisions. Bai Lan, having gathered her materials, inquired, "Where are you headed? I can escort you part of the way." Exchanging a glance, the vendor and his apprentice replied, "We wish to go to the Wang's artifact pavilion." It was evident that they intended to purchase artifacts now that they had spirit stones in hand. Bai Lan nodded, stating, conveniently, "I am also headed that way. I shall take you along." The vendor, well aware of her intentions to shield them from potential robbery, expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Bai Lan merely acknowledged him with a nod and led the way. This gesture indeed dissuaded some cultivators who had previously contemplated taking risks. Upon arriving at the Wang's artifact pavilion, Bai Lan glanced around and noticed that the materials she required seemed to be available within. She entered and remarked to the two behind her, "Feel free to browse." After expressing their thanks once more, the two made their way to the other side of the pavilion, where defensive artifacts were sold. The young apprentice brims with excitement, "Master, for today we have earned over 100 spirit stones." The stall owner gestures for him to lower his voice, clarifying that it is not truly over 100 spirit stones, as after deducting costs, the profit amounts to merely 20 or 30 spirit stones. Nevertheless, that is still quite a sum, Master. Earning spirit stones does not seem as challenging as you suggested, and the dangers of the outside world appear less formidable than you described. This senior is indeed a kind soul. You must comprehend that opportunities to earn such spirit stones are rare, and encounters with benevolent seniors are even more scarce. Today, fortune has favored us. Had luck been unfriendly, we might have already fallen victim to robbery and murder. In the realm of cultivation, one must exercise caution. Come, let us seek out a few protective talismans. Meanwhile, Bai Lan is examining various refining materials. The texts of the Baiyun sect, particularly Introduction to Refining, primarily cover first to third-tier talismans, with the third tier being relatively scarce in content. However, alchemical furnaces are commonplace talismans and are indeed documented. The materials for the third tier are quite expensive. A piece no larger than a palm can easily cost dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. A clerk approaches her to inquire about her needs, introducing her to the various characteristics and applicable situations of the materials. She nods occasionally, finding the clerk's words surprisingly helpful. After listening for a while, she ultimately purchases crimson stone and dark iron, spending 70 spirit stones. Thus far, she has expended a total of 195 spirit stones on both medicinal and refining materials, remaining well within her budget. The materials from the artifact pavilion are undoubtedly more expensive than those found outside. She felt only a modest confidence, about 70%, in her ability to successfully operate the newly repaired third-tier alchemical furnace. Should she experience a series of failures, her materials might fall short, prompting her to consider purchasing additional supplies from outside. With this thought in mind, she began to stroll down the street dedicated to the sale of refining materials. Indeed, the external materials were cheaper, yet their quality was rather mediocre. And there were vendors lacking integrity who deceived customers by passing off inferior products as genuine. Having gained some insight into the art of refining, Particularly concerning first and second-tier materials, she observed numerous instances of vendors orchestrating schemes to defraud unsuspecting cultivators. She felt a twinge of sorrow. Even if the duped cultivators realized something was amiss midway, they were powerless to retaliate and could only suffer in silence. After hastily purchasing a portion of materials for 20 spirit stones from a reasonably acceptable stall, she prepared to leave. However, as she exited the street, her attention was captivated by an item displayed at a small stall at the end of the street. This object resembled both a spirit root measuring instrument and a cultivation level measuring device. She paused to observe. The vendor at the stall was a carefree young man, exhibiting the first layer of foundation establishment. Initially, he had been lounging under a straw hat, feigning sleep, but he abruptly sat up and began his pitch. "Ah, esteemed senior, you have a discerning eye. This spirit measurement disc is truly remarkable. It not only assesses spirit roots and aptitude, but also evaluates cultivation levels and even bone age. One disc addresses all inquiries." As he spoke, he proceeded to demonstrate its capabilities. This was no mere first-tier spirit stone, simplistic and crude. This device was exquisitely precise. The vendor placed his hand upon the spirit measurement disc, and it immediately responded with a display of changes. Firstly, regarding the spiritual roots. The vendor possesses the triad of golden, wood, and fire spiritual roots, with their potency distinctly observable, gold being the strongest, followed by fire, and wood appearing exceedingly feeble. Next, concerning aptitude, the vendor exhibits a moderate third-tier talent, though this aptitude is measured on a scale divided into 5 levels, thus providing a more precise evaluation. Following this is the cultivation level, with the vendor at the first layer of foundation establishment. Lastly, the vendor's bone age is 21. At 21 years old with a foundation establishment at the first layer, one would undoubtedly qualify as an inner disciple of the Bai Lan sect. Bai Lan felt a surge of interest. Upon further reflection, her curiosity intensified. The vendor encouraged her, suggesting that she could try it herself to truly appreciate its efficacy. Bai Lan cast him a glance. Should she conduct a test in his presence, it would likely compel her to eliminate him to silence him. With mediocre aptitude, early-stage golden core, and a bone age of 12, should this information leak, the number of pursuers would far exceed those chasing the demonic cultivator Lin Xing. "No need for that. How many spirit stones do I owe?" The vendor called out a price of 200 spirit stones. Bai Lan, with a calm and resolute demeanor, countered, 50 spirit stones. "Senior, just purchasing the spirit testing stone costs 20 spirit stones. This price is truly unacceptable. Raise it to 150 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones. I cannot go any higher." The two remained at an impasse for a time, until finally, the vendor capitulated. All right, 60 spirit stones it is. Consider it a gesture of friendship. I am Du Chiron of the Du family." Bai Lan handed over the spirit stones and accepted the spirit testing plate from the vendor, scrutinizing it earnestly, acknowledging that its true value indeed exceeded 60 spirit stones. A loose cultivator, with a blue spiritual root. Du Chiron wished to commend her name for its beauty, but restrained himself, recognizing the importance of maintaining respect towards a female cultivator he was unfamiliar with otherwise. He could only attribute any repercussions to his own misfortune. "Senior, you have stumbled upon a treasure." Although the spirit testing plate is merely a second-tier artifact, it was originally a third-tier one, albeit damaged and not yet restored. The scarcity of third-tier artifact craftsmen drives their exorbitant prices, so I took it upon myself to make some repairs. This spirit testing plate is indeed a remarkable item. However, one must question Du Chiron's state of mind. What was he thinking? She did not immediately employ the spirit testing plate to assess her own condition, but rather examined it meticulously from the perspective of an artifact craftsman. Upon thorough inspection, she confirmed that the plate had not been tampered with and indeed was originally a third-tier artifact, both in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Had it not been damaged, it could have easily fetched 600 or 700 spirit stones. Even in its current state, as a second-tier artifact, it would likely sell for at least 100 spirit stones at the artifact pavilion. If sold at a stall, a transaction at 80 spirit stones would be reasonable, while 60 spirit stones would represent quite a bargain. She found it perplexing that Du Chiron would sell such an item at such a low price. It seemed improbable that something of this nature would be difficult to sell. However, Du Chiron's demeanor and his revelation of being a second-tier craftsman, coupled with the prestigious surname of the Du family, suggested that he likely grew up in a relatively affluent environment, lacking a true grasp of the value of spirit stones. After contemplating this, she concluded that there was no significant issue and placed her hand upon the spirit testing plate. Soon, the spirit measurement plate exhibited a transformation, revealing her condition. The 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were discerned, with the fire root being the most potent, followed closely by the wood root, followed by the water root, while the metal and earth roots were exceedingly feeble. Previously, she only understood that she possessed 5 elemental roots, yet she was unaware of their varying strengths. It turned out that the fire and wood roots were the strongest, which was fortuitous as she had mastered a fire-based technique and had some knowledge of a wood-based technique as well as cultivating spiritual flora. It remained uncertain whether these 2 roots were inherently strong or if it was a result of her cultivation, or perhaps a combination of both factors. Next, she examined her aptitude. Classified as low-grade, second tier, the aptitude was generally categorized into upper grade, middle upper, middle lower, low grade, and lower grade, with each category further subdivided into 5 tiers, the first tier being the least favorable and the 5th tier the most desirable. Being classified as low-grade, second tier, indicated that she was indeed among the lesser talents. However, she remained unfazed, as this was information she had already anticipated. She merely attained a more precise understanding. The subsequent assessment was her cultivation level, which was at the initial stage of the golden core. Following that was her bone age, recorded at 12 years. Through this evaluation, she gained a deeper insight into herself, attaining greater clarity. The spirit measurement plate proved to be quite useful. Should she consume the marrow cleansing liquid in the future, she could promptly observe the effects through the plate. She then stored the spirit measurement plate away and retrieved some alchemical materials. Her first task was to concoct 3 batches of pet food pills, which would serve as nourishment for the black-feathered crane spirit bamboo over the next month. The rejuvenation powder was a miraculous elixir for mortals, capable of alleviating 99% of ailments, and it also possessed properties that could enhance physical strength and prolong life. The longevity pill, as its name implies, is a potion designed to extend one's lifespan. It is particularly potent for cultivators, yet it can also enhance the longevity of ordinary mortals. The specific duration of life extension provided by the longevity pill is variable, contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level, constitution, and age, but it typically does not fall short of 20 years. After all, the longevity pill is a 3rd-tier elixir. For commoners, however, the inherent limitations of their physique prevent them from harnessing its full potential. Nonetheless, extending their lifespan by a decade or 2 is certainly achievable. At this juncture, the average lifespan of an ordinary person is rather brief, typically spanning only 50 to 60 years, which is exceedingly short. She began to prepare for the concoction of the longevity pill. Prior to this endeavor, her experience was confined to 1st-tier elixirs. And while she possessed some knowledge of crafting 2nd- and 3rd-tier potions, she had never attempted it herself. Furthermore, she was uncertain about the efficacy of the 1st-tier alchemical furnace she was using. Her confidence rested at only 50 to 60%. However, for the sake of her family, it was a risk worth taking. She commenced the preparation of the longevity pill. As expected, the first batch resulted in failure, yielding no usable elixir. She conducted a brief analysis and realized there were numerous issues to address. Thus, she made several adjustments before attempting a second batch. The second attempt also failed, but she uncovered several problems that had eluded her during the first try and made further corrections. Her revisions bore fruit. The 3rd batch produced a defective pill, prompting yet another round of enhancements. By the 4th attempt, she successfully created a longevity pill. She carefully placed it in a porcelain vial and proceeded to continue her work. The 5th attempt yielded another longevity pill, a commendable result. However, the 6th attempt ended in disaster. The furnace exploded spectacularly, sending shards of the alchemical apparatus flying in all directions with tremendous force. Bai Lan's golden light technique operated autonomously, shielding her from the shards and violent impacts that approached her. She emerged unscathed, yet the tavern room lay in utter disarray. The walls, windows, and wooden doors bore gaping holes from the debris. The formations she had set up, along with those of the tavern, either failed to activate or were rendered ineffective, while those that did manifest had minimal impact. The sheer force and commotion from the exploding furnace were overwhelming. Had this incident occurred during her chi refinement period, it would have either resulted in her demise or, at the very least, inflicted severe injuries. It was perilously dangerous. Only now, in her golden core stage, could she escape unscathed. Upon reflection, she discerned that a first-tier alchemy furnace attempting to refine a third-tier elixir was indeed a precarious endeavor, incapable of withstanding such potent spiritual energy. It was evident that she needed to expedite the repairs on that third-tier alchemy furnace. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the tavern staff approached. She rose to negotiate, acknowledging that the damage was an unfortunate consequence of her alchemical mishap and expressed her willingness to compensate. The tavern personnel were notably accommodating. Having encountered numerous unreasonable patrons, they recognized the rarity of a reasonable guest. The considerable noise had rendered their protective formations ineffective, indicating her formidable strength. They understood that someone of her caliber was not to be trifled with, nor were they, as employees, in a position to provoke her. Esteemed guest. It appears this was unintentional, they remarked. The damage to the room is minor, and as no one was injured, a simple compensation for the room's losses will suffice. From the adjacent room, a rogue cultivator peeked out, a trace of blood evident on his forehead, though the tavern staff overlooked him. He was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. Bai Lan noticed him and inquired of the tavern staff, "How much do I owe for the damages to the room?" "Well, a compensation of 10 spirit stones will suffice." Bai Lan took out 10 spirit stones and tossed them to the tavern attendant, who indicated a willingness to provide her with a different room, but she declined. The concoction of the elixir was nearly complete, and there was no reason for her to linger any longer. The tavern attendant said little more and began to tidy up the room. "Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." The wandering cultivator said nothing further and accepted the offering. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Bai Lan nodded and departed from the tavern, making her way to Bai Family Village. Chapter 72. Return Home. Crisis at Bai Family Village. Bai Lan soared through the skies on her sword, approaching Bai Family Village. From her aerial vantage point, everything appeared unfamiliar. Viewed from this angle, it was not the Bai Family Village she remembered, yet it was unmistakably the same place. She arrived at the secluded grove where she used to gather firewood, a sanctuary that rarely saw visitors. She removed her misty moon cloak and donned a simple gray robe, commonly worn by cultivators, which she had purchased in the market. Her long hair was neatly tied back, and she conjured a mirror with her spiritual energy to inspect her reflection. What appeared in the mirror was a slender young woman with cascading black hair, a cool demeanor, and resolute eyes. Even in the oversized gray robe, with her simple hairstyle and composed expression, her fair skin and delicate features radiated beauty that was hard to conceal. She furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that her appearance had not always been like this upon her arrival. Yet, it was true that cultivators of some standing rarely bore an unattractive visage. They were typically strikingly handsome or beautiful. This was partly due to the consumption of various elixirs and the utilization of rare, heavenly materials to enhance and maintain their appearances. Nurtured by ethereal energies and invigorated by spiritual forces, one's skin inevitably flourishes. The higher the cultivation, the more pronounced this becomes, provided the foundation is not too flawed. After such transformation, one's appearance invariably becomes striking. She glanced around and observed that the contours of her face had not altered significantly. After a moment of contemplation, she cast a spell to render her visage somewhat unremarkable. Satisfied that it resembled her former self, she ceased her incantation. As she departed the grove and made her way towards Baijia village, she soon sensed something amiss. It was a bright morning, yet she encountered no souls along the path. Neither were there any figures in the fields. This was decidedly peculiar. Quickening her pace, she entered the village, only to find it equally devoid of people. However, faint voices could be discerned emanating from within the houses. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It seemed the situation was not dire. Yet, given the circumstances, it was evident that something had transpired in the village. Lan's mother gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as she opened her mouth to scream. In an instant, Bai Lan teleported beside her mother and covered her mouth.
Mother, it is I, Bai Lan.
Once Lan's mother processed the situation, Bai Lan released her grip. Lan's mother, dropping the rice bowl, grasped Bai Lan's shoulders, her voice tinged with tears. My child, you have been gone for 2 years without a word. The family has been so worried about you. As she spoke, her voice faltered with emotion. Their commotion drew the attention of others in the house, and soon a girl and a boy emerged. These were Bai Lan's younger siblings, Bai Ying and Bai Yu. 2 years had passed, and they had both grown considerably. Bai Ying was now 8, while Bai Yu had reached the age of 5. Bai Ying, with a look of astonishment, hesitantly called out, "Sister?" Bai Lan nodded, and Bai Ying rushed over to embrace her, followed closely by Bai Yu. Bai Lan soothed the trio for quite some time, finally calming their emotions and alleviating their tears. Not having heard any movement from a fourth person in the house, she surmised that Lan Fu was absent. Upon hearing this, the countenance of Lan Mu and Bai Ying, which had improved, darkened once more. Father and the uncles are hunting in the back mountain. There are numerous wild boars and wolves there. Bai Lan recalled the peculiar sights she had encountered along her journey, and upon observing the reactions of Lan Mu and Bai Ying, she began to piece together the situation. It was likely that wolves and wild boars had invaded the village, prompting the villagers to remain indoors, while the men, being hunters, ascended the mountain to confront the beasts. In the 2 years prior to her arrival, a similar incident had occurred when 3 wolves had wreaked havoc in the village, and 3 or 4 hunters had banded together to eliminate them. However, at that time, the village had carried on with its usual activities, rather than descending into the current state of quietude. Clearly, the beasts that had come this time were exceedingly formidable, presenting more than just a numerical challenge. The unsettling silence that enveloped the village suggested that something grave had transpired. As the family entered the house, Lan Mu recounted the events from the beginning. It all began 2 months ago when a hunter had reported sighting a wolf near the forest's edge at the foot of the mountain, advising the villagers to exercise caution. Subsequently, others claimed to have seen wolves, more than one. Thus, the villagers gradually became vigilant and organized a group to ascend the mountain to hunt the wolves. Had there been merely a few wolves, the village hunters could have managed them. However, they instead encountered wild boars, and not just one. On that expedition, 6 hunters had ventured forth, resulting in 1 fatality and 2 injuries. The chieftain instructed everyone to remain indoors and organized the village hunters to drive the wild beasts away to the mountains behind the village. In recent days, the howls of wolves had ceased to be heard, yet the situation in the mountains remained unknown. Lan's mother spoke, her voice tinged with emotion.
Bai Lan,
Understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately rose to leave. Lan's mother, momentarily setting aside her tears, inquired, "Where are you going?" "I am going to the chieftain's house, and then I shall seek out my father and the others in the mountains." Before Lan's mother could utter another word, Bai Lan had vanished from their sight. Departing from her home, she made her way to the chieftain's residence, effortlessly climbing over the wall. The chieftain was engaged in discussion with several village elders and young men, one of whom possessed a cultivation level of the 2nd tier. Upon her arrival, the group was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, it was the chieftain who first regained his composure, squinting his somewhat clouded eyes. "Are you Bai Lan, the daughter of the Bai family who went to the Baiyun sect?" "Yes, it is I." Bai Lan pays her respects to the chieftain. The chieftain's expression brightened immediately, and the others' faces softened from their initial surprise. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed joyfully, repeating the word thrice. "What a good child you are. It is rare to find one so mindful of your village and your parents." The villagers fostered their youth to pursue immortality, often hoping that their accomplishments would one day benefit the village, not seeking much, merely desiring to be remembered. Yet, even this modest aspiration was a challenging endeavor to achieve. The practice of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Many abandon the endeavor after encountering initial setbacks. Additionally, progress is often painfully slow, requiring years, if not decades, to witness tangible results. Some, upon embarking on their journey, forget the village altogether. Yet, Bai Rui and his companions fare well, as do Bai Lian, by Mu and by Ji.
Chief.
I am deeply concerned for the safety of the hunters in the back mountain and wish to assist them promptly. She had merely intended to convey a greeting, but it seemed the chief was inclined to engage her in a lengthy discourse. While the chief had indeed considered extending the conversation, these words jolted him into the realization that it was not the appropriate moment for idle chatter. Your desire to help is commendable, but the undertaking is perilous. Should you encounter any misfortune, the loss would be too great for your family and the clan to bear. His intention was clear. He wished to protect her, even if his approach might not be entirely justifiable. Nevertheless, it stemmed from genuine concern. Bai Lan felt a subtle stirring in her heart, leading her to regard the chief with increased respect. Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to confront those wolves and wild boars. After a moment of contemplation, the chief finally resolved to act. Old 4, Old 7, gather all the hunters remaining in the village and accompany Bai Lan to the back mountain. It is imperative that we eliminate those wolves and wild boars once and for all. Understood. With these words, Bai Lan wasted no time, departing with a brief farewell. The chief and the others stood in silence, watching her swift departure. After a considerable pause, the elderly chief regained his composure. It appears that our Bai family is on the verge of producing a formidable immortal master, akin to our ancestor Bai Shou. Chapter 73. Slaying Beasts. Rescuing villagers, Bai Lan ventured to the back mountain, and before she could spot the villagers, she was met with the cacophony of wild beasts howling. It was not merely wolves or wild boars. The chorus included cries from various other creatures. She furrowed her brow, not due to the complexity of the situation, but rather out of curiosity as to why such a phenomenon was occurring. This incident evoked memories of the beast tide that would devastate Baijia village in a decade or so, frequently appearing in her simulations. Could there be a connection between the two events? With the scant clues at hand, she could not ascertain this, yet she remained undeterred. After ensuring her family's safety, she intended to explore the Tianwu forest, as she had already planned to hunt and refine her skills there. She paused at the base of a towering tree. Before her lay a pack of wolves, and further back, wild boars and hyenas could be seen, numbering in the dozens, if not hundreds. Among them were several demon beasts. Although they were merely of the first or second tier, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary wildlife. This was merely what she could observe. The unseen numbers could easily double or triple that count. For a typical mortal village, this indeed posed a catastrophic threat. In the distance, she also glimpsed hunters. Compared to the numerous and ferocious beasts, the hunters appeared exceptionally insignificant. Drawing her black iron bow, she began to aim at the few demon beasts within the throng. While wild animals lacked rationality, the current standoff was clearly orchestrated by the demon beasts, as such a situation could not be instigated by mere first-tier creatures. Nevertheless, targeting them first would be a prudent approach. An arrow was released, and a second-tier bone-devouring hyena fell to the ground. Following this, a second arrow, a third, and a fourth. As several arrows were loosed, certain beasts began to sense an impending threat. Yet, they remained oblivious to the direction of the assault, only witnessing their kin collapsing one after another. Their restlessness grew. Bland paid no heed to their agitation, repositioning himself to eliminate the distant creatures. The hunters in the village were bewildered, their hearts racing as they listened to the collective, frantic howls of the beasts. These seasoned hunters, valiant warriors in their own right, despite knowing the danger, recognizing their disadvantage, and understanding the grim odds, still chose to stand for the safety of their village. They possessed experience in dealing with wolves, even with packs of wolves, yet they discerned that this particular pack was unlike any they had encountered before, with many of their usual strategies proving ineffective. As for the hyenas, they were far from ordinary. Their heads and speed surpassed that of typical hyenas. Wild boars also emerged in droves, their eyes blazing, charging at the sight of humans. Strangely, these beasts encircled them as though orchestrated by an unseen conductor, alternating between aggression and retreat. This bizarre scene cast a shadow of dread over all present. The encirclement by the beasts intensified their anxiety and despair, as if a blade hung over their necks. Hearing the tumultuous howls of the creatures, many hunters grasped their weapons and rose to their feet. They exchanged glances, each face reflecting a readiness to face death. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice broke the silence. Rather than waiting for the beasts to charge in and rend us asunder, we shall take the initiative and confront them head-on. Let us vanquish as many as we can. As Bai Lan had nearly dispatched the nearby magical beasts, she suddenly sensed the presence of another creature further up the mountain. It was likely a second or possibly a third-tier beast. Yet she could not discern the exact nature of it. Something felt amiss. Contemplating whether to pursue and investigate, she weighed the distance and the potential risk of confronting a third-tier beast, which would undoubtedly consume at least a quarter of an hour. Though not in excessive duration, it still posed a dilemma. Just then, a sudden frenzy erupted among the beasts as they charged wildly towards the hunter's position. Instantly, she shifted her focus and sprinted towards the hunters. The lives of the villagers were paramount, especially considering the presence of the original owner's father among them. She swiftly maneuvered, her speed surpassing that of the beasts. Yet, upon reaching the forefront, she found the hunters already engaged in fierce combat with the creatures. While they may have had a chance against individual beasts, their odds diminished drastically when faced with a pack. Several hunters were being overwhelmed, dragged down and savaged by the ferocious onslaught of multiple beasts. Without hesitation, Bai Lan unleashed the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator, simultaneously knocking an arrow aimed at the beasts attacking the hunters. The creatures, instinctively sensitive to danger, scattered in disarray at her approach. However, those continuing their assault on the hunters were momentarily slowed, still driven by their primal instincts. With her arrows depleted, Bai Lan drew her bow anew, conjuring a series of ethereal arrows infused with spiritual energy, which she unleashed upon her foes. The once ferocious black bear, which had been relentlessly clawing at the hunter, tumbled several times before collapsing to the ground, a gaping hole the size of a fist appearing on its head, with brain matter and blood spilling forth. The wild wolves, initially attacking the hunter in groups of 3 or 5, were suddenly hurled far away, pinned to the ground. The wild boar, its mouth filled with sharp fangs and charging toward the hunter, abruptly rolled over multiple times, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and entrails. The beasts were bewildered, and so were the hunters. What was happening? The hunters, refusing to relent, struggled to their feet, bloodied and battered, continuing their fight against the wild creatures in a desperate attempt to save their comrades still in peril. Yet, there were always those who acted with greater swiftness. Or rather, there was always an invisible arrow that outpaced them. Soon, the cacophony of howling beasts transformed into a hushed, desolate silence, littered with the carcasses of wild animals and the fallen hunters soaked in pools of blood. Within sight, approximately 30 to 40 hunters remained, half stood. About 30% managed to sit and move, while the rest lay motionless. She immediately dashed towards the few hunters who lay still on the ground. Others followed suit, yet none matched her speed. In this critical moment, questions of her identity and origin were cast aside, overshadowed by the urgency of confirming the well-being of those in peril. They were alive. Bai Lan reached a few individuals, discovering that although they bore grave injuries, their lives were not in immediate danger. Indeed, her response had been remarkably swift. The beasts and hunters had only just engaged, and the timeline for fatal injuries was still slightly delayed. She arrived at the final gravely wounded individual, who appeared to have sustained the most severe injuries. A chunk of flesh had been torn from his neck by a wolf, blood gushing forth in torrents. Surrounded by a group of hunters attempting to staunch the flow of blood, their efforts proved futile. They poured the remaining liquid into the injured man's mouth, washing it down with water. In mere moments, the lifelessness in his face began to fade. She let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that this injured man was, in fact, her neighbor, the very uncle who had encouraged her to test her spiritual roots and join the Baiyun sect. What a surprise! But where was her father? She quickly scanned her surroundings when suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice whispering in her ear. Bai Lan? She turned to find the very person she had been searching for. However, the sight of her father, pale and exuding an aura of death, with the stench of blood and decay surrounding him, was alarming. Yet thankfully he was still alive. Chapter 74. Healing the Wounded. Becoming the great savior before Bai Lan could utter a word or inquire about her father's condition, the other hunters began to react.
Bai Lan,
Is that really you? Were you the one who just scared off those beasts? A torrent of disjointed questions bombarded her, and before she could respond, the hunters had already arrived at their own conclusions. It was Bai Lan. I saw it with my own eyes. So did I. I witnessed Bai Lan draw her bow. I also saw her flying over. I thought I was imagining things. It was truly astonishing how much Bai Lan had grown in just 2 short years. Indeed, it seems that in the future, we should encourage our children to pursue the path of cultivation. Bai Shi, your daughter has truly excelled. Indeed, Bai Shi, your wisdom shines through. Sending your daughter to cultivate her skills in the art of immortality was a prudent decision. Bai Shi, you and your daughter have rescued us. Saved the entire village. Thus, through the brief exchanges among the hunters, the matter was settled. Such is the truth, and Bai Lan did not seek to dispute it. I possess some medicinal herbs that work wonders on external injuries. They can be mixed with water for the wounded to consume. The group had been stranded in the mountains for several days, relying solely on the meager supply of water carried by each individual, which was insufficient. Hence they resorted to fetching spring water from the mountain with buckets. Naturally, Bai Lan's father trusted her. He scooped a ladle of water and drank it down, visibly improving in complexion. He then passed the ladle to the next person. The next individual eagerly took a ladleful and drank it heartily, exclaiming in astonishment, "The pain in my wound has diminished." The ladle continued to circulate, each person consuming it with fervor, their faces alight with surprise and delight.
Ah,
The wound seems to be hurting less. Indeed, the gash from the wolf's fang is nearly healed. My wound has stopped bleeding. I feel much better now. Surely, I won't perish from this? Your injury was never life-threatening, and now that it is beginning to heal, perhaps in a few days, you will be completely recovered. Why worry needlessly? Bai Lan's father remained silent, yet his expression notably brightened. With the danger averted, the spirits of the group lifted, revering Bai Lan as their savior. This remedy truly is miraculous. It must be exceedingly rare. Indeed, Bai Lan is a remarkable child, selflessly offering such invaluable medicine for our use. Now we must refer to the immortal master. The immortal master is truly our great savior. This sentiment was immediately echoed by the crowd, who began to fetch water to cleanse their faces and bodies of bloodstains, shedding their blood-soaked garments. After this process, the scene appeared significantly improved. The earlier atmosphere of despair, marked by the grievous injuries of all, transformed into one where everyone seemed to have only sustained minor wounds, or perhaps even none at all. Coupled with their relatively good spirits, it would not be an exaggeration to describe their return as victorious. Some busied themselves supporting the severely injured, while others examined the carcasses of the beasts. Although most of the creatures had fled, a considerable number remained, having been slain. In the earlier skirmish, Bai Lan had shot down over 10 demon beasts. Those were from a distance. Later, in a fervent attempt to rescue the hunters, she had relentlessly dispatched numerous wolves, hyenas, wild boars, and black bears, all of which were in close proximity, totaling perhaps 20 to 30 beasts. This is indeed a substantial bounty. Such a plethora of wildlife could be exchanged for a considerable sum, ensuring that the entire village could enjoy a period of prosperity. With danger now averted and fortune laid before them, how could they not feel exhilarated? Just then the hunters, summoned by the chief to join Bai Lan in confronting the beasts on the back mountain, finally arrived. They consisted of hunters, women, and youths, all armed and prepared to battle for their survival. They understood the challenges that awaited them and had braced themselves for the worst. Yet, they could never have anticipated witnessing such a scene. The hunters, who had originally faced peril, now stood before them, smiling, while the once feared beasts lay defeated at their feet. They had approached with the gravest of expectations, only to receive an astonishingly favorable outcome. The esteemed elder of the village, known as the fourth uncle, registered the scene, his weathered face transforming from astonishment to joy, creasing into a beaming smile. A slender youth responded with exuberance, promptly darting back to the village. This commotion caught the attention of the hunters, who were examining their quarry, and they converged. The hunters, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be guarding the village? What brings you here? And why are these women and children present? What brings us here? What else but to confront the beasts?" As these words were spoken, The hunters became animated. Bai Lan truly was the village's great savior. From the moment she appeared, she had slain numerous beasts, sending the others fleeing in terror. Indeed, she even provided us with healing salves, and after using them, our wounds have nearly healed. The hunters excitedly recounted Bai Lan's heroic deeds. In their eyes, she was the village's champion. At that moment, Bai Lan approached. With her presence, safety was assured, yet she felt disinclined to linger any longer. Immediately, everyone sprang into action. An elder nearby remarked, "Your father is a hero. Were it not for him, we would all have perished among the beasts." The clan shall forever remember his kindness and care for him throughout his days. Bai Lan sighed inwardly, recognizing that her father loved both his family and the greater community, embodying the virtues of a good man, much like any other ordinary person. Fortunately, the Bai family is a united and harmonious clan, and these efforts are indeed worthwhile. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, someone invited Bai Lan inside to wait, and she took her father, Lan, along with her. With a sigh of relief, Bai Lan was about to converse with her father when a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, she found the clan leader and several elders standing outside, beaming at her. "Great savior, you have rescued the entire Bai village. The clan leader and the elders have come to express their gratitude." Chapter 75, Sharing the Spoils. Beast masters at play? Bai Lan, of course, did not accept the lavish gratitude from the clan leader and elders, but instead, alongside her father, she prevented them from doing so. "This was merely my duty." Gratification creased the already wrinkled faces of the clan leader and elders. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Lan invited them inside for a more detailed discussion. She understood that their visit was not solely for the purpose of expressing thanks. They undoubtedly had other matters to address. Coincidentally, she had inquiries of her own. Once inside and seated, the clan leader encouraged Bai Lan to speak first. "You are the village's savior. Please share your thoughts and requests with us."
Bai Lan,
Not one to hesitate, inquired, "I would like to know if there were any unusual occurrences before the appearance of the beasts in the village." She had previously asked her mother, but as she was not a hunter, her insights were limited. Bai Lan hoped to glean more precise information from the clan leader. If the clan leader also lacked accurate details, it would not be an issue. She could rely on her own conjectures and explorations, albeit at the cost of additional time. Upon hearing her question, the clan leader and several elders fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, the clan leader slowly began to speak. If one were to say that the matter was peculiar, there were indeed many oddities. Yet, the anomaly that would be of use to you is likely singular. Bai Lan listened intently, inquiring about this peculiarity. An elder of the clan took over the conversation, stating that 2 months prior, a hunter had seen someone in the forest in the company of a black bear, which did not attack the individual. Bai Lan furrowed her brow slightly. Could this individual be a beast master? It seemed so. Although first- and second-tier demon beasts possess significant lethality against ordinary people, they undoubtedly lack the wisdom and control exhibited during this crisis. Therefore, it was evident that a beastmaster was orchestrating matters from behind the scenes. It remained uncertain whether this beastmaster bore a grudge against Bai village or simply regarded human lives with indifference. Nonetheless, these two possibilities were, in essence, indistinguishable. For the future of Bai village, she decided to pose a question. Does Bai village have any enemies? The clan leader and elders shook their heads in unison.
no.
Bai village is quite distant from other villages and has little interaction with them. Most cultivators from Bai village have gone to Baiyun's sect, and for decades, no one has stirred up enmity. Bai Lan nodded, concluding that it was likely an unwarranted calamity. This was perhaps a fortuitous outcome, as addressing the beast master responsible for this incident could prevent such occurrences in the future. The clan leader smiled and glanced at Lan's father beside her. "It is your father." Bai Lan turned to look at Lan's father, and after a moment of surprise, understanding dawned upon her. Indeed, Lan's father was a renowned hunter in the village and had learned about cultivation in his youth, making him more adept at discerning such anomalies than others.
Bai Lan note that up we may see.
Yes. What a grand gesture. The price of a rejuvenation elixir, 1 spirit stone per vial, is not particularly affordable for certain cultivators. And it is even more exorbitant for mortals. Exchanging gold and silver for spirit stones is a daunting task for a humble village like Bai Family Village. Even with the collective effort of the entire family, acquiring a single stone may prove elusive. Listening to the praise from the clan elders, Bai Lan turned her gaze towards the clan leader, intending to take her leave. The clan leader, a shrewd elder, quickly discerned her intentions and grasped her arm, inquiring further. Bai Lan, however, remained indifferent to the matter at hand. Ordinary beasts held no value for her, while the magical beasts were worth preserving. Although they might not fetch a substantial amount of spirit stones, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. The magical beasts must be retained, while the remaining wild animals could be entrusted to the clan for management. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall make the allocations. The clan leader pondered for a moment before declaring, this time, the Bai family shall receive 10% of the harvest, while 60% will be distributed among the hunters from the back mountain. The remaining 30% shall be shared among the other families in the clan.
What say you?
The clan elders nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Bai Lan, too, had no dissent, even as she suggested foregoing her share. The clan leader allocated 10% to her family, demonstrating his consideration for them. This time, the slain beasts numbered at least 20 or 30, including wolves, wild boars, hyenas, and bears. A 10% share converted into currency would suffice for her family for quite some time. She bade farewell to her father, Lan, and the clan leader did not impede her departure. Typically reticent, Lan found himself eloquently comforting his wife, recounting how Bai Lan had rescued many from the jaws of the wild beasts, captivating Bai Ying and Bai Yu with his vivid storytelling. After successfully settling Lan's mother and younger siblings, Lan's mother went to prepare a meal while the siblings were sent off to assist her. Bai Lan inquired about the circumstances surrounding her father's encounter with the beast master. At this moment, Lan's father became taciturn again. Yet this did not hinder Bai Lan from gleaning valuable information from his words. Based on her father's description, she further confirmed that the beast master was indeed the source of the trouble. It seemed that this beast master was of relatively low rank, likely no more than a second-tier beast master, and it was uncertain whether he possessed foundational cultivation. She did not anticipate any difficulty in dealing with him. Her only concern was that he might flee, wasting her precious time. However, with the simulator at her disposal, matters became considerably simpler. Should he escape, making pursuit difficult? And if they no longer posed a threat to Bai family village, she would prefer not to expend her time and energy on them. Conversely, if he did not manage to escape, she would certainly seek to settle the score for today as transgressions. Her thoughts were interrupted by the exclamations of her siblings and the enthusiastic shouts of the villagers as they arrived to deliver the game. Bai Lan and her father stepped into the courtyard to greet them, while Lan's mother and siblings were momentarily stunned. The courtyard was filled with an abundance of game. On one side lay the demonic beasts, numbering over 20, piled high like a small mountain. This was Bai Lan's hall. On the other side were ordinary wild animals, 3 in total, a hyena, a wolf, and a wild boar, designated for their family. The uncles who brought the game wore warm smiles, inquiring if everything was satisfactory. With no issues at hand, Lan's father bid farewell to them and closed the gate. In that instant, Bai Lan waved her hand, summoning all the demonic beasts into her spatial realm, leaving the courtyard empty once more. Among the 20-odd demon beasts, only 2 were of the second tier, while the rest were all of the first tier. It was estimated that they could fetch around 100 spirit stones, sufficient for her to simulate once, which she deemed quite satisfactory. How impressive her sister was. Chapter 76. Simulation. Avenge the clan. That evening, the entire village was suffused with the joy of survival and bounty. Naturally, the Bai family dined at home. Mother Lan and Father Lan prepared a sumptuous feast from the game they had obtained, and the clan sent over a bear paw along with other dishes. Bai family village, being a mountain settlement, typically ensured that its inhabitants did not face hunger, yet the meals were seldom lavish. This evening's repast surpassed even that of past New Year celebrations. Mother Lan's culinary skills were commendable, making the banquet particularly appetizing. Father Lan ate heartily, while Bai Ying and Bai Yu indulged themselves until their bellies were round and glistening with grease. Even Bai Lan, who had long since ceased eating,
Could not resist sampling a few bites.
The flavors were indeed delightful, yet her fondness for such feasts had waned. After a satisfying meal, drowsiness soon enveloped them. Young Bai Yu, on the verge of slumber, nearly toppled into his bowl. Bai Ying adeptly guided him to wash his face and prepare for bed, while Mother Lan and Father Lan began to clear the dishes. Observing this scene, Bai Lan felt an acute sense of disconnection. The family had constructed a few new rooms, and it was apparent that Bai Ying and Bai Yu had just entered those two chambers, which had likely remained vacant for the past 2 years. The bedding was freshly aired, radiating warmth. A fleeting softness washed over her heart as she settled onto the plush bed. Sitting there, enveloped by the gentle sounds of home, her heightened senses as a golden core cultivator could not miss a single noise. The soft snores of her younger brother, Bai Yu, filled the air. The sound of Lan Mother washing clothes and Lan Father washing dishes filled the air. Lan Mother, her voice choked with emotion, lamented that Lan Father did not know how to take care of himself, for his clothing bore numerous bloodstains and marks, indicating he must have sustained serious injuries. Lan Father gently reassured her that all was well now, and his wounds had healed completely. Lan Mother remained unconvinced. Then came the sound of footsteps and the closing of a door. Bai Lan chose not to listen further, merely speculating that soon she might have another sibling. After sitting for a moment, she rose to retrieve a meditation cushion from her space and began to contemplate her next course of action. Tomorrow, she would first clear the beasts around the village to ensure its safety, and then venture deep into the forest to seek out the troublesome beast master. Should she simulate the situation once more? A rehearsal of locating the beast master seemed prudent, as well as confirming the efficacy of the marrow cleansing liquid for enhancing her aptitude. It was certainly worth simulating. With a wave of her hand, 100 spirit stones piled high, like a small mountain, appeared before her. In the next instant, this mound of spirit stones vanished as suddenly as it had materialized, consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1, you meditate at home through the night. Day 2, you hunt all the beasts in the vicinity of Baiyun village, following the direction Lan Father indicated for encountering the beast master, which is also where you sense the presence of a second-tier demon beast. Day 3, you continue your pursuit and discover that the individual has fled deep into Tianwu Mountain. Although puzzled, you persist in your chase. Day 6, following the clues, you arrive at the 100 Beast sect, suspecting that the troublesome beast master is indeed a disciple of the sect. You discern that the protective formation of the beast sect was either a 4th or 5th tier array, indicating the presence of individuals stronger than yourself within the sect. Rather than acting recklessly, you opted to conceal yourself and observe discreetly. A month later, your observations led you to deduce that the beast sect comprised approximately several hundred disciples, whose cultivation levels were not particularly high. The more formidable practitioners were likely the sect leader or the ancestors, estimated to be at least at the late Golden Core stage. You apprehended a disciple of the beast sect, thus confirming your suspicions. 2 months later, you approached them in disguise, presenting yourself as a righteous rogue cultivator, demanding an explanation regarding the harm inflicted upon mortals by the sect's disciples. An elder of the beast sect assisted in identifying the disciple responsible, who was subsequently executed before you, with assurances that such incidents would not recur. You then departed from the beast sect. For months later, you left the White family village and journeyed to the city of Celestial Witches. 6 months later, you established a pharmacy in the city of Celestial Witches, commencing the sale of medicinal pills to acquire spirit stones for purchasing marrow cleansing liquid to enhance your aptitude. After 6 years of diligent use of the marrow cleansing liquid, your aptitude progressed from inferior to moderately inferior. 14 years later, you ventured into the Celestial Witches' forest in search of the Crimson Gold Fox, yet returned empty-handed and disheartened. 37 years later, your continued use of the marrow cleansing liquid elevated your aptitude from moderately inferior to moderate. Aware that the liquid could no longer further enhance your abilities, you began to seek alternative methods for improving your aptitude. 111 years later, you discovered several potential methods for enhancing your aptitude, but each was later revealed to be a deception. Nevertheless, you persevered in your quest to find a means to transform your capabilities. 125 years later, you discovered 2 additional methods to alter one's aptitude. However, they proved of no utility to your current medium-level qualification. Much like the essence of cleansing, their efficacy remained limited, capable only of transforming the aptitude of those with exceedingly poor qualifications. 159 years later, at an auction in the city of Tianwu, you acquired an ancient formula capable of fundamentally altering one's aptitude, with its crucial ingredient being the chaotic, celestial herb. 169 years later, you journeyed through various secret realms and perilous locations, successfully gathering 7 of the required materials, leaving only the chaotic, celestial herb. Instead of seeking the elusive herb, you dedicated yourself to studying the ancient formula and acquiring knowledge of spiritual plants, aspiring to discover a substitute for the chaotic, celestial herb. 203 years later, you triumphed in your quest, identifying 2 rare spiritual plants that could serve as alternatives to the chaotic celestial herb, though they too were scarce, yet more accessible. 204 years later, while traversing northern state in search of spiritual plants, you are struck by an immensely potent surge of spiritual energy as you cross the boundary between 2 states, resulting in your immediate demise. You have perished, marking the conclusion of this simulation. Please select your simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation realm of 216 years. Option 2. Cultivation experience of 216 years. Option 3. A random item of 216 years. You chose option 1. The host attained the cultivation realm of 216 years, reaching the early stage of the golden core. Bai Lan sensed a slight enhancement in her cultivation, yet she remained a considerable distance from a breakthrough. This simulation yielded 2 significant benefits. The prospect of avenging the beast tamer appeared promising, and new progress was made in enhancing one's aptitude. One unsettling aspect is the inexplicable manner in which she was slain while traversing the boundary between Shizhou and Beizhou. Given the circumstances, it appears she was dispatched in an instant, indicating that her assailant's cultivation level must have been significantly superior to hers, at least at the nascent soul stage, if not even higher. What formidable being would display such reckless abandon at the border of 2 states? As she pondered this, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside her door, followed by a gentle push against it. Deducing that it was Bai Ying, she utilized her spiritual energy to unfasten the door latch, allowing Bai Ying to enter, before sealing the door once more with her powers. Throughout this exchange, she remained composed, seated serenely on the mat. Witnessing this, Bai Ying's resolve only intensified. Sister, I too wish to cultivate. Chapter 77. The family test their spiritual roots. Bai Lan was taken aback and inquired with utmost seriousness, have you truly made this decision? Bai Ying nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with determination. I have made up my mind. I am resolute in my desire to cultivate. Sister, please teach me. Bai Lan, however, did not believe that an 8-year-old child from a mountain village fully comprehended the implications of such a choice. Nonetheless, the unwavering conviction in Bai Ying's gaze made her realize that the child was not one to easily relinquish her aspirations. This endeavor was no trifling matter. The path of cultivation was fraught with difficulty and peril, and she did not wish for Bai Ying to be misled by her current achievements. Sister, I have thought it through. I fear neither hardship nor danger. I am determined to cultivate and protect my family. Bai Lan gazed at the resolute Bai Ying, her heart letting out a subtle sigh. The excitement shone brightly in Bai Ying's eyes. If our parents agree, will you teach me, sister? Bai Ying's disappointment was palpable, yet she complied obediently and departed. Bai Lan stared towards the door, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Should Bai Ying embark on the path of cultivation? Should she involve her family in this endeavor? While the benefits of cultivation are evident, granting the ability to protect oneself and one's loved ones, it is imperative to also consider the potential drawbacks. For instance, she cannot remain to guide them, only leaving behind the foundational techniques. In such a scenario, how will they address any queries that arise during their practice? Should the method be inadvertently divulged, it may invite peril. Additionally, if one's aptitude is lacking and spiritual energy insufficient, progress will inevitably be slow. Brief periods of cultivation yield minimal results, while prolonged efforts may attract the attention of villagers or kin, leading to unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, if there is a genuine desire to pursue cultivation, these concerns may seem trivial. The real question is whether her family truly wishes to cultivate. Early the next morning, Bai Ying awaited her outside her room. Observing that Bai Ying did not approach her parents directly, but came to her first brought her a sense of comfort. Bai Ying had always been obedient and discerning. which would certainly minimize potential troubles should she choose to tread the path of immortality. During breakfast, Bai Ying cast several glances her way, seemingly wishing for her to broach the subject of cultivation at the table. However, she chose to feign ignorance, preferring that the family enjoy their meal together. "Father, mother, I have something to discuss," Bai Ying announced. "What is it?" her mother inquired. Standing tall, Bai Ying declared with unwavering resolve, "Father, mother, I wish to cultivate as well." Upon utterance of these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Even the 5-year-old Bai Yu held his breath in astonishment. Bai Lan's father exhibited no discernible change in expression, while her mother's face bore a look of sorrow. After a prolonged pause, her mother softly replied, "If you truly desire this, when the Bai Yun sect returns in 3 years to select disciples, you may try your luck then." Bai Ying, unwilling to see her mother in distress, was equally reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to cultivate her skills. "No, mother, I wish to begin my training now. My sister will teach me." Both Lan father and Lan mother turned their gazes toward Bai Lan, who maintained a calm demeanor, neither agreeing nor opposing, as though the matter did not concern her. Lan father frowned and exclaimed, "Enough nonsense. This will only cause trouble for your sister." Bai Ying stood her ground obstinately, whispering, "I will do my utmost not to burden my sister." Lan father furrowed his brow further, stating, "If you desire to pursue cultivation, you must wait for 3 more years." With a sorrowful gaze, Bai Ying looked toward Bai Lan, hoping she would intercede. Bai Lan did not disappoint her. "Father, do not worry about me. If my younger sister is truly determined, I will gladly guide her into the fold." Bai Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Lan father and Lan mother remained silent, lost in their thoughts. Summoning her courage, Bai Ying addressed her mother, "Mother, if sister teaches me to cultivate, I need not go to Bai Yun's sect. I can stay at home and will not leave you." She then turned to Lan father, saying, "Father, I am truly resolved to pursue cultivation. When sister goes to Bai Yun's sect, did you not say that as long as we are willing, you would support us in our endeavors?" Her words struck at the heart of the matter. Lan mother yearned for family unity, and Lan father indeed supported the pursuit of cultivation. Finally, Lan mother glanced at Lan father, her eyes seeking his approval, clearly indicating that she had softened her stance. With Lan mother's acquiescence and Bai Lan's supportive attitude, Lan father, too, found himself in agreement. Bai Ying was filled with excitement. "Sister, can I cultivate alongside you?" Bai Lan turned to her father, saying, "Father, why not join in the cultivation as well? While we do not seek immortality, we do desire to strengthen our bodies. If we encounter such dangers again, we can better protect ourselves and spare mother the worry." This statement was directed at Lan Mu, and it proved effective. She was swayed. Thus Lan Fu would not refuse. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Lan Fu responded, "If it truly will not cause you trouble." Bai Lan assured it will not. The essence of the world. The most rudimentary Huang-tier techniques are derived from a select few, or even a singular, ancient high-tier method, retaining a fundamentally similar framework and core. While a handful of Huang-tier techniques possess unique characteristics, these traits are not pivotal to cultivation and may be omitted without consequence. For instance, certain elements within the Bai Yun technique could be disregarded in her view. Having previously cultivated portions of it, she could reinterpret and simplify a method based on her own insights. This is the source of most independent cultivators' techniques, recorded from the experiences of other practitioners. Such methods are limited by the practitioner's cultivation level, necessitating the search for new techniques as one progresses. Naturally, those considerations were unnecessary for her at this moment. "Sister, when shall father and I commence our cultivation?" "There is no rush. Before we begin, we must first assess our spiritual roots, and mother and little brother should join us as well. If Lan Mu and Bai Yu possess acceptable aptitude, we shall cultivate together." Bai Lan produced the spirit testing plate and explained, "This is the spirit testing plate, capable of evaluating one's spiritual root quality. Simply place your hand upon it." Bai Ying was the first to test it. As soon as she placed her hand on the plate, the results began to manifest. Spiritual roots, with the 4 elements of wood, water, fire, and earth, reveal that wood is the strongest, followed by water, while fire and earth are rather feeble. The aptitude is classified as inferior at the 2nd tier. There is no cultivation level, and the bone age is 8 years. Sister, how do you perceive my aptitude? Of course, it is rather dismal, akin to Bai Lan's. Without a fortuitous encounter or abundant resources, cultivating with this aptitude would hardly allow one to transcend the foundational stage throughout their lifetime. However, if the intention is merely to remain within the village, it suffices, replied Bai Lan. Bai Lan's father cast a glance, but remained silent. Next to be assessed was Bai. Spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, with fire being the most potent, followed by gold, while wood and water are weak. The aptitude is again inferior at the third tier. There is no cultivation level, and the bone age is 5 years. It appears that the 3 siblings share similar levels of aptitude. It's manageable. They can still cultivate, Bai Lan mused. She then turned her gaze to her father, whose aptitude did not disappoint her, aligning with what he had previously disclosed. Spiritual roots: dual roots of wood and fire, with fire being the strongest and wood following. The aptitude is classified as upper middle tier at the first level. There is no cultivation level, and the bone age is 28 years. Bai Lan felt a twinge of envy. Upper middle tier aptitude. In her simulations, she had to invest centuries and countless cleansing elixirs to attain merely middle tier aptitude, while her father started with upper middle tier. Some things indeed depend on fate. Others are born with inherent advantages, leaving her feeling inadequate. Why was she not endowed with such fortune? Lastly, it was Lan Mu's turn. She placed her hand upon the spiritual assessment plate, which did not emit the faint glow observed in the previous 2 instances. Spiritual roots: none. Aptitude: lower inferior. At the first tier, there is no cultivation level, and the bone age is 28 years. Bai Lan fell into silence. The answer had been unveiled. This elucidates the reason behind the disparity in aptitude between Lan Fu and his 3 siblings. In Chapter 78, titled Misfortune, Encountering a Master from the Beast Sect, if Bai Lan's aptitude can be deemed as utterly deficient, then Lan Mu's aptitude could be described as the most abysmal among the already deficient. This assessment arises from precise measurements conducted with a second-tier spirit testing device. Had a first-tier spirit stone been employed, the outcome might have indicated a complete lack of spiritual roots and aptitude altogether. Such individuals are generally presumed incapable of cultivating in the realm of immortality. Should one stubbornly pursue cultivation, they might, at best, attain the first layer of qi refinement after a lifetime of effort. However, there exists a glimmer of hope. Bai Lan pondered that administering some marrow-cleansing liquid to Lan Mu could yield significant improvements, especially since the lower the aptitude, the more pronounced the effects of the liquid. It likely wouldn't require an exorbitant amount to witness notable progress, potentially elevating her from abysmal to merely inferior. With an inferior aptitude, although still considered deficient, it would suffice for her to attain the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement, thereby allowing her to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Lan Mu, not lacking in intelligence, discerned her own poor aptitude, though she remained oblivious to the extent of her deficiencies. Is my aptitude truly that poor? I could choose not to cultivate, she mused. Lan Fu promptly reassured her, stating, it's not that poor, it simply pales in comparison to ours. It matters not if your progress is slower. We are here for you. Upon hearing this, Lan Mu's expression softened as she turned her gaze towards Bai Lan. Bai Lan nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment, which eased Lan Mu's worries entirely. Bai Lan then began to devise a straightforward cultivation plan based on the spirit root aptitudes assessed within the family. With Lan Fu possessing the best aptitude, his future cultivation speed would be several times that of the others. With fire and wood spirit roots, he is well suited for alchemy and has the potential to become an accomplished alchemist. The white cherry possesses 4 spiritual roots, with a notable strength in wood and water, allowing for the cultivation of spiritual plants and grains, thus paving the way for a potential career as a spiritual plant master. The white elm, on the other hand, is endowed with stronger fire and metal roots, but is hindered by inferior aptitude, making the path of an alchemist rather unfeasible. However, one might contemplate a vocation as a blacksmith, and with diligent cultivation, a transition to a tool refiner could be possible in the future. As for Lan Mu, let us await the effects of the marrow-cleansing liquid before conducting further analysis. Bai Lan felt a sense of clarity, although it may be premature to ponder such matters. Foresight could mitigate numerous challenges down the line. For now, she intended to impart the method of qi induction into the body. She shared her insights along with the technique, hoping it would facilitate their swift acquisition of qi. However, her expectations proved overly optimistic as the others appeared perplexed, struggling to grasp her explanations. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous, with each step weeding out many aspirants, and the induction of qi is no exception. Fortunately, following the recent upheaval, the village would likely be in a period of adaptation, granting them a valuable opportunity for practice. After spending some time at home observing the four as they attempted to induce qi, Bai Lan felt reassured when her father consented, allowing her to venture outside. Passing by the clan leader's residence, she took the opportunity to inform him that they might venture to the forest's edge tomorrow to gather a few wild beasts. Subsequently, she journeyed beyond the village, commencing her search for traces of wildlife. Perhaps due to the overwhelming intimidation from yesterday's events, she encountered few beasts near the village, ultimately managing to slay just over 10 only after flying quite a distance away. This was a fortuitous outcome, as it would ensure greater safety for the village in the future. With this thought in mind, she entered the Celestial Witch Forest, heading towards Celestial Witch Mountain, advancing in the direction where she had sensed an anomaly. In the simulation, she still needed to search for clues to determine the correct direction, which could lead her astray, thus hindering her swift progress. However, she was now confident that she could uncover answers in this direction. By soaring through the skies on her sword, her journey would be considerably expedited, and perhaps she could intercept the fleeing beast master along the way. This was indeed plausible. If that disciple was merely at the qi refinement stage, a day's head start would not suffice against someone at the golden core stage. As she continued her journey, she finally located the person she sought by the afternoon of the second day. Yet, she refrained from striking immediately. It was not out of a desire to confirm his guilt before taking action, but rather due to the presence of a higher-level cultivator nearby. She had detected this individual while in pursuit. She was heading towards the direction of the beast sect, while this higher-level cultivator emerged from that very direction. She could discern that this cultivator was more powerful than herself, likely an elder of the beast sect. Thus, she chose not to act hastily, waiting for him to depart further away. Although the presence of the beast sect was now visible, according to the pace of the qi refinement disciple, it would take at least another day to reach safety, ample time for her plan. However, reality did not unfold as anticipated. Fate had seemingly dealt her an unfortunate hand today. As the cultivator was approaching her, he halted at a distance, not far from her. "This is the territory of the beast sect. Are you here to seek someone?" Bai Lan assessed the individual before her. Clad in a blue brocade robe, adorned with a dark belt and a golden crown, his features were strikingly handsome. Most importantly, his cultivation level was formidable, possibly at the mid or late stage of the golden core. The possibilities in the later stages may indeed be more considerable, as Bai Lan feels no confidence in defeating him, finding it far more challenging than facing Lin Xing. Should a confrontation arise, even if she exerted all her strength, she would only have a mere 30% chance of escaping. However, the situation is not entirely bleak. Taking into account the results from the simulation and the first impression this individual left on her, the likelihood of a smooth resolution seems rather promising. After contemplating for a moment, she spoke. "Indeed." The blue-robed cultivator smiled upon hearing this. "I am Lan Qi from the 100 Beast sect. Whom do you seek, friend?" Bai Lan was reluctant to reveal her identity, yet the disparity in their cultivation levels compelled her to yield slightly. "I am but a wandering cultivator." She paused momentarily before adding, "Lan Ling." Today, she truly felt as though misfortune had befallen her. Upon hearing her name, Lan Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired with curiosity, "A member of the Lan family has come to the 100 Beast sect. Could it be that you are searching for me?" Fortunately, I pondered for a moment and chose to remain. "No, I am not affiliated with the Lan family. I merely share the same surname." Lan Qi scrutinized her once more, seemingly convinced by her explanation, his expression growing increasingly inquisitive. "I am familiar with the circumstances at the 100 Beast sect. Whom does Lan Ling wish to find?" Bai Lan contemplated briefly before responding. 3 days prior, I happened upon a village that had been besieged by wild beasts and demonic creatures. Upon further inquiry, I discovered it was the work of a beast tamer. Following the clues, I traced my way to this location, and I suspect that the beast tamer is affiliated with the 100 Beast sect. Upon finishing her statement, she fixed her gaze upon Lan Qi's face, attempting to gauge his attitude towards the matter. Lan Qi's brow furrowed, and he became serious, his demeanor shifting markedly. Chapter 79. Revenge Achieved. Encounter with Lan Qi. Bai Lan weighed her thoughts carefully, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance before consenting. Sensing her apprehension, Lan Qi took the initiative to walk ahead, creating a certain distance between them. This action eased Bai Lan's mind somewhat. Before they reached the 100 Beast sect, they soon caught up with a disciple of that sect. Taoist Lan Ling, is this the disciple you mentioned? Bai Lan scrutinized the figure, affirming with certainty, it is indeed him. With Bai Lan's confirmation, Lan Qi swiftly flew forward to obstruct the disciple's path. Bai Lan followed closely, halting at a tree positioned at a moderate distance. The disciple appeared startled by Lan Qi's sudden appearance, compounded by exhaustion from days of travel, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lan Qi loomed above, exuding an imposing presence, starkly contrasting the amicable demeanor he had displayed moments ago while conversing with Bai Lan. I ask you, have you ever commanded the beasts to harm innocent villagers? Bai Lan narrowed her eyes slightly, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. But she sensed a flicker of blue light in Lan Qi's gaze. Soon, she realized that it was not a mere illusion. The fallen disciple trembled as he stammered, I commanded the beasts to harm villagers. Lan Qi's expression turned grim, and another flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. When was the last time? 3 days ago. The timeline matched. Why did you do this? I wished to explore the feasibility of harnessing the power of contract beasts to command numerous wild creatures for precise assaults, thereby enhancing my strength. However, before the disciple could finish speaking, a surge of spiritual energy pierced through his neck, blood gushing forth, his body convulsing slightly, eyes wide in shock. Those who violate the rules of the 100 Beast sect shall perish. This was the final utterance he heard before his demise. Bai Lan furrowed her brow, not out of sorrow for the fallen disciple, who had directly or indirectly caused the deaths of 3 villagers from the Bai family and left several others severely injured, plunging them into the peril of village annihilation. His death was, indeed, inconsequential. Her frown stemmed from 2 reasons. First, the swiftness and ferocity of Lan Qi's attack. She could not evade that strike, and even the perfected golden light art could not guarantee she would remain unscathed. Second, there was Lan Qi's peculiar ability, seemingly a form of introspection. It was evident that he possessed such a power, otherwise, the disciple would not have so readily admitted his faults. Rather than attempting to deflect or conceal them, while some harbor profound admiration for the mighty, her stance toward them is always tinged with caution, 3 parts wariness for the powerful and 5 parts vigilance for the unfamiliar. This caution, however, remains concealed within her heart, not reflected on her visage. After Lan Qi dealt with the disciple, he approached Bai Lan, bowing in apology. I beg your pardon, Taoist Bai Ling, for this disgrace caused by the lax discipline of the 100 Beast sect. Bai Lan returned the gesture, stating, on the contrary, what I witnessed was the formidable authority of the 100 Beast sect. Your wisdom and righteousness, esteemed senior, are indeed a blessing to the sect. Lan Qi smiled, saying to Taoist Lan Ling, since you have arrived at my 100 Beast sect, why not step inside for a while? If there are any spirit beasts that catch your eye, regardless of their rank, I shall gladly gift them to you. No, thank you. I have come here solely to seek justice for the deceased villagers and to prevent such tragedies from occurring. Having achieved my goal, it is time for me to take my leave. Farewell. With that, Bai Lan prepared to depart, her destination set towards Tianwu City rather than Bai family village. After taking a few steps and preparing to summon her sword, Lan Qi called out to her, Taoist Lan Ling, our fates are intertwined. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to come to the 100 Beast sect or Tianwu City and mention my name. Bai Lan nodded slightly and swiftly took to the skies on her sword. Half a day later, she let out a sigh of relief and came to a halt. The danger had passed, and no one had followed her. She found a safe place to meditate and recover while reflecting on the recent events. The vendetta for Bai family village had been avenged, and 100 Beast sect along with Lan Qi appeared to be neutral and just. Such incidents should not arise again. At present, Lan Qi seemed to be a person worth befriending, yet until she possessed the strength to stand on equal footing with him, it was prudent to limit her interactions. This was not only for her own safety, but also because she felt uneasy accepting favors without merit. As for spirit beasts, she could capture and tame them on her own. Over the past 5 days, she had successfully caught several first and second-tier spirit beasts and unearthed a number of first and second-tier spirit plants, accumulating enough resources for another simulation of spirit stones. She was quite satisfied with her accomplishments. She first visited the clan leader's residence, informing him that she had resolved the source of the recent beast crisis, assuring him that such incidents would not recur, thus allowing the villagers to live in peace. The clan leader expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and she requested not to be disturbed further, which he understood and permitted her to leave. Upon returning home, a delightful surprise awaited her. Her father had successfully cultivated Qi entry. Upon further inquiry, she learned that he had actually achieved this feat on the 3rd day, which filled her with even more joy. Bai family village possessed a spiritual energy density half that of Bai Lan sect, and considering her father's age, his swift success in Qi entry was a testament to his remarkable aptitude. Bai Lan couldn't help but exclaim how advantageous it was to possess above-average talent. This was indeed a fortuitous development, as it signified that her father would progress rapidly in his cultivation, potentially reaching a commendable level before her departure, thereby significantly enhancing her family's self-defense capabilities. She handed him the jade slip containing her meticulously compiled cultivation techniques, urging him to commence his training without delay. This slip detailed the methods for the Qi refinement stage, akin to those provided to new disciples of the Bai Lan sect. By placing it against his forehead, he would be able to perceive the contents of the techniques. She had also documented possible issues and their solutions that might arise during their cultivation, enabling them to seek answers independently rather than relying on others. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, this scroll of Qi refinement techniques would suffice for her family's training. Her father was the only one with the potential to break through to the Qi refinement stage, yet the phenomenon of infatuation could lead to repeated occurrences. After sharing a meal and engaging in conversation with her family, during which she imparted some advice regarding their cultivation practices, she expressed her intention to retreat to her room for a few days, requesting her family to refrain from disturbing her. Once in her chamber, she took a moment to relax before retrieving 100 low-grade spirit stones, intending to simulate the future cultivation scenarios of her family members. Consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones, she initiated a new life simulation. Chapter 80. Simulation, the cultivation journey of her family. On the 1st day, your family meditates throughout the night. On the 6th day, Bai successfully channels energy into her body. On the 8th day, Bai successfully channels energy into his body. 1 month later, Lan father breaks through to the first layer of Qi refinement. 3 months later, Lan father ascends to the second layer of Qi refinement. Bai and Bai simultaneously break through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Lan mother fails to channel energy successfully as she is pregnant. 4 months later, you depart from Bai family village and head to Tianwu Mountain for hunting and training. 1 year later, Lan mother remains melancholic due to her lost child, and Lan father spends much time supporting her, neglecting his own cultivation. You continue your training at home. 2 years later, Bai and Bai consecutively break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. You return to Tianwu Forest for hunting and training, where you encounter the rogue cultivator Bai Lu, whom you assist with various cultivation issues, and you become good friends. 3 years later, Lan father breaks through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. You leave Bai family village, advising your family to avoid drawing attention from those selecting disciples at Bai Lan sect. You travel to Tianwu City and open an elixir shop. 14 years later, you venture into Tianwu Forest in search of the Crimson Gold Fox, only to return in disappointment. 39 years later, you persist in the use of the cleansing essence, and your aptitude transforms from mediocre to moderate. You cease the pursuit of alternative methods for enhancing your abilities, dedicating yourself solely to alchemy in exchange for spirit stones to acquire more cleansing essence. 46 years hence, you retreat into the depths of Tianwu Mountain to cultivate and elevate your prowess. A century later, Mother Lan passes away, and Father Lan secludes himself in mourning at her grave. Bai Ying and Bai Yu embark on their own journeys of exploration. 180 years later, you completely lose track of Bai Ying. You venture to Tianwu City to gather information, where rumors circulate of her demise and whispers suggest she may have journeyed to the eastern province. 235 years later, you achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. 248 years later, while hunting in the depths of Tianwu Forest, you encounter Lan Qi, who remembers you and extends an invitation to visit the 100 Beast sect, which you graciously decline. 267 years later, you and Lan Qi forge a friendship, frequently hunting high-tier demonic beasts together in the depths of Tianwu Forest. In 288 years, Lan Qi once again invites you to the 100 Beast sect, emphasizing the significance of this day to him. You accept, only to discover it is the day dedicated to the ascension of the spirit beasts revered by the sect. As you wander through the sect, you stumble upon a place where various demonic and spirit foxes are nurtured, and you pause to observe. Suddenly, a colossal spirit fox charges towards you, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Darkness envelopes your vision. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1, 300 years of cultivation realm. Option 2, 300 years of cultivation experience. Option 3, 300 years of random items. Select option 1. The host has attained a cultivation level equivalent to 300 years, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Bai Lan felt a surge of joy, distinctly aware of her newfound strength. Previously, she had only a 30% chance of escaping from Lan Qi. Now, that probability had increased to 50%, and she even entertained the possibility of confronting him directly. Speaking of Lan Qi, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. The sole silver lining is the realization that Lan Qi is indeed a person worth befriending, alleviating the need for excessive vigilance in the future. From the circumstances observed in the simulation, the outcomes were neither particularly good nor entirely bad. She was not overly surprised by her parents' results, however. Bai Ying and Bai Yu's outcomes were somewhat unexpected. Nonetheless, it still amounted to a relatively favorable conclusion. Yet, it could certainly be improved. Although her understanding of medicine and healing was limited, she was fortunate to have time on her side, enabling her to seek ways to learn and find others skilled in this field to assist her. Above all, she must ensure the safety of this child. Furthermore, she could administer the cleansing elixir to her family sooner. By enhancing their constitutions earlier, their future cultivation speed and potential would increase, particularly for her mother, who would no longer be destined to pass away in her later years, and her father could achieve greater heights. The cleansing elixir is rather expensive, and acquiring a substantial amount within the simulation proved challenging, requiring considerable time spent concocting pills to earn spirit stones. However, in reality, with the simulator at her disposal, her strength would rise rapidly, allowing her to accumulate spirit stones at an accelerated pace, which should not pose a significant problem. Bai Lan reviewed her thoughts once more with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Thus, her next course of action would be to venture into the Tianwu Forest for hunting, subsequently exchanging her spoils for the cleansing elixir to enhance her family's qualities. Presently, she possessed over 500 spirit stones, along with magical beasts valued at approximately 200 spirit stones. It appears to be a considerable sum of wealth, however. Considering her extensive expenditure on spirit stones for the simulator, this amount is scarcely sufficient. She must engage in the hunting of more demonic beasts. Yet, hunting alone will not suffice. Alchemy also presents a lucrative avenue for acquiring spirit stones, and she must expedite her arrangements. The damaged third-tier alchemical furnace requires prompt repairs. With this thought in mind, she immediately retrieved the third-tier alchemical furnace, along with the various materials she had procured from the space within her, as well as the book titled Introduction to Refining. During her seclusion over the next few days, she was resolute in her intention to restore the alchemical furnace. Her proficiency in refining was adequate for crafting first and second-tier magical artifacts, but the third tier posed a significant challenge, with the difficulty increasing dramatically. Previously, when purchasing a spirit testing plate at the market, the vendor, Du Qiran, had mentioned that he, a second-tier refiner, managed to repair a broken third-tier spirit testing plate into a second-tier one. After 3 days of research, she concluded that if she were to forcefully repair it, she could only downgrade the third-tier alchemical furnace to a second-tier one. Now, Bai Lan faced three choices. First, to repair it herself and possess a second-tier alchemical furnace. Second, to spend spirit stones to find someone in the market to restore the third-tier alchemical furnace. Or third, to expend spirit stones for a simulation, striving to enhance her refining skills before mending the third-tier alchemical furnace. Was there even a choice to be made? The decision was undoubtedly the third option. Bai Lan retrieved a stack of 100 spirit stones and commenced the simulation. Consume 100 low-grade spirit stones to embark on a new life simulation. On the first day, you departed from Bai Village, heading towards Tianwu City. On the 11th day, you discovered that the value of crafting tomes of the third rank and above exceeds several thousand spirit stones, and mastering them requires the guidance of a high-ranking alchemist. On the 15th day, you learned that solitary cultivators aspiring to become craftsmen could join the Craftsman Guild, where they could undertake tasks and acquire further knowledge. Consequently, you applied for membership in the Craftsman Guild of Tianwu City. By the 16th day, you had ascended to the rank of a second-tier craftsman within the guild, embarking on tasks and expanding your understanding of crafting. 2 months later, you encountered Du Qiran, the second-tier craftsman who had previously sold you the spirit testing plate within the guild. Du Qiran enlightened you about the clandestine aspects of the Craftsman Guild, enriching your insights. 8.5 months later, Lan Mu experienced a premature birth. Despite the healer's utmost efforts, the infant did not survive. The healer proposed to take the deceased infant away, but you declined. This incident piqued your curiosity, prompting you to remain vigilant and stay in Baijia village. 11 months later, you noticed suspicious cultivators lurking outside the village. 11.5 months later, you apprehended grave robbers and discovered that one of them was the healer from before. Under pressure, they revealed that the double pupil trait is an exceedingly rare and superior qualification, and the deceased infant possessed a notably complex and rare constitution. Faced with exposure, they offered you 1,000 spirit stones for the infant's remains. You refused their offer and eliminated them instead. A year later, you retreated into the depths of Tianwu Forest with your family to cultivate and live in seclusion. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Please select your simulation rewards. Selection 1. The cultivation realm of a 14-year-old. Selection 2. The cultivation experience of a 14-year-old. Selection 3. Random items of a 14-year-old. Selection 2. The host acquires the cultivation experience of a 14-year-old, along with some crafting knowledge. Fragmented insights into crafting materialized in Bai Lan's mind. A notable advantage was the understanding of how to repair damaged magical artifacts without diminishing their grade. Following this line of thought, even a low-level craftsman could potentially mend high-level artifacts, particularly when the discrepancies between the two were minimal. While this was a modest gain, it paled in comparison to the other issues revealed during the simulation. She furrowed her brow. She had only wished to simulate the acquisition of crafting experience, but inadvertently invited calamity upon her family. Taking several deep breaths, she gradually calmed her turbulent emotions. Nevertheless, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Since the issues had been uncovered, they warranted serious attention to avert potential disasters and ensure that tragedy did not truly unfold. Moreover, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. An event can manifest as a curse yet be transformed into a blessing. This encapsulates the essence of simulation. Thus, one certainty emerged: the child within Lan's mother, possessing unique dual pupils and exceptional talent, must remain a secret, just like her own. This indicated that seeking external medical aid was not an option. She could become a healer herself, saving both her mother and the child. Alternatively, what if the child were not alive at birth? As long as there was a breath of life upon delivery, this knowledge should prove useful. It was worth simulating once more. Another 100 spirit stones vanished into thin air. Having consumed 100 low-grade spirit stones, you embark on a new life simulation. On the first day, you depart from Baijia village, making your way to Tianwu City. By the third day, you apply for membership in the Alchemist Guild of Tianwu City. On the fourth day, you attain the rank of a second-tier alchemist within the guild, commencing your tasks and the acquisition of further alchemical knowledge. 8.5 months later, Lan's mother gives birth prematurely. You hastily administer demonic blood to the child, yet the infant still ceases to breathe. In the dead of night, you hear a faint sound and discover the child crawling on the ground, adorned with bizarre black patterns on his back and gazing at you with his dual-colored eyes, a truly terrifying sight. Upon noticing your gaze, he emits a series of eerie giggles. 9 months later, you retreat with your family deep into the Tianwu forest to cultivate and live. A year later, your life in the depths of Tianwu forest gradually settles into stability, and the child is named Bai Bai. You provide Lan's mother with a cleansing elixir. Your family embarks on a new daily routine of cultivation. 2 years later, you occasionally traverse between home and the marketplace in Tianwu City, exchanging prey and elixirs for spirit stones and cleansing elixirs. Each departure is met with utmost caution, fearing the arrival of high-tier beasts or advanced cultivators during your absence. 3 years later, Lan's mother breaks through to the second layer of Qi training, while Lan's father ascends to the 8th layer. Bai Ying and Bai Yu reach the 4th layer of Qi training. You assess Bai Bai's aptitude. He possesses no spiritual roots, yet his potential is of the highest caliber. You come to realize that there seems to be some truth to Lan's mother's aptitude. 7 years later, while pursuing leads, you inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient ruin and found yourself trapped in a remnant formation, resulting in your demise. The simulation has concluded. Please select a simulation reward. Option 1. Cultivation realm of 19 years. Option 2. Cultivation experience of 19 years. Option 3. Random item from 19 years. Choosing option 2. The host acquires the cultivation experience of 19 years, along with some knowledge in artifact refinement. Bai Lan sighed, acknowledging that although the outcome was less than favorable, she had nonetheless obtained the information she sought. Bai Bai, had she truly let go? She shook her head, dismissing such unreliable thoughts. Since a resolution was attainable and no immediate troubles loomed, she decided to set aside long-term concerns for now and focus on accumulating spirit stones. After several simulations, her spirit stones had dwindled significantly. It was imperative to repair her alchemical furnace swiftly and commence refining potions. Fortunately, her experiences from the past 2 simulations had provided her with sufficient knowledge in artifact refinement, which should suffice. With newfound expertise, she began to mend the alchemical furnace. Chapter 82. Alchemy, hunting, and exchanging spirit stones at the market after 2 days of arduous effort, during which she encountered 3 failures. Bai Lan finally succeeded on the 4th attempt of the 3rd day. She gazed with satisfaction at the repaired 3rd-tier alchemical furnace before her. This accomplishment was her own doing, a testament to her skill. What would it feel like to refine potions using a furnace she had crafted herself? She resolved to give it a try. Previously, when using a 1st-tier furnace, she could produce 1 or 2 pills per batch. Now, with the 3rd-tier furnace, the outcome should undoubtedly improve. With the materials at hand and the alchemical furnace ready, she focused her mind and commenced the refining process, meticulously ensuring each step was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Moments later, the inaugural batch of elixirs emerged from the newly acquired furnace, 4 pills. She was genuinely astonished. Initially, she had anticipated producing 2 or 3, yet to her surprise, the yield was more than double. Surely, this must be a rare occurrence, she mused, prompting her to undertake a second batch for validation. The outcome of the second round yielded 5 elixirs. She was taken aback. Could merely switching the furnace result in such remarkable efficacy? Although transitioning from a 1st-tier to a 3rd-tier furnace was a significant leap, it seemed improbable. Wait, besides changing the furnace, she had also progressed from the early stage of the golden core to the mid-stage. Understanding this context, her astonishment only grew. The potential to triple her earnings was exhilarating, particularly at a time when she was in dire need of spiritual stones. She had initially perceived the process of earning spiritual stones through alchemy as somewhat arduous, but this newfound success rendered it effortless. In fact, she even regretted not purchasing more alchemical materials at the market. However, it was of little concern. She resolved to acquire more next time. The materials she had purchased this time would undoubtedly yield at least 1,000 spiritual stones upon sale. She briefly organized her plans, believing she could make a trip to the market in about half a month to exchange her stones. Yet, in reality, it took her merely 5 days to completely refine the over 100 batches of alchemical materials meant for trading. Feeling a bit bored afterward, she dedicated the next 2 days to preparing 100 batches of pet-feeding pills for Ling Jun, gazing at the abundant array of elixirs before her. She couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of her elevated cultivation level. If she were still in the qi refinement stage, producing 7 or 8 first-tier pills in a single day would have been the pinnacle of her efforts. Yet now, in the golden core stage, she could concoct such a multitude, her spiritual energy and vitality seemingly inexhaustible. Furthermore, the yield of the pills she crafted had significantly increased compared to her earlier endeavors. The output of first-tier pills had seen the most remarkable growth, expanding from 3 to 6 or 7 per furnace. The second-tier pills followed suit, rising from 1 or 2 to 4 or 5 per furnace. Even the third-tier pills had experienced a modest increase, from 1 to 2 or 3 per furnace. Of course, she understood that this was primarily due to the relatively low grade of the pills she was currently producing. Once she began to venture into concocting pills that corresponded with her cultivation level, she anticipated her perspective would shift. After several days of alchemical practice, she took a day to meditate and rest before concluding her seclusion and stepping out to reunite with her family. They had eagerly awaited her return, particularly Bai Lan, who, upon seeing her, joyfully delivered delightful news. "Sister, my brother and I have both successfully drawn qi into our bodies, and I accomplished it 2 days ahead of him." Bai Lan had already learned of this development through her simulations and merely nodded, presenting each of them with a cultivation jade slip, urging them to diligently practice under their father's guidance. Bai was likely already present. "Do not fret, mother. Cultivation is a matter of fate, and perhaps in due time, it shall unfold." Lan mother smiled. "I am not anxious. Rather, it is your younger sister and brother who are concerned for me. I recognize that pursuing immortality is a commendable endeavor, but after so many years, haven't we navigated through life just as well? Let it happen as it may." Bai Lan nodded in agreement. It is commendable that Lan Mu possesses such a mindset. During the months of her pregnancy, her ability to cultivate has been hindered, and her aptitude cannot be rapidly elevated to match that of her peers. If she were truly anxious to pursue immortality, it would only serve to invite distress upon herself. In the past few days, she has resolved to prioritize the matter of Bai's birth before committing herself earnestly to her cultivation. According to prior simulations, there are no significant events anticipated in Baijia village from now until the child's arrival, allowing her to confidently venture outside to amass spirit stones. Once she completes the current batch of medicinal pills, she plans to hunt in the Tianwu forest, as any additional spirit stones would be beneficial. As she delves deeper into the forest, she begins her hunting expedition while on the move. Initially, she remains at the forest's periphery, capturing a few first and second-tier magical beasts. Given her current speed and prowess, this task is effortlessly accomplished, akin to picking up stones by the roadside. However, as she observes her storage pouch filling rapidly, she realizes that this approach is unsustainable. First and second-tier beasts yield a meager profit, and even a full pouch would not amount to a significant sum of spirit stones. With an increasing presence of second and third-tier beasts, the challenge of capture intensifies slightly. But it poses little danger and merely requires more time. After several days, she successfully fills a storage pouch and half of a storage ring. Among her captures are 4 third-tier beasts, 24 second-tier beasts, and over 60 first-tier beasts, which she estimates could yield around 1,000 spirit stones. This realization makes the prospect of earning spirit stones seem less daunting. Indeed, strength is a form of productivity. For those with exceptional abilities, making money comes easily. With an abundance of medicinal pills and prey in tow, she once more arrives at the marketplace at the foot of Tianwu Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, she made her way to Wang's elixir shop, expressing her desire to sell elixirs and to converse with their proprietor, Wang Yukai. The attendant, sensing the importance of the figure draped in the misty moon cloak, promptly ushered her into the inner chamber to await his arrival, and immediately dispatched someone to summon Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai arrived swiftly. "Daoist Lanling, how delightful to see you. I have heard you wish to sell elixirs?" Bai Lan succinctly replied, "Indeed." Wang Yukai swiftly adopted the persona of a shrewd merchant. "May I inquire the grade of elixirs you possess? And what is the quantity?" "First, second, and third-grade elixirs, and the quantity is considerable." Upon hearing the mention of third-grade elixirs, Wang Youcai's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. The presence of third-grade elixirs indicated the existence of a third-grade alchemist, a rarity even in the bustling marketplace. Not only in this modest bazaar, but even in Tianwu City, a third-grade alchemist would be regarded as a reputable figure. Pray tell, how many third-grade elixirs do you have? Bai Lan paused for a moment before responding 100. 100? Wang Youcai was taken aback. While his shop stocked several third-grade elixirs, they were all supplied by established alchemists. It was uncommon for someone to unexpectedly approach with such a large quantity to sell. Typically, it would be just a few or a dozen. After all, third-grade elixirs are expensive, and 100 would command at least 1,000 spirit stones. In the end, Bai Lan managed to sell the majority of her elixirs, acquiring a total of 1,200 spirit stones. Besides a storage pouch brimming with spirit stones, her other reward was the newfound attentiveness of Wang Youcai. She could sense that Wang Youcai's previous attentiveness was merely superficial, but now it seemed to have penetrated deeper into his heart, imbued with sincerity. Wang Youcai rubbed his hands together and said, "Dear Lan Ling, shall we discuss the elixirs?" Bai Lan cast him a glance, recognizing the proposition as quite favorable, for she was in dire need of a stable income. Through the cloak, Wang Youcai could not discern her expression. Yet he surmised that she was not averse to the idea and continued, "Rest assured, in Taimufang City, our prices are undoubtedly higher than elsewhere. Even if there are competitors offering higher prices, none can match our stability and volume." Bai Lan found this assertion credible, for there were only a few apothecaries in Taimufang City, rendering the strengths and weaknesses of each easily discernible. "What elixirs do you desire?" Wang Youcai pondered eagerly, cautiously probing, "How about third-tier elixirs?" This aligned perfectly with Bai Lan's intentions, as she planned to refine more high-tier elixirs in the future. After all, she had already reached the golden core stage, and it was inappropriate to continue producing qi refining stage elixirs, primarily because the lower-tier elixirs were too inexpensive and yielded minimal spiritual stones. Third-tier elixirs, while not entirely befitting her current cultivation, could be approached gradually. One could not expect rapid advancement. Wait, perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible? It was indeed a possibility. Once she sold the demonic beasts she had hunted, she could rent a room at an inn to simulate the process. As Bai Lan contemplated the demonic beasts she needed to manage, she glanced at Wang Youcai, who was incessantly chattering with fervor. "Dear Lan Ling, if you are willing, I can provide you with various tiers of elixirs, but surely the third-tier ones are the most profitable? Let us proceed with the third-tier elixirs then. What specific elixirs do you desire, and in what quantities?" Bai Lan had not yet refined the foundation establishment pill, as its ingredients were rather intricate, making the process quite challenging. It was considered one of the most difficult third-tier elixirs to concoct. She nodded in agreement, stating that she could handle the task, and inquired whether the apothecary could provide the necessary materials. "Certainly," Wang Youcai replied, astonished yet elated. His astonishment stemmed from the considerable loss that could ensue should the materials be absconded with, while his joy was rooted in the potential profit to be gained if all went smoothly. After pondering for a moment, he devised a compromise. "Currently, the shop lacks sufficient materials. They will not be available until tomorrow. Perhaps you could reserve a position, and I shall deliver them to you then." Bai Lan shot him a glance, asking, "Is there a way for me to acquire them now by paying with spirit stones?" Wang Youcai hastily shook his head, smiling apologetically. Not quite. It is genuinely the case that we do not have them ready yet. We typically provide the materials first, and then deduct the cost upon settlement. It would be quite improper to ask a master alchemist to assist without first providing the necessary ingredients." Bai Lan nodded. "Then I shall come to collect them tomorrow." "That is acceptable," he replied, "and I appreciate your understanding." "Not at all," she responded. With that, their agreement was sealed. Wang Youcai, filled with delight, eagerly offered her a cup of tea. "This is this year's newly harvested celestial tea. Do give it a taste." Bai Lan took a sip, finding the flavor delightful, enhanced by its spiritual essence. "Do you know of any locations suitable for capturing a large number of demon beasts?" Wang Youcai paused in his pouring, surprised. "You intend to capture a large number of demon beasts?" "Indeed, speak plainly." Wang Youcai paused to pour tea, deep in contemplation. During their first encounter, He assessed that Lan Ling possessed cultivation near the peak of qi refining, a level of prowess that warranted his attention, especially given her confidence in purchasing third-tier spiritual herbs. Clearly, a valuable client. Upon their initial meeting, he discerned that Lan Ling had attained the 6th level of foundation establishment, a typical level for a third-tier alchemist, making her even more deserving of his regard, a veritable cash cow. However, his perception of Lan Ling had shifted once more. She could not only refine elixirs, but also hunt a substantial number of prey. The wealth accrued from her alchemical endeavors must be considerable, and her earnings from hunting demonic beasts would undoubtedly be significant as well. Hunting demands far greater strength than alchemy. Could it be that Lan Ling was actually close to the golden core stage? Or perhaps she had already achieved that level? No. It was impossible. How could a golden core master engage in such trivial business in a small shop within the minor Tianwu market with someone as inconsequential as him? Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Yet even if she were not a golden core cultivator, Lan Ling's cultivation was undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage. Wang Yukai took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said, "As for the trade of demonic beasts, the Lan family is undoubtedly the expert. At the southernmost end of the market, you will find the Lan family's enterprise. Fellow Taoist Lan may wish to take a look."
Bai Lan not dead.
Rising to take her leave, Wang Yukai accompanied her to the exit and inquired, "Shall I send someone to escort you?" "No need," she replied. As Bai Lan approached the southern end of the market, she suddenly halted, glancing back over her shoulder, though she saw nothing. She was aware that someone was trailing her. Yet their strength was insufficient to pose any threat. She pondered briefly. Since they were unwilling to emerge, she would first sell the demon beasts and then address them later. Soon, she found herself at the Blue family's establishments, a spirit pet shop and a spirit meat shop. Clearly, her destination was the latter. The attendants and shopkeeper of the Blue family appeared to possess a higher cultivation level than those at Wang's, and they seemed more professional, suggesting that the Blue family was indeed more prosperous than the Wang family. Both establishments shared a commonality in that the attitudes of their shopkeepers and staff were commendable. At least that was her observation. "Friend Blue," she remarked, "as you can see, our shop primarily sells these types of demon beast meats, which are consequently priced higher, while other offerings are rather ordinary." Bai Lan took note of the various demon beasts, intending to procure more of those in the future. "So, what is the total value of these?" The shopkeeper, surveying the plethora of demon beasts laid out, replied, 1,100 pieces of spirit stones.
Deal.
This amount exceeded Bai Lan's initial estimate, bringing her great joy. Most exhilarating was that she had amassed 2,300 spirit stones this time, which, when combined with her previous earnings, totaled over 2,600 spirit stones. With spirit stones in her possession, her heart felt at ease. She could now confidently engage in simulations and purchase ample cleansing essence to begin altering her aptitude. As she merrily strolled towards the tavern, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. "Halt! A robbery." Chapter 84, Robbery, Being Robbed, and Suddenly Becoming Wealthy. Bai Lan halted in her tracks. Having been lost in her delight, she had forgotten that someone was trailing behind her. Fortunately, they revealed themselves, sparing her the trouble of searching for them. She turned around and discovered 3 towering cultivators, clad in misty moon cloaks, standing behind her. Behind these 3 were 2 qi refining stage practitioners, one at the 6th layer and the other at the 8th layer. These 2 were the individuals she had sensed trailing her moments ago. The qi refining 8th layer practitioner spoke, saying, "Be sensible and hand over all your spirit stones and magical artifacts. Do not compel us to take action." Naturally, Bai Lan had no intention of complying. In this marketplace, the presence of a mid-core formation cultivator was at least among the top 3, and that was a conservative estimate. Furthermore, how could a core formation practitioner engage in such a disgraceful act? Even in the event of murder for treasure, such a configuration and approach would be inconceivable. The 3 individuals in misty moon cloaks were, at most, at the foundation establishment stage, and not all of them were even guaranteed to be that strong. Engaging in conversation with such individuals was entirely unnecessary. However, for reasons known only to her, she drew her sword and assumed a stance of attack. Upon seeing her refusal to surrender the spirit stones, the would-be assailants felt a flicker of doubt, but as soon as they noticed her wielding a first-tier long sword, their confidence surged and their bravado intensified. The Qi refining 8th layer practitioner, who had been lingering behind the 3 towering cultivators, boldly stepped forward to stand among them, laughing heartily. "I thought you had some skills, but this is all you can muster. Ha 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 ha." The 3 in Misty Moon cloaks joined in the laughter, seemingly mocking her audacity. With this laughter, the enigmatic aura of the Misty Moon cloaks faded away, transforming them from a group of potentially formidable bandits into mere lackeys. Bai Lan smiled, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot. The individuals opposite had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when they felt several flashes of sword light swiftly pass by, followed immediately by a chilling pain. Upon glancing down, they discovered that their magical artifacts and storage pouches had vanished. Agonizing cries erupted, piercing the air and resonating with heart-wrenching despair, making it unbearable to listen. This anguish was not solely due to the loss of their possessions, but was predominantly rooted in the torment of losing their right hands. Among these 5, 3 were at the Qi refinement stage, while 2 had reached the foundation establishment stage, one at the first level and the other at the 4th. Such a formidable assembly could easily rob over 80% of the cultivators within the Tianwu market. Bai Lan severed their right hands, ensuring they would no longer be able to prey upon others. However, the cacophony of their screams soon irritated her ears, prompting her to command silence. Instantly, they fell silent, the surroundings descending into an eerie calm. Bai Lan regarded them and calmly declared robbery. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they immediately knelt, pleading, "Senior, spare us. We were blind to recognize your might. Please have mercy." Bai Lan contemplated the spoils she had just acquired: 5 storage pouches, 2 storage rings, 3 fog moon cloaks, a second-tier longsword, a second-tier whip, and a first-tier curved blade. These should fetch several hundred spirit stones, a commendable haul indeed. This bounty significantly lifted her spirits. "Begone," she commanded, and the individuals hastily scrambled away, disappearing from her sight. She gathered her belongings, headed to an inn, paid for a room, and began to inspect the acquired storage pouches and rings. The first and second-tier storage artifacts were easily opened, with no concerns about recognizing their master or similar issues. She now sat at the table, observing 5 storage bags and 2 storage rings atop it, feeling a sense of anticipation akin to unboxing a mystery box. The first storage bag appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon opening it, she discovered 7 spirit stones, a vial of fasting elixir, 2 withered spirit plants, and some miscellaneous items. After extracting the 7 spirit stones, she cast the storage bag aside. It likely belonged to a cultivator of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It was difficult to ascertain whether the next bag belonged to a cultivator of the 8th or 11th layer, but ultimately, it mattered little. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage were notoriously impoverished. The 3rd storage bag, seemingly as ordinary as the previous 2, garnered little hope from Bai Lan, who assumed it contained perhaps a mere 10 or 20 spirit stones. To her surprise, upon opening it, she found a considerable assortment of magical artifacts, roughly 2 to 3 dozen in total. Notably, the proportion of second-tier artifacts was not insignificant, with at least 10 present. She even glimpsed the shadow of a 3rd-tier artifact. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that the 3rd-tier artifact was irreparably damaged. Not only was she not a 3rd-tier artifact master, but even if she were, repairing such an item would be a daunting task. 4th and 5th-tier masters could mend it, but it would be of little consequence. Repairing it would be less advantageous than crafting a new one altogether. This item likely held some value only to the original owner's acquaintances. The other artifacts were similarly afflicted with significant damage, meaning their resale value would be halved, if not reduced to a mere fraction. Clearly, these items had been plundered, and their original owners had chosen to resist. The fate that befell them remained uncertain. It appeared that merely severing their hands had been too lenient a punishment. Bai Lan also discovered the talisman of the Baiyun sect within, and with a silent sigh, set the storage pouch aside. It was likely worth around 300 to 500 spirit stones. Her gaze shifted to the remaining 2 more exquisite storage pouches, which belonged to the 2 foundation-building cultivators. They might contain some valuable items. Upon opening the first one, she found it utterly empty. What bad luck! She discarded it and proceeded to the second. Fortunately, this one did not disappoint her. It contained a fair amount of items. Collectively, they were worth over 200 spirit stones. Lastly, she turned her attention to the 2 storage rings. The inherent value of these rings far surpassed that of the previous storage pouches, and she assumed the contents would reflect that. However, her assumption proved erroneous. The first storage ring was filled with an assortment of undergarments, gauzy garments, hairpins, and bizarre trinkets, along with various pills, none of which held any value in spirit stones and were rather repulsive.
Disgusting.
The second storage ring was brimming with spiritual plants, pills, and slightly more magical artifacts, though still not abundant, perhaps worth around 300 spirit stones. The remainder consisted of a hodgepodge of stones. These stones contained a trace of spiritual energy, yet it was exceedingly sparse, with most yielding less than 1% of a low-grade spirit stone. There must have been thousands of these stones, but their actual spiritual energy content amounted to only that of a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. Bai Lan understood that this storage ring and the previous empty pouch likely belonged to the same individual who had temporarily transferred the contents of the pouch into the ring. As for the reason behind leaving an empty pouch, it was undoubtedly to accommodate the spoils acquired from robbing her. Regrettably, the robbery was unsuccessful, and instead, she became the one to rob him. Bai Lan calculated that the items obtained from the heist were worth approximately 16 to 1700 spirit stones, with over 150 stones among them. This was quite a decent haul. If she sold these tomorrow, she would possess 4 to 5,000 spirit stones, a considerable fortune compared to her previous circumstances. However, before proceeding, she needed to simulate the operation once more to ensure there were no issues. Chapter 85. The Local Tyrant Seeks Revenge, by Xiaoxing's Speculations. Meanwhile, in a district where local tyrants congregated in Tianwu Square, a shop that dealt with stolen elixirs was suddenly robbed. The local tyrant, who had been dozing within the shop, was startled awake and shouted, "Who dares, you impudent fool? Do you not recognize whose establishment this is before attempting a robbery? Are you seeking death? Put that down at once." He possessed the cultivation of the first layer of foundation establishment and was considered a figure of some stature among the local tyrants. Typically, he would only be fearful of his more powerful elder brother, otherwise, he would freely insult whomever he wished. However, as he realized that these individuals appeared rather formidable and somewhat familiar, he was abruptly kicked out of the shop and slammed against the wall across the street.
Eggy?
At that moment, his mind cleared entirely. Disregarding the pain, he immediately sprang to his feet and peered back into the shop. The one who had just kicked him out was none other than Li Gui, the second in command among their local tyrants. Upon closer inspection, the others were indeed his familiar brothers. What was happening? Why did they all seem to be missing their right hands? The pain coursing through him sparked a realization in his mind. It dawned upon him that Ergo and the others had undoubtedly hit a solid wall during their robbery. And that wall was a swordsman. Alas, it is often advised that one should refrain from provoking sword cultivators, as their straightforward nature can lead to unpredictable consequences. When it comes to other practitioners, if a robbery is unsuccessful, negotiations can be pursued, offering some form of compensation. However, with sword cultivators, even offering benefits is futile. They either insist on handing the matter over to the elders of the marketplace or resort to severe measures such as dismemberment, making the situation quite troublesome. But hold on, what about the magical artifacts they possessed? The equipment? The cloaks? Surely they haven't surrendered them already. Moreover, my second brother, Li Gui, who has achieved the 4th level of foundation establishment, was so easily disarmed. Does that imply the opponent's cultivation surpasses Li Gui's? When did such a formidable figure emerge in Tianwu Marketplace? He seems to be a person devoid of reason. One can only hope he does not linger in Tianwu Marketplace for long, but rather wreaks havoc elsewhere. The commotion had drawn the attention of other local ruffians, who quickly converged upon the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, these ruffians learned from a 6th-level chi practitioner about the incident and began clamoring for vengeance, demanding blood for blood. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, the typically impulsive Li Gui suggested consulting the master strategist. When the strategist, known for his contentious relationship with Li Gui, was summoned, he was taken aback. Upon his arrival, he found Li Gui in a state of agitation. After hearing the details from others, the strategist began to ponder the situation with interest. Li Gui, unable to contain himself, urged him for advice on how to eliminate their adversary and quench his thirst for revenge. The strategist chuckled, realizing that Li Gui was not entirely devoid of intelligence. He understood that brute force would not suffice against a stronger opponent and was now inclined toward cunning schemes. However, when the disparity in strength is excessively vast, cunning strategies often prove futile. This individual was able to conclude the battle before Li Gui even had the chance to react, indicating that his cultivation must be at least 3 levels superior to that of Li Gui, specifically at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Such a person would undoubtedly be considered a significant figure in the Tianwu Fang city. They merely exploit their power, bullying the weak, and dealing with those of lower cultivation is their forte. Confronting those of higher cultivation would be tantamount to courting death. After all, the losses incurred are not theirs to bear. I suggested to my second brother that it might be best to let this matter pass. It is a tough predicament, one that even the leader, upon his return from seclusion, would not contest. Their leader is merely at the 6th layer of foundation establishment and has been in seclusion for the past few months. The second-in-command, Li Gui, likely understands this resolution but is simply unwilling to accept it, unable to swallow his pride. One of the younger brothers proposed informing Elder Jean of the market. With his golden core cultivation, he would surely have a way to handle this situation. He. The advisor smiled behind his hand, acknowledging that Elder Jean could indeed manage the situation, but where would the spirit stones to request his assistance come from? Just for Elder Jean to make an appearance and utter a few words would cost at least 500 spirit stones, and should he take action, the price would escalate to a minimum of 1,000 spirit stones. Considering this individual's formidable cultivation, Elder Jean would likely demand an additional increase, possibly starting at 1,500 spirit stones. It is doubtful that Li Gui and his companions suffered a loss amounting to 1,500 spirit stones from the robbery. While Li Gui would certainly be eager to exact revenge on that individual, he cannot afford the spirit stones, leading Elder Jean to disregard him. They are local tyrants who can indeed rob others, but the amount of spirit stones they acquire daily is limited. They must share with their subordinates and also allocate resources for their cultivation, leaving little to spare. Moreover, considering someone like Li Gui, who is both greedy and lecherous,
It is even more challenging.
one of his subordinates proposed that they inquire about this individual from Bai Shaosheng and perhaps eliminate his family. Li Gui, intrigued by the suggestion, was quickly doused with cold water by his advisor. Inquiring about a cultivator at the foundation establishment level from Bai Shaosheng would cost a minimum of 10 spirit stones, with an additional 5 for each subsequent minor realm, starting at 45. It is crucial to note that obtaining family information would require at least 100 spirit stones. The advisor was well aware that Li Gui rarely had such an amount readily available, especially right after a robbery. Ultimately, seeking vengeance would yield no benefit for him and could potentially bring risks, making it wiser to forego such a pursuit. Unexpectedly, after a moment of hesitation, Li Gui resolved to purchase this information. As for where to gather the spirit stones, he turned to his surrounding subordinates, with the one who proposed the idea being the first to be stripped of his entire stash. Shortly thereafter, Li Gui, armed with spirit stones, approached Bai Shaosheng, only to be halted by a gatekeeper who informed him that Bai Shaosheng was unavailable and suggested he return the following day. In truth, Bai Shaosheng was present and had already caught wind of the news. He leisurely sipped tea while conversing with Wang Yukai and manager Lan. "Could you elaborate further on your impressions of Lanling?" Wang Yukai chuckled. "We have shared all we know, but we are not professionals. One cannot glean extensive information from a mere brief encounter. I have heard her claim to bear the surname Lan, and upon inquiring whether she belonged to the Lan family, she replied in the negative, stating that it was merely a coincidence. I surmise that with her prowess in hunting such a multitude of prey, she must be at least an intermediate cultivator. If she were of a younger age, such remarkable cultivation at her tender years would undoubtedly mark her as a prodigy of her clan. If she were of shorter stature, her notable abilities coupled with such distinctive features would not have escaped my memory. It seems she indeed does not belong to my Lan family." Bai Shaosheng instructed the attendant to bid farewell to the guest, while he pondered deeply, scribbling notes upon a jade slip. After a considerable time, nearly filling the entire slip, he finally closed it with deliberation. The characters Lan Ling were prominently inscribed upon the closed slip, which was then placed alongside the jade slips of other golden core cultivators.
Lan Ling.
O Lan Ling, from whence have you emerged? Chapter 86. Simulation. 4th rank alchemist. Formula for cleansing elixir by Lan produced 100 spirit stones, reflecting once more upon the primary objectives of this simulation. First, to ascertain that engaging in reverse robbery would not lead to significant complications. Second, to enhance her alchemical skills as an alchemist to the fullest extent. Other matters would have to be set aside for the moment. Consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones to initiate a new life simulation. Day 1. You meditate in the market for the night. Day 2. You receive news that Bai Shaoxing has sent someone to summon you, and you comply. You trade the items acquired from your heist to Bai Shaoxing, receiving 1,600 spirit stones in return. Bai Shaoxing informs you of Li Gui's intentions regarding your family. Day 3. You eliminate Li Gui along with numerous local bullies who attempted to thwart your actions. Consequently, you were issued a decree by the elder of the market. On the 5th day, you departed from the market town and journeyed to the city of Celestial Witches. A month later, you established yourself in the city of Celestial Witches, earning spirit stones through the sale of elixirs at your stall. 2 months thereafter, you attended the Alchemist Guild in the city to partake in their evaluations. 3 months later, you successfully navigated the rigorous assessments, emerging as a 3rd-tier alchemist. The final evaluation was conducted by esteemed practitioners and alchemists from the Western region, thus your cultivation became known to many, and you were hailed as a prodigy of the city of Celestial Witches. You privately lamented the situation, but recognizing the path ahead, you resolved to continue onward. 4 months later, you received dedicated training from the Alchemist Guild while also facing considerable disdain and scheming from others. Your focus remained steadfast on mastering the art of alchemy. 9 months into your tenure at the Alchemist Guild, your diligence and demeanor garnered the recognition of numerous high-ranking alchemists. 4th-tier alchemist Cheng Zhua expressed his desire to take you as his apprentice, assuring you of his unwavering guidance and promising to share the formula for the essence cleansing elixir within a year. You consented and became Cheng Zhua's disciple. A year later, under Cheng Zhua's tutelage, you reaped substantial rewards, achieving the ability to successfully concoct foundational elixirs. 2 years hence, you obtained the formula for the essence cleansing elixir. However, you discovered that 2 of the required ingredients were monopolized by several prominent families, rendering them unavailable for purchase in the market. Consequently, any significant usage of the elixir necessitated direct procurement. Cheng Zhua indicated that this was a matter of familial interests beyond his influence, yet as his disciple, you would be afforded a limited supply. Alternatively, you could secure supplies by conducting services for the influential families. Upon mastering the art of concocting the cleansing elixir, you ceased its preparation and opted instead to procure it. 3 years later, you diligently apprenticed under Cheng Zhua, mastering the refinement of 3rd-tier elixirs. A decade hence, you attained the ability to produce over 90% of the recorded 3rd-tier elixirs. With the appropriate formulas, you felt confident in your capacity to successfully refine the remaining 10%. Cheng Zhua then began instructing you in the crafting of 4th-tier elixirs. 11 years later, you triumphed in producing your first batch of 4th-tier elixirs, the Dragon Tiger elixir. 13 years on, you successfully refined the 4th-tier dust-settling elixir. 17 years later, you passed the rigorous examination to become a 4th-tier alchemist, continuing to study diligently under Cheng Zhua's tutelage. After 39 years, Cheng Zhua conveyed that he had imparted all he could teach you and encouraged you to pursue your own experiences, as he sought seclusion to challenge the Yuanying stage. You remained at the Alchemist Guild, continuing your studies. 41 years later, you had absorbed all the knowledge available at the guild. Concurrently, your intermittent use of the cleansing elixir had elevated your aptitude from low to mid-tier. You resolved to wholeheartedly employ the elixir to further enhance your capabilities. 45 years later, you learned of the newly discovered ancient secret realm at Tianwu Mountain, which purportedly contained the formula for the 5th-tier cleansing elixir. Consuming this elixir promised a profound transformation of one's innate qualities, surpassing the efficacy of the cleansing liquid. After careful contemplation, you decided to depart from the Alchemist Guild in search of the cleansing elixir's formula. 46 years later, You encountered an ambush by several golden core cultivators within the ancient secret realm, and despite your efforts, you met your demise. You have perished. The simulation concludes. Please select your rewards for this simulation. Selection 1. The cultivation realm at 58. Selection 2. The cultivation experience at 58. Selection 3. Random items at 58. Choosing option 2. The host acquires the cultivation experience of 58 years, gaining partial alchemical knowledge. Bai Lan, undistracted by trivialities, wholeheartedly embraces the alchemical wisdom bestowed upon her, encompassing a myriad of formulas that she need not consciously memorize, as they are ingrained within her essence. Among these, the recipe for the bone-washing elixir captivates her attention most. Although the simulation indicated that 2 of the required ingredients were monopolized and thus inaccessible, the mere possession of this formula fills her with immense joy. Moreover, her interest also extends to the foundational elixir's formula and the corresponding refining techniques. With this knowledge, the task of concocting the foundational elixir, as promised to Wang Yukai, becomes a trivial endeavor. As for the remaining vast majority of third-tier and nearly 60% of fourth-tier elixir formulas, they are merely unexpected treasures, delightful bonuses. She reflects on how remarkably worthwhile the expenditure of 100 spirit stones has proven to be. Yet, she swiftly regains her composure, turning her analytical gaze towards the other information gleaned from the simulation. The first objective of the simulation has yielded results. After the robbery, there are no significant repercussions. These local ruffians possess no formidable backing. They merely sought to employ underhanded tactics against her family. However, her identity and that of her family remain concealed for the time being, rendering the danger relatively minimal. She does not feel regret over her actions, but rather questions her lack of finesse in allowing such exposure. The second objective of the simulation has also borne fruit, as she has successfully ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist, acquiring a wealth of alchemical formulas along the way. From the simulation, it is apparent that she possesses remarkable fortune, having encountered a benevolent master, Cheng Zhua. It is evident that Cheng Zhua and Cheng Zhan of the Bai Lan sect are of the same lineage, hailing from the Cheng family in Shizhou. Should their paths cross in the future, she must undoubtedly repay this profound kindness. Having spoken of gratitude, let us now turn our attention to enmity. Ultimately, she met her demise in an ancient secret realm on Tianwu Mountain, besieged by several golden core cultivators. It goes without saying that this was premeditated. Furthermore, the very fact that she came to learn of the existence of a fifth-tier marrow-cleansing elixir recipe within the secret realm was but a facet of this conspiracy. Who sought to bring about her downfall? Was it those envious alchemists from the Alchemist Guild, or perhaps rivals within Tianwu City who were jealous of her cultivation prowess? Had she unwittingly obstructed someone's path, or inadvertently offended a significant figure? Or was it that someone harbored suspicions regarding her rapid progress in cultivation? However, if that were the case, should they not have sought to capture her for research? At present, she remains ignorant of the answers to these questions and can only exercise utmost caution. Moreover, this serves as a reminder for her to swiftly acquire a stealth technique or seek a high-grade concealment artifact. Perhaps she could initiate another simulation now to learn a stealth skill. After all, her reserves of spirit stones are plentiful. Contemplating this, she retrieved 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 87. Acquiring Earth-level stealth technique. Casual change of disguise. Consume 100 low-grade spirit stones to embark on a new life simulation. Day 1. You cultivate throughout the night at the marketplace. Day 2. You engage in trade with Bai Shaosheng, acquiring 1,600 spirit stones. Bai Shaosheng informs you of Li Gui's intent to harm your family. Day 3. You seize an opportunity to silently eliminate Li Gui and several local tyrants. A month later, the marketplace was thrown into disarray, yet none pointed fingers at you. After concluding your transaction with Wang Yukai, you departed from the marketplace, making your way to Tianwu City. 2 months later, you set up a stall in Tianwu City, selling elixirs while simultaneously seeking out techniques pertaining to concealment. 3 years hence, you learned of a location purported to harbor similar techniques. However, upon investigation, you discovered it to be merely the fragmented insights of a lone cultivator. Incomplete and of uncertain efficacy. You chose not to practice it. 5 years later, you heard whispers of a sect near Shizhou City that possessed concealment techniques. Upon your arrival, The sect leader warmly welcomed you, offering the technique known as Zhangqi. Regrettably, it was merely a middle-tier yellow-grade technique, beneficial only to qi refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators, of little use to those in the golden core stage, and utterly ineffective for those beyond the nascent soul stage. You exchanged a vial of 4th-grade elixir for Zhangqi. 7 years later, after fruitless searches, you, in a state of disappointment, began to cultivate Zhangqi. 8 years later, you encountered a swindler who attempted to deceive you out of 1,000 spirit stones. Seizing him, you administered a thorough beating before handing him over to others who had been similarly wronged. 10 years later, you faced another con artist, this time one intent on murder for treasure. You turned the tables, slaying him and claiming the loot. 17 years later, you had mastered Zhangqi to a profound level, gaining invaluable insights into concealing your cultivation and age. 18 years later, at an auction in Tianwu City, a high-tier profound concealment technique known as Gui Wufa Ju emerged. You exhausted years of savings, spending 12,000 spirit stones to acquire it. Upon acquiring the return to the void technique, you immediately fled to the depths of the celestial witch forest, commencing your secluded cultivation of the technique. 20 years later, you had achieved a foundational understanding of the return to the void technique. 39 years hence, you progressed to a minor accomplishment in your mastery of it. After 97 years, you attained a significant level of proficiency, and a century and 96 years later, you reached a state of perfection in your practice. At this juncture, you could conceal your cultivation base and age from the scrutiny of golden core and nascent soul practitioners. Yet you continued to delve deeper into the return to the void technique. 401 years later, just before your demise, you comprehensively grasped the technique. Though you departed this world without fully organizing your insights, you have passed away, marking the conclusion of this simulation. Please select your simulation rewards. Choice 1. Cultivation realm of 413 years. Choice 2. Cultivation experience of 413 years. Choice 3. Random item of 413 years. You chose option 2. The host has acquired the cultivation experience of 413 years, gaining insights into both concealing qi technique and return to the void technique. Bai Lan diligently absorbed the cultivation experiences of both techniques, filled with joy at having acquired 2 methods of concealment, fulfilling her dual aspirations. The return to the void technique, being an advanced Xian-level technique, saw significant enhancement through her 3 to 4 centuries of cultivation and comprehension. She felt that, although it may not be classified as an Earth-level technique, it stood as one of the most refined among the advanced Xian-level techniques. At present, she stands before formidable golden core cultivators, capable of concealing her cultivation age according to her own whims. Even in the presence of nascent soul practitioners, she need not fear the revelation of her true age. As for the higher realm of God transformation, her confidence wanes, yet the concern remains negligible. It appears that within the entirety of the Western Prefecture, there exist no more than 3 God transformation beings, all of whom are legendary figures seldom seen. Even if she were to cause a great stir, the likelihood of encountering them is slim, and she has no intention of creating such upheaval. Moreover, the technique return to the void not only allows her to mask her cultivation and age, but also enables alterations to her physique, appearance, and voice. Trivial matters indeed. This implies that, even without the misty cloak, she could evade recognition effortlessly, possessing an infinite array of identities. As for the other technique, concealed qi, it is more suitable for her family's cultivation, should they desire it. Engaging in auxiliary practices will undoubtedly shorten the time required for mastering primary techniques, and for cultivators without a second chance at life, time is of the essence. The threshold and difficulty of concealed qi are relatively low, though this also means its potential and efficacy are similarly modest. However, these concerns are manageable. She can assist in modifying the technique to reduce its difficulty and enhance its effectiveness. This is an unavoidable necessity. While she can refine her family's innate qualities, substantial improvements in their comprehension remain elusive. This is to be expected. Her own aptitude is not particularly remarkable, merely slightly superior to others, with the bulk of her success attributed to the simulator's capabilities. Seizing the moment, she promptly inscribed her insights and enhancements to concealed qi and returned to the void onto a jade slip, securing it for future reference. After simulating twice in succession, each time yielding significant rewards, she began to meditate and assimilate all that had transpired. The night passed quietly. The following day, not long after Bai Lan left her chamber, a rather unremarkable cultivator approached her. His appearance and demeanor were quite average, embodying an essence of mediocrity. He informed her that Bai Xiaosheng was seeking her presence. Bai Lan followed this cultivator, scrutinizing him intently along the way, nearly causing him to feel apprehensive under her gaze. She pondered that he could serve as a useful reference, a model for her to disguise her own physique and appearance in the future. Upon arriving at Bai Xiaosheng's residence, she found it to be even more refined and elegant than she had anticipated. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable sense of incongruity, much like the impression Bai Xiaosheng himself left upon her. When she met Bai Xiaosheng, he poured her a cup of tea. Just the aroma revealed that it was a fine brew, imbued with rich spiritual energy. Bai Xiaosheng's speech remained as ornate as ever. Yet Bai Lan had already surmised what would transpire next. Lacking the patience for his cryptic dialogue, she addressed the matter directly. You seek me regarding my actions yesterday in severing the hands of those local tyrants, do you not? Indeed, Bai Xiaosheng replied.
David Lan Lang.
You are far more formidable and decisive than I had imagined. I find myself quite impressed. So, may I inquire as to your purpose in summoning me? Over the years, the number of cultivators who have perished at the hands of these local tyrants is not fewer than 200, if not more. Some cases are certain, while others merely involve disappearances. Many are desperate for concrete information regarding these missing cultivators, even if it is only news of their demise. Bai Lan was aware of the outcome and directly stated, I understand. Everything I obtained from them, aside from the spirit stones, I shall sell to you. Name your price. With that, she took out the items. Instantly, several attendants approached to inspect, quickly providing an estimate of around 1,600 spirit stones. Bai Lan accepted the storage bag filled with 1,600 spirit stones without surprise. I am pressed for time. Do you have anything else to convey to me? Bai Xiaosheng chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his smile. I do have something to discuss with you, Taoist Lan Ling. I believe it is prudent to offer a word of caution, for we are friends.
Chapter 88, Bai Lan Shagumi.
Bai Xiaosheng's record. Bai Xiaosheng revealed the news regarding Li Gui's family intent on purchasing her. He had prepared a suitable moment for her to discover this information directly, but unexpectedly, it went unused. He had also crafted eloquent words to convey his message just right, to achieve the desired outcome. Yet, when the moment arrived, he resorted to the simplest of phrases, laying the facts bare. The reason was straightforward. He sensed that no matter how elaborately he spoke, she would not heed his words. It was better to be succinct, perhaps earning a modicum of her goodwill. How peculiar it was, after so many years, he could not recall the last time he encountered such a situation or person. Truly, it was intriguing. Bai Lan was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated a long-winded explanation from Bai Xiaosheng, yet he delivered his message in just 2 sentences. Last night, the foundation-building 4th layer Li Gui, who had lost his right hand to her, made an appearance. After being rebuffed, he returned this morning, demonstrating his steadfast resolve to deal with her and her family. Such a person truly cannot be permitted to remain. After some brief contemplation, she expressed her sincere gratitude to Bai Xiaosheng. Although she had already learned of this news through simulations, it was Bai Xiaosheng from whom she had originally received the information. Thank you, Bai Xiaosheng. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. A look of surprise and delight appeared on Bai Xiaosheng's face as he lightly waved his folding fan. You are too courteous, Taoist Lan. Bai Lan did not linger and took her leave. Among the various phrases, one stood out prominently, the word promise. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Bai Lan subsequently proceeded to Wang Ji Danyao shop. Upon her arrival, Wang Yukai was seen pacing within the shop, and upon noticing her, he immediately approached with eager eyes. Taoist Lan, you've come. I thought you might not show up.
How could that be?
Since I have already made a promise, I shall certainly fulfill it unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Indeed, indeed. Please, Taoist Lan, follow me inside to speak. I have prepared all the alchemical materials for you. Bai Lan followed Wang Yukai into the inner chamber, where she discovered a variety of alchemical materials ready for her use. As expected of a reputable establishment, the quality of the materials was a significant notch above what she had previously acquired elsewhere. After a brief inspection, she was quite satisfied with both the quantity and quality. Although she was now a fourth-tier alchemist capable of refining certain common fourth-tier elixirs, she had no intention of revealing too much about her capabilities to Wang Yukai. The emergence of a third-tier alchemist in the market is already somewhat unsettling. Should a fourth-tier alchemist appear, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Bai Lan sect and Tianwu City, which is entirely unnecessary. She decided to adopt a different persona and sell fourth-tier elixirs elsewhere, thereby reducing the risk of exposure and ensuring she would not be linked to any particular location. Speaking of exposure, there are certain matters that require clarification. How long does it take for your family's alchemist to craft these elixirs? Wang Yukai, somewhat perplexed, pondered for a moment before responding. A third-tier alchemist from our family typically produces around 5 batches of third-tier elixirs per day. To process these 300 materials, it will take approximately 2 months. Bai Lan nodded, confirming her own estimations. She noted that currently, she could easily produce 10 batches in a single day, and if pressed for time, she could manage about 15, allowing her to complete the transaction within a month. This pertains to third-tier elixirs, for first and second-tier elixirs. Producing 30 to 50 batches in a day poses no challenge. She was eager to conclude this transaction swiftly and did not wish to prolong it unnecessarily. To rationalize her speed, she said, "I will enlist the help of a friend in alchemy, and we will complete the task within a month." Wang Yukai gaped in astonishment.
Oh my.
Friend Lan, do you have such an accomplished alchemist as a companion? Though phrased as a question, it was not meant to be interrogative. After all, those of great skill typically associate with others of equal prowess. High-tier alchemists often have friends who are also high-tier, and similarly for high-level cultivators.
Bai Lan, note that.
Just prepare the spirit stones, and I shall come to collect them when the time comes. Wang Yukai nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Rest assured, friend Lan. The spirit stones will be prepared well in advance." At last, Bai Lan inquired, "Do you sell the cleansing elixir in your shop?" Wang Yukai shook his head, replying, "No. But the Wang family apothecary in Tianwu City does." Bai Lan remained silent. Wang Yukai elaborated, "The cleansing elixir is classified as a third-tier medicinal potion, yet it is exorbitantly priced, costing 2 to 3 times that of typical third-tier potions. The cost alone is daunting, but its effects are not immediately apparent. One must use it consistently over many years to witness any tangible benefits. Most cultivators cannot afford such an expense, as the spirit stones they accumulate throughout their lives may not even suffice to elevate their aptitude from low to moderate. If they possessed such an abundance of spirit stones, investing them in cultivation to enhance their prowess would be far more advantageous than attempting to alter their innate qualities. Cleansing elixirs are generally reserved for the scions of prestigious families seeking to enhance their exceptional progeny's abilities, or for those with lesser talents within the family. Thus, it is only in large cities like Tianwu that the cleansing elixir enjoys significant demand. Bai Lan nodded, stowing away her materials, intending to depart. If it isn't available here, she would simply make a trip to Tianwu City. Just as she was about to leave, Wang Yukai called out to her, "Do you wish to procure the cleansing elixir? Daoist Lan? It's for friend, you see." He continued, "Daoist Lan is a valued patron of our Wang's apothecary. If it is for your friend, I can arrange a batch of cleansing elixirs for you, at a price somewhat lower than the standard retail." "How much cheaper?" she inquired. "Approximately 10 to 20% less. Though I must confirm with the manager in Tianwu City for the exact details." A 10 to 20% discount, roughly equivalent to an 8 or 9% reduction, was indeed quite appealing. She contemplated how many she should order. Wang Yukai misinterpreted her silence, assuming that she found the price still too steep. He added, "At present, I lack sufficient confidence to persuade the steward. However, once Daoist Lan submits the elixirs this time, I shall be able to negotiate with the steward. I believe there is a significant chance of securing a 20% discount. Indeed, there is considerable assurance. 2 third-tier alchemists, both highly productive, are not something the Wang family can afford to overlook. It's merely a matter of offering a slight concession, not an outright loss. The likelihood that the steward will acquiesce is quite high. Furthermore, Even if the steward remains obstinate, there is still Bai Shaosheng, who will lend his support.
Bai Lan, note that.
What quantity can you authorize? I'm not quite clear, Taoist Lan. Do you mean you can settle the remuneration for this alchemical endeavor with the cleansing liquid? Wang Yukai was taken aback. This time, 300 portions of materials were involved. Assuming each portion yields 2 elixirs, that amounts to 600. A third-tier elixir is priced around 10 spirit stones, while a foundation establishment elixir is even more costly, at 20 spirit stones each. This translates to a total of 8,000 spirit stones. Even after deducting the material costs, there remains a substantial 6 or 7,000 spirit stones. To suddenly acquire 6,007 spirit stones worth of cleansing liquid is indeed a considerable expenditure, even for those prominent families. He was right in his assessment. Taoist Lan is truly a significant client, a veritable tree of wealth. Go inform Bai Shaosheng that I have important matters to discuss with him. Bai Shaosheng is engaged in the business of trading information, not solely selling news, but also purchasing it extensively, particularly of late. He has been acquiring information about this solitary cultivator named Lan Ling at an unreasonably inflated price. Chapter 89. Infiltrating the stronghold of local tyrants. The collusion between local tyrants and the elder of the market, Bai Lan departed from Wang's alchemical shop and made her way directly out of the market, heading towards the depths of the celestial witch forest. Initially, she did not fly at a swift pace. It was only upon reaching the forest's innermost reaches that she began to accelerate, casting off the pursuers behind her. There were quite a few individuals trailing her, including those from Bai Shaosheng, Wang Yukai, and several others whose identities remained a mystery to her. Some of these followers dropped off midway, while others remained steadfast until she finally outpaced them. In the past, she would have paid little heed to such matters, as most of these individuals were merely following her. At her ordinary pace, they would have struggled to keep up. However, now she wished to convey a message through these followers. She had indeed left the market. Of course, she did not expect to deceive everyone, but it sufficed to silence the majority. She first visited another shop specializing in spiritual meat, where she sold the meat of the beasts she had hunted. This time, she followed the recommendations provided by the Lan family shop meticulously. You truly are an experienced hunter. The handling of this prey is commendable, the shopkeeper remarked. Since we are both seasoned hands, I will not mince words. I will take these 6 beast carcasses for 500 spirit stones. Bai Lan stroked her chin, contemplating the price, which seemed a tad low. Although it felt somewhat reasonable, there was still a notable difference between 500 spirit stones and 500 plus. The shopkeeper grinned widely. I knew I couldn't fool an expert. If these beasts were taken to the Lan family's spiritual meat shop, they could probably fetch an additional 40 or 50 spirit stones. After all, that is a collective enterprise. They can sell to the taverns at a premium, while we small businesses cannot achieve such margins. Bai Lan had no intention of returning to the Blue family's spirit meat shop, for her purpose this time was not to sell her catch. Her gaze happened upon a pile of spiritual herbs, and to her surprise, she discovered 2 third-tier herbs among them, one of which was a variety she did not possess. Together, they were worth approximately 20 spirit stones. She promptly collected these 2 third-tier herbs and also gathered several second-tier herbs, estimating their value to be around 30 spirit stones, before she ceased her actions. After settling the payment, she left the spirit meat shop with 500 spirit stones and a collection of spiritual plants. Moments later, she entered the bustling market, disappearing into the throng of people. Having perfected the return to the untraceable technique, she silently materialized in the alleys where the local ruffians congregated. Unnoticed by anyone, it was nearly noon, and the streets were abuzz with excitement as she observed that today marked the day of the local gang leader's return. The ruffians had prepared spirit wine, spirit meat, spirit fruits, and charming beauties to celebrate their leader's emergence. She watched this spectacle from a distance. Upon closer inspection, she noted that among the ruffians